Open net, Parker Kelly. Kiviranta, can he get the hat trick? You bet he can! Throw the chapeau! This time he's on the right side of the hat trick. He has one previously. It's one we will never talk about because it came against the Avalanche.
Loose ball down to Denver. 15 seconds to go. Denver's down by 2. Murray has it high left side. Stutter step, jumper. Got it! Tie ball game at 119 with 8.8 seconds to go. Timeout Pelicans. Now Denver on the inbound. Nuggets lead it by 3. Inbound goes to Aaron Gordon, and they're not going to foul. There's the horn. Well, the Nuggets saved the road trip. They need overtime to beat a 5-win Pelican team. The final tonight from NOLA, 132 to 129 in OT.
Yes. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. We're in that week, which means you get fill-ins. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for Brett Kane, doing the 6 o'clock show. I was actually really psyched to be on this morning. Thrilled
double
to be here with
dipperoo.
you. Yeah, we had a double dipperoo last night with a double winneroo. Do we have a double winneroo? I feel like we should have gotten a double winneroo from them. You know what I mean, Nelly?
Well, do you know who that is on the Double Dipperoo drop?
I was listening the first time it came on air, and I can't remember.
Double Dipperoo. That's Eustace Onanen. So if you want to go track him down for a double winneroo, could be a little harder to get that
like
one
there's a lot of Finns and Swedes and people on the team that we could get to do a double winneroo to help us out. It doesn't have to be Eustace to do that. So, yeah, nice win by the Avs. I thought they looked great. I feel like they've looked great over the last little bit. Kiviranta, a little extra, how do I want to say it? Responsibility. And he's been showing up, had a 2-goal game and a hat trick last night. And hey, listen, the woodshed's here to stay, man. I mean, let's go. You know, there were a couple, I will get to the Avs, we'll do a much longer segment on them, but I'll just say for Blackwood last night, there were a couple of moments that you felt like a month ago might have ended up in the back of the Avs net, and Blackwood stood up and made a couple saves to help keep that game where it was. 3-2 at the time are the couple of saves that I'm thinking of. One's a second chance rebound from Kaapo Kähkönen off his glove. There's a breakaway in there too. And, you know, he stands up and makes the save. Avs end up getting a couple empty net goals from Kiviranta, who gets, I mean, the hat trick counts. It all counts. But Nelly, I mean, are we counting the 2 empty net? Would you have tossed your hat? Let's put it this way. Would you have tossed your hat for 2 empty net goals, hat trick for Kiviranta?
When you look up the record books and it
Yeah.
says how many career hat tricks Yoel Kiviranta has, there's
true.
not going to be any asterisks.
That's
this isn't
true.
a Barry Bonds situation. No asterisks next
However-
to him in the record book.
However, they do note empty net goals.
They do. I know.
So
That's why our boy in Tampa has so many goals. What's his name? The open net, the empty net merchant in Tampa.
I don't know anybody who. I mean, like I know a bunch of people who score a bunch of points in Tampa, but are they?
I'm having a seat. This
I
is
don't
what
know
happens.
that someone's called the empty net merchant.
Yes, there's one guy on Tampa who scores a
Is
ton
it
of goals.
Kucherov?
Kucherov, thank you. He's the one that can. That
Is he an empty net merchant?
Yes,
I did
absolutely.
not know that.
He
Did
is.
not know that. All right, so you would have tossed your hat?
I think so. Maybe to your point, maybe it depends on the quality of the hat. If it's a nice, if it's a really nice snapback that I dropped a good $30-$40 on, maybe I'm just gonna
All right.
quickly. I'm gonna put it under my sweatshirt and go, oh yeah, it's off my head. Oh, I threw it. Oh,
tossed it.
it's there with all the other hats. Oh, geez.
Yeah. All right. You know what I always hope for in that situation? That I get plunked with a hat in the back of the head from like the upper deck. And so I can toss somebody else's hat onto the ice. I don't have to lose my personal hat. That's kind of what I hope in those situations.
One time, I remember I was there for a hat trick, and This was before I was a reformed man. America is the land of second chances. So this was in a previous life when I was rooting for a team that was playing the Avalanche many moons ago, and that team got a hat trick. And I was sitting pretty close to the ice because back then the Avalanche were absolute trash. This was when they had their 48-point season. So seats pretty close to the ice were easy to come by. And the problem was they have those nets. Those big nets right behind the goal.
Couldn't get it over the net?
No, because I'm thinking I would have to throw it straight up and arc it over and then have it fall back down. That's the one time that I held on to the hat for sure. Because I'm not your boy Josh Allen. I can't get it up over that net.
You're saying you have trouble getting it up, is what you're saying.
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Where's Moj when you need him?
Moj will be on at 7, I think. I don't know. I don't know. They both had games last night, so I have no idea if they're going to show up, if they'll be here at 7. But of course, the gentleman will join me in a little bit. Nuggets, man, survived. Listen. As good as I feel about the Avalanche, they've made a couple trades. They've turned over their goalie room completely. I feel great about where the Avs are right now. I am sweating the Nuggets a little bit. They have a loss to Portland and almost a loss to New Orleans, two of the worst teams in the NBA. Now, they pulled it out last night, and there are signs that this team can be a good team again, but I'm worried about the Nuggets. Again, we can spend more time talking about them later, but it felt like there was no energy. It felt like there was no vibe. There's no oomph. There's nothing there. That it factor, that thing, that intangible thing that we always talk about, that's what it feels like they're missing. And it's crazy because this team had it in spades when they won the championship a couple years back. They were oozing vibes. And they just have no energy, no will, no nothing, no, I can't handle it. I really can't. And so Jokic has a triple-double, and I've never been more upset about it. I think it was his 6th consecutive, if that tweet I saw was right. Who knows? I'll have to check. But, one of my players has 6 consecutive triple-doubles, and I'm like, oh, God, I feel terrible. And if you just looked at the box score, you'd be like, Jamal Murray's back, great. But I don't know, man. The Nuggets freak me out. They really do. And maybe they'll click in at some point here. I saw they had the most losses or most wins when down by 10 or more with 10 minutes or less left in the game, which is a crazy, think about that. You got 5 wins when down by 10 or more with 10 minutes or less left in the game. Why do you keep putting yourself in these situations? And it was, the same thing against Portland the other night. If you would have played defense like you played in the fourth quarter for the entire game, you wouldn't have been in this situation. So what do we, they drive me crazy. And it's part of the reason that I think you need to make a trade. I'm not even a huge proponent of making a trade because I think it's going to be hard to find a good one. But I think maybe you just got to change the vibes a little bit, like the Avs have. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the Nuggets right now. I'm really concerned. And that's not, listen, this team, if they get in the playoffs, are dangerous. And they should get in the playoffs. It shouldn't be an issue. But it's not just getting in, it's getting in by the 6th seed. Because if you don't get in by at least the 6th seed, then, playing games, anything can happen in one. I mean, we saw Game 7 last year versus Minnesota. Anything can happen if it comes down to one game. And so I really worry about this Nuggets team who has the greatest player on the planet and potentially wasting his opportunity to win another championship while here in Denver. But I got to say, Nelly, the summer sports talk radio topic is what's the best sports day or sports weekend of the year? Man, this last weekend might have a shot here in the future because 4 CFP games, a full slate of NFL action chocked with playoff drama, And you have on top of that NBA and NHL in full swing. They're not like kickoff days for it. I mean, you can leave out baseball for me and I'll be fine. It has the potential to be, I should say, the greatest sports weekend of the year.
You're saying the one that we're entering, not the one we just had?
No, the one we just had.
The one we just had. Well, if I said it once, I said it a million times. The most exciting college football playoff game was going to be North Dakota State versus South Dakota State. I've been beating that drum for months, Robert. You know me.
Yeah, well, listen, you know what? I will not stand for the FCS slander.
I'm not.
We're big Bobcats fans over here, okay?
That's my point, is those were the only games that were worth watching. Every other one was a double-digit blowout. Tennessee didn't even show up.
And listen, we have to talk about how we reformat this, right? That's really the problem. The problem is the formatting. If the buys guaranteed to the conference champions, I don't think work. So my first thought, the original thought I had was if you get a conference championship, you're guaranteed at least a home playoff game. Not a bye, but at least a home playoff game, which means we put you in the top 8. And if we had done that this year, based off the AP poll, your first round games would have been Ohio State at Clemson, Tennessee at ASU, Indiana at Boise State, and you would have still had SMU at Penn State, based on the AP poll. I don't know if you get better games out of that, but what you do get is underdogs at home, right? So now you're going to get underdogs in the second round, but they're going to be at a neutral site. So, I don't know how much help that gives them. Whereas if you give them those games at home, maybe they're more interesting than having the big dogs host at home and just pound people, because that's what happened all weekend.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Oh, yeah. He ate some words today. On Friday night, was that? And I'm sure Vic's going to come in all blustery on that. No doubt about it. But I think there's so much potential here. And everybody who was complaining that they let some of these teams in over 3-loss SEC teams, you can miss me with that. I mean, one of the biggest beatings of the weekend was Tennessee at OSU. I don't think a 3-loss SEC team should get in over Indiana. Sorry.
Hey, the 3-loss SEC teams in hypotheticals on Twitter this weekend, they were playing like 2019 LSU. They were all completely undefeated and setting records.
Crushing.
Hypothetical champs, baby.
Yeah, the 3-loss SEC teams were crushing in the hypothetical games this weekend. I mean, listen, I don't think you can – the SMU thing – I don't think there's anything the committee could have done. You cannot have teams turn down trips to their conference championship game because they want to be in the CFP. So you couldn't leave them out for a loss. You just couldn't do it. You could have left out Clemson. That's why they were the 12 seed, but they won their championship. And you can't have it would have been somebody like an SEC team. But I mean, even SMU, if SMU was in the same exact situation, but had known that teams in the past had been left out for losing their conference championship game, they might have turned down the opportunity to play for the ACC championship. Because what do you want? The ACC championship, or you want to be in the CFP? And so I don't think they had any choice but to put SMU in. You cannot set the precedent of if you lose your conference championship game, you're out. And it makes for an interesting thing about, how can we reformat it? How can we change the seating? Some people want more teams in there. They want to knock it down to 2 buys. I'm not crazy about that. Basically what you're saying is the Big Ten and SEC champ get a bye every year, right? Because that would just be what it was, which is kind of annoying. So no, I like the 4 buys. I just think maybe you give, Boise State a first-round home game, and I think the vibes are totally different. But, hey, the atmospheres were crazy. There was nothing wrong with that. That was a ton of fun. So, I don't know. I look forward to it. I understand there was some mollywoppins over the weekend, But I just feel like this weekend has so much potential to be a great sports weekend. And part of it is because you have 16 NFL games that all have some sort of playoff race implications because there's still enough time left in the season, right? Like it's at that point of the year where like everybody's still in it one way or another. They're in a game that matters. And so I just found the weekend very compelling, and I hope that we can figure the CFP seeding thing out to make the games more interesting. But we will talk more about that coming up next. A huge week in the NFL from the bottom to the top, and we will go over the whole thing next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
McLaurin to the bottom of the screen. 2nd and goal. 10 seconds. Daniels fires. End zone. Touchdown. Jamison Crowder. Preposterous. 5 turnovers and the lead with seconds remaining.
And that, my friends, was the end of my Bo Nix Rookie of the Year bet. That was the death of it. I really thought Bo Nix had an opportunity to sneak in and steal Offensive Rookie of the Year. And if he would have had a second half that matched his first half on Thursday night and they won that game and clinched the playoffs on primetime, and then Jaden Daniels didn't do what he did on Sunday, I think he would have had a real good look at it. But how quickly things change over a weekend. Jaden Daniels leads the Commanders back against a beat-up Eagles team in, no doubt, the game of the morning. Crazy. Just an absolute crazy finish. Jalen Hurts gets hurt and goes out, has a concussion. Kenny Pickett's playing with some kind of rib issue. Their backup quarterback, the Eagles, were just beat up, and Jaden Daniels brings them all the way back to win the game. For the people who say, you know, oh, Brock Bowers and all that stuff too, I get out of here. I mean, a tight end over top of a quarterback for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Do you know these voters at all?
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, there's no chance. There is no way. All right, let's break down this NFL weekend because it was, like I said, incredible. I mean, maybe has a shot to be the best weekend of the sports calendar with the CFP games and the NFL games. And I thought the most interesting thing about the NFL games was your Broncos got no help. 0 wins from Miami. Well, I shouldn't say 0 because technically the Chiefs winning could help them. If the Chiefs can sew up the 1 seed, it makes their game here not mean anything. And I don't know. Here's what I have to say about that. Bengals, Colts, Dolphins all get wins, all stay alive in the AFC playoff race for that final spot. And I say good. Good. Don't back into the playoffs. You got a huge game this weekend if you're the Broncos and an opportunity to assert yourself as the team we all want you to be. And so I know it's been a long time, Denver. I have been suffering with you. It's been the whole time I've been talking sports on the radio. So I get it. Before that, I was doing social media when we went to the last Super Bowl. So I get it. It's been a long time. But go take it. Take it for yourself. Oh, I hope all 3 teams lose and we back in. No, man. No. Stop being scared of the Bengals. Grow some, and go take it from them. Go.
A lot of balls on the table.
That's right. That's right, Coach. Tell them. I'm so hyped up for this Saturday's game. I really am. And I truly believe that they can beat the Bengals. Now, I think it's important that they're healthy to do that. But I truly believe they can beat the Bengals. I watched the Bengals struggle against the Browns all day yesterday. Against the Browns team that was starting DTR, Dwayne Thompson-Robinson, who played awful. Okay? You can beat this Bengals team. They're gettable. It's not like it's some, impossible task. In fact, some would probably say the more impossible task is beating Kansas City. Now, you might get lucky and they might not need that game. But, for me, it's a real opportunity to not back into the playoffs. Because if you go and you take it and you beat the Bengals and you take your playoff spot, I think you feel a lot better about traveling to whatever city you end up traveling to and playing that game in the playoffs. I've been around Denver for a long time, and I understand they haven't made it in a long time. So, everybody's a little bit anxious. But this city isn't just about making it in. That is not the Broncos mindset. It's not a we're happy to be here. I understand how the year started. I understand what the expectations were at the beginning of the year. But depending on where the Broncos land, I think they have a legit shot to win a playoff game. If you are going to a place like Pittsburgh, there's no reason you can't beat the Steelers. So I want this team as confident as they can be going into whatever game that is. And I don't want them to have a we're just happy to be here mindset. And I feel like backing in is going to do that to you. And I've seen people, they're underdogs in both their games remaining and blah, blah, blah. I had an old friend of mine from high school reply to one of my tweets about the Broncos being an 86 or 7% chance to get in and say, I don't understand why their percentage is so high. They're underdogs in both their remaining games. And to that I say, you won 9 games already. You know what I mean? It's not a fluke to win 9 games. So go beat an under 500 team. Yes, it's Joe Burrow. Yes, it's Jamar Chase. Yes, they have a great offense. Go beat them. Go beat them and take your playoff spot. So as we look around, we'll start with that Cincy and Cleveland game. It was honestly closer than the score would indicate because there were a couple times that Cleveland was knocking on the door and throws an interception in the red zone. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think the Cincy defense is all that good. But they did hold them to, I don't know, what was the final score? Nelly, I just closed it. I think it was like 6 points. That being said.
Yeah, it was 24-6.
24-6. That being said, they're down in the red zone a bunch. They got a couple turnovers. Like, it's Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So, yes, I expect Bo Nix to outplay Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I really like the way you spit out his name there. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Well, it's important to enunciate.
Sibilance.
I wasn't overly impressed by the Bengals. Now, mind you, I was not watching that game solely. It was a good morning of football. There's 7 games on. I'm sitting in the bar and I was watching all of them. So, I shouldn't say all of them. I didn't really watch the Michael Penix. I'll leave the Michael Penix glazing to coach at 10 o'clock on the morning sprint because I was not watching closely that game. But I was watching most of them and watching pretty intently when I could the Bengals, and I wasn't overly impressed. So, yes, fear Joe Burrow, fear Jamar Chase, give them their due respect, but I see no reason you can't go into Cincy and win that game. Again, in a primetime slot. Now, it's not like old school primetime, but, I mean, you're a standalone game on a Saturday. You can go take your playoff spot there. You know what I mean? And I think they should do it. The Dolphins game, Miami's still live. It looked like they were playing with a little bit of desperation to me, but I really think the Niners are just kind of mentally out of it. Sorry, Nelly. I apologize. I know that's probably tough.
You know what I thought yesterday? I saw Schefter tweet out that both the Niners and the Cowboys.
Oh, I saw your tweet. It was a good one.
Yeah, at the same time they got mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, and I thought of the spoon, the spork from Toy Story 4.
Yeah.
You're just like me. Trash.
Yep.
Hey, Weedham boys, you can join me on the couch watching them for the playoffs. I actually may have put that clip in. I didn't load it. I will find the trash clip because it's what I deserve.
the teams of the 90s, late 80s and 90s, mathematically eliminated at the same time with a last-second win from the Commanders. But really, honestly, I don't think that's a terrible thing for San Francisco. They were an outside shot anyway. If they shut down all their guys, which, I mean, they kind of have, but if they officially shut them down, let Brock Purdy be terrible like he is, and take a couple more L's on the way out here this season, you might be able to get a high enough draft pick that, I feel like that's what the Niners do. They're like good for 2 years, and then they have one just god-awful season, and they find themselves at the top of the draft, and they add Nick Bosa. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, they're back to it. So it might not be the worst thing for San Francisco. because it was a long shot for them to make it anyway. But they just don't have the horses right now. Too many injuries. And I don't know. I mean, can we have a quick but honest conversation, Nelly?
Sure, let me get some quick but honest conversation music here.
Sure.
This is a safe space, Robert.
This is for you, not for me. You can't pay Brock Purdy, right?
I don't know if you can give him the market leading numbers that people say he's going to command, 50 million or whatever, because that's in line with what the market dictates, 50 million per.
You can't do it.
Doesn't really feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, when he doesn't have all pros everywhere, all around him, he's Ryan Fitzpatrick, right? Like, he's Ryan Fitzpatrick more under control, maybe? I don't know.
But Ryan Fitzpatrick without the Harvard degree.
Yeah, I mean, with that big Iowa State certificate hanging on the wall. I don't. And even if you were to trade him for a different quarterback, because there are quarterbacks who are going to come available via trade. I don't think Cousins is a fit in the Shanahan scheme, but is Trevor Lawrence available? Right? Is Sam Darnold available? Right? Like, I just think there are better options to give that money to. And I wouldn't even go, I don't know. I think them paying Brock Purdy would be an abject disaster.
You're just like me. Trash.
Yeah. Listen, and how about we give the Cowboys just a little bit of credit? Because I'm all here for banging on the Cowboys, but they showed up last night. I mean, mathematically eliminated, and they took it to Baker Mayfield. So I guess props there.
Yeah, hey, that's what you can expect from Cooper Big Time Rush, baby.
Yeah,
that's who I want at quarterback.
And then Indianapolis, man, that game I think was 31-3, and all of a sudden, then I looked up and it was like 38-30. I mean, Indiana team is not good. Indiana's not good either. That Indianapolis team is
yes,
not
all
good.
the above.
Yeah, right. Yeah, both. But that Indianapolis team is not good. Tennessee almost came all the way back, and I was rooting for it. Oh, I wanted to see that so bad. And they're not as big of a threat to your Broncos because they've been beaten by them already, so the Broncos hold the tiebreaker there. But overall, I would just say no help from the Broncos and fine. You know what I mean? Go win your game and get into the playoffs. Other things around the NFL that were interesting, Vikings and Seahawks, huge game there. Came down to the last second. It was actually a great game on a second TV that I was watching there. And I got to say, I have not been in on the Vikings all year long, and they just keep shutting me up. I mean, they just keep proving me wrong. It is going to be super interesting to see how they come down the stretch here. It's probably going to be a game against the Lions for the NFC North and the 1 seed in the NFC. That might be your Sunday night football game on week 18, because I don't know that there's going to be a win and in scenario. So they might put that game on, which is just going to be crazy. I mean, there's going to be a team that's probably 14-3 and is the 5 seed. Road playoff games. And so I will once again pound the table, as I have for years, about winning your division should only get you a playoff spot. It should not be a guaranteed home game. To have a 14-3 team go on the road to probably the NFC South champion is crazy to me. That's nuts. Why would you do that? Because they're better than 3 other teams in the league? I mean, that's the most asinine thing I've ever heard. You're better than 3 other teams who could all be trash. Go ahead. Play the clip again, Nelly. You're better than 3 other teams who could all be trash. And
you're just like me. Trash.
Right. and because of that, you get a home playoff game. It's stupid. It's so dumb. Winning your division should only get you into the playoffs.
By the way, did you see I found your boys in the Bahamas?
No.
Did you see that picture I posted on Twitter here? So that's why I was gone for the past week, in case that wasn't obvious. I was on a cruise to go somewhere warm, and look what I found in Nassau.
Oh, I did see this.
Yeah, I found a Buffalo Bills Nassau Bahamas shirt. And so I tweeted it out, and I asked if Nassau is in the whitest right part of the Bahamas.
All right. Why don't we calm down? It's big talk from somebody whose team got eliminated over the weekend. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just because your quarterback is now going to get married to a hot actress and a hot singer who played Spider-Gwen, now you're all high and mighty.
He's marrying a woman who is two different Avengers. She's Vi in Arcane. Like, he's marrying a...
Is that video game show?
Yeah.
With the Imagine Dragons song?
Really good. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's actually really good.
I'll pull a Vic Lombardi here and go, I don't do cartoons.
Okay, great. Good for you. Voice of Spider-Man. I mean, come on. Yeah. So, I feel like he's got the MVP locked up, but everybody wants to make a case that these Christmas Day games on Wednesday are going to make a difference there, which is another interesting thing, by the way. With those games on Christmas Day and then the Broncos game on Saturday, I mean, the AFC playoffs could be locked up by the time Sunday rolls around. Even the seeding could be decided by then. Not likely, but it could be.
Do you think there's a scenario where we get to January 5th and the Chiefs actually are still trying to lock up that one seed, so they actually try against the Broncos?
It would take a loss against the Steelers. So they would have to lose against the Steelers. The Bills would have to beat the Jets, and then the Bills would be one game back from them, and Kansas City would need to win to clinch the one seed. So they would bring it.
Because that'd be fun. I know people were saying at the beginning of the year that by the time we got to this point, the Chiefs were going to be so far ahead of everybody else that they weren't going to play any starters on that last game of the season. But I'd love there to actually be juice, especially if the Broncos maybe have a chance to move up a seed or change their playoff standing, and so do the Chiefs.
Would you still want the juice if they hadn't beat the Bengals?
Excuse me? Say that again. What are you talking about?
So if the Broncos don't beat the Bengals and clinch their playoff spot, do you still want that juice from that Kansas City game?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Okay. So now if the Broncos have to win the Chiefs, have to beat the Chiefs to get in.
Yes, and
then
the Chiefs
are
have
fighting
to win to get the one seed.
Ooh. How's that for a full circle moment? Beat the Chiefs and you're in the playoffs for the first time since the Stone Age.
And it's
That's
not like
the storyline right there.
It's not like you can't. You know what I mean? You should have done it in Kansas City earlier this year. So it's not like it's not possible. But I don't know. Interesting. I didn't even get to one of the main things I want to talk about. The most compelling game of the day yesterday might have been at the bottom of the NFL, not the top. We had a shakeup in the draft order, which affects your Colorado Buffaloes. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Interesting song choice. I don't know if he did this on purpose. But we're about to talk about the Vegas Raiders. So, you know what I mean? I feel like it's Low Rider's a decent choice there. The most interesting game of the NFL slate yesterday. What's up? Rob Trujillo filling in for Brett Kane. Because it's Christmas week and you have to deal with fill-ins. Nice to talk to you. The most interesting game in the NFL yesterday, or most impactful outcome anyway, maybe, might have been the Raiders-Jaguars game. And boy, were they celebrating when the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. To drop from the top pick of the draft to the 6th overall pick and lose their chance to have the quarterback of their choice. Now, still 2 weeks left. A lot can happen. But how, if you're Vegas, do you do this? I mean, shouldn't the full tank be on right now? You need a quarterback. And I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there were a lot of Bronco and Buff fans who were dreading Shedeur Sanders being that guy and getting selected by Vegas and having to see him twice a year and having to essentially root against him. And instead, they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. They dropped to the 6th overall pick. Now the Giants have the number 1 overall pick. We all saw this standing ovation in Madison Square Garden for Shedeur a couple weekends ago at the Heisman weekend. I want him to go to the Giants. First of all, how fun would that division be? We are going to get NFC East jammed down our throats on primetime every year. We cannot avoid it. You will have primetime games with the Giants. So why don't you want it to be Jaden Daniels versus Shedeur Sanders? Like, isn't that fun? I feel like we should do that.
And you said though that if you're the Raiders, how can you not tank? How can you not intentionally lose? You were playing the Jacksonville Jaguars though. How do you tank against a team that also sucks? That's a stoppable force meeting a movable object.
I don't know. Sit everybody. Forfeit. I don't like. You can't play Desmond Ritter.
Well, yeah, Maxx Crosby's still hurt, I believe, and
yeah, he's out.
Who are you going to sit if you play Aiden O'Connell? You're going to lose. Is Gardner Minshew also hurt?
Minshew's hurt.
If you play him, you'd lose anyway.
So they played Desmond Ritter on the Monday Night Football game. I might have started him again.
Yeah, I guess.
Listen, Aiden O'Connell not quite good enough. So your current draft order: Giants are the top pick, then New England, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Cleveland, and Vegas falls all the way to 6th. And so if you're looking at this as a Buffs fan, there is a world that Shedeur goes 1 and Travis goes 2. And I don't know how many times in history a team has had the top 2 draft picks. But if Shedeur goes 1 to the Giants, New England needs a second corner across from Christian Gonzalez, and they need weapons for Drake May. They also need offensive linemen, so I wouldn't put it past them drafting an offensive lineman. But I don't know that it has ever gone that a single college team had the 1st and 2nd overall picks in the NFL draft. Now, listen, there's a ton to be gained by New England or Jacksonville or somebody like that, trading back, obviously, if somebody is in love with Cam Ward. So there's no guarantee that that's how it goes. But I just found it really interesting for your CU Buffs. You know, you could have a situation where these guys go 1-2. How about the Buffs, by the way? So they get the Slater kid from Liberty, who last year wasn't great, and they got Juju Lewis coming in. I'm wondering, like, do we feel better about Prime being here for a long time? Because he's always said that, and everybody's kind of been like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure. But it feels like he's in. I don't know. I don't know that you're completely out of the woods yet, but it feels like he's in. Yeah, I'm starting to. You don't believe? Not yet. Not yet, Coach. I believed in you as a winning team. I said 9 wins for him. I nailed that. You're darn right I plan on winning. That's right. How many do you have? If I just keep going, can I just have a full conversation with
I gotta give credit to KJ when he started here. Pretty much the first thing he did was build a Deion Sanders soundboard. Some of these are mine, but a lot of these are his.
Just have a full conversation with Coach about
what does
winning.
bolstered mean?
Well, listen, it's not that tough of a definition, but next question. Okay, all right. Double winneroo last night.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
All right, hold on. Just, you know what, Coach? Back in your corner.
Yeah, with rain.
It was rain, by the way, when he said that. That was the thing that drove me the most crazy about that. It's like, I do understand what he was trying to get across, but it was rain when he said that. So.
I'm one of those good weather man.
We know, Coach. We know. Which is why we were worried about Shedeur wanting to go to Vegas. Double winneroo for your boys last night. The Nuggets honestly really survive. And that's scary with them carrying a loss to Portland in their back pocket, almost losing to the worst team in the NBA, the New Orleans Pelicans last night. They pulled it out of the fire. Didn't feel great, though. Not going to lie to you. I worry about the energy for that team. The Avs have made some trades, and it feels like they have re-energized and reinvigorated that team a little bit. I think maybe the Nuggets might need to do that. I don't know how. I don't know how they do it, but maybe they do. Maybe that's a move they need to make because there was just no energy there. And if you look at the box score, you say, Jokic with another triple-double. Murray is back. But if you watch the game, even Vic tweeted out, this is a tough game to watch. Because it just feels like, I don't want to say that they're disinterested. I don't think that they're disinterested. But it just feels like there's no energy. There's no juice. Conversely, I feel like the Avs are vibes right now. I really do. I think the woodshed back there has everybody a little bit juiced up. Everybody has said how good Wedgwood is in the room. Blackwood seems to be the same way. And I mentioned it at the top of the show. There were a couple chances last night, and I really want Mosier's opinion on this. So, of course, we'll talk about it as we get into the MLK show. But it just felt like there were a couple chances last night that a month ago end up in the back of your net. And they didn't. Capo Caco on a rebound shot goes off Blackwood's glove. You had the breakaway, and you get a couple stops in situations that were important. Kiviranta, the choo-choo train, Makar, all playing great. So we'll talk about that too. A ton to talk about on your Christmas week. We'll do the Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane show coming up here in just a couple minutes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Open net, Parker Kelly. Kiviranta, can he get the hat trick? You bet he can! Throw the chapeau! This time he's on the right side of the hat trick. He has one previously. It's one we will never talk about because it came against the Avalanche.
Loose ball down to Denver. 15 seconds to go. Denver's down by 2. Murray has it high left side. Stutter step, jumper. Got it! Tie ball game at 119 with 8.8 seconds to go. Timeout Pelicans. Now Denver on the inbound. Nuggets lead it by 3. Inbound goes to Aaron Gordon, and they're not going to foul. There's the horn. Well, the Nuggets saved the road trip. They need overtime to beat a 5-win Pelican team. The final tonight from NOLA, 132 to 129 in OT.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. He's Mark Mosier. He's Vic Lombardi.
You're so loud.
I'm Rob Trigilli.
You're just so loud at Christmas time.
Mosier's hurting a little bit this morning.
Well, you know what it is? I'm going to play catch up this whole Christmas time. I'm going to be playing catch up. That's what I'm going to be doing, and that's okay.
For being on the road that long?
Just tired?
Yeah, just tired, man. Yeah.
I don't blame you, dude. You spent a month on the road.
Pretty much, yeah.
That was a long time, but
listen, man. If I was in Def Leppard, it'd be one thing.
I saw the Van Halen sweater last night. By the way, that was a nice little Christmas touch. The Van Halen Christmas.
That was
sweater.
a cool sweater.
Yeah.
Where do you get something like that? Anything online, right?
Yeah, I forget where that one came from. I have 2 of them. One's
you get it
older.
from Etsy?
I don't do Etsy, man. That's all like crap.
What is Etsy? My wife gets Etsy all the time. She goes, I got it from Etsy. What the hell is that?
It's people crafting stuff and selling it in small batches.
Yeah, they probably smell it before they sell it.
it.
Like people do it?
Yeah.
Like I can do an Etsy?
Yeah.
I want to start Etsy.
You can have an Etsy store.
All right, I'm gonna
What
do
would
one.
you make, Vic? Tell us what you
I got a
would
lot
make.
of things I can make.
Okay.
I'm pretty damn good with Legos.
Okay. All right. So
let me
you're
know
going to
what you
put
want.
together Legos and sell them.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's not a thing, but okay. Double winneroo last night for the Avs and the Nuggets. A big sports weekend over the holiday. Get that off the screen.
That's what Vic could sell on
get that
Etsy.
Off the screen. The painting has made its way back
But I
to the
didn't
screen.
make that. That's the difference. I can't
the
make
bear
it.
made that.
We
I
are
can
3
recreate
minutes into the show. Get that off the screen.
Hey, can I say this, Rob? The Avs get a win last night, 5-2. A couple empty netters by Kiviranta. Hat trick for him. Pretty cool. It's hard for me to watch Nuggets basketball right now and not be frustrated.
Yeah.
During the course of the game, and I've got my Bass thing going on. We have the Nuggets on the television in the booth, and I'm calling the Avalanche game, obviously. So I keep glancing up and take a commercial break and watching the Nuggets and whatnot. Vic, I don't know, man. It seems like every game I'm frustrated.
I'll start.
I'm happy about the overtime win, but every time I watch this team play hoops, I get angst-ridden. It doesn't make me feel good.
And I hate to say this on this holiday season, one day before Christmas Eve, right? I hate to say this. Do not be distracted by the result last night. Do not be distracted by the win. This team's not right.
Yeah.
This team's not right.
Tell them.
They're not right. And I don't know how many teams. Let me ask you guys something. How many championship contending teams on back-to-back games? The Portland Trailblazers, who had lost 6 in a row, and the New Orleans Pelicans, who had lost 15 of 16. If you're Boston, if you're Cleveland, or if you're OKC, do you even have that kind of issue going into both of those cities and playing those teams?
You go in there and drill those guys. You drill them.
And you lost to Washington, who is the worst team in the NBA with 4 wins.
This little game that the Nuggets are playing, although admirable, I love the fact that 5 times this season, they lead the NBA by far in this category. 5 times this season, they've overcome double-digit deficits in the fourth quarter. 5 times, which is hard to do. Most teams fold. Nuggets do not. So give them credit for that. They don't fold. But the fact that they find themselves in that situation, the fact that they were down 17 with a minute to play in the third quarter in New Orleans against a lesser opponent, the fact that they were down 17 in Portland going into the fourth quarter, the fact that they're in these scenarios, it's not right. There's something wrong with this team. There's something wrong.
I think it's fair to point out that it's tough travel, right? A game in Portland to a game in New Orleans, that's It's tough.
They had 2 days off in
I
between,
know,
Rob.
but you're flying across the country.
In fact, I feel better that the Nuggets tonight will give you a better performance on back-to-back than they did
You
with
think
2
so?
3 games. Oh, yeah.
I'm worried about
even
tonight.
Even Nikola Jokic said it after the game. For some odd reason, this team focuses better in back-to-back settings than they do when they have 2-3 days off.
So
They've had too much time off.
So what's the vibe?
I don't
What's
know.
the problem?
I don't know. I hate to steal Mosier's line here, but they don't seem focused. They don't seem poised. They don't seem serious.
Robbie, when you're around a team and there's a sense of seriousness and specialness around that team, it's very easy to sense.
Serious is the word. Business-like, professional.
Yeah.
It feels like they don't even want to be there.
But
for
here's the thing. They had that in spades 2 years ago.
I know.
I mean, it was dripping off of that team.
You
They
guys
had vibes. They had energy. They were together as a family, and it just feels like everybody's punching the clock and
watch
going
the
in.
games and you tell me. I mean, there were moments in that game where I'm looking at Joker felt like he didn't want to play in the first half. Okay, he was very disinterested, and then he engaged. I mean, you look at Joker's final
A
stat line.
disinterested triple-double.
Yes, that's how good he is.
I know.
The man has a triple-double and doesn't even start playing until the fourth quarter.
Vic said it years ago, probably, but it still applies to this day. It feels like the Nuggets are playing with their food. There's pushing it around the plate. They don't want to eat it. There's no desire to eat it. There's no desire for nourishment. There's no desire because you're hungry. You're just pushing the vegetables around the outside of the plate, making a little green bean fort or whatever it is you're doing. You're playing with your food. You're not being a serious team about things.
Here's the thing. If you box score scout,
Yeah.
you say like, oh, Murray's back, Jokic with a triple-double. But if you watched that game last night, I mean, you even tweeted out, Vic, this game is hard to watch.
Yeah, it was a terrible game.
It's hard to watch.
It was a terrible game. They won the game. The result matters. They've moved up in the standings. They're sitting currently in 5th, and they're not too far out of 2nd, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
But they don't look right. They don't feel right.
Let me ask you this. Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
23 minutes last night.
He was taken out with 3:04 to play in the third quarter and never re-entered the game.
What? Because if you look at the other starters' minutes, Gordon had 35, Jokic had 43, Murray had 41, Christian Brown had 39.
Just didn't have it. I mean, he didn't shoot the ball well. And so there was a point where I saw the entire floor was covered with essentially the second unit, right? And then you sprinkle in a Jamal Murray in with those guys and so on. And it felt like Michael Malone just said, all right, if nobody wants to play, I'll put all these guys in. Julian Strawther will play 20 minutes. DeAndre Jordan had spot time. Peyton Watts, all these guys, at least they'll get out there and play and give an effort. It's what it felt like to me anyway. I don't know. I look at 5-25 New Orleans, and they stink.
A week ago.
I mean, they're just not a good team, and you're losing to them most of the entire game till you finally turn it on late.
Now, I may have a different opinion at the end of this week because you play a lot of games. They play 5 games in 7 days. Think about that during Christmas week. 5 games in 7 days.
Yeah,
2 back-to-backs this week. 2.
Crazy.
All right. I may have a different opinion come Sunday. Opinions change. I'm allowed to change them. A week ago, I said, stand pat. I didn't like any of those deals that were on the table. Nothing really got me going. Nothing. But after watching this over the weekend, they look like the team that's desperate to make a move. They need an injection of something.
Yeah.
Something.
Just a different energy in the room.
Something.
Yeah.
Because something's not there.
The only person who feels like they brought the energy is Westbrook. And I'm not a huge Westbrook fan, but I think this team without him this year would be a disaster.
He played 20 straight minutes last night.
36 overall.
Love it. Old
20
guy.
straight minutes.
Old guy minutes.
At his age.
Hey, what happened at the end of the game on the free throw line?
Oh, I don't know. That's a ref just being over refy.
I don't know what happened because I can't hear it. I can
It's
only
a ref
see
being
it.
over refy. You're not supposed to say anything.
Did he
during
really
a
go,
free throw.
nah.
Who knows? But
Miss it.
it makes me laugh because you're in the arena. People are moving around. Everything's active and whatever. Doesn't matter. The game was over at that point anyway.
All right. Well, let's flip over to the Avs now, who are the exact opposite to me. I mean, they feel like an absolute vibe right now. Do you call them the woodshed or the lumberyard?
I really don't call them either. But I like both of them. I mean, either one will be totally fine for me.
Listen, Blackwood last night, I just want to say there were a couple, and I really want your take on this, Moj. There were a couple of shots in that third quarter that a month ago it felt like would end up in the back of your net. The save on Capo Kakinen goes off his glove. The rebound, he makes a save. The breakaway, and it just felt like Blackwood stood up and made a couple saves that might end up in the back of your net, and you won the game because of it. I felt
like his rebound control was a bit iffy last night. It didn't look like his previous starts for the Avs. The puck bouncing on him a little bit, but part of that is this too. Seattle did not put a ton of shots on goal. And so if you're a goalie, there was a time in that first period of play, gentlemen, where Seattle didn't have a shot on goal for about 17 minutes of game action. 17 minutes out of 20. You don't have a shot on goal. And so if you're a goalie, Vic, I don't know how you feel about this because you were a goalie one time.
I've goaled.
You know, you sit there and you're just sitting there in the crease with your teeth in your mouth going, hey, what's up, dudes? Yeah. You throw something my way. He came out to play the puck one time just because he hadn't touched it in forever. He's like, oh, it's a puck. How about that? And then all of a sudden you get a grade A scoring chance all over your butt. Yeah. It's like, holy cow. I mean, all of a sudden you've got to make the save of the game because your team broke down in front of you. And that's what happened last night. But he played well, made some really, really big saves. Again, the Schwartz breakaways you talked about, Rob. Capo Caco's second real good opportunity off the rebound, and he was able to get a piece of it to send it wide. And the Avs have now won 3 straight. You know, they're in the number 3 spot inside the division, which is good. They're no more playing with the wild card situation. Dallas has games in hand, so if they win their games, they're going to overtake you. You just assume that they're going to win them. But you're playing good now, man. Yeah. And, again, you still don't have nearly all your guys back at all, but you're finding ways to get it done against teams you should be getting it done against.
Here's a never-ending story because you know me, I'm never afraid to face this. What happened to the DirecTV feed that I kept getting tweets about?
Yeah, that was crazy.
I got tweet after tweet. I was too busy doing Nuggets.
That's from what I understand. That was all DirecTV. It was not Altitude at all.
Yeah.
So contact your local DirecTV provider. It was them.
They couldn't get it up on satellite or what?
They had it blacked out. I think because they thought it was on a different channel.
So we get blamed for it.
Yeah.
So Mosier, personally, you get blamed for it.
I'm sure you got plenty of tweets.
Well, I got. I didn't know what was up, and frankly, I'm tired of dealing with it.
Yeah.
I'm not. You know.
It was 100%.
That was a DirecTV thing. And again, they're fine partners of ours. Don't get me wrong, but we had absolutely nothing to do with that. I understand that the default mechanism is Altitude screwed. No, man, we were totally fine.
Yeah, you know, television viewing, sports television, and all this business. Even though you and I both work in the industry, it sucks. It sucks. You know, Friday night, Saturday, I'm trying to watch football. Right, I'm watching football. The NFL games. What channel were they on? The college games were on TNT.
College games were on TNT. Yeah.
College games were on TNT. The NFL games were on
NBC and Fox, I think.
I want you with one television because I'm not a multi-platform. I don't like having 3 televisions around.
Killing me, Vic.
I just don't do it that way. I'd like to have one television. Give me one. All right? Do you know how much time it takes to go between one stream to the other to check up on us? It just sucks.
It's impossible.
It sucks.
You can't do the channel flipping that you did.
Fix it
20 years ago.
Hey, young people.
Yeah.
Young, smart. Fix it.
I don't know that I'm the one.
Fix it. This is your generation. You wanted streaming.
Yeah, you wanted to cut the cord.
You guys want to cut the cord.
Hey, long hair. Hey, ponytail. You wanted to cut the cord.
Hey, Nelly, you people wanted to cut the cord, right?
Here's what I'm going to say.
Fix it.
Well, all of a sudden, we cut the cord, and then the boomers came in and started charging us just as much to cut the cord.
Not only did you cut the cord, but you're paying more to cut the cord.
That's what I'm saying. You're charging us just as more to
cut
the cord. You're
getting your ass kicked by cutting the cord.
I'm actually thinking about just getting regular TV again.
I mean, how backwards are we right now?
I know.
How backwards are we?
I hear you.
This is stupid. I just want to flip between games.
See,
I want to take my remote and go, let me see what the score is in the Kansas City game, okay? Now let me go back to that college game, okay?
Hey, Vic.
It's stupid.
Hey, Vic. I know you've got multiple TVs that you watch when you're in your green room. We need to put multiple TVs up for you. I mean, that's the answer.
That's not the answer.
It is the answer.
That's not the answer.
It is, yeah.
My house is my house. If I started moving TVs, my wife would kill me.
Well, we got to talk to the Queen of Chicken because I feel like that's your only right, Moj? I mean, come on.
I'm a
Don't
computer.
call me that.
Sorry, Terry. I'm a computer and TV guy. I can do both.
Right. Why don't you have your laptop there?
And then times of direct need, like desperate need, I'll phone it as well.
See? What is going on, dudes?
You got to have the laptop in front of you. I mean, it has to happen.
It's not a television.
All right.
It's a laptop.
I don't know how we've made it 15 minutes into the show and Vic Lombardi has not glazed Notre Dame, but we will talk CFP and the NFL weekend coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, it's the holiday time. Obviously, you know that now. It's a time of love and joy. But if you're suffering from some form of erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. If you or your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one that you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment success rate well over 90%. Some treatments can even last you an hour or more. How about that, dudes? Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, it's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get the T-test and the PSA test, and if medically advised, you get a test dose right there in the office. And if it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work, and it's going to give you happiness in your life. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be better today. So do yourself a favor. Check out one of the 5 different locations in Colorado to serve you, from Fort Collins all the way to the Springs, or give them a call. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Rob Trujillo in for Brett Kane.
Yeah, you are.
Because it's Christmas week and you have to deal with fill-ins.
Yeah, I got to deal with Robbie. Kyle Keefe is incredibly sick.
Oh.
He always gets sick when he goes on the road.
Yeah, he does, man.
Every time
and
he goes on the road, he's sick.
Isn't he bad luck on the road, too? Haven't we figured
He was
that
good
out?
luck this time.
Was
big
he?
time.
All right.
Yeah. I've been calling Riker Typhoid Mary.
Is that why he was down between the benches?
Because he's been coughing up a lung. I've, knock on my wood, boys, I've been okay. I got like a little, one of those little things this morning.
Yeah, I heard a little something.
Yeah, and I don't know where, you know, I guess I could figure out where it came from, but is anybody working today? That's the question I have for both of you.
Are we
Is anybody
speaking to
actually working?
Like, is anybody on the other end of this? Hello? I don't know.
Rob, why don't you say the foulest thing you've ever said in your life into that microphone, and we'll see if anybody's listening.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
just spray
Yeah,
you
I
down
know.
a little
Don't
bit.
cough my way,
I was
dude.
gonna say.
I got an entire holiday with family.
Well, listen. People listen for leisure too. They don't only listen while they're working, Moj. They like you guys. They think you're good people.
Legend.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And everybody, I'm sure, is tuning in to hear Vic Lombardi glaze the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I'm not gonna. If you're here to, if you arrived here this morning to hear me gloat about beating Indiana, it's not gonna happen because I know deep down what all of you wanted. Every single one of you listening wanted me to feel pain, and that makes me feel bad, right? It makes me feel bad to know that you wanted me to feel pain. Now, I did not feel pain. I felt joy as soon as Jeremiah Love went sweep left,
98 yards,
right off tackle left, and took it to the house. Everything was joy from there.
You were sweating during the interception, though, weren't you?
Sweating until 0-0-0, bro.
I mean,
are you kidding me?
I mean, that first interception made you sweat a little
I'm
bit.
sweating all the time. I was invited to that game, opted not to go because it was too cold. I'm glad I didn't because I like watching it on television. I've been invited to go to the next game. I'm not going because it's Georgia, and I don't want to be there if Notre Dame loses.
What kind of life is that?
It's a scared life.
I don't want to be
I
there.
don't want to be there if they
team
lose.
loses?
Yes. So I just keep running from it.
Yes.
I just keep
All
running
right.
from it.
Well, we have to talk about the format a little bit because
Pretty simple. I win.
Well,
Google me.
Not this weekend. You didn't.
And they put up 14.
Why would they punt when they're down 17 in the fourth quarter at the ball near midfield? Indiana. What are you doing?
Who knows?
What are you doing?
No.
And he even said, he's like, well, I didn't think our offense could pick it up, so
but you're
if
gonna
you punt
lose.
it, you can still win the game. And I was like, I don't know if you punt it, you could still win the game. But a bunch of blowouts in the CFP. Now, listen, this to me felt like it could be the best sports weekend of the year. If they can fix the seating and make the games actually entertaining, it could be the best sports weekend of the year, man.
Rob,
full swing, NHL, NBA, playoff hunt for the NFL and CFP games. Like, it could be the best weekend of the year.
Watching these snooty, snotty, uppity, blue blood people just get all up in arms about.
You talking about the SEC, right? So are we in agreement here? For all of you who hate like Notre Dame, you hate the SEC more, right?
Why? So I honestly, this is.
Be honest, you hate the SEC more.
This is the child in me coming out, where I said to myself, and I wanted to say, like, if I was part of that panel, I would say, well, then fine. You want to have it your way? Fine. We'll just have the SEC versus the Big Ten, and we'll call it a day. Are you happy with that?
That's
to
what
make
they
you
want.
happy. It's what it's what they want. Well, listen, I don't know how to tell this to you guys, but Tennessee got their asses kicked.
Yeah. A two-loss
Ohio
SEC
State.
team.
A two-loss SEC team got its ass kicked at Ohio State. Clemson got its ass kicked, and they're, I guess the 12 overall, but they got smoked at Texas. That was never even close. Not even close to the score. I mean, listen, you've got these high-end teams that are the best in the country, and it doesn't matter who you pair them with.
Here's the problem.
They're probably going to drill that team, whether it's SMU or Clemson or Indiana.
The broadcast networks are in bed with those respective conferences. So when you watch the ESPN Game Day folks, and Nick Saban's on the show, and Nick Saban's pushing for SEC, and Nick Saban's talking about how the SEC resume is better, how it's deeper, they're pulling for the SEC. That's what they're doing.
Herb Street has
what they're
two
doing.
sons on Big Ten teams.
But they're pulling. It makes them more money when the SEC's on.
Yeah.
It does. Likewise for Fox and the Big Ten. This is where we are. It's almost like the political climate, one way or the other. There's no in between anymore.
Well, so we have to change the format, right? I think that was very apparent over the weekend.
I don't think so.
Oh, I think we do.
To what?
So my suggestion, the first thing that came to mind is if you're a conference champion, you're guaranteed a top 8 seed,
okay,
not a top 4 seed, right? And so that means that you're guaranteed a home playoff game. So if we would have taken the AP top 10 and done that,
yeah,
your matchups would have been, let's see, you would have had Tennessee at Arizona State, I should say, Indiana at Boise State. You still would have had SMU at Penn State,
okay,
and you would have had Ohio State at Clemson. And so those.
What about Notre Dame?
They would have had a bye.
You don't get a bye if you don't. See, Notre Dame should not get a bye if you don't play in the conference championship game.
They're homeless.
Yeah,
Notre Dame's homeless,
and that's where I agree with most detractors. You have to play in the conference championship or have a conference game, or you should be penalized. They should be forced to play in one of those elimination games. They should be.
What you've created, though, is a second round where these teams who would have a huge advantage playing a home playoff game now have to go to a neutral site to play these big boys. So now you've got Boise State having to play Penn State at the Fiesta Bowl instead of Boise State having a home playoff game.
Sure.
And I think their chances of winning go down drastically.
Let me make this is my sort of wide-eyed view of this whole system. Mose, you and I go way back to the AP UPI system.
AP UPI, baby.
For years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did people,
Rob, you weren't even...
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you probably you don't because
you
got to
what the
admit
UPI is?
I don't know. I know the AP.
So you know what AP is.
Yeah,
UPI was sort of the other AP. They went head to head for years.
Okay, so this is pre-BCS.
UPI was a big deal.
It was a news
big,
service.
Yeah, it was a big news
it was
service.
A news service
yeah.
like AP. So we used to crown national champions based on AP and UPI polls, and there was coaches polls, and was the coaches poll the UPI poll?
I think it was.
Okay. So that's how we crown national championships.
Yeah, I knew the coaches poll.
And it was always a controversy. I mean, very rarely did you get someone say, okay, they deserve it. It was always a controversy. Hell, when Colorado won,
and Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I mean, it was a
split,
controversy.
right?
Yeah, of course. So we bitched during the AP UPI days. Then along came the computers in the BCS.
Yeah.
Did we bitch then?
Of course.
Do you remember what happened to Colorado when they blew out Nebraska and then finished behind Nebraska?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Sure do.
So we bitched, right? And then came the CFP, the 4-team CFP. And everybody said, oh, well, 4 teams is not enough. I mean, what about the 5th, 6th? So we bitched. Now it's a 12-team CFP. And what are we doing this morning? What are we doing?
I think it's fine. Rob, I dig what you're saying. Listen,
I'm not bitching. I just want to tweak it.
All I ever wanted was 12 teams, and that's all I care about.
It will never end. And I think the uniqueness of college football is the fact that we do bitch and moan about who's better than the next. I like that. It's different than the NFL. So what? I mean, why does everybody have to have the same formula? I like the fact that we don't know for sure in college football. It's sort of like
I just hate all the SEC honks coming out nowadays and saying, well, Alabama should have been there.
Well, and that's part of the number one
should have been there. Okay, fine. Then I'll tell you what. Then just have the SEC versus itself. Okay, fine. We'll all go over here. We'll play in the corner and do our own thing. And you guys just all play each other all the time.
This is the real problem, right?
Bunch of dorks.
The conferences are too big. And so Indiana only has to play Ohio State. They don't have to play the other good teams in the Big Ten. And these SEC teams don't all play each other, but you still end up with 3-loss SEC teams saying they're better than 1-loss Big Ten teams.
Look, I'm sure it's not going to happen. I'm sure it's not going to happen because they host they play Texas in the Fiesta Bowl. But I'm begging Arizona State to play well. I'm begging Boise State to play well. All right? Because I want to shut up these honks. Now, they're not incorrect in terms of how good the SEC. Thanks, Nelly.
What a sound.
They're not incorrect. The SEC is really good.
Yeah.
Alabama's a really good football team with 3 losses.
Sure.
Ole Miss is a really good football team with 3 losses. But you have 3 losses.
Yeah,
okay?
but it's not just 3 losses, Alabama. Alabama has no room for argument here. It's not just 3 losses. It's getting absolutely owned by a mediocre Oklahoma
waxed
team.
by Oklahoma.
It's not like losing. See, you can lose, and people will then evaluate those losses and say, what happened in that game? You go back and look at that game, they got owned up and down the field. No, they're not the same. No, well, it's not a good team.
And you lost to Tennessee, okay? You lost to Tennessee in a team that just got shellacked by the Buckeyes.
Well, and here's the cute thing to me, right? UGA, Georgia, has a backup quarterback. Now, I know, Vic doesn't like to talk.
FSU didn't get in because they went to the backup quarterback.
I know.
2 years ago.
I know Vic doesn't like to talk like this. So, Vic, you can close your ears for a second. But if Notre Dame goes in and blasts Georgia because they're playing with a backup quarterback.
You're going to hear excuses.
Well, and guess what? The only SEC team left in the playoff chase
is a
Big 12 team.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, get out of here. So, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from the SEC guys.
I totally agree with you. I people that listen to this show pretty much, I hate the SEC. I hate you. No, I really do. I hate the SEC.
Oh, I don't know if I hate the SEC. I don't know if I hate it.
Here's why I hate it. You have this arrogance that it means more to us, and I get it. It does. You guys have superior teams, and that my God, we're special. We're better. Well, teams decide to join the conference. Texas chose to go to the SEC. Oklahoma chose to go to the SEC. It's a choice, right? You can't choose to go there and then moan about, it's too hard. Oh, it's too hard in here. We're beating up on each other. We deserve better. You can't choose to be there.
You like that money though, don't
you?
Exactly. You love that bread.
This was your choice. It was not my choice. Right. It was your choice. Eat it.
Daddy's pockets are lined now, and then you want your cake and eat it too.
So what's your fix? Because I do like the 12-team playoff. I just think I think the way that it's set up now makes for 2 rounds of iffy games. The Arizona State Texas game is going to be, I think, a disaster. So
it very well could be, but God, I'm pulling for the Sun Devils so bad.
People are making a good point.
So bad.
You could argue Notre Dame has a distinct advantage. They don't play in a conference. You're exactly right. I believe Notre Dame should be in a conference. I believe that personally, but they're not going to join one until they have to, until they're handcuffed, until someone says either you join or you're out. They're not going to do it. Why? Because they make too much money not being in a conference. That's why.
Playing Army and Navy every year.
Hey, how'd that work out against Indiana? How'd that work out on the road against, for everybody who rips them for their so-called soft schedule? How'd that work out for your boy Signetti?
I think it's good that they have games on their schedule like USC to kind of validate.
You want me to pull out some of these penultimate games the SEC plays? You want me to take a look at that schedule?
Yeah, I get you.
You want me to pull out Texas' schedule?
And don't get me wrong, every conference has their Mississippi State.
Have you seen Texas' schedule this year outside of the games against Georgia? Tell me who they played.
They played ITT Tech.
So everybody's going to start schedule watching now. Is that what we're going to do? I tell you what. Shut up and let the games be played on the field, and now we'll find out who the tougher schedule was.
Well, and Alabama made that comment about, we'll have to reevaluate our non-conference schedule, and it was like, you didn't play anybody tough in the non-conference.
You played each other.
Yeah, like your hardest game was the Wisconsin game in the non-conference, and then, yes, your SEC schedule was tough. But like I said, there's just too many teams in conferences now. Like, you can't play everybody in the conference. You can't even play everybody on one side of the conference and do an East-West thing.
These people that are saying that the SEC got robbed, here's what they want. Here's what the Big Ten wants. They want a super conference. That's what they want.
I've heard people saying that they want the top 40 super or 50 conference. Teams in the country, and that's it.
And who do you leave out of that super conference now? Now that's the tough question. Who doesn't make the super conference?
They would handpick people from the other conferences.
Yes.
Clemson, Florida State, maybe some
Miami.
It's going to come down to money. It's going to come down to who's willing to pay the freight.
I'll tell you this. I would hope that if it ever came to it, which it won't, but if it ever came to it, I would hope that Colorado would get in. But I tell you, before Coach
Colorado's
Prime,
in.
There was no way. Before Coach Prime, there was no way they were in.
If
not a chance in hell.
Coach Prime weren't on. If he weren't up there, they would not be in. It's that
absolutely
because now they have the money and the resume.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. So either way, just to watch these, and listen, I've got all the respect in the world for Kirk Herbstreit. I really do. I think he's very, very good. Works hard, does a great job. Even he jumped on the old, you shouldn't be there.
I thought it was very disrespectful for Herbstreit to say Indiana should not have been on that field. Because it's disrespectful in many ways. Number one, it takes away from everything they did this year and made them look stupid. Isn't that the same Indiana team? Didn't they beat They beat Michigan?
Yeah, they beat Michigan.
They went. All right, so didn't Michigan beat Ohio State?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Huh. Okay. And you know what else it does? It's insulting to Notre Dame. It dismisses the win. It makes them look like, you beat a crap team. It's insulting in two ways. And I don't like to be insulted.
Yeah, well,
Indiana's not.
It was your first playoff win.
Indiana is not a crap football team.
It's insulting to hear you say that. Did you say the same thing about Tennessee, Kirk? Did you say the same thing about Tennessee? Did I hear those words?
Nope, you did not.
So you don't think it was worth pointing out that it was your first playoff win and it was against the lesser opponent?
What do you mean?
I mean, they expanded.
Yeah.
And so you beat a 10 seed instead of beating a top 4 seed.
Sure.
Right? So the other people who have playoff victories, they're against top 4 seeds, and you don't have that. It's a new era, but it was worth pointing out.
Was Tennessee a top 4 seed?
No.
They were not.
No.
So what are you talking about then?
I'm just saying.
Tennessee went in as a 9.
Yeah.
Ohio State was an 8, and they drilled them. Look, you have a handful of teams that are really good, and it'll come down to them or whatever. I just hope it doesn't. I'm begging for the little guy to step up.
I like the fact that it's wide open. Do we know who the best team in the country
No,
is?
we
right now?
actually
it really
don't.
is more
It's
balanced
wide open.
now
Really
than
don't.
years.
It's wide
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
Any one of these remaining teams outside of Arizona State, they're not going to win it. In Boise State. Sorry, Arizona State, you're not that good. Sorry, Boise State, you're not that good. Sorry, Coach.
But wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you love that?
They're not going to win it.
But wouldn't you love, hypothetically?
If one of those two teams win, I'll quit the show.
I'm not saying they're going
Can
to
I
win it all.
interject?
I'd like to see one. I'd like to see one of those teams win a game, though.
Sure.
Would it be too much to ask for a game?
I agree.
Between the two of them.
I agree.
But then you have a semifinal that is likely one-sided. Now, remember, your championship
but
game
you know what?
was 63-7 with Georgia and TCU.
I
right?
remember a time. I'm old enough to remember a time when the, quote, 2 best teams in college football played in the Fiesta Bowl down at Arizona State at Sun Devil Stadium. And Tommy Frazier and the Nebraska Cornhuskers beat the ever-living snot out of Spurrier and company. I mean, it's what do we say? Oh, this was a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Nebraska hang 55 on Florida that
Yep.
year? Like 55
we
to
do this
17.
every year.
I mean, Tommy Frazier
We do
running down
this
the
every-
sideline,
Listen, dude.
free-range chicken as far as the eye can see.
I'm still scarred. That's why I'm still afraid. Like Notre Dame, Georgia still scares me. They could lose 50-0 for all I don't know. But I could tell you this: when I watch college football, I pay close attention to the trenches. I see who wins the trenches. I see if you can move your guy 3 yards down the field. And I knew early in that game that Notre Dame is for real against Indiana. We'll see if they can do it against Georgia. If you watch the other games, same deal. Watch the trenches.
But your side of the bracket is so much tougher than the other side of the bracket.
Who cares?
Well,
who cares? Once you're in there, who cares?
Well,
Just play it.
to the point of Boise State maybe getting ahead, right? Like, can they move Penn State? Not the scariest Big Ten team. Can they win?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Ohio State's scary right now. I think Ohio State losing to Michigan. That's one of those.
But they got to play Oregon now, and that's the team that beat them.
I know.
You know what I mean? So,
but they beat them because there was crazy circumstances at the end of that game. If you remember, the quarterback just running out the clock.
Yep.
So I think that'll be a great game.
All right, we got to calm down a little bit. Mosier's turning red, which you could see on the Safeway.
I'm not trying to turn 62-20. I'm not trying to turn red. It's just that it was so predictable, Rob. It was just so predictable to have the honks come out and honk.
Yeah.
Listen, Len Dawson. You know what I mean? That's what you
Someone says, Vic, you just said the same thing that Kirk did.
Angry.
I didn't do the same thing Kirk did. Kirk did it after the fact. I'm saying it before the fact.
I was just saying, it's if we're referencing Nebraska and Florida from what year was that? 90?
No, it was more like 97 or 98.
97?
Something like that, yeah.
You remember that old Yale Army game in the 40s?
Graham, see, we're going to go to the field. We're going to score. See, now we're going to push them in the trenches, see?
Len Dawson. So you can see that on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to celebrate a holiday menu for your whole family that they will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals and plan your meals and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We'll be right back and talk a little bit about the Broncos playoff seeding in the NFL weekend that was on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic Lombardi here from my man, my guy, my quarterback, Dan Caplis Law. He's got a motto, the truth wins. In high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, obviously experience, resources, determination. You need it all to prove the truth. Without it, you don't find the truth. Dan Caplis Law has proven it's very good at doing exactly that. Take a look at the track record. He's got record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens when your cause is true. That's why Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Nuggets and the Avalanche, a serious firm for serious cases. He has offices in the Denver Tech Center right down the road here in Fort Collins, Loveland, Greeley. If you need Dan's help, pick up the phone. You've got a phone in your pocket. You've got a phone on your ear right now, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dancapleslaw.com.
I heard you on the broadcast yesterday, Mose, doing a little.
I think I did it. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah. I mean, that was a nice little touch.
Boo, 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 boo.
This is a good Christmas jam, though, by the way.
It's good.
What's
I like
your
the old
favorite?
school. I like the old school jams, man.
What is your favorite Christmas jam of all
Christmas
time?
in Hollis.
Eh.
Text us on the text line. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person.
By the way, Adam
You know
Schefter.
mine.
Tell
Adam
us what
Schefter-
your favorite is.
Adam Schefter come up at the top of the hour, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You know my favorite.
Dancing in the Moonlight.
No. Oh, is that a Christmas jam?
No.
Oh, well, why would you bring that up?
I don't know. It's all I know that you know.
Vic, your favorite is Last Christmas by Wham?
Oh, you're so good at this.
That's
Is
true.
it really?
Oh, God, it's
my
so good. I could sing that song all day. I'll never get tired of it. It's so good.
You know what's so funny about that song?
Have you seen the video?
No, Vic, I have not.
I actually Googled it. George Michael wrote the whole thing himself, right?
Did you ever watch a documentary on George Michael?
I did not.
Yeah.
But he wrote the whole thing himself.
You
at
know, they
his-
didn't release it for 4 years, that song. They had it sitting
Yeah,
there.
I know. But are you sure about that?
Dude, they had it there sitting there.
Okay, well, here's what I do know. He wrote that in his childhood bedroom with Andrew Ridgely of Wham. They went back to see, he went to visit George's parents. And he's got this thing kicking around my head. He did all the instruments on it and the jingle bells and the whole 9 yards. Pretty good stuff.
I mean,
Last Christmas,
we don't need
blah,
to-
blah, blah, blah.
I mean, the singing last night was enough. I don't know.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, a couple things before we get to Schefter at the top of the hour, Robbie.
Yeah.
This Avalanche team playing some pretty decent hockey. And you've got...
Was it 7 of the last 9?
Yeah, about that, yeah. Well, since the Avs acquired Scott Wedgwood, and then, of course, Mackenzie Blackwood afterwards, they've won the season-high 8 games total in that span.
7-3-0, if I remember.
It's pretty damn good, yeah. Well, they're 7-2 in their last 9. Okay, but they're playing some pretty damn good hockey overall. And if you look at the stat board, who's number 1 in the league right now? Yeah, it's still Nathan McKinnon, 57 points. Who moved up for a tie for second? Mikko Rantanen with Leon Draisaitl. He's got 52 points, bro.
Yeah.
Makar's the only defenseman in that mix. The Avs are the only team in the league with 3 guys with 40 or more points.
And I'd be interested to see where Val is since he's been back, like compared to everybody in the game since he's been back.
Since his return on November 15th, Braden Point has, I think, the most goals at 14, but he's right there. He's got like 11.
Yeah. I mean, he's been on fire.
Yeah, he's been playing great. So, look, man.
Is all forgiven there?
Feels good.
I feel like we're totally past it just because performance, right? Winning matters kind of thing. Like,
it sure as hell helped, Rob.
I
Yeah.
mean-
and listen, he's not a bad, they all like him. He's not a bad person. You just need to be able to
Trust him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that you're going to be able to. I mean, apparently everything's going swimmingly. So that's really good news. The Minnesota Wild have lost 4 in a row, so you're only 2 points back of those guys, even though they have a couple games in hand. So you're starting to position yourself inside the division in pretty good spot.
So one thing I've noticed about the Avs this season, whatever powers that Casey Middlestat possessed, those powers have now been usurped and used by one Yoel Kiviranta. Like everything that Casey Middlestat could do, it's being done by your boy Yoel.
Yeah, Casey, for some reason,
he won't shoot.
He won't shoot the puck. He finds, I mean, he's dished out some unbelievably good assists. He's just not firing the pill.
Isn't that a confidence thing, though?
It might be. Yeah, it might be. And they continue to work with him on it. Look, he's going to have to be a factor. They've even taken Rantanen off that top line, right? And put him with Middlestat to try to get him jump-started a little bit. So, I mean, I guess we'll see. But, you know, he's still making plays. He's still playing good hockey. He's just not scoring the puck.
What nationality is Kiviranta?
Finnish.
Finnish?
It was pretty cool because last night, apparently his family is in town from Finland for the first time. Yeah, for the first time ever.
Uh-huh. That's cool.
First time ever. And Kivy cracked me up last night in the post-game interview with Rachel. I'll explain. But to have his family in town for Christmas, and then he throws a Hattie in there, that's pretty cool, man. That's
Good
pretty
for
damn
him.
cool.
That is cool. Merry Christmas.
So he scored.
Now, hold on. I mean, 2 empty net goals.
Yeah. I mean, is it really a Hattie? Like, well,
How do you feel about it as hockey guy? How do you
totally
feel
fine.
about
In
it?
the record books, it's a Hattie.
Well, but they do.
There's a guy named
put a little thing
there's
for
a guy
empty
named,
net goals in there.
There's a guy named Kucherov down in Tampa that makes a living doing
Yeah,
that.
he does.
He makes a living doing that.
That was the first thing Nelly said.
Friggin' Cooch, man, he gets fat. Yeah, he gets fat of the empty netters. And I'll tell you, Ovechkin, I'd like to look at his total empty netters for his career. That's beside the point. But we all remember the first. Hey, Nelly, do you have me cursing and Jabara saying my name?
What the holy?
Right at his fingertip.
Mosier.
That was the first hat trick of Kiviranta's career. He just happened to be against the Avalanche, and he brought it up last night on the ice.
We don't talk about that one.
Yeah, he brought it up on the ice last night. I'm like, okay, I turned around. I'm like, the heart to my heart.
Wait, that was him?
Yes. He scored one goal all year long. Then he had a hat trick to eliminate the Avs in the bubble.
Oh, man, it just hit me. That was him.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Now he's on our team, so you can like him again.
That's him. That's the same.
That's the guy.
Wow.
I know. Anyway, the deal is, though, and Jared Bednar is correct about this. When you look at the growth of his game in an Avalanche sweater, he's doing so many things right now. He's a real pain in the tail to play against, number one. He's a very streaky scorer, right? He's not ever going to be a 20-goal scorer in this league, probably, although he already has more goals right now than he had. His career high was 8. Now he's got 10. And we're just through game 36. That's pretty cool.
Bro,
I feel great about the Avs right now.
Choo Choo's got 11 goals in 19 games.
How about that?
Impressive.
It's almost like he's a unique unicorn, isn't he?
And remember what you're paying him. That contract everybody wanted to be washed away from last year suddenly, once again, looks like an incredible deal.
Here's the thing about Val Nichushkin. And by the way, we're talking about him in the pregame a couple of weeks ago. And I go, hey, we're on the Jumbotron, right? Hey, Riker, do you know what a unicorn is? He goes, it's something rare, right? I said, yeah, fluffy white horse with a big horn and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, if you wanted to take his money, Rob, or you wanted to take $10 million per year, Vic, and say, okay, every guy in the league's a free agent, go find me Val Nichushkin part 2.
Probably won't find anything close to it. Yeah.
Because there's nobody who does everything that he does. Now, he's not the greatest stick handler in the world.
Power forward, man. That's not his job.
Right, exactly. But what he does do, he does everything pretty damn good. Yeah. He forechecks like a mother. He back checks like a mother. He's great around the net. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
He's way faster than you think he is because he's so big and these long, powerful strides and phew. Well, is he a valuable component? He's an incredibly valuable component.
I feel great about the Avs. The Nuggets might need a shakeup like them. We'll spend some time talking about that later today. But double winneroo last night, so we can't be mad. Double dipperoo turned into a double winneroo. But coming up next, we'll talk a little bit about the Broncos, the NFL. We'll have Adam Schefter join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Yes, Moshe.
How much were you watching and paying attention to that Bengals and Browns game yesterday?
I was all over it, and we will talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Just lay back and enjoy.
We're waiting on Shefty, so I'm going to let it breathe for you.
It's a perfect song.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This may not be like your hardcore hard rock that you listen to. What's that called? Gangster rock?
Yeah, what do you listen to again?
The one where you knock your head against the wall.
First of all, I'm an EDM guy, but I grew up as a rock guy.
Hold on a second. Is it really possible to have a man bun and be EDM?
Yeah, 100%.
Are there a lot of dudes who are man bun and EDM?
So my son is EDM. That's the one where at Red Rocks where it's so loud that they get really mad.
Yeah, they actually had noise ordinance put in because we were too loud, so that happened.
My son went to the Shaq concert up there. He's EDM, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
DJ Diesel.
DJ Diesel, yeah. Listen,
who's the guy where everybody does the
Why do you hate the hair? So this is the first time we've had the chance to talk about it. I switched to a man bun, and you've been on it all morning.
I like your hair.
You're a liar.
It's just it's in a bun. It's in a bun.
We worked with Marty for years. He wore a man bun all the time.
I know. And
there was a time when I had really long hair. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I can't see you with long hair, dude.
Come on.
What?
Van Halen hairbands,
Of
course.
So I had long hair.
Yeah.
But I never ever put it in a bun, and I rarely put it in a pony. I'm just saying. So
okay,
I was very against
I'm not anti long hair. I'm just saying I don't.
I was very against it for a long time. I wouldn't do it.
I mean,
and then I did it, and it was way more convenient. So
it's okay. At least your hair's back. You got it nicely tamed. I mean, look at Nelly's hair right now. Look how much better Nelly looks now as opposed to 2 weeks ago.
He does have a nice coif.
Look how much.
What I mean?
Nelly, when did you cut your hair?
Monday.
Okay. Do you feel better?
Oh yeah,
You
great.
look better.
Thank you.
You speak better. You work better.
Look
this
good,
is not hard.
Feel good. Work
this is not hard. For those of you that don't take care of your hair, I mean, do better. Do better. Fix your hair.
Thank you, Dad. Appreciate that note
You think
before
George
everybody
Michael-
goes home for Christmas.
I bet Andrew originally had a man bun at one point. He had long hair.
I don't know who that is. Anyway,
He's the other half of Wham that wasn't
great.
George Michael.
Okay, well, I didn't. Why should I know who that is?
Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know.
I don't think I should. What I do know is that the Broncos got no help yesterday in the NFL. And to that I say good. Bengals, Colts, Dolphins all win to keep the pressure on the Broncos going into this next weekend.
Funny you say that. I sort of feel the same way. I sort of feel...
I don't want them to back in.
I sort of feel like earn it. Go out and earn it.
Adam Schefter joins us now from, thanks to Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Shefty, thanks for joining us, man. I'm Rob Trigilio filling in for Brett Kane. I've got Vic and Moj here. And my first question for you, we were just talking about it. The Broncos don't get any help. And to that, I kind of say, good. Go win your game and get into the playoffs. I feel like that kind of momentum is helpful for a team to prove it and get it done themselves. Don't you, Shefty?
Well, Rob, happy holidays to everybody. I would say that, listen, you want to get into the playoffs, you got to earn your way into the playoffs.
There you go.
You know, someone's not going to give it to you. To your point, that's a big challenge on Saturday in Cincinnati. I don't know that the Chiefs are going to be playing for anything in the last week of the season. I mean, it's certainly possible that game's not going to count for anything and Denver wins that game. But, I mean, here's the deal. You got to look at Saturday's game and approach Saturday's game like it's for the playoffs. That's how you have to approach it, right? Like, it's a big game. Bengals have life. And Denver's got to go into Cincinnati in a tough venue and take care of business. And by the way, if you go into Cincinnati and you win that game, you're in, right? They're in. They clinch a playoff spot, I believe. And they're rolling. And then they could take the next week a little bit of a bye week and get ready for the postseason.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm watching Kansas City, and I hate pulling for KC, clearly, but the fact that they beat the Houston Texans helps the Broncos' cause because you want them to chill out the final game of the season. But even, let's say that they have nothing to play for. Adam, how does this work with Andy Reid teams in that last game? Does he usually sit his starters from what you recollect? I mean, would he play Mahomes at all in that final game, do you think?
I again, just off the top of my head, if they wrap up this weekend, I think the Broncos would get, at best, a series or two of Mahomes would be my guess. I think we'd see a lot of Carson Wentz that game. That'd be my guess. Like, why are you going to stick Patrick Mahomes out there in a game? Now, again, they'd have a bye week the next week, and I'm not a big fan of getting guys too much rest this time of the year. I think you lose a lot of that momentum and mojo. But I don't know how they would approach it, but I would imagine guys that have been hurt, they're going to see limited action at best, right? Like Chris Jones yesterday or this past week hurt his calf.
Yep.
I don't know his status, but that's the kind of thing I could see him not playing in that game too.
I'm very interested in that game between Kansas City and Pittsburgh. Again, we're gonna figure some things out here this weekend. It could come down to it because Buffalo, by their rally yesterday, they can still catch Kansas City, I think, if they lose the last two. So there's still plenty on the line here, Adam. And Pittsburgh, man, they're battling Baltimore for the top spot in the AFC North. So I like the fact that there's stuff on the line coming down the stretch here. It's good stuff for me.
There's a lot of stuff on the line, and Pittsburgh is going to be playing that game like its playoff life depends on, it's a huge deal to win that division or not, right? So, there you go.
All right, Adam. So with his comeback win against the Eagles yesterday, did Jayden Daniels sew up the offensive rookie of the year?
I think so.
Yeah,
to me,
right.
It's very difficult to envision a scenario now in which Bo Nix wins that award. I think Bo was right there with him, and it looked like for a little while he was going to overtake him. But so often these awards come down to how a player finishes the season, and you can't make any more of a statement than Jayden Daniels made last night. Now, Washington's I don't know if Washington's clinched a playoff spot yet. I think they have. I think they have
not yet, according to the standings.
Yeah,
not quite.
So.
Should Washington lose its last two games, they fall short, and Bo Nix plays really well.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a path to Bo Nix capturing that award, but it would take that path. Bo Nix lighting it up, Jayden Daniels falling on his face, Washington coming up short, Denver going to the playoffs. In that scenario, Bo Nix could get in, but I don't know how viable that is.
I can't believe that at this rate, a 13-2 Minnesota team is a wild card squad. It just blows me away. Now the team in front of them, Detroit. Adam, what's the background? That play that they ran, that Ben Johnson designed, where they what was that? Where Goff faked falling down? What? And then it resulted in a Laporta touchdown? I mean, you work on that in practice, for crying out loud?
They worked on that in practice. I was told yesterday morning that play was coming, actually. I was told yesterday morning that play was coming to be ready for it.
That's crazy.
And sure enough, like when I saw it, I tweeted, this was not accidental. Ben Johnson was intentional. Like I had known about that play in advance. And what happened was, I've heard a couple of things where the players are talking about how Green Bay was playing Chicago a few weeks back and Jordan Love fell. But actually, I think the play goes back to 2023 in Chicago at almost the exact same spot on the field. Jordan Love fumbled and the defense kind of froze and he recovered and looked up. And I mean, it is identical to what we saw if you look at it side by side. And then the Lions had one a couple of weeks ago against the Packers where Goff fell on a handoff to Montgomery. The defense kind of froze. Montgomery scored. So I think it was born out of going over what Chicago's defense did last year against Green Bay. They carried it forward. They practiced it. I mean, I think you have to practice that because Goff kind of stumbles. You can't just kind of stumble and just go do that for the first time. I mean, I guess you could. It might work.
Well, I thought the OC.
But he has to know.
Adam, I thought the OC actually asked him, I think he alluded to this, that, hey, can you put it on the ground and then pick it back up? And I'm like, good Lord, man. I mean, don't put the ball on the ground if you don't have to. You can fake stumble, and the running back can act like there's a loose ball on the ground, but don't actually put the ball on the dang ground.
Yeah, I also think that, that was also an unofficial audition for Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears, who have some interest in talking to him as their head coach. Guys, here's what I can do for Caleb here, right? Like that play, right? Here we go. Take a look.
Yeah, crazy. All right, Adam Schefter joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Adam, I kind of want to go back to what Vic was saying. So we could have a 14-3 fifth seed in the NFC playoffs if these Lions and Vikings both win this upcoming week, and then whoever wins that game in week 18 and is going to be the number 1 seed, the other team is going to fall to the 5th seed. Has there ever been any talk about maybe changing the format that if you win the division, you're just guaranteed a playoff spot and not necessarily a home playoff game, to make it so these teams that go 14-3 but don't win their division don't get punished?
No, it comes up every year when there's some division winner that limps in, and there's a team like Minnesota that has its record, but the owners have always felt like that there is a reward that should come along with winning your division. And I've never heard any momentum for that to change. Now, maybe one day, again, in this league, anything is always possible, but I've never heard momentum for that being changed.
I look at that division, Adam. The NFC North is rad. And don't look now, but Jordan Love is maybe, again, doing that second half thing where he's playing the best football of his season. They're a 10-4 team, and they're in 3rd place, which is mind-boggling to me. When you sum up and you talk to people about the NFC North, what's the overall riding theme? Does anybody think that the Vikings are for real and the Packers could be for real?
100%. I mean, and the Lions, keep taking blows and losing defensive players. And there are 6 players that were on their opening day starting defense that are now on IR. They have 15 players in all on the defense side of football who are on IR. They might get a couple of these guys back for the postseason, but they are a depleted defense right now. And so they've looked like the best team all year long, but Green Bay is coming on. Minnesota is what it is. Those are great teams. Wouldn't be surprising to see any one of them represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. Detroit will be in the driver's seat. Should it hold court here, hold serve, and win the division and get home field. But I think all of those teams are good enough to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. All of them.
The Atlanta Falcons finally ripped the Band-Aid. Bye-bye Kirk Cousins. What happens to him now? Where do you see Kirk Cousins playing football?
Well, they're going to have to figure that out. I don't see him playing in Atlanta. And I put out a story this weekend that he's expected to be released, and the Falcons like, oh, we haven't made any decisions. I know you haven't made any decisions. I'm telling you, he's going to be released like that. That's what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Because unless they want to put $10 million more into their backup quarterback, which I find a little bit hard to believe, and certainly teams across the league don't believe that to be the case. So they could say that they want to carry both quarterbacks all they want. And the other thing is that, of course they haven't decided on what to do. I mean, we know that, but it's like the Russell Wilson scenario over a year later.
I think the Broncos are a trendsetter, Adam. The Broncos have proven there is life. You can eat dead cap and still win in this league. You can do it, and they've proven it. Why can't other teams do it?
Yeah. By the way, and it's like if we go back to last year, there was a lot of conversation about how, would Russell be traded? Would they hold on? Like there was all that, the same kind of conversation, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Where did that go?
So there's no trade market for him whatsoever?
He has a no trade clause. He has a no trade clause. Why is he going to sign off on a trade to another team to help Atlanta? Why is he going to agree to that when they have to release him by the 17th?
I mean, to keep the money? But you're saying he'll get that anyway somewhere else, I assume?
No, the money's guaranteed. The money's guaranteed. He's making the money no matter what. If the Falcons go to him and say, Kirk, we found a trade for you you pick the team to the North Dakota Ravens. Why is he going to agree to that? When they're going to have to release him, we assume they're going to have to release him. They could pay the $10 million. They could do that. That's their choice. Again, is a team that benched that guy, are you going to pay $10 million more to a quarterback? They could. Sure, they could. I could go spend $10 million on dinner tonight.
Okay. All right.
It'd be a hell of a meal.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
I'll tell you what.
It's actually a poor analogy. I could do it. Jeff Bezos could go spend $10 million on a rehearsal dinner.
I got one last question.
That's a better analogy.
I got one last question. So the Chiefs play on Saturday, then they play again on Wednesday, and then they play again the fall. I mean, they're playing a lot of football here. At any point, did they go to the league and say, this ain't cool, man? I mean, there's too many football games in between days off?
this is what you're playing the games. You're playing 17 games. By the way, like I said to myself this morning, it's funny you say that. Like they're playing 17, they know it. And so after Christmas, they'll get, 10 days at that point in time. Like that, it's a rough stretch, and everybody gets them during the season. This is Kansas City's, and then they'll get some time. But I was thinking this morning, it's funny you say that. Can you imagine if it was 18 games? 18 games?
It's going to be 18.
Right? Like,
it's going to be 18 games.
I got it. I got it. But my point is, like it feels long now. Yeah. Like, let's make it longer.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Because with 18 games, is going to come a second bye, too. Yeah, it's going to make the season that much longer. All right, Adam, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate the time. Adam, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Thanks for the time, Adam. We appreciate it.
Happy holidays, Adam.
Happy holidays, guys. Appreciate it. We'll talk next week. Are we on schedule for next week, next Monday?
I think so, yeah. You don't care, but I'll be in Arizona. Should be fun.
Enjoy Arizona.
Okay, buddy. See you later.
Thanks, Shefty. Appreciate it, man. Yeah,
Take care.
Interesting conversation about the Broncos and just moving forward, how you handle this game. It's going to say a lot about this team, and I know the expectations have changed from where we started the year. I want to talk about that next with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Time is running out to go get yourself a brand new EV from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. The year-end tax breaks on electric vehicles right now are stellar. And at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got all those EVs ready to go, including the awesome Mustang. They're locked, stocked, and ready to rock. But you've got to take advantage of this before the new year. So do yourself a favor. You probably have some time between now and New Year's Eve. Get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield, or go online and check it all out ahead of time at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. If you're thinking about an EV, now is the time to get it. Take advantage before 2024 is up. It's Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership. Hey, Rob. This is a band called Beach Boys. You
I've
ever
heard of them.
You have?
I've heard of them.
Hey, Vic. Look at the World Traveler over here. It's heard of the Beach Boys. How about that?
My dad was very musically inclined for a long time. A lot of radio, so.
Okay, so he was into Beach Boys and that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I've run the full gamut of musical knowledge. I know you're still mad that I didn't know the other guy in Wham, but, not everybody can be.
Not everybody knows the other guy in Wham.
Not everybody knows the other guy in Wham.
It's all right.
I feel like that's a fair thing to say. All right, so I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Brett Kane, and I want to talk about these Broncos a little bit. The NFL weekend as a whole was really interesting, and you could have most of the seeds settled before Sunday even comes, because if you get things to fall the right way on Christmas and then things to fall the right way Saturday, it could be all over. And so I'm interested in your guys' thoughts.
We could very well know. I mean, by the time the Broncos even kick off, look, I think they're going to get in. But I really would appreciate it if the Chiefs had nothing to play for in that final week and they rest Mahomes.
It's sad that you have
out
to
there.
think
Why
whatever.
though? Why?
It's sad. I mean,
because I think the damn Bengals. If the Bengals win on Saturday, I think they're going to win out, and then that means you're out, bro, at 9-8, and you lost the last 3 games of the year in a row. That would stink.
Have you ever been this afraid? I'm asking all Bronco fans. Have you ever been this fearful of playing a losing team like you are this week?
Right. That's what I want to say.
But the Bengals don't feel like a losing team.
Take your feelings out of it. Take your emotions out of it. They are a losing team with the losing records. Have you ever in your life felt so afraid of facing a losing team? Hell, that losing team is favored.
Not all losing teams are created
What's the number?
equally.
What's the line?
I think it's 3.5.
3.5. The Cincinnati Bengals are a 7-8 football team. Their point differential is plus 30 on the year, which is not stellar. But to compound the issue and to show you the difference, the Indianapolis Colts are also a 7-8 team, and their point differential is minus 41. So the Bengals can stick it to you. By the way, Joe Burrow, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention.
MVP type season.
Do you even pay attention, Rob?
From time to time.
Okay, good. He's thrown for almost 4,300 yards already.
An MVP type season.
And 39 touches and only 8 picks.
Yeah.
Dude, he's having
if
a
he
crazy
If
good
he
year.
wasn't 7-8, he'd be a slam dunk
I don't
MVP.
think there's any doubt about it, or he'd be right there in the mix.
Yeah.
I mean, so.
BetMGM has them as 3-point favorites. But here's what I said in the appetizer hour, and I do believe this. I've been around this town for a long time. I've lived here basically my entire life. It has never, I understand it's been
Why the hell are you a Bills fan then?
Because that's where I lived before that.
Oh my
that's where my family's from.
Whatevs.
I've also been to all 3 Super Bowl parades. I've been to 2 AFC championship games. I am closely aware of what goes on in Broncos country.
You are.
Okay? I have never seen Denver Bronco fans act like this. Now, I know it's been a long time since you've gotten in, but terrified of the Cincinnati Bengals and hoping that Kansas City has nothing to play for so you can sneak into the playoffs, hoping that you get losses so you can back in. Like, the Broncos fans I know would be talking about where's our seeding and who are we playing in the first round.
Yeah, this is not the same.
Because we are going to beat them and upset them in the first round of the playoffs.
These Bronco fans are wounded. It's been an 8-year wound that's been sitting there under Band-Aid. And you've ripped the Band-Aid and now it's still a wound and you don't trust it yet. You don't trust the fact that you're healed. And think about this. Think about what it can do to you mentally.
I don't know, but see, here's the point, Vic.
If the Denver Broncos lose the next 2 and miss out on the playoffs, oh my God.
It'd be brutal.
The
But
devastation mentally.
go win.
Yeah.
Go win.
I agree.
go win
Bro,
the game.
hey, bro, we're not healed yet, bro. I don't know how to explain this to you. We're not healed yet because they're not in yet.
I never said anybody was healed. I'm saying that's why there is so much angst going into this week.
Okay, but from where you were coming from, and this is where I think the preseason expectations do matter, you can't say that you're not healing, Moj.
I'm healing.
Moj.
You're headed in the right direction.
You know, do you remember when I banged my leg in Seattle on that bed?
Moj, I don't care about your leg. I'm going to ask you a simple question. I don't care about legs. I don't care about Seattle. Do you expect the Denver Broncos to win in Seattle this weekend?
Seattle.
I'm sorry. You said Seattle. Do you expect the Denver Broncos to beat Cincinnati Saturday afternoon in Cincinnati.
No, I don't.
Do you, Rob?
Yes.
I don't either. I mean, you and I are the same. I would be surprised, and there's something fundamentally wrong if we're surprised by them winning this game. But I'm sorry, that's how I feel. That's how I feel, and that's how Mosier feels.
Listen, the health is going to be important, right? Who can play on Saturday?
Joe, I don't know how to tell you this, Rob. I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to think of a way to explain it to you.
You realize
Joe Burrow is going to tear you apart, bro.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Your optimism. What makes you think?
I had Broncos over 8.5 wins on the season that I put in August.
Okay, so you're desperately pulling for it.
So when
I already
they already won it.
I already
won it. Yeah,
so Rob, when they won the first half in LA against the Chargers,
I thought they were going to boat race them.
Okay.
Yeah, I was disappointed in the second half. Listen, before the season, and I still believe this, and I think it was on the morning sprint that I actually did this, but I went through position by position the defense. That defense I knew was going to be good and has been. And again, health matters. If Riley Moss is there, it matters. Pat Surtain, is he 100%? You've had 10 days off. Yes, all these things matter. But if you look at the Bengals and the way that they've played this year, their defense is Swiss cheese.
Sure.
Go score some points.
Hey, I don't know how to tell you this, Rob, again. The Broncos defense hasn't exactly been, a brick wall the past couple of weeks.
look what Jameis able to move.
Because they've been hurt. That's why I said the injuries matter.
I'm looking, and maybe this is just me in being scarred. I'm looking at the worst case scenario that you're going to have to beat Kansas City to win to get into the postseason.
Well, Kansas City. Let's all assume Kansas City has nothing to play for.
Well,
okay?
we're going to find out, and that's my point. We're going to find out. They play Wednesday for Christ's sake.
Wednesday's game will determine that.
Here's the other thing. If they have nothing to play for, that means they already have a bye. Why is everybody so sure that they're just going to lay down to their division rival? They already have a week off.
They're not going to risk injury to any of their key players to beat their division rival. There's zero chance if Kansas City has assured the number one seed. You just heard Adam Schefter say it. They may throw Mahomes out there for a series or two just to make sure he's fresh and good. They're not going to play him the whole game. No chance.
This is a crazy conversation for me to have with Bronco fans.
And the other thing, too, is I want to get into the brain of some of you because I know a lot of you would be, I don't know, upset, embarrassed if the Broncos sort of backed their way in. Let's say the Broncos.
I couldn't give a rat's rip about how they get in.
Me neither.
I don't care if they paid somebody off.
Exactly.
If the Peners went to the league and said, here's $5 million to get us in, I don't give a rat's rip.
If the Denver Broncos needed a Hail Mary to beat the fourth-string quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, the final game, to get into the playoffs, I'd still be just as happy because
I just want them to sack up and take it, man.
I know you do.
I know you do.
I know you do. What we want is for the Broncos to go to Cincy and put a thumping on them and saying, we belong. That's what you want.
Yes.
We all want that.
So do it.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're talking out of your you-know-what.
You know what I think?
I'm taking the Broncos +3. That's for damn sure.
I think you've had too much of that EDM weed or whatever it is because I don't think that's a scenario whatsoever.
I understand you guys are scared. And so it leads me to my next question. Vic, you and I talked about this a little bit in the break. That sports fear. Because I thought you said something interesting earlier today.
Sure.
You said that you had the opportunity to go see Notre Dame play Georgia.
Yeah.
But I assume,
I'm not going.
Emotional scars from Notre Dame in the past.
I've been to a couple games before where they've gotten embarrassed on the national stage, and I'm not going to be a part of that again. Nope. I'd rather do it by myself. Lonely.
What if they do it, though? What if this is
the
year?
Then I'll cheer from afar. It's almost like, listen, man, you have to break through. You have those scars. Like before the Nuggets won an NBA championship.
Yeah, it does sound a lot like Nug Life.
Mosier shared a studio with me, right? Mosier, how many times did I come in here scared out of my wits?
A billion.
I have audio.
A billion plus two.
Right?
I mean,
scared,
terrified.
I have audio of me yelling at you saying that you have to assume that
the way I'm built.
I'm
going to be cynical. I'm going to be scared. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, listen,
but that's how I feel you're acting towards this game.
But there's a lot of there are a lot of fans.
There's a lot of basis for it too. There's a lot of actual data and basis. Are the Broncos a better football team? The answer is yes, they are. What's the only winning team they've beaten?
Tampa Bay.
That's not true. That's not true anymore.
Not true anymore. You're
Atlanta is now.
Atlanta.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Atlanta
Yeah,
because Penix.
Yeah.
By the way, Penix didn't have a touchdown pass yesterday. He only had one pick, but he played and they won the damn game. So that's 2. Okay, fine. And they have not looked great the past couple of weeks. Now, defense with Riley Moss out, it looks a lot different. It behaves a lot different. And they've bent and they've broken in the past couple of weeks.
Yep.
One in a win and one in a loss.
Yep.
And now you're facing a guy who's got 4,300 yards passing and 39 touches already with a couple of weeks left.
What was the plan when you allowed them to flex your game to Thursday night and move the Bengals game out?
The plan was to give you more time to prepare for the Bengals.
To win this game?
Yes.
So are you both telling me you don't trust Coach?
I don't trust the Broncos on the road in Cincinnati. I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't. Do I think that the Broncos will make the playoffs? Yes, they'll find a way in. But if you had to bet your mortgage on this game at Cincinnati this Saturday, I ain't doing it. Go ahead.
The 7512 says that's pathetic, Mosher. What did I say that was pathetic? That I don't care how they get in?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
I think that probably
if Greg Penner had to pay off Goodell,
yeah.
Is that pathetic? I don't care. I want them in. I don't.
Hey, just get in.
I don't. Just get in.
Go
get
win
in.
a football game versus
Rob,
6 and 18, 7 and 18.
Hey, you could have won last weekend, though.
I know.
Rob,
And you had it.
I know.
Hey.
And after that first half, I
Yeah.
thought they were going to boat race.
Yeah, I love
the
your
Los
hype
Angeles Chargers.
speech. I love your hype speech. Go win a football game. Go on the road. Well, you're up by a considerable sum at halftime, and you gave it away.
Yeah, Rob, I completely agree with you. Just go win the damn game and put yourself in.
Yeah, for two guys who are very much the like.
Yeah, no, that's who we are. You're right about that.
Like,
You're right. You know,
this
you're
is
right.
very against your character.
You're absolutely correct about that. But let me tell you something. The circumstances have changed. They're different now than they were a week ago. You know why? Because you blew it against the Chargers, and the damn Bengals have life.
But you're begging for Carson Wentz. Like, that's how desperate you're.
Yeah,
begging.
absolutely.
Come on.
You know what? I'll make
Come
out
on.
with him if he'll throw the game and put the Broncos in. I mean,
I don't know. It just drives me. It's just so weird, and especially from the two of you. Like Vic, at least it's in line with your sports.
I'm a scared
juju.
fan.
Yeah,
I'm a scared fan. That's the way I always work.
You have always been.
I've always been that way.
But you guys are very much the old school, tough mentality of
Not
go
me.
win the damn game. There's a drop of you that plays on this station that says go win a damn game. Go win the damn game.
Rob, I completely agree, but here's the way I feel about it. I feel much better about their chances. I just feel better about their chances regardless if Kansas City has anything on the line in that final game of the year. I feel better about their chances to win that game against the Chiefs, who've got one loss in the season, than I do about them going to Cincinnati on Saturday.
You know what's crazy?
I know that sounds bizarre, but that's the way I feel.
The only good thing that happened to the Broncos this weekend is Kansas City winning. That's it. Because it kept alive the notion that Kansas City would sit the final game. Now, if Kansas City loses to Pittsburgh on Christmas Day, we have an entirely different conversation on our hands. You realize that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's not outside the realm.
No.
Okay, it's not outside the realm.
The Steelers need that game
Because,
bad.
exactly, everything that could go wrong for the Broncos over the weekend did. The Bengals won. Miami won. The Colts won.
Well, the Colts can't catch them anyway.
Yeah, they can.
How?
The Colts are still in the playoff race, son.
Yeah, but the Broncos beat the Colts head-to-head.
Isn't
that the first
Colts-
tiebreaker?
I think the Colts can only make it if it's
the Chargers.
Los Angeles.
If the Chargers lose out.
Yeah.
The Colts are still playoff alive.
Yes, they are.
They are, but that's for the Chargers spot, not for the Broncos
Okay, but
spot.
they're still alive. They're still playing for something is all I'm saying. Everything, they're still alive in the hunt. And the point is, everything is still on the table. Do I want the Broncos to end it Saturday in Cincinnati? Yes. But I also wanted them to end it Thursday. And they were up 21 to what?
10.
10 and 13, yeah, unfortunately.
God, I don't know. I think it's 8 years of watching this team struggle that still percolates, and it still has a hold on me. I just don't trust it yet. And maybe it comes down to trust. Do you trust them? Do you trust this team?
I'm looking at it from an objective
trust
standpoint.
them?
Yes.
Mosher, do you trust them?
Of course not.
What have they done
They
for
haven't
your
done
trust?
anything to earn your trust yet. I mean, they played much better. They've already got 9 wins. I think they're going to be a 10-win team, which is way beyond what I thought. Well, I'm not way beyond, but I thought they'd be right there in the 7 to 10 win category. If they get to 10, that's the high end of what
It's a
my
big
belief
window.
was.
You know, the
7 to
other
10.
good news is you
well,
just...
but it ain't 5, Jack. So, yeah,
Well-
you obviously thought they were going to – you took the over on that. So they're better than I thought they were going to be, especially with the cap situation and a rookie quarterback. I'm loving everything about this.
I don't think it's this. It's
they're still
Cincinnati.
not there yet.
I don't think it's Cincinnati you should be afraid of necessarily long term, because Cincinnati could very well beat you this week, right? I believe Cincinnati's final game of the season comes against the Steelers.
It does.
And as you just mentioned, Rob, the Steelers are still playing for positioning. They're still playing for something. The team you need to be worried about is Miami. And we feared this. We feared this as soon as you said, watch out, because Tua could reawaken that squad. Miami's the team, because their last 2 games at the Browns, who have proven they're willing to lay down for anybody.
Yeah, they're not the Jets.
And then their final game at Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Okay, I'm just going to say this to sum this up, okay? All this Bengal fear. Their wins, I'm going to read them to you right now, are Panthers, Giants, Browns, Raiders, Cowboys, Titans, Browns.
They beat nobody.
Those are the Cincinnati Bengal wins.
That makes me feel better.
This is the team
That does make me feel
that
better.
you're afraid of.
Yeah.
Those are the wins that they have.
Still afraid.
Okay.
Yep. Mose, you still afraid?
100%.
Yep. Still afraid.
All right. I'm doing my best to try to get you guys.
I mean, please.
a little
texters,
hyped up.
listeners, go ahead, chime in. Tell us why not to be. I'm still afraid.
Okay. All right. We had a double dipperoo last night, which turned into a double winneroo.
Double dipperoo.
Yeah, we will talk about it next. Eustace on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay. I don't do Springsteen. So if that's a crime against music, then that's fine. I'm willing to do the time.
I think Vic might be alone here because I don't do Springsteen either.
I just don't do Springsteen. No, I don't do Springsteen. I'm sorry. I don't do him.
Do you do Springsteen, Vic?
I got a bunch of friends that are huge Springsteen fans, and I don't mind them. I'm not going to cry about it.
I feel like you're either a Springsteen honk or you're out on his
Springsteen's in the same category for me as like Van Halen. I tolerate it.
Yeah.
I tolerate it.
I think
same
Van
crap.
Halen's not in that category.
They're all
for
the
me,
same.
but
It's all the
Springsteen
same people. Just same stuff.
I don't even know how you could be more wrong. It's just what you just said is so funny.
It's your
so,
opinion.
It's just so. It's not my opinion. It's fact.
It's 100% opinion.
It's just so funny that you could be so wrong.
But my musical taste is not yours. I like to move.
I like to move, but you are getting on me for EDM.
That's.
But hey, look. You
That's
could be
not
out on
moving.
Springsteen if you want, but you better put some respect on the late great Clarence Clemens. You hear that sax
he was
solo we
great.
just
Yeah,
got
he's a
right
great-
there?
Well, you're a brass honk, so you
Literally,
got a dog
I
in the
honk.
fight.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Rob. I don't want to tell you what I did during the break, but
Before you do, can I do the little intro?
Oh, yeah, please do,
Because I
yeah.
got to read
Yeah,
something.
you gotta read something.
Hey, what's up? I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for Brett Kane. It's Altitude Sports Radio, and we are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Go ahead, Moshe.
Thank you, Backus and Shanker. So I had to go do some business down the hallway, but I'm thinking, look, I think the Broncos.
Care?
I know you don't care. The Broncos are good. They're going to get in. Okay, so all this hand wringing that we're doing, and what I do.
How? Then tell me how. Because we just spent the whole last 30 minutes
They're either going to
arguing-
win their way in or they're going to back in. I don't care, but they're going to get in.
All
Okay? I'm confident of that. So all this, I don't want to be known here this morning as somebody who's overly sensitive about the situation and overly scared. I think I'm about 85% sure they're getting in.
I'm scared and proud of it. I don't care.
Well, I'm scared, but
So you're
but
the
I still
same
think
percentage
they're
as
getting
their,
in.
you're the same percentage as their percentage actually
I'm letting
is to get
my
in.
small percentage of fear sort of overtake my rational side. They're gonna get in.
Hey, did you see Charlie Woods make a hole-in-one during the PNC Championship?
I knew you were going to
final?
want to talk about that. That is cool.
What
That
do
is-
you mean?
That is
It's
cool.
must talk. I mean, to make a hole-in-one the first of your life, 15 years of age,
With your dad standing
Tiger
behind
hanging out
him.
behind you in a tournament on national TV.
He didn't even know it either. Did
I
you
know.
see his reaction?
That
He's
was
like, what?
awesome. That was awesome.
Charlie Woods, that is Tiger Woods' son.
Yeah, and then
hits the
Tiger and
hole in
Charlie go to sudden death against Old Man Longer and his kid, and Old Man Longer with that big old putter. God, he makes that putt and they beat him. And, I don't care who wins that tournament but at the end of the day, but I just can't stand those long putters. If you have a long putter, I'm out.
Rob, do you golf at all?
I'm out on you.
It's too expensive of a hobby.
Yeah. I will say this. Bernhard Longer is one of the nicest humans I've ever had the chance to talk to in
Dude's
my
a
entire
robot.
life.
67-year-old robot. He just wins all
He's
the
such a
time.
nice man.
I didn't say he was a bad man. I didn't want him to
He's
win.
such a nice guy.
He's
Just
great.
because
I
his
didn't see
putter
his
touches
kid.
his
I
chest.
don't like the putter.
No, it doesn't
His
touch. You
putter
can't,
touches his
you
rib
can't
cage.
touch the chest
You're not allowed to
anymore.
anchor it on
You're
your
not-
chest.
You
Oh,
can't do it
really?
anymore. No.
I just don't like the fact that your putter's taller than I am.
So So how does it work if you don't anchor it on your chest?
You have
What's
to hold it with your left hand away from your chest.
And you sweep it like a broom?
Yeah, whatever. It's just stupid. Just putt like a normal human. I don't understand what these people are doing. I can't stand watching Bryson DeChambeau putt with that weird thing. Just be normal. What's wrong with being normal?
Sometimes people want to be unique, Vic. All right, we had a double dipperoo last night, which led to a double winneroo. We spent a lot of time talking about the Avs, and they did look good. There seems to be good vibes with the Avalanche. Blackwood played great. Makar, Nichushkin, Kiviranta, all been playing great. Entering this holiday break, you hope they can pick it back up on Friday.
Hey, last night, listen to me. Power play goal by Cale Makar. And, you get a sense when you watch a guy play, I don't know how he does it, but I'm talking to Riker. He's between the benches. And I'm like, I don't know how Makar finds a seam. I don't know. He's looking, but how does he find it? And then he shoots and it goes in. Like this guy from distance. I mean, some guy's just banging at the front of the net. He's specifically hunting for a tiny little hole to send that puck through. And then the wrist shot is just ping, gone, right? And he beats the cord. This guy's, dudes, I'm telling you right now, in our lifetime, Robin, you're younger than we are. Even in your lifetime, there will not be another defenseman, certainly in a Colorado Avalanche sweater, but maybe in the league that's able to do what Cale Makar can do. He's one of the all-time bests.
He's incredible.
And again, Bobby Orr's career finished when I was just a little tiny guy, and his numbers are so ridiculous that even Makar won't get there. But the fact that we're throwing around Makars with the Coffees and the Leaches and all these super studs on the back end,
I
never
list.
thought I would see the day. I never thought I would see that day, but I'm telling you right now, dudes, he is right there. And he's going to set Avalanche records that will never, ever, ever, ever be broken. I'm here to tell you.
I'm glad we're back into like a scoring phase of the NFL too, like this last decade. Yeah.
NHL or NFL?
I'm sorry, NHL. Did I say NFL? Because there was that dead period where goalie pads were huge and there was no scoring. And I'm just glad we're back here where, I think Makar has over 50 points, doesn't he? I know Nate does. And then Mikko does. Is Makar over 50 yet?
No, he's not quite there now.
But I'm glad we're back there in the NHL.
It's hard for me. On a nightly basis, these guys are racking up so much. I got to keep doing the math in my head. But he's got 45 points. I keep doing the math in my head. So McKinnon, like the other night, he had 3 points. And I'm okay. Now he's got the done to 50. He had a couple points last night. Okay, now he's up to 57. You know what I mean? It's like I keep doing the math in my head on a nightly basis because these guys are pouring it in.
Well, but I do want to spend 5 minutes here talking about the Nuggets.
I got 2 stats for you that are going to blow you away.
Well, so just as amazing as what Makar and McKinnon and Rantanen are doing in the NHL, Joker again with a triple-double last night, and we're not even going to mention it because
didn't feel right.
It didn't feel. The vibes are totally off, and they escaped New Orleans with an overtime win.
Yeah.
But Vic, what is going on?
I did the show last night, pre and post, with Adam Matas of DNVR, and we're watching the game together, and we had the same feeling. It's like he was not engaged early. He was not even running into the paint early, and then it was almost as if the message was being sent, guys, can you do something without me for once? You know, when you as a father, you send your kids out to like paint the fence, right? And you hand them the paint and you say, all right, do it. I don't want to be any part of this. You guys just get it done.
But the fence is going to look like crap if you don't get out there and do it.
I want you to. And then you're watching them paint the fence and you're like, oh, gosh darn it. I told you to do it this way. And you go out and you help them, right? That's what watching Joker last night was like. It was as if early in the game, he just said, here, you guys win it and I'll be here in case you need me. Well, they needed him. And what happened in the fourth quarter? He just said, give me the ball. Give me the ball. Let me show you what to do.
They needed him against a 5-win team,
I know.
Vic.
Well, what does that tell you?
I know. That's what's crazy
What does that
about
tell you?
it.
I really believe, subconsciously, that's what took place last night. It was, guys, win this game. You can do it. I trust you. Oh, you can't? All right, fine. Give me the ball. Give it to me. I'll win it for you. That's what it felt like. Now,
It felt to me like this. Like he caught his teammates smoking on the opening tip, and then he made him smoke the whole pack. And then he said, okay, now you're done. And he just then he just bailed him out in the second half. That's what it felt like.
I have 2 stats that it blew me away when I heard this stat. They were very careless with the basketball last night. They had 22 turnovers.
That's a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, they had 8 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Do you know that the Denver Nuggets this season, when I read this last night, I couldn't believe it. They're now 9-0 in games in which they've had 18 or more turnovers. I repeat, 18 or more turnovers is a lot of turnovers in a game. You're taking the rock and you're saying, here, Rob, take it. Take my gold. You want my gold? You can have it. 18 or more turnovers in games, they're 9-0. Please explain that.
That is impossible to explain.
Explain that. I need somebody to explain that to me. Like I'm 4.
That's like if the Broncos were, what'd you say? How many?
18 plus turnovers.
Okay, but you said they're 9-0?
They're 9-0.
Okay. That'd be like the Broncos are 7-0 in games in which they turn the football over 3 times. I mean, it's impossible.
It's like sloppiness pervades. Yeah. I don't get it.
But your efficiency rating is through the roof. And it always has been when you've had this MVP.
Here's the other stat, and this is what has been the Nuggets' undoing. And until they fix this, we're actually bringing in a fixer tonight for the pre- and post-game show. My buddy Bill Hansick's going to join me again. And Bill Hansick is what? He's all defense, right? Every time he's on the air, he talks about defense. This team is so desperate for a dose of defense. I don't even know where to begin. They're so bad defensively. Listen to this. Last season, the Denver Nuggets just 3 times allowed the opposition to score 125 points or more. 3 times. All season. It just happened the last 3 games against 2 of the worst teams in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it did.
It just happened 3 games in a row.
119 in regulation, Vic?
100. It just happened 3 games in a row. Their defense is so bad right now. They don't even know where to start.
But you gave up a $129 to the Kings. You gave up 126 to the Blazers. And you gave up 129 to the Pelicans in overtime.
Here's what drives me crazy, Vic, is because you also had the stat, and I saw this on Twitter too, that the Nuggets have the most wins when down by 10 with 10 or more minutes less.
Double digits fourth quarter. Just put it that way.
So
double digits fourth quarter. They've got 5 comeback wins.
And the next closest team, I think, has 2.
2.
Okay? Because they lock down in fourth quarters and all of a sudden start playing deep. So why can't we get that throughout the whole game? They did it against Portland. They did it against New Orleans. All of a sudden, they're the best defensive team in the league.
I don't have the answer.
I mean, what is happening?
I don't have the answer. They're the worst first half team and among the best second half teams. I don't know.
I watched.
You watch the games. You tell me.
I watch the Denver Nuggets, and they don't care about my feelings. But I can't be alone out there, Vic. I'm sure you're just the same way as I am. They're the number 5 team in the Western Conference. I mean,
we're talking about a team that is 4 games above 500.
Yeah,
what are they?
I don't.
15 and
2
11?
games out of the second seed.
I don't even know what the hell they
are.
But
I find myself concerned, and I find myself when I watch Nuggets basketball very unsatisfied. Very.
Because your expectations are far different than what you're seeing.
Well, they should be though, man, because this is a team that can win.
15 and 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the best starting
We're not
5.
talking about
one of the best starting 5s in the
9
league.
and 20 team here. This is a team that is still a winning team.
Yeah.
You know, talk to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're having the same conversations, and they're worse off. Talk to the Suns. By the way, the Suns will not have, from what I'm told, they're down a couple players. They got them tonight and then Christmas night.
But here's the problem, Vic.
Oh, doggone it all, shucks.
Booker's out. Booker's out tonight.
I really want a fully constituted Suns team.
Well, you know what, Moshe? They scare me more when they're injured.
Who, the Suns?
I would rather, if you're a Denver Nuggets fan, all right, this sounds completely foolish. This sounds stupid. I want you to hear something.
You sound like an idiot.
I would rather the Nuggets play a fully healthy team on the second game of a back-to-back than a crap team with injuries with 4 days rest.
Here's who's out. Two former Nuggets are out. Bol's out. Yeah. Colin Gillespie's out. Yeah. Grayson Allen's out. Good. I don't want to see his face.
He killed the Nuggets last year in a game.
His face. If there's a face in the NBA that I can't stand to look at, it's Grayson Allen's face. And then, Booker is out.
Is that a Duke thing or?
No, it's just his face.
Yeah.
Dude, the Nuggets
I think it's his nose. Honestly, I think it's his nose.
They play 5 and 7 games, which is a tough schedule. They have a pair of back-to-backs this week. And in the back of my mind, I'm saying, good. They play better in those situations.
They really do.
When they don't have time to think.
They really do. Yeah.
They play better.
And is it because they feel like they got to play defense?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why.
Pony Dan's on the Twitch feed saying, they got a defensive coach. Like, what is? How is Malone? Is the message stale, Vic?
I don't know how much. Listen, in the NBA, in basketball in general, it's pretty easy. Defense is pretty fundamental. You can't let the person in front of you go past you. Once the person in front of you gets past you, all chaos happens. Everybody has to rotate. So the first problem with the Nuggets is they're letting people pass them on the perimeter. All right, and once that happens, it's all bets are off. Like, did you see the final play of the Portland game?
Yes,
of course.
It looked like he walked by him.
I was so flabbergasted by that.
I wanted to barf.
And it was Russ too. It was your best. It was your best.
If I had to pick a player to be guarding, I would have picked Russ.
Yeah.
Okay, but think about this as we get to the top here. When was the last time you saw a guy ISO'd and then just blow his way to the bucket and lay it in for the win?
Wow.
I can't even remember the last time I saw
I don't understand what happened. I don't know if there was mass confusion. And then there's just listen, the Nuggets are what they are. They're not going to have much rim protection, right? They're not going to have that shot blocker at the rim. That's not what they do.
Yeah.
So teams are more apt to go buy guys and say, let me go test them at the rim.
Well, that game is tonight at 8 o'clock. The Suns and the Nuggets. You can hear it right here. Our Twitch stream brought to you by Safeway. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to celebrate a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals and plan your meals. Shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with a pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We'll be back on the other side. We'll talk a little bit more NFL on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is some real.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is real, man. Is this Perry Como?
Andy Williams.
Andy Williams.
See,
Perry Como and Andy Williams sound a lot alike in my
This
head.
is what we caught you singing on the broadcast last night, isn't it?
I love this. I mean, this is just good.
Bing is good. Give me some Bing.
Yeah, I heard he was a bad dad, though.
Well, I'm not
Yeah, I don't know about
evaluating
him
his dad
personally.
performance. Bing Crosby was a hell of a freaking holiday singer.
So this is your favorite, Moj?
Yeah, I think this is one of them. I mean, I like the old school. You know,
I like the old school too.
You know, Mariah Carey, I can handle one time. You know, and that kind of thing. And then there's a bunch that are like, "Oh, baby, do you want to get down for Christmas?" You know, this kind of stuff. And I'm like, nah.
I've never heard that.
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, so there's a bunch of new ones out that I don't really.
If you want to sing to us, "Oh baby, do you want to get down for Christmas?" You can do it on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports
Please
Radio.
don't do
No,
app.
I do. I want to hear it. I want to hear him.
Yeah.
Nelly,
that's powered by the freaky law firm. They're in your corner. So yeah, send that
so
to us. On
all
the
they
Voice
have
of the
to
People.
do, if you want to sing to us, it's got to be a Christmas song. All right. And I'll give you something. I don't know, Mosier, what do you got for people? Do you have any more of those retread hats that you were giving away? Anyway, all you have to do is go to our app and hit that button on the very bottom. What's it called again? The Voice of the People?
Yeah.
And start singing.
Yeah. Sing right to us.
Mamma Mia, Papa Pia.
Carol me. You ever done the Christmas caroling?
I've never done the caroling.
Mosier?
I've also never seen a caroler because I grew up in the mountains. Do you guys get carolers?
I think caroling is it just doesn't happen. When I was a kid, I remember my parents took me to a party. And then there were carolers outside. One time in my life, has anybody ever knocked on the door and sang? I'm not walking around with a bunch of people in the freezing cold,
candles,
knocking on random doors and singing to people.
I would openly do
it.
I would be a part of that. I think
I
it's
don't even
great.
think it's real anymore. When was the last time anybody caroled or you saw anybody carol?
I'd be willing to do it tonight if you want to.
Bunch of
Let's get a
crap.
good
No,
together.
I'm not doing it.
I've seen carolers, but not door to door.
Oh, wait,
like if you go to like a Christmas market or something like that.
Okay, well, that's one thing where they're there on purpose.
Yeah. That
I think it's great. I think if you we need more of that. Although if you went into some neighborhoods and decided to get 3 or 4 people start to carol, it could get ugly.
What do you get out of it if you're the caroler? Like, ain't nobody slipping your bread.
Goodwill and spirit, holiday spirit.
I hope I brightened your day by singing out of key. Now I'm going next door to Susan's house.
I feel like that's what would happen if Vic was the one singing.
I think you guys would be surprised. You put a smile on a lot of people's faces.
Right. Okay. It doesn't mean I'm not in the spirit. Somebody on the Twitch feed. Wow, you guys are really in the spirit, huh?
I mean, it is.
Hold on.
We're in the week. You know what I mean?
All I'm saying is that nobody carols anymore. And when you see it on TV or you see it in a Hallmark movie or, commercials or whatever, it's a bunch of crap. It doesn't happen.
Angry Broncos writes, a bunch of strangers come knock on my door in the middle of the night dead.
You are kind of being a Grinch today, Moshe. And I know
I don't feel like I am.
You've been traveling a lot. So
No,
I just
okay. You know what? I'll tell you what, Vic. Yeah. Why don't you be a one-man wrecking crew with your caroling and just roam the neighborhood in your skivvies singing Christmas
I'll bring
songs?
joy to people.
I don't
You
know
really
about
won't,
that.
bro.
Yeah, I don't.
First of all, I don't want strange people knocking on my door anyway.
I'm not so sure about that.
You don't think so?
You think you bring joy to
I'd
people?
bring joy to people. If I walked around with a candle, singing just Christmas songs.
Are you dressed up in like an old-timey outfit?
No, I'd be dressed in whatever you need me.
Listen,
I'd bring joy.
If I'm watching the Nuggets tonight, right? And
Oh,
then
by the way, LaFonso Ellis will also be a guest on our show tonight.
Fonz, that's awesome.
Fonz, yeah.
If I'm watching the Nuggets tonight, right, and I got Coldie in my hand, I'm just chilling. I hear this. I open the door and people go, "Joy to the world!" I'm like, "The Nuggets are on.
Yeah.
Shh, get out."
Vic, here's the thing.
Here's the problem. I don't remember all the words. I would need like a.
Vic,
you need a cheat
let's
sheet.
let's be real honest about what would happen.
Yeah.
You would get all up for this, be all excited.
Mm-hmm.
You'd get dressed up. You'd get your little candle. You'd go to one door.
Yeah.
They wouldn't answer. You'd start complaining about how you were cold and didn't want to do it anymore.
It's not been cold, though. I think that's what feels off about this Christmas.
Is that it?
It's 62 degrees the other. I'm playing golf the other day. We played 9 holes the other day. And Christmas is right around the corner.
Almost 70 over the weekend.
It's really nuts. It doesn't feel that way. So I would welcome it. If you have a family or a group of friends that are caroling here in the next couple nights, I can't deny I got a Nuggets game. Look me up.
Okay.
DM me.
All right.
I will join.
You can put it right on the Voice of the People, brought to you by the Fricky Law Firm. All right. I want to ask you guys this, and we'll get to the NFL next segment, but I did want to ask you guys this question. So a big-time transfer comes to CU. Kid from Liberty, Slater.
Well, he's not big time. He's just a quarterback with college experience.
Well, 2 years ago, he was big time. I mean, he had major numbers 2 years ago. Last year, his numbers weren't great. But 2 years ago, he threw for 2,876 yards, 32 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Okay, so, I mean, tough year last year, but no doubt a good transfer. You get the top quarterback, second quarterback, I think, overall.
Juju.
In the high school recruiting ranks, Juju Lewis. We all talked about Prime being gone and thinking maybe it was a 2-year thing and then he bounces out of there. But he's on the Rich Eisen show a couple days ago talking about how he's working on an extension with Rick George. So my question for you guys is, do you believe that he's in now? Like, do you think he's on board for like CU for a while?
Oh yeah.
You think so?
I do. It's amazing how much it's turned, and I really believe he is building something for the long haul. Now, could it change on a dime? Sure. Anything could change on a dime. But I don't think he'd be investing this many resources, this much time, this many names in what he's building up there if he didn't have the intent to stay. It's just right there. I mean, the coaching staff aside, I mean, he's built a pretty damn good coaching staff.
Yeah.
A reputable coaching staff. I just find it, not many coaches can navigate those very sensitive waters of you recruit the number 1 or the number 2 quarterback in the country. All right. You recruit a guy who should be, by all accounts, ready to play. And then you go out and you get a transfer quarterback. Only Prime could navigate that and say, okay, here's why. He's got to have a conversation with Juju now, right? Could you imagine that?
Sure. He got the kid out of Alabama too, right? He got the kid out the defensive lineman out of Alabama.
A couple, yeah. He's got a defensive lineman out of Alabama. I think he got an offensive lineman too.
It just seems to me, Rob, he seems happy. He seems like he's a pretty happy dude. Where he's at, what he's got going on, and again, he's got a pretty amicable coaching staff around him too. I mean, he's in a very good spot. And when you look at the Big 12, the opportunity to win inside this conference it's better than it is other places. So I just think he's in a really good spot, man. I think he's hanging. And I think he's hanging for at least a little while. Now, again, maybe somebody comes knocking. I don't know what his motivation overall is, but he seems happy. And until he pulls the plug, whenever that may be, 10 years from now or whatever, I'm going to take him at his word.
That's an interesting point that you make.
He's given me no reason to disbelieve him.
Yeah, and their spot in the Big 12 is pretty advantageous. If you get an automatic berth for winning the Big 12, I mean, how hard is it to dominate that conference, especially for a guy who can get the recruits that Prime gets? It's an advantageous spot as long as there are 12 teams making the playoff, Vic.
Well, again, the college game has changed so much in the last 2 years. It will continue to change. Will he have the resources to keep it up? That's the question. Every school's asking that. Did you see, by the way, SMU? SMU is going to be a force. Why? Because they have billionaires.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oil money.
They have billionaires.
They got that
financing,
money.
Right?
Yeah.
So every school is going to have to ask that question. Every major football program. Do we have the resources to compete? I believe NIL. Did you hear Shane Gillis on the Notre Dame pregame?
Yes.
Did you hear what he said?
Yes.
He made a good point, the comedian Shane Gillis. He said, with NIL around, it sort of evened things out. The SEC can't openly cheat anymore and pay their players behind the scenes. Now everybody can pay.
And then he had to get on and make an apology to Nick Saban.
Yeah, but he's right. He's right.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, is there any doubt in your mind SEC teams were paying players?
Oh, none at all.
Now, was every team? Yes. But was SEC doing it more? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Listen, and then Saban comes out about integrity and all this kind of stuff. Okay, that's fine.
Now that you said you got it, let's hear this.
You called him a cheater earlier. I was just joking around. I don't think the SEC paid players ever. Period. I'm joking. Are we not? Is this not a fun show?
No.
It's a serious show.
Serious football.
Like Alabama Jones is very serious.
I'm not serious.
Get the whip, Indy.
That was a pretty damn good line.
I do believe in integrity. I always
yeah.
tried to run the program that way so players had a better chance to be successful in life.
I agree.
We make more money in the NFL than any other school, 61 players in the league. That was how we cheated. We developed players.
Sure, Nick.
How'd you get the players?
Sure, yeah, right.
How'd you get the players to develop?
Now, listen, he probably...
I mean, that's my follow-up. Okay, you develop players. How'd you get them?
He probably can go sit in a 4-star's living room and say, you want to come to Alabama because we've got all the 5 stars and we will develop you. But how did you get the 5 stars?
College football, the whole days of, I want to go to this college because of the history and tradition. That's gone, man.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Do you think they do
That's gone.
Do you think they do something where they start these NIL contracts start saying you have to stay for
we
2
talked
years?
about that. We talked about, like, would they have buyouts?
Right.
Like coaches have buyouts in their
Right. Or could they go after the money if you don't
Everybody's
stay?
Rod Tidwell now. Show me the money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it's at. So, look, whatever. You're right, Vic. Maybe the resources there won't be as much as at other places, but they'll have plenty.
I don't want to take away from Saban's legacy. He's the greatest.
Hey, Alabama Jones. When he's wearing that hat, though, when he calls him Alabama Jones,
that's pretty good.
And the Temple of Doom, that's pretty good.
He's great, but it reminds me a little bit of the Wizard of Westwood, John Wooden, who for many years nobody really said it openly. Things were going on with the UCLA program that he just sort of ignored, and he just coached.
He chose to keep his nose out of it.
Exactly.
But I mean, that's how you get Kareem. That's how you get Walton. That's how you get these guys.
Yes. The answer, if you have a question, the answer is yes.
Which is why I'm glad Prime is staying. All right. The most impactful game in the NFL yesterday, fellas, might have been at the bottom of the standings, not the top. I want to talk about the NFL as a whole coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rob Trujillo filling in for Kaner because it is Christmas week. So as I've said, you got to deal with the fill-ins.
Hey, did you see this? Damian Lillard, you know how they all got $500,000 each for winning the NBA Cup? Damian Lillard gave his proceeds to members of the Bucks staff, just employees that work for the Milwaukee Bucks.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
That is really cool. I mean, he did just sign a lifetime shoe contract.
I know, but every time we have a story about a really rich person giving,
yeah,
the first thing you hear is, yeah, but I don't want to hear the yeah, but. He gave when he didn't have to. He gave, and I know there are a lot of you sitting in your car saying, yeah, but he makes a lot of money, but he didn't have to give anything.
I know. It was nice of him to give back.
So before we start butting rich people for giving, let's remember they don't have to do jack, and he chose to do it. Just like Dave walking in and giving me something right now.
Yeah, Dave Fleck is clearly walking in to give us something right now.
And he's a rich guy who didn't have to do that.
And he doesn't have to.
And so we're not going to butt him. Oh, thank you very much.
we hold on. We actually got a Voice of the People Christmas carol?
Good.
We did. We got a few, and I picked the best one.
Oh, boy. Okay. Do you want to do this now? Let's do this now.
Why not? Keep them coming.
Santa baby, Mosier's got a stinger for you. It's true. So hurry on the chimney tonight.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
That was really good, actually.
Who is that?
That was Flax.
Flax. 2 thumbs up, buddy.
Flax
2 thumbs. That one, 2.
And he's been a hater on the Twitch chat all day today.
Oh, he's great, man. That's so good. More of that, please.
Mosier's got a stinger for you.
Mosier is like frozen right now.
You're out of
he
it
can't.
today. Wake up, man. Get excited.
That was
Christmas
for you.
is right around the corner. You have
Personally.
no cheer, no spirit. You're like dead.
I'm full of it, man.
What's wrong with you?
I got a lot of spirit going on right now.
Wow, he's really having a tough day. All right.
Sounds like you need to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to get your spirits up.
I was going to say, dude, you're the one who supports that.
Yeah. Visit's free if you don't.
All I ever said was nobody carols anymore. Then all of a sudden, my stinger's coming down the chimney tonight, or whatever it's doing. What do you say? I can't even remember. So you want to go around the NFL?
I want to start by talking about the worst game of the day.
Well, can we do our music?
Well, that's tomorrow.
We're not on tomorrow.
If you want to do it today, we can do it today. We'll pull a little.
If we don't do it today, we'll never do it.
We'll pull a little audible on Nelly. That's fine for me.
What are we doing?
Go around the NFL. Let's do it.
I just like the tunes, man. What are you getting at now?
I mean, listen, this is actually one of my favorite. I love the bed music for the NFL prime time. All right, well, I want to start at the end then. Biggest game in the NFL, most impactful game in the NFL. The Raiders beat the Jaguars yesterday.
Oh, you're talking about for the overall number 1.
Yeah, that's right. They lost themselves right out of the...
What are they thinking?
What are they doing? They give up their number 1 spot. They beat the Jaguars. They drop to 6th in the order. They win 19-14. Now the number 1 pick belongs to the New York Giants. They only have 2 wins. They're the only team that has only 2 wins. Then behind them is New England, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Cleveland, and then Vegas. So they drop from 1 to 6. Their chances of getting Shador now go down. Well, Shador, the pick of the quarterback, go down significantly. And now you're in a situation where you could have Buffs picked 1 and 2. Because if New England is that second pick, they need wide receiver help and they need corner help. Why wouldn't you pick?
That's a remarkable loss, or I should say win, by the Raiders. It is. It's remarkable that you would do that this late in the season.
Why aren't you playing Desmond Ridder? You know what I mean?
Dude, the Giants with Locke, you mentioned Locke. Oof. Oof is the only word you can use right now.
Well, and their offensive line was terrible, but Michael Penix makes his debut. Solid, I think, is what you would say about his debut.
They won 34-7.
But they won 30. They had two defensive touchdowns. They win 34-7. They beat the Giants.
Yeah, Bijan didn't go crazy on the ground, but he popped in a couple himself. So, yeah, I mean, look. And by the way, the Falcons moved into a tie inside the division because what the heck went on? I know we're going out of order here. We'll get to the Buccaneers at the Cowboys in a little bit, but the hell's that all about?
Well, you just got to it.
I'm not getting to it.
Well, you just did.
It's because did you see the ovation that Shador got in Madison Square Garden?
Yeah, last week.
Yeah. yeah. That's going to be a thing.
Well, you think the Giants are going to really take him?
Absolutely.
You think so?
A superstar in New York City, regardless of how well he plays, the minute he walks in, he's going to be a superstar.
You're saying you feel that he will be the top pick in the NFL
If the
draft?
Giants have the top pick, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it. And listen, how well he does is going. But, I mean, how much fun is it going to be to have Jaden Daniels, Shador Sanders in the same – I mean, that would be awesome. That could be fun for a long time.
If it was me, whoever has the number one pick, I would do all I could to try to get the pair. I would try to get the pair.
What are you talking about? How are you going to do that?
Shador and Travis. I trade the rest of your draft or 5 drafts and get the number 2 spot. I don't know what to tell you.
I
You're being silly. I would never want you as my GM. You're fired. Because that's silly and dumb.
That's silly. It's
Here,
dumb.
All right.
eat the remains of coaches in. Eat that. Wake up.
Before we go forward, let's go back to Saturday. Texans lose to the Chiefs. Some very questionable calls when it came to the officiating, but let's not complain too much about that. I think the story of the game was really Tank Dell's knee.
Oh, God, that was hard to watch,
It was
man.
so tough to watch. And not only the injury, but also how much it affected C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He was a mess.
I do not like any injury that requires, team members to huddle around. When the team members immediately start to kneel and hold hands, it's serious, right?
Well, by the way, that's his health aside, that's a loss the Texans could not afford in terms of Tank Dell being out. I mean, he's a huge factor on offense, but to see a guy's knee, it too right away, right? When you see it, you're like, that knee's gone.
And it was friendly fire, too.
By the way,
the whole knee's gone.
I don't believe Patrick Mahomes anymore when they say he's injured. I don't believe it. Yeah. High ankle sprain. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and ran for a touchdown on the first
I don't
drive.
believe it.
Yeah.
I think they're exaggerating. What's the word? What's the term used in hockey? Embellishment?
Embellishing?
That's 2 minutes. Mahomes, embellishment.
Steelers got to win, or Steelers take a loss on Saturday as well. The Ravens got to win to move into a tie for the NFC North lead. Now, the Steelers still own the tiebreaker, but that'll be a race probably through the end of the season. Russell Wilson throws a pick that really kind of cost them the game. They get a turnover in the red zone, and Russell Wilson, as we all are aware of, does what he does and throws a pick right back to
2 tough games for the Steelers to close the season. I mean, Steelers, they've got the Chiefs on Christmas Day and then the Bengals to end it all, and the Bengals may have a ton to play for.
So you could end up with the Ravens being in a seed, possibly the 3rd seed, being where the Broncos go to play a wild card game if they can clinch a playoff spot. You got to keep an eye on that. So of those 4 teams, 3 of them are possible playoff opponents for the Broncos. You got to keep an eye on Christmas Day. You could end up playing one of those.
Back to that Giants and Falcons game real quick. I much prefer the Falcons with the red helmets. That's just a uniform thing for me. That goes back to the old Steve Bartkowski days and everything else.
Dude, how about the Vikings white helmets?
Please? Those were sweet.
Those were next level.
That was pretty. They were pretty cool. At first, I thought they were the Raiders.
Huh?
I know. When I saw somebody into the camera talking to Randy Moss, I'm like, why would the Raiders
At what point would a white helmet?
I don't know.
I don't even think.
I don't know.
You're out of it right now.
Yeah.
Reset your system.
Lions and Bears, in what Adam Schefter told us maybe was a little bit of an audition for Ben Johnson. Maybe he's the head coach of the Bears next year. But really the story of this game was I want to call it a fumble-rooski.
It's a fake stumble-y.
Fake
fumble,
stumble, almost fumble play.
You're just toying with the opposition when you throw that in, right? You're like, we think we're so much better than you that we're going to fake fumble or stumble the ball.
Jared Goff acts like he fumbles the ball. Jahmyr Gibbs dives on the ground like he's trying to get a fumble, and instead Jared Goff just rises up and throws a 30-yard touchdown pass to Sam Laporta.
They are dealing with all kinds of, beyond comprehension injuries in Detroit. But this team can still outscore a lot of its problems, man.
And they are still in the race for the number 1 seed. They're the favorite for it.
Did you see that dime that Goff threw to Jamison Williams on the fly?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. In terms of dimes, there are 2 dimes this season that made you go, the one that Bo Nix had to Marvin Mims was beautiful. This one may have been better. It was that nice.
And that NFC North, and in turn, the 1 seed might come down to the final week 18, Lions versus Vikings. It's probably going to get flexed. That's probably going to be your Sunday night game with so much stuff already decided. Browns and Bengals. This is the one that the Bronco fans were, of course, watching closely. Listen, the score was 24-6. The game was a lot closer than that. It was 6-17 for a while. All of a sudden, the Browns drive down the field and turn it over in the red zone. They were actually a lot closer to winning this game than the final score says, but the Bengals get a win before they host the Broncos at home next week, and it's going to be, a battle for your season. Saturday versus the Broncos.
Isn't it funny how I'm looking at the numbers? Jerry Jeudy's numbers, as soon as Jameis Winston's along with the quarterback, his numbers are bad again, or they're just pedestrian again. It's so dependent on who your quarterback is, right? A receiver's numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, you're just so dependent on that guy. And Dorian is not Jameis.
No. And Jameis is not good anyway. So you found yourself in a situation.
He can be really good, but he can also be really bad.
Yeah. Next game, Colts get a win against the Titans. This game looked like it was over early. The Colts were up like 30-7. And all of a sudden, the Titans came storming back, almost made it all the way back. Final score is 38-30, but the Colts do pull it out to stay alive in the AFC playoff race.
Jonathan Taylor went crazy.
He had this first touchdown run. He had two long ones, two touchdowns of more than 50 yards. The first one, as he's running, I'm like, all right, what's going through his mind? You remember the last time that he was running toward the end zone? What's going through his mind? He crosses the goal line. He grabs the ball with two hands and runs through the tunnel, and he's still got the ball in his hand.
It's really funny that it was his mistake that cost the team a postseason spot, perhaps.
Pretty much did.
Yeah.
Crazy. The Rams played the Jets in the Meadowlands, and they must have used all their offense in just that 1 week. Because it was 6-6 and 9-9 for a little while.
It was slow and cumbersome, but they won the game.
They finally get a couple touchdowns on the board. They win 19-9.
I tell you, the Rams are going to win that division.
They are. They're in the driver's seat.
They can clinch next week. They can clinch.
They are 9-6. They can clinch next week, and they could go as high as the 3 seed, of course, because the NFC South is not going to have an impressive record.
And I'm telling you right now, I think they're going to be I know this sounds crazy because it's just been a really funky year in the NFC West. But they're going to be a tough out.
And listen, because that whole NFC playoff picture is going to have great matchups. It looks like it's going to be Packers-Rams in the wild card round.
I'll take it all day and night.
I mean, what a game is that going to be?
I can't believe that a 13-2 Minnesota team has to go on the road for a playoff game.
And likely to an NFC South team with 7 losses or more. The Eagles end up taking a loss. This really hurt their chances to get the 1 seed. It was Eagles, Commanders. And Commanders were, they still haven't clinched the playoff spot. They were starting to slip. All of a sudden, Jalen Hurts gets hurt. Kenny Pickett comes in. He gets hurt. And the Eagles just start to fall apart. They get a late score to go up. But the Commanders come all the way back down the field. Jaden Daniels drives them down for the final score.
He is legit, baby.
And, man,
he is legit.
Five touchdowns, man. He locked it up.
His heart rate did not change one iota. I mean, he drove them down the field. And there were times when they were on that final drive that they ran the ball, needed to get up and spike it. And I'm like, what are you doing? Go, go, go. Had it completely under control. It was really impressive to watch the Commanders. They're now 10-5. They're in the 7th seed of the NFC playoffs. That win eliminated both the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. All right, Cardinals and Panthers. Cardinals end up losing this game in overtime. That eliminates them from playoff contention.
What are you doing, Cardinals? Just when it looks like they're going to turn a corner. How many games this season where you're like, all right, that's an interesting team. They have a chance, and they lose the dumbest games.
They can't get over the hump. The Panthers, on the other hand, have been playing well, and they've played themselves right out of a good draft pick.
I know.
They now have 4 wins on the season, and I think they're 7th or 8th in the draft order now. But Bryce Young looks like he might be the guy. He might get another year.
Does it make you feel good that he's sort of figuring it out?
Well, I mean, I got no stake in the outcome of Panthers game, but yeah,
he's eaten so much dirt the past couple of years. I mean,
I feel good for him.
I can relate to what we saw here. I saw a Carolina team come in here, and I said to myself, this team may never win a game. And they turned it around. They found a way.
Good for them.
The game of the afternoon was Vikings and Seahawks. It went back and forth. This was a real good game. I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch it, but, I mean, came right down to the end. Questionable penalty call, in my opinion. turnover, and the Vikings win it 27-24. That really hurts the Seahawks' chances to get in because now they're a game behind the Rams. Vikings, on the other hand, 13-2. They are going to be, there's going to be a 14-3 team, like Vic said, that goes on the road. The loser of the NFC North is going to be the 5th seed and have to travel to the NFC South champion.
Them's the breaks.
Do you guys like that?
Yeah.
Like
we've seen it before.
Yeah, we've seen it
Of course we've seen it. That doesn't mean it's right. It
Yeah.
drives me crazy.
But it's funny because we just spent a weekend crying about college football and, that's not right. And yet in the NFL, we see similar stuff happen all the time. It is what it is. Just win your games. Just win. If you're the better team, you win.
They've won most of them, and it's going to come down to Week 18 to see who that number 1 seed is and who controls home field advantage. Bills get a win over the Patriots.
What were they doing? What were the Buffalo Bills doing playing with their food in that game?
Did you see that series? I was watching, but before the Nuggets game, the Patriots had it 1st and goal for what seemed like an hour because they kept having pass interference calls. It felt like an hour-long 1st and goal series.
9 plays inside the 5-yard line. It was crazy. The Patriots really controlled a lot of that game. Should have, could have won it. But they do end up pulling it out, the Bills, and they keep the pressure, much to the chagrin of Broncos fans. They keep the pressure on Kansas City for that 1 seed. Now, Kansas City can clinch it with a win on Christmas Day, and that'll end it. But if they lose to the Steelers, that Bronco game versus the Chiefs is going to matter.
Hey, Buffnut, are you worried about your quarterback's hands?
What did you call me?
Buffnut, Buffalo Bill, nut, like nut fan. Are you worried about your quarterback's hands?
Just call me a Rocky Mountain
oyster? No, but
oyster?
he keeps looking down at his hands.
So he broke his left hand earlier in the year. That has healed, but it was definitely a problem to start. He was actually handing off with his opposite hand, even though he wasn't supposed to. Yeah. But it's healed now. He's better. The other one was just a funny bone. It was his throwing hand this time, but he says he's all right. He came back in. I'm going to hope that he's okay. He's got a couple weeks to get right before the playoffs here. All right, 49ers and Dolphins. Dolphins get a win to keep the pressure on for that last playoff spot. As far as threats to the Broncos, it's Dolphins and Bengals. So they're very interested in having Cincinnati beat the Broncos this week as well. They get a win over the 49ers, 29-17. As we mentioned already, 49ers eliminated, and they're just so beat up. But Brock Purdy keeps turning the ball over in important situations, guys.
They're a mess. I mean, this has just been a completely debilitating season for San Francisco.
Which leads to the question
completely
quickly, do you pay Brock Purdy?
That's a great question, man.
Because without all these superstars around him, he hasn't been as effective.
Where did he come up with the bread to buy his entire offensive line brand new pickup trucks?
I know, I saw that.
He's got an endorsement deal with Toyota.
Yeah, and part of the deal, I guarantee, was can you put this on social media?
Yeah.
In fact,
for our guys.
All of
dude, do you know how much a new Tacoma is?
Okay, well, listen, I'm going to offer that
It's a lot of money, man.
If anyone listening to this radio show with the business wants to give me 4 cars to give away to my friends and we'll put it on social media, please contact me. I'll give one to Nelly, Rob, and Mosier right now.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I'm only here.
I like my pickup truck.
I work with him like
thank God. But I'm like, dude.
It's a nice gift.
Those Tacomas are expensive, bro. They last forever.
Well, and it's probably just the lease too, right?
It is?
Well, I mean, I assume so. I doubt he actually bought them. I don't know. We'll see. And then finally, of course, the Buccaneers choke away a game against the Cowboys. They had several mistakes in this game. An interception by Baker Mayfield at the end of the game, a fumble at the very end of the game by Bucky Irvin.
Crazy.
I don't think that was Bucky Irvin. I think that was
it was the other running back,
White.
Yeah. So Colby, what's his name?
I can't remember.
Sean White. Anyway, so
Rashad White.
White.
So Baker. By the way, Baker is stronger than he looks. It's hard to bring him down. He's got a guy on his back. He keeps his feet. He shuffles it to his running back. And the running back just going down gets the ball stripped from him. It was the craziest thing ever. I thought the Bucs were going to move into field goal range there.
I thought they were going to win the game too. I thought he was going to bring them all the way back, but they don't. So now the Bucs and the Falcons tied at 8-7 on top of the AFC South. Cowboys eliminated earlier in the day with the Washington win, and that's your run around the NFL. Music ended abruptly, but that was right on time.
Sounds good.
All right,
Are you
sounds
happy now?
good.
Yeah, I feel satisfied.
Good.
All right,
yeah, I feel good.
Nailed it. We'll do the. We'll talk about the double dipperoo, which turned into a double winneroo. Coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Last segment, Robin for Brett Kane. And remember, you can take us with you anywhere you go. If you're traveling for the holiday, you can still listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Withey Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to withheywins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Will Height. I said Withey. Why did I say Withey?
I don't know what your problem is, man. Willheightwins.com. So we are going to do some scrambling, are we not?
We're doing some scrambling tomorrow.
Okay, that's awesome.
Mixing everybody up.
Christmas Day, what are we doing?
I think there's a couple bowl games on, so.
So what are you going to, like, Netflix is carrying the NFL, correct? Yeah. And the NBA's all day on Christmas Day. All day. They got games all day long.
Yeah, the games are in like the regular slots. It's going to be like 11 and 2 for NFL.
But I'm a sports fan. I love it. But the fact that now on Christmas Day, what do you think I'm going to do instead of hang out with my family? I'm going to watch games. And I think it's wrong for these leagues to take me away from my family.
And that game, the Nuggets
But I
game,
want to be away from them.
The Nuggets game's not till 8:30.
Let's be real honest.
Yes.
What do you do on Christmas Day? Like, you open the presents, hang out for a little bit, play with the presents for like an hour, and then you need the games, Vic.
We argue
You
a lot.
need the games to come on,
yeah.
so you don't argue.
Sleep a lot.
Yeah.
There's no way. There is no way. And by the way, yeah, the NFL, there's no way you're watching 5 straight NBA games from
No,
10
I would
a.m.
never
until
watch
the Nuggets
no,
at 8:30.
No,
there's
that's
not
impossible.
a chance.
No, I never said I did.
No, but I'll watch 2 NFL games and then watch the Nuggets game.
Hey, how do they have enough announcers on ABC and ESPN to do all these games?
What's the one thing that happens to you guys on Christmas Day that is like a tradition? I've got a tradition. My tradition is this. Christmas morning, my kids open their gifts. And my tradition is I end up yelling at my wife for the excessive nature spending in all these gifts. Because I don't know what the hell she gets them, right? And they're older now. They're like adults. And she still does all this Santa Claus stuff, like Santa got you this. And I'm sitting there every Christmas. It's the same argument. It's the same argument. I'm sitting there watching them open all these gifts. I'm like, another one? What is this? Do you guys have that problem?
Does she get the stuff for you too, Vic?
No, but I mean, at some point, whatever happened to just one gift? One. That's it.
I don't think that ever was a thing. What do you mean, whatever
Do you
happened?
get multiple? Do your parents give you multiple gifts?
When I was younger, yeah.
Moshe, are you a multiple gift guy? I mean, one. It should be one.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know, man. The wife and I are toning it down big time because we're going to be gone in February for a little bit. So we're just chilling it out, right? Kids, how old does your child have to be before you're like?
I don't know. My wife treats my children like they're 8 and 9 years old.
They're not. They're.
I know.
Dante's. Your bouncing baby boy is 26.
I agree. My beautiful baby boy is 26 years old.
I mean, for God's sake. He's 26, man. He can get his own stuff.
Like 17 gifts.
So what if part of her joy, though, is giving the gift?
That's not joy to me. That's money to me. Spent for that joy. There's always a transaction.
But don't you want her to be happy? Isn't it happy wife, happy life?
Man, it's not about gifts. It's about
so
spending time with the family, watching the movies and stuff.
Yeah, do you guys do that? Do you have like do a Christmas Eve thing or?
We go to my sister's house, play games, and have fun.
I just don't understand the multiple gift thing. Somebody says here, Vic getting one gift as a kid explains so much. What does it explain? I mean, it explains that this person gets you a gift, that person gets you a gift. I'm not opening 18 things from one person.
It's
That's
probably
not right.
why you're so angry, though.
No, it has nothing to do with it. You look forward to, you appreciate that one item more than anything.
Yeah, no, I see where the texter is coming from, saying that maybe that's why you're so angry because you only got.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
It sounds pretty angry.
Moshe, am I angry?
But here's the thing.
I'm annoyed.
Dante's 26. He's going to be a lawyer. Kid doesn't need new Xboxes and all that crap. He's fine. I mean, he had a bike that. Whatever happened to that bike that he popped the tire and he never fixed?
I don't know.
The joy of Christmas.
Corey, you said it right. My beautiful baby boy's got to go get his own health insurance now. That's my gift.
Get off my health insurance. Oh, that's pretty funny. Do you guys have any traditions, though? Because you kind of alluded to that question, Vic. I mean, is it watching A Christmas Carol or?
Yeah, we've already watched. I mean, we've already watched.
We've done it all.
We don't do.
We've already watched It's a Wonderful Life. We've already watched Christmas Vacation. We've already watched Christmas Story. I mean, I've already done all of that. It's not even Christmas yet. Although I'm sure I'll go down TNT and I'll watch Christmas Story. It's a 24-hour loop, right?
Yeah.
I love tuning into that show. I can't get enough of it.
I don't understand watching a show you've already seen like that so many times.
I don't know. It's fun. It's cute, man. You know, and the BB gun. And I like to watch Rating. He can't put his arms down. He's crying about it, and he falls down. He can't get up. Right? It's kind of funny, right?
Kind of.
From a texter here, Austin says, I have 2 kids. They're 9 and 4. Each kid has 32 gifts under the tree.
All right, that's a bit exciting.
Levi says, I agree with Vic. 1 gift is enough.
It's just, you know what that feels? That feels very Italian to me.
It's not an Italian thing. This is not a flea market here. All right?
I
don't know what you think this is.
You sound like my Sicilian grandmother is what you
Hey,
so that's my thing, is Christmas Eve we would all go and go over to the Italian side of the family, because that is Christmas Eve is the thing for Italian.
Yeah, that's a bigger thing too. I mean, like Christmas Eve is the day in our family. Christmas Day is sort of, whatever.
And then grandma would have one present for everybody, and we would all sit around and open the present.
It happens to be $50,000 cash, but
one present for everyone.
I need me an Italian grandma.
They make good cookies too.
I reckon they do. Hey, what's that thing your moms make? They look like snowflakes. What are those called again?
Pizzelles.
Yeah,
by the way, you ate it right out of the thing, man.
Yeah.
Let it rest for a minute.
No, they're awesome.
You want it warm, but let it rest for a minute.
Every time I go to Bambina's house, she gives me these things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she tries to feed me everything in her fridge, which is very nice of her. And she doesn't have to do that. But then she keeps giving me these little what are they called?
Pizzelles.
Yeah. And I can eat like 20 of them.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
They're so good.
They're so good.
And nobody knows it either. I don't know why they're so underrated, but they're delicious. But yeah, you really rushed her, man. You were sitting there filming her, and you're like, get it out of there.
Max, thank you for the text. We have the same argument every year. My wife goes nuts with the gifts for the kids. I'm not the only one. See, I'm not the only one. Thank God I'm not the only one that has this problem.
You're not the only angry dad?
No, it's not about being angry. It's about excess. You don't want to be gluttonous with your children. You don't want the expectation that this is what they're going to get every year.
Yeah,
there'll be a day where they get nothing and like it.
Who wants them to have a joyous Christmas?
Well, joy's one thing. Gluttonous is another.
I'm just kidding.
You know what I got my parents?
What?
Some steaks, some beef and stuff. And guess what? I'm going to visit them.
That is a great
And so
story.
I
don't know if
basically
that's fantastic.
I'm giving myself a gift here. I'm
gonna eat some of your own.
Well, there's no
steaks,
doubt they're going to cook it. Yeah, they're going to cook what I got them. It's great.
That's a great story. Nelly, let's do the fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We've been talking a lot about Christmas, understandably so, but guess what? It's not the only important holiday that is starting on December 25th. There's another one that I got to throw some love to, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let Smokey Robinson do the talking for me. This was a cameo that someone paid him to record back in 2020 about a different holiday.
And they wanted me to wish you happy Chanukah. I have no idea what Chanukah is, but happy Chanukah because they said so. Anyway, God bless you, babe, and enjoy Chanukah. Have a wonderful time.
It's like me trying to say Wilhite. Oh,
that
yeah,
is
that
real.
was real.
No way.
Happy Chanukah to everyone who celebrates.
Oh,
that's Hanukkah, by the way,
Yes.
just in case anybody was wondering. 8 crazy nights.
I guess it's better than wishing somebody a happy Chaka Khan.
So happy
Chaka Khan to you and happy Chaka
everybody.
Khan to you. Chaka Khan. Everybody Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan.
And see,
That's
you
a song.
you said you didn't have any energy.
I feel for you because I love you.
Wow.
You don't know who Chaka Khan is?
I
don't
have heard
know this song?
I have heard Chaka Khan. I do not know that song.
for you
Wow.
because I love you.
This is how we're
She's
gonna end
great,
the
dude.
show?
She's great. I'm here to tell you right now, Chaka Khan is rad.
And they wanted me to wish you happy Chanukah.
Between the two of you and Flax, we really have had the musical
Flax, hey,
styling
man, Flax.
today.
Flex, you're the MVP of the show
No, Flex,
today.
you go away, man.
Do you still have that, Nelly? Can we give that one more run before we get out of here?
Hey, if you're at Ball Arena tonight, stop by the club section. LaFonso Ellis will be our guest on our pregame show. Bill Hanzik and his defensive push will be there as well because the Nuggets can use some defense.
Yeah, 8 o'clock start tonight. Is that right, Vic?
8 o'clock, 7 o'clock pregame.
7 o'clock pregame. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Fellas, I really do have the most fun when I come in with you guys. Appreciate you letting me give you a hard time.
Thanks for coming in, Robbie. Have a good, safe flight to beautiful New York.
I will do my best. I hope you guys have a happy holiday, and same thing with all our listeners out there. We appreciate you all. Merry
love
Christmas.
You all.
Happy
Seriously.
New Year.
As Kaner would say, love you all. We do. Even Flex.
Even Flex. That's it. We're out of here. Morning Sprint is next with Coach and Raj.
Even Loretta.
Santa baby, Mosier's got a stinger for you. It's true. So hurry on the chimney tonight.
Well, yeah, look, I think 40, 41 seconds to
Holy smokes. What a weekend. Bunch of blowouts in college football. The worst possible thing that could have happened for Broncos fans. All three of them happened this weekend. The Nuggets struggled against bad teams.
It's the doomsday prophecy coming into fruition.
The Avs continue to get good goaltending, so check mark there.
Yeah, I read one of your tweets. I want to get to that later in the program.
We will. Ever since the Avs moved away from Alexander Georgiev and Justus Annunen, they've won 8 games. They have the best save percentage in the National Hockey League. We'll get into that a little bit later. We've got LaFonso Ellis, former Nugget great, joining us at about 10:25 this morning, so don't go anywhere there. We'll walk through the week that happened in the National Football League at 11:15 today, and then PhD will take over. We've got Hofbrau with Kreckman and Lindahl the day prior to Christmas Eve. Can't wait to watch that Monday night game as the Packers can clinch against the Saints this evening. It should be a blowout, but we do have to start with the worst possible thing that happened for the Broncos this weekend was not only to lose and fumble that game away on Thursday, but have to look back up at the scoreboard, Coach, and see what unfolded in Week 16. Not only do you have the Broncos falling out of like what was a complete lock of a playoff spot, the Bengals look like the Bengals again, much like we knew they were going to. However, the hole might be too deep. Joe Burrow goes 23 of 30, 3 touchdowns, 250 yards. The Colts survive a scare from the Titans. The Dolphins beat the 49ers. All of the teams that are alive and around you and well found a way to win this weekend. And now, the short-sightedness of playing on the short week, it might come back to haunt you because it sets up for what you need to have. And there are no two ways about it. The Broncos have to play their best 4 quarters of the season on Saturday.
This has become, because of the failed and missed opportunity at SoFi, when you had the best club in your bag and you were swinging a great stick, and all of a sudden you got away from that club. You may have just misplaced that club. You might have left it back on the fourth hole. You blew that opportunity, and now you're going into what I think is a hornet's nest because Joe Burrow is playing phenomenal ball. I don't know if you saw his insane touchdown pass yesterday. We'll get to that as we do our lap around the NFL. You're going to Cincinnati, a team that has got their back against the wall to make the postseason, and I actually think that Cincinnati is a team that will conjure up some fear for teams in the postseason, including the league leaders, because they got Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and they can score. And they are playing at a very high level. So what I don't like right now, Raj, is that if you thought that Jameis Winston and the Cleveland Browns with Jerry Jeudy scared the hell out of your defense by way of the air game, just imagine Joe Burrow at home, because that happened almost 500 yards just 3 weeks ago. Happened in your own building right here in Denver. So the worst thing happened. And that's why I was so pissed off after the game. You join me on Altitude After Dark. And I appreciate all of you that did join, all 6 of us, 7 of us that were on there, Raj and D-Mac.
I had such a fun
super
time.
Unhinged. I was really depressed. Why? Because of this. Is this good? You like it? Do you want to back into the playoffs and hope that the Chiefs win on Christmas Day and then sit all their players and then we're just going to get into the playoffs because the Chiefs didn't play anybody? That's what you want? Then you like participation trophies, just like everybody that lost in the college football playoffs by 30-some-odd points this week. You got a nice participation trophy.
Sean Payton met the media over the weekend. He had this to say about what ended the first half against the Chargers.
You're trying to shift the momentum. So much was made. I thought well, how do I say it? One of the dumber storylines was the end of the half in regards to us being aggressive with 41 seconds, 2 timeouts. We punt the ball. The half's over with. I read more stuff that I just looked at and thought, this is garbage. Number one, it didn't shift the momentum. We got the ball back to start the second half, went down the field, kicked a field goal. We were back up 11. But this sequence, this area of the game you're talking about is the area that as a coach you look at and you get frustrated just with how do we put a break on the momentum that had shifted? And I feel like we could have done a better job there.
Dumb. It's a dumb narrative. Anybody who questioned in the media what Sean Payton did and not just taking the game to halftime after you had just clinched up a whole bunch of halftime momentum in the ball coming out of the third quarter. Dumb.
No.
Garbage. Everything he read is garbage. Okay, why did you read it, first of all? You're a coach. Lions don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep, do you? Because at the end of the day, Chris Abrams-Draine just intercepted a Justin Herbert pass in the red zone or knocking on the door.
Right. They were on the pick was made on the goal line. They had not gotten into the red zone yet, but the Chargers
You're knocking on the door.
They were doing whatever they wanted.
I consider the red zone fringe on my call sheet starts at the 30-yard line. So, yeah, you're in scoring position. And you eliminated that scoring opportunity. Take the game into halftime, and then let your offense get back to work in the third quarter. Period. So, are you more concerned with being right and proving to the media that you're smarter than them, or are you more concerned with getting to the postseason? That's my question for you, Sean Payton.
I still look at the short-sightedness to believe that the Bengals game was the biggest game on the schedule. That was nuts to me, knowing that it was a divisional matchup against the Chargers, knowing that at that point, and the Bengals are still very much on the outside looking in for the playoffs, right? Like the teams that you should be far more concerned with in terms of playoff hunt are the Colts and the Dolphins. You do have the head-to-head against the Colts. They're on the outside looking in at 7%. The Colts have the better chance of getting in. You just have a hard road moving forward. I believe that your easier game to win would have been a Chargers matchup on full rest rather than going into Cincinnati, knowing what they do at the end of the season. Knowing that Joe Burrow is playing too. If Cincinnati makes a run here and the Broncos fall flat on their face, Joe Burrow has something to say about the MVP.
You're right. It's probably not going to happen.
It's not like Josh Allen is... The last 2 weeks, Josh Allen's looked mortal.
Josh Allen?
He's looked mortal the last 2 weeks. They barely skated by with a win, did the Bills this weekend. They did not look good against the Patriots that whole game.
He's got a hand or a funny bone or something going on. I know he had broken a hand earlier in the year, I think, something along those lines. Josh Allen didn't look as good as Michael Penix Jr., by the way, but we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
Anyway.
The guy threw no touchdown passes and a pick and had like 200 yards.
Yeah. I mean, 34-7? Drew Lock, by the way, my gosh. I didn't have a chance to go through the backpack experience here in Denver. That dude is terrible. Terrible.
The Giants quarterback situation is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And they did exactly what they needed to do this weekend, Coach. In terms of tanking, did the Raiders just screw themselves out of Shedeur Sanders?
Maybe. I don't understand what is going on with the franchise because I think Antonio Pierce is doing what most every coach would do.
Yeah, you coach for your life.
But the franchise is allowing them to win games against their direct competition to be in position for the one pick.
They moved directly from the first and second pick down to like 6-7 this week with that win. And now the top of the draft looks like New York, New England, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Cleveland. And outside of the top 5 is the dumpster fire that are the Vegas Raiders. When we were talking about for the last 2 months, where is Shedeur going? He's going to Vegas. That's what's going to happen.
It
and you
still
just find
could
a way
happen. It really still could happen.
Man, but now you're going to have to give things up.
Don't forget that the draft pick itself is in the eye of the beholder. And I still think that the eye of the Raiders is Shedeur Sanders. I have no idea what the Giants are going to do. Like they can't miss again. They can't.
It's got to be one of the two quarterbacks. It's either Shedeur or it's Cam.
And it'd be fascinating to see just what goes into their research and homework and what they're looking for from an identity standpoint.
I cannot believe that they found a way. Cannot believe that they found a way. And Levi goes, really? You can't blame the flex? They just needed to run the ball. No, if you listen to the show on Friday, we hammered Sean Payton about not running the football in the second half. That was a major issue. And in that presser over the weekend, Coach got upset. Payton got upset with the fact that networks were zooming in on his play sheet to say, run the ball. Is he so short-sighted to think that it just took a call to Harbaugh's staff from some dude sitting at home on his couch with his hands down his pants and going, hey, the Broncos want to emphasize the running attack today? Do you think that's what it took? You're upset with the networks for zooming in on your play sheet?
The networks have been doing this for years. Sean McVay's call sheet is always the topic of discussion. He has hilarious notes written on that, and it's been going on for 7 years. So this isn't news, and he knows that.
This is what Payton had to say about the situation.
Number one, I don't like the fact that the network TV cameras feel like they can zoom into our call sheets, but it is what it is. It's just a reminder sometimes. There'll be little notes I'll put at the top of a section. Thought we ran it real well early in the game, first half. Second half, there's 2 series. I kind of kicked myself where even when we did run it, it was the type of run we ran that wasn't as effective. But we had ample opportunities in that second half, and I thought our third down numbers obviously weren't where we wanted them to be.
It ain't like Jim Harbaugh had Connor Stallions on the sideline trying to, steal game plans there.
You can't even do it in the NFL because it's not the dumb, like, massive towels and billboards that are covering up signalers in the NFL. Like, it's left a college game. That's not even part of the game. People write notes on their call sheet all the time. Opposite coordinators never glean anything that would change the way that they try to stop or defend based off of words on a call sheet. If you had the openers in the first 15 plays,
if you had the script,
if you had the opening script, then that's different. That's frankly would be on you as a play caller to just expose that to the world and hold it up in front of your face. You would probably want that face forward, which is, I'm guessing, what the case was.
But like tendencies or want to going into a game isn't necessarily going to. You've already done that pre-scout as a coordinator, correct?
And you do make in-game adjustments without question, but a lot of those.
How quickly do those come through from your stat team? Of hey, they're trending towards X, Y, or Z on these play calls, these packages, these personnel.
So I was the stat team prior to being a coordinator.
Okay,
which means that I had this awesome, massive 11 by 17 chart.
It's a Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah, it looked like a Waffle House menu, and I would chart.
Imagine having Olivia Munn on a Bloomberg terminal doing.
So it was all broken down by both personnel groupings. So are we in 2 backs and a tight end? So 21 personnel. Are we in 1 back and 2 tight ends? 12 personnel. Are we in 11 personnel? One tight end, 1 running back, 3 receivers. And then I would start charting our run and pass tendencies in game. You have your pregame tendencies, and you try to build your game plan to kind of move away from that. But I would chart tendencies of run or pass based off of those formations and or personnel groupings. And then I would provide that information to the coordinator. Hey, we're really heavy right now throwing the football out of 11, especially on first and second down. Like, we need to change this. Great. That's when you do get, you get your chance to hard play action and throw a bomb when those safeties are creeping up to stop the run.
How often when you are successful at one thing in a game, do you go into the room and you talk with your staff and you go, hey, we're hitting this hard, but we're doing it well? How often do you get into that like reverse psychology of, they think we're going to keep running, but now we're going to change things and go start passing the ball more often? Because that's kind of what it felt like against the Chargers was, they're doing it really well. Now they think that they're going to stack the box. So let's throw the football down the field, even though they didn't throw it down the field. They were passing it like 3 yards.
High-level coaching, which Sean Payton clearly is, would not be, we're running it a lot this half in general.
Yeah.
Let's not run it as much the second half. Like, that would make zero sense. It would be more broken down into the situations where you're maybe running it too much, or the personnel groupings and or down and distances, and then you would set up the alternative maybe once or twice. so that you can get an explosive play.
On the other side, we'll be joined by former Nuggets great LaFonso Ellis. Nuggets get a 132-129 victory last night thanks to another triple-double from Nikola Jokic against the Pelicans. We'll talk to LaFonso on the other side. The morning sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You heard the Nuggets take a 132-129 overtime win over the Pelicans last night. They'll be back on the hardwood this evening hosting the Phoenix Suns. You can listen to that right here on 92.5. Watch it on Altitude TV, where you will see former Nugget great LaFonso Ellis, who joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. LaFonso, what's up, man?
Nothing much. How are you this morning?
Hey, we're doing great. Let's dive into these Nuggets right now. They're sitting at 15-11. They're 5 seed in the West, but they've been struggling on defense. What have you seen from this team? Is there anything that is trending in the right direction defensively?
Well, I think part of it is with my role with Fox, I don't get a chance to watch us as much as I would like. And so it's hard to know the trends necessarily. However, we've been a team that has a tendency to have slower starts. And so I'm hoping that what's happening on the defensive end for us is just an aberration. The cool part is there are great opportunities to be able to improve. Jamal Murray on the offensive end obviously had gotten off to a slow start, but is playing well as of late. Jokic on the offensive end has been as dominant as he always has been. Obviously, the leading candidate, in my opinion, for player of the year yet again. We need MPJ to be able to make some shots. We need to be able to rebound the basketball. And I've been really pleased with what I've seen from Christian Braun, who obviously with the loss of KCP has had to step into a starting role. And at 15 points a game, he's doing an outstanding job for us. But, as we talk about moving forward, and I've heard some of the trade rumors that has been out there, and it's indefensible that we need two things. We need a perimeter player that can really defend and obviously be able to make open shots with the playmakers that we have out there on the floor. And I think we can use a third big, because when we played against Minnesota in the playoffs last year, the one advantage that they had on us is they had tremendous depth. And I thought our bigs, AG, Jokic, I thought those guys got tired because they were playing so many minutes. And so, as we get to Christmas, to the first of the year, I think those are two things that our franchise is definitely looking at trying to improve in.
LaFonso, as a former player, you watched this team. You had so much part of their success. You were part of their experience in their development. We all, as former players, and myself as a former coach, at your alma mater, actually, Notre Dame. But we all look, and there's somebody on the floor that you have to look at and say, either that guy reminds me of a young me, or I just really appreciate that player's role on this team. Who would that be for you on this Nuggets roster?
It from the first day, it's been AG. He's fit in beautifully with. I don't know if you can actually have a better partner in crime, if you will, to Jokic than he. The kid jumps over the backboard. He's a lob threat. He's now been able to hit a fairly consistent three ball, runs the floor, defends his tail off. You can put him in short clock situations where he switches off on a 1, 2, or 3. He has the ability to keep in front, and his obviously sheer athletic ability allows him to be a rim protector as well. And different player than I was, but I have such a great appreciation for what he's brought to our franchise coming over from Orlando. I've been really, really pleased and have a great level of admiration for what he brings.
Talking about athleticism, talking about fit. Russell Westbrook, let me know what you think about him in this organization. He has been, for me, a breath of fresh air, especially on a team that it feels like it lacks a little bit of intensity, a little bit of bite on the defensive side of the floor. Russell Westbrook is a guy who never lacks that.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask about Russell, because Russell, the year he was drafted, was my favorite player in the league, and has been for a long time. Obviously, that's outside of our Jokic and outside of our franchise. And so when we traded for him, I was absolutely giddy, because to your point, I didn't know how Michael Malone would use him. I didn't know if he would put him in the starting lineup and play 2 point guards practically with him and Murray, or if he would bring him off the bench. Either way, I thought he'd bring a couple things to us right away. He'd bring a pop to the starting lineup, a pop off the bench, because of his ability to be able to get out in transition, make or miss. And I thought that's something that we desperately needed. I thought he would bring I thought he would bring just a fire and a tenacity and a bit of charisma. You know, all of our guys are great, great guys, but I don't know if any of them possess the same level of charisma that he has. And then a third thing that comes to mind is when you're talking about a young team, those guys that are on our team, the younger guys, are guys who really looked up to Russell and understand who he has been in terms of the overall historical impact of his career as far as the league is concerned. So I thought he'd bring a high level of leadership as well. So again, when we traded for him, I was like, yes, he's exactly what we need, because now he's on the floor with Jokic. You got two guys who are triple-double threats even later as he's later in his career. And so I can't wait to see the two of those guys play tonight in person.
We're on the Ramos Law hotline with Denver Nugget great, but also if you humor me here, LaFonso Ellis, I would love to talk a little bit of Notre Dame football after the college football playoff, just in South Bend, Indiana, in 20-degree temperature. How do you feel about the Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Can they win it all? And what is your prediction for the final game? Will your alma mater be in the final game, and will they win it?
I think we have an opportunity to be able to get to the Final Four. And I love our team. Our running game is great. Our defense, we have one of the best defenses in the country. The only concern I have, and I've had this concern for the last 4 or 5 years, is we don't have a big play wide receiver consistently to complement our running game. So I think that will hurt us in the long run as we move forward. However, the good thing about these playoff formats this way, a one-and-done scenario, anything can happen. And I love the fact that we're playing with a high level of confidence. We have a dual-threat quarterback, better runner than he is passer. But all of a sudden, he's starting to kind of get a bit more comfortable in the pocket. And if we can get our tight ends involved, because as you know, for years, we've had elite-level tight ends that have gone on to the NFL and played well, then we've got a shot. But I do think that lack of big time, big play, 10, 12, 15 target, maybe 10, 12, 15 is too many, but I'll say 10 targets a game, big play wide receiver. We don't have that. And I'm wondering if that will sneak up and bite us a little bit as we get closer and closer to the national championship game.
There he is, LaFonso Ellis. Zoe, we can catch you tonight on Altitude TV. We appreciate your time. Can't wait to see you on the broadcast with Vic and the fellas as the Nuggets take on the Suns. Best of luck to your Irish coming up on New Year's Day as they take on Georgia. It's a tough matchup. 1.5-point dogs are the Irish right now. Appreciate your time. Can't wait to see you tonight.
Thanks so much. Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Merry Christmas, Zoe. There he is, LaFonso Ellis, former Notre Dame great and Nugget forward. Coach, let's jump right into that college football playoff.
I just want to glaze LaFonso Ellis, not only NBA All-Rookie First Team in 1993 as a Denver Nugget, not only an elite level power forward, but also an elite knower of ball. That dude knows football. That was one of the best Notre Dame football breakdowns that I've heard from anybody who does the football side for a living. So LaFonso Ellis, big shout out there. Obviously, he's had a great broadcasting career, but this college football landscape is so unique, so interesting, and we did see 4 absolute boat racings. I would like to talk real quick, if you're okay, if you humor me, about the narratives that were on the social media machines this weekend. It was about Indiana being the team that just didn't deserve to be into the postseason. Kirk Herbstreit, who does this for a living, for the major network that drives this college football industry. And this is what Kirk Herbstreit had to say about Indiana and whether they should have or should not have been into this postseason tournament.
That I hope next year the committee won't get caught up in what the social media and a lot of people who are fringe fans get caught up in, which is wins. They had 11 wins. They must be good. Who did they beat? I think is much more important than how many wins you have. That's old school way of approaching it. Indiana having 11 wins and beating nobody, that doesn't mean they're one of the 12 best teams. Remember, I know, Linda, I'm not taking this out on you, but there's a big difference between deserving and best. Yeah. What this is all about is giving us the best 12 teams. Now, it's subjective. How you want to figure out the best 12 is up to you. But that's what I want to see. I don't want to hear about wins. How many winning's obviously important, But just because you have 11 wins doesn't mean you're better than a team that maybe had a tougher road that had 9 wins. So I think we get too caught up in how many wins you have. It's really more about who are the best 12 teams, and we need to get the best 12 teams in this tournament every year.
Well, that was after Kirk Herbstreit actually called the game between Ohio State and SEC powerhouse Tennessee, who, oh, by the way, was losing 42-10 late in the third quarter. Kirk Herbstreit failed to mention the SEC had their third representative get dragged by a team that didn't even end up in the Big Ten championship discussion. So you failed to bring that up? You don't even talk about Tennessee's abysmal showing and performance? So what are you trying to say here? Indiana actually played the closest game, and you could say they got 2 garbage time touchdowns at the end of the game. You play 60 minutes. You play 60 minutes, and they lost by 10 points to Notre Dame. 10 points. And lose by 40. So what exactly are you trying to say? Kirk, do you want 6 SEC teams to be in?
Yeah, of
and
course
6
he did. Of
Big Ten teams in?
Of course he did.
Well,
He's directly talking about Indiana and SMU getting in over Mississippi and South Carolina. Well, that's exactly what he's saying.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
That's Kirk Cignetti right there, the head coach at Indiana. And I do think that his ridiculous takes before the game on College Game Day certainly led to a lot of vitriol as he made decisions to punt the ball when it was like 4th down and you're down by, what was he? He was down by 21 points or something. That was 27-3, I believe. He's down 24 points. I don't know the answer right now, Raj, because I do know what.
It's going to take a few years. It's going to take a couple of iterations of this playoff format to figure out what exactly works. And unfortunately for the committee this year, the teams that they put in based off of resume within their conferences and winning football games, which is just like, at the end of the day, you win a football game, you get to be ranked higher. That's just typically what happens. That's how it's always gone. And I'm not going to sit here and crucify the CFP committee for putting in teams that did well during the regular season, because if you don't do that, you completely devalue conference play, completely devalue it, especially when you get into talking about putting in teams that are 9-3, right? And just because they play in the SEC or the Big Ten. I'm not going to crucify them for that this year, because unfortunately, the teams that they put in just didn't step up to the plate. They didn't step up to the plate this year. Next year, it could happen. I think that they should not swing the pendulum to the opposite side of the spectrum next year, where it's just like, hey, best teams on the FPI get in, the best 12 on the FPI get in, or the next best 7 after the 5 auto spots.
I also think that, does Kirk Herbstreit realize that the fans that live everywhere, they live either watching in their living room, watching the game. A lot of those fans, like the true fans, they do live tweet games. They have conversations about games. He essentially calls everybody that is against Indiana being in the playoff part of the fringe that influenced the college football playoff committee. Who should influence college football playoff committee? Who should influence that? Is it just the SEC and the Big Ten Conference? Well, you even said Indiana. They came out as 11-1 team from the Big Ten Conference. Yes, they did have a lighter schedule. I think the bigger problem with college football is not necessarily like how the CFP committee decided who was in the tournament. The bigger problem with the overall landscape is 18-team power conferences. And what's the most important aspect of success or lack of success? The luck of the schedule draw. Who do you get? Do you draw? Like if you're CU, you missed BYU, you missed Arizona State, you missed Iowa State. And then other teams like BYU played every one of those teams. That's just luck of the draw. And so you could say on one end, beat the teams that are in front of you, like the Broncos have this year. You drew the NFC South. Cool, beat them all. On your way to what should be a postseason berth. But in college football playoff, we can't have it both ways. So the solution I have is, let's go back to 10-team conferences that are regionalized, and the winners of those conferences end up getting into the playoff.
You're going to run into the same thing. You won't find the best 12. The issue that arose this weekend was not the fact that the 12 best teams, the 12 most deserving teams, were not in the tournament. The issue that arose was the fact that the scheduling of this college football playoff and the matchup of this football playoff was wrong from the start. That Boise State gets a bye. That was wrong from the start.
We'll find out this weekend.
It was wrong from the start.
You can't say that until we see them play Penn State.
What should happen is
you can't say that.
If you win,
all we can evaluate.
Hold on. If you win a power conference, you're in. If you win a non-power conference and you're in the Boise State situation where you're the highest ranked.
What are the power conferences, Raj? Tell me what the
SEC, Big 10, Big 12,
ACC.
ACC.
Oh yeah, ACC did real nice this weekend, didn't they? 0-2 and getting obliterated. SMU did not belong. So that's a power conference. They were arguably the worst team.
Clemson put up a fight against what was the number one team in the country for half the season. Clemson put up a fight.
I thought Clemson. I think they played the best of the four teams.
So what I'm telling
you
right now is that you win a power conference.
In terms of how they played, they played the best.
You win a power conference, you get in. You're the highest ranked non-power conference champion, you get in. Then you fill out the 12 teams from 1 to 12, and then based off of who you think is the most deserving team, champion of your conference or not, you seed 1 through 12. From there on, I don't give a damn. You could have a 3-loss team be the number 1 seed if you look at their schedule and you go, well, they lost to the number 2, 4, and 5 team in the country by a combined 7 points. That is a simple solution. Seed them 1 through 12 after they get into this playoff, and then we don't have to worry about this crap anymore.
Just don't have prophetic takes about Boise State getting boat raced.
I didn't say that. I never said that. I never said that.
Because the argument here that I keep having is there are 2 conferences that really matter. There are 2 conferences, Raj. There are no Power 4 conferences.
We knew that before the season.
So why should an ACC or Big 12 team automatically have a seat at the table? And then, so you just say the group of 5 conferences are completely, they don't get a seat at the table? So Clemson in that model that you're talking about at 9-3, who finished out the season, 9-3, and then they end up winning their conference championship, 10-3. They end up finishing 10-4. They have a seat at the table just because we're supposed to honor the Big 12 and the ACC because they used to be power conferences. They used to have teams like Texas and Oklahoma in them and don't anymore. Is that what you're advocating for? So then Group of 5 football should just go away completely?
No, I said the next Group of 5 champion, the highest ranked Group of 5 champion automatically gets in.
Okay.
You automatically get in.
5 would get in.
Yeah, 5 gets in. You get in, and then you rank 1 through 5. It doesn't matter if you are a conference champion.
Can we make a deal?
What's up?
Can we just say the top 4 rated conference champions get in? I mean, that's a way that you're going to most likely get a better playoff. You're going to have one less team that potentially is going to get the brakes beaten off them.
I can take that, but I still think you need to formulate your pool of 12, and then once they're all in, you get to rank. You get to rank 1 through 12, and you reseed week by week. That's how you do this, because it is ridiculous that number 1 Oregon, the only undefeated team in the country, their prize in the quarterfinal is being underdogs against Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. That's their prize because the seeding was done incorrectly, because the matchups were done incorrectly. Not that the teams who were in the playoff are wrong. The matchup and the seeding killed them from the start. That was the main issue. We'll do an NHL hot lap next.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Sanford. You might be looking around and all you see is 60-degree temps and sunshine, and we're coming up on holiday season. Might not feel like it. Get up to the mountains and you will feel the Christmas, the Hanukkah, the vibes that you're looking for. My family's going to be heading up to the Loveland ski area and will be our home away from home this winter. We love that we can skip the traffic and lift lines and head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. For all you powder seekers out there, Loveland gets more snow on average than any Front Range or Summit County resort. Give the gift of snow this holiday season. Season passes are still on sale right now at skiloveland.com. We'll be seeing you up there.
Every Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through a hot lap around the NHL, biggest stories that have to do with the Avs and the rest of the league. Coach, ever since Val Nichushkin came back into the lineup, he leads all Avs scorers with 12 goals now, dating back to his mid-November reinstatement. Can you name the player that is tied for second in goal scoring with Nathan MacKinnon and Mikko Rantanen in that time frame?
It's not Woody.
It is Joel Kiviranta with a empty net goal hat trick last night.
I missed the low-hanging fruit. I should have just taken it.
Joel Kiviranta, and then he's on with Rachel Toss, right? Rachel Toss at the end of the game asks him about a hat trick, and then Kivi, this cheeky son of a gun, has the gall to look at all the fans at Ball Arena and go, hey, yeah, I scored a hat trick that a lot of fans in the stadium might remember not quite fondly when you look back at his Game 7 bubble hat trick for the Stars against the Avs that ended the season in what could have been another Stanley Cup championship. I believe the Lightning won that over the Canadiens that year.
Little Finnish humor.
Yeah, you son of a gun. You didn't need to do that.
I get that same Finnish humor from straight off the Finland, whatever that is. It's not an island, I don't believe, is it?
It's part of a
Finlandia,
large peninsula.
I know it's a vodka.
It is. It's
but
a
I get
vodka.
that every day.
It's a tasty vodka
from my the driver of this program, Alex Ryanemi, also Finnish descent.
It's not an island. It's connected to northwestern Russia, right? I think I'm correct in that.
Yeah, it's just
directly connected to northwestern Russia. Look at, I didn't even have to look at the map. No, I'm not from there. My dad's from there.
Does your dad? What's the language? Is it
Finnish?
Sure, Finnish.
It's Finnish, and then like half of it speaks Russian.
So you got a little connection to Sweden.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
right.
You're
a
pretty
land
you're
bridge
pretty close
into St. Petersburg.
You're pretty close over there to Vladimir. You're not far.
There's a reason why my family.
St. Petersburg's right there.
There's a reason why my family emigrated into the U.S. It's because the Russians took over their village, and then they.
No wonder sometimes you look at me when I have free speech takes. You're like, easy there, guy.
Avs win 5-2 last night. 2 empty net goals. They have now won 8 games since they traded for Scott Wedgwood. And I did a quick look into how the Avs goaltending has been since then, because at one point this year, the Avs had a team save percentage of .855. The last time that an NHL team had an .855 save percentage or worse for the entirety of a season was back in 1992-93 when the Ottawa Senators won just 10 hockey games in 84 tries in 93. That's how bad the Avs were. Since the minute that Scott Wedgwood came in emergency relief back on December 3rd against the Buffalo Sabres.
Not quite e-bug emergency, but just emergency. Like, get this guy out of here.
Like, if you didn't have Wedgie on there, I would have put the e-bug in. He would have been better than Georgiev at that point. Since that minute, the Avalanche own the best team save percentage in the National Hockey League at .935. They've won 8 of 11 since. They are now in the 3rd spot in the Central Division. Granted, Dallas has a handful of games that they have yet to play. This is a completely different team. A completely different team. And for the first time since October 17th, the Avs have a plus goal differential.
The Woods have been humongous, both the wedge and the black variety. They've been a revelation for this team at the perfect time of the season. I'm here for it. I love it. The vibes are different. The feeling's different. And you don't have that just overwhelming sense that it's going to get ugly at some point in time, probably really early in any given hockey contest.
The Avs have the most win in the month of December in the entire league with 8 of them. They have the highest point scorer in the month of December with Nathan MacKinnon having 7 goals and 14 assists for 21 points. MacKinnon and Rantanen are buzzing. Cale Makar continues to pace all defensemen in scoring right now as well. Other news from around the league. Matt Rempe, remember big old Matt Rempe for the New York Rangers? Getting in every fight he possibly can. Came back up to the Rangers, and the Rangers are struggling right now. They've won 4 of their last 15 games. They're trading guys. They traded their captain, Jacob Trouba, to the Anaheim Ducks. Rempe comes back. The first thing he does on his first shift, he nails a dude from behind. Pause. And he gets suspended for 8 games.
That's a big pause.
Phrasing.
that might be like pause.
Hey, phrasing.
We're still doing that. Rempe gets suspended 8 games for the illegal check from behind. Also, the Rangers have healthy scratched Chris Kreider, assistant captain. If I'm correct, he's like top 3 all time in Rangers goal scoring. The guy's been a stud for them. He's getting older. He's only got 3 goals in his last 13 games, but he's a healthy scratch tonight, which tells me Chris Drury's about to make another trade.
Anything of interest to...
I would look at Chris
faithful?
Kreider. I would look at Chris Kreider, but you'd have to have half of his salary retained. I like the way that he plays. Good power forward, awesome net front presence on the power play.
Be a
good tipper of the puck.
Good alternative on a lower line than Val Nichushkin, potentially, in terms of playing that role.
Yeah, like a third line role. I think he'd be solid. I don't know if the Avs really have the room to bring that player in, but if the organization knows that Gabe isn't going to come back and play, it might behoove them to go out and get another power forward type guy. And Gabe Landeskog is a rich man's version when Gabe is healthy, a rich man's version of Chris Kreider. At this point, you're not rich, so why not take a peek, kick the tire?
Who is the player that was brought in last year towards the tail end of the season, no longer on the team, that was a bit played in that mold of net front presence, and it just never fully materialized for the Avs? It was their late season slew of acquisitions.
He was the Nashville player.
Yes. Nelly?
I can't remember his name. It's missing me. Treinen?
Yeah.
Treinen?
Yeah, it was Treinen.
Is that the last name?
That's what I was thinking of.
I think Yakov Treinen, right?
Yakov.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
There we go. I knew it was going to be back there somewhere. He was very forgetful. Very quick.
He was. Yeah, he could.
And then he signed a wild deal. He signed like a $4 million deal in the offseason. I went, he's not worth that, and he's not playing up.
I was just here for the name. I was fired up about
Yakov
Yakov.
Treinen?
Yeah. Just a big Yakov guy.
Jesus. Well, that'll do it for the NHL Hot Lap. We'll get into the
that was
Broncos.
a tough hot lap for the Russians.
Oh my goodness!
Not ideal.
Get back into the Broncos and how they can stack up against the Cincinnati Bengals, who are looking exactly how we expected the Bengals to in the second half. We'll get back into the college football playoff. You think I'm crazy, Coach? I'm not. I have the answer. I know they were all 10-point blowouts, but it didn't have to be that bad. You just had to have some vision, and they didn't have it. We'll get into that on the other side. I used my veto last night, Coach, on Christmas movies. You get a veto every time that we sit down to like watch movies. If someone says they want to watch that, you get one veto.
Like as in veto? Or
Veto.
I thought it was
VETO.
like an Italian dish or something. A veto. I was trying to figure out where you're going.
You get one veto on a movie. Like
He
when you
used
sit
the
down to
veto,
couch.
Coach.
I did. The veto.
Speaking of like Italian dishes, I actually cooked up my wife cooked up this morning that Polidori sausage that we got from
the
Christmas
breakfast
party.
sausage.
Oh my gosh.
It's solid.
That was unbelievable.
Wait until you have the chorizo. The chorizo is the truth.
Is Polidori sausage like that's a Colorado
thing?
It is really.
I told you it's my
favorite.
favorite thing that we get as part of this job is a box of meat going into the holidays.
Give me all the meat. And you know what's great is that there was a lot of leftover meat from my 3-year-old or my 3 children, and I just kept grabbing all the leftover meat. Just
you go upstairs and still sitting. All right, I'll take another bite.
better me than our dog, I think. Our dog would have eaten that meat too. A lot of meat eating.
Used my veto on A Christmas Story last night.
So you did want it or you did not?
I did not want it.
What'd you go with?
We went with Jim Carrey's How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Good
Classic.
film. Great film.
Classic. Christmas Story doesn't do it for me, man.
You see what I'm wearing? I got the Wally World.
Oh, Griswold Christmas.
Griswold
All-timer.
hockey jersey. on.
All-timer.
I got the jersey on right now.
I like the jersey,
It's not
but
Blackhawks, I get
it
it.
is so Blackhawk adjacent that I kind of hate you for it.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Great jersey, don't
my
get me
wife
wrong.
surprised me with it like 2 days ago, and she even said it. She goes, I know it's a knockoff, but it does have, the featured character from Wally World, which is awesome. If you're a real vacation, National Lampoon's Vacation guy, then you're a summer vacation, just the original. You're a Vegas vacation. The European vacation is just unhinged. It's fantastic. And you understand Wally World. I'm a big Wally World guy. Six Flags Magic Mountain. That was my home amusement park growing up.
Where's that?
It's Santa Clarita, California, about 28 miles north of Los Angeles.
I always grew up saying I wasn't a big roller coaster guy. I wasn't a big roller coaster guy because I was never able to fit on the coasters. I was always too small, and I never got the opportunity to, enjoy the thrill.
You couldn't fit on the roller coaster
No, I was too
on
tiny.
the small side of things?
Oh, yeah. I was too tiny.
I feel like I am like 12 pounds of poop in a 10-pound bag when I get on a dang roller coaster. And I'm 6'4", 220. Like I'm not like 382 pounds and 6'11".
No, you're a tall dude. I'd call you're lanky at this point. You're a tall, lanky dude.
Man, I feel so squished in those things, and I love them. But I'll tell you this, I'm not in danger of flying out of one of those things like you might be.
No, I wasn't allowed on them, and then I never got to be a rail or a roller coaster guy.
How old were you when you first were able to go on like the very, very advanced roller coasters, like the 60-inchers?
Like 12 or 13.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I know. I had to wait
I was
for
on
a
those
long
rides
time,
as like
man.
a 6-year-old.
I know. I was a tiny little dude. Oh, all right, Coach.
Little guy.
I know.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Going into these quarterfinal matchups coming up on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, I expect the narrative around the college football playoff to completely change. Georgia Notre Dame is a 2-point spread, 1.5-point spread on most books right now. Boise State and Penn State is your largest one. Your second largest one
10.5.
at 10.5.
Yep.
Arizona State and Texas, 14 points. Although we've seen Texas kind of
know about
shrink
that
in
one.
big-time situations. I don't know about it either.
I think that Texas is either going to play really well or Scadaboo's going to have a game-winning touchdown, and it's going to open up the narrative of the Big 12 should have had 3 teams in.
And then Oregon against Ohio State as 2.5-point dogs against the 8-seeded Buckeyes. Did Day do enough to save his job in week 1? Or if they get beat by Oregon, is he still toast?
I just think that that's going to be a rematch of one of the great games of the college football season. If you remember, that game was up at Autzen Stadium, and Will Howard just made some pretty bad decisions in a 2-minute drive that you very easily could have, I believe it was, you could have kicked a field goal to send it to overtime, or was it to win? It was within that space.
I think it was to win because they ended up losing by 1 point.
There you go. Yeah, and what was it? Will Howard took off down the middle of the field with time expiring as opposed to throwing the ball down the field or throwing it away. Man, I think Ohio State, after watching their performance against Tennessee, they responded incredibly well to the last time out, which was a loss against 7-5 Michigan for the fourth consecutive year. I think Ohio State, not only is Ryan Day saved his job, I think they actually look like a team to beat. And a lot of the undercurrents of just talking to people in the college football world, media world, is that a lot of people believe that the winner of the Ohio State-Oregon Rose Bowl will be the NCAA champion.
I see
CFP
four
champion.
teams right now that can, like, Notre Dame impressed the hell out of me against Indiana.
Can they outscore people, though? That's my question. The Riley Leonard is a thrower of the football. You heard LaFonso Ellis. He was hit it right on the...
You don't have a deep threat.
You don't have a deep threat. They're all just big receivers. They're like possession receivers. And while the run game is awesome from Notre Dame and the defense is even better from Notre Dame, I don't know if they could keep up in a scoring affair. Yeah, it's going to be, that game that they have against Georgia is going to be fascinating to me.
My contenders right now, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, Oregon, Ohio State. My pretenders, Arizona State, Boise State, Penn State.
Well, cool. The great thing about you have two of your pretenders
going up against each other.
And it's going to be Boise State beating Penn State. Why? Because Penn State had home field advantage. SMU's quarterback was just handing them Christmas presents. They were just present after present.
And of course, Boise State plays in the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
Of course. I know that like history doesn't necessarily mean all that much in terms of projecting what can happen in games, but the Boise State Broncos win Fiesta Bowls. That's what they do.
You know what? Who else wins Fiesta Bowls? Penn State. They're 7-0.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's so Boise State.
I didn't peel back the onion.
I believe Boise State's 3-0. This will be the fourth Fiesta Bowl. Famous one against Oklahoma. Beat a really good TCU team, and then actually December 31st, 2024, when they take on Penn State, will be the 10-year anniversary of the last Fiesta Bowl appearance from Boise State, a game that I coached in. And that was a win over a randomly very good Arizona team that year. And we were up 28-7 in that contest. It was a bit like some of these CFP matchups that we saw this week. Boise State has their entire offensive line back and healthy, which they did not have for the last 9 games of the season, since they lost to Oregon at Autzen Stadium by 3 points. Okay, so anybody who says that home field advantage makes up these 27-point differentials, Boise State took the only undefeated team to the brink and lost by 3 points against Oregon. Don't forget that. Do not forget that. Their strength is their offensive and defensive lines. And I'm not saying their strength against Wyoming and Nevada and Colorado State. I'm talking about their strength as a college football playoff team is in their trenches, and they have the best remaining player in college football on their roster. So go ahead and count them out. I want you to count them out.
That might be the biggest individual storyline of those games, is if Ashton Jeanty goes off and Boise beats the Nittany Lions and Jeanty rushes for 194 yards and 2 scores. That's the biggest storyline, is if he steps up on that stage, he gets to turn around and go, you sure you didn't want to give me the Heisman this year? You sure you wanted to give it to Travis Hunter? I know he played two ways. And again, if you ask me if I had my vote, Travis Hunter gets it, because I do believe that you're going to see another running back like Ashton Jeanty in the next 5 seasons do something crazy like him and just go off and garner yards left, right, and center and break records. You're going to see another guy do that because we see it every handful of seasons. I don't know the next time I'm going to see a Travis Hunter, but if he goes off and he beats Penn State and they're in a semifinal, he gets to turn around and go, y'all screwed up.
Which is okay. I mean, at the end of the day, Travis Hunter is a unicorn. And I'm a Boise State alum, and I think that Travis Hunter completely deserved winning the Heisman Trophy. Boise State's in the CFP. Boise State has a chance to do something that I think, frankly, the college football playoff really desperately wants them to do, which is to beat a power brand in football in this playoff, because it hasn't happened yet. I think that the hopes and dreams of the little guy in college football, they rest with Arizona State and Boise State's performance on the 31st and 1st, respectively, in order to prevent the Big Ten and SEC to take over this tournament going forward.
Coach, I'd be remiss if I didn't give you a little bit of time to talk about your Lord and Savior, Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, it's not surprising that his first start as an NFL quarterback was around December 25th. The arrival, if you will. Michael Penix Jr., I watched the entirety of that game. You can be lazy and look at stat lines and be like, he didn't throw for a touchdown. Oh, he threw a pick. Did you watch the game? because a lot of you didn't. You didn't watch the game. You didn't subscribe to NFL Sunday
I
Ticket
did not
and watch
watch the
every
game,
single snap
but I
of that
know-
game like I did.
Hold on. I did not watch the game, but I do know while it was 34-7 against the worst team in football, 14 of those points were defensive scores.
Can't have it both ways, Raj. Beat the team in front of you. I mean, he's playing against Drew Lock, who at one point, a lot of Broncos fans thought was their Lord and Savior here in Denver at different times.
Drew Lock threw for more yards, threw for more touchdowns.
Because that's what happens in games where you're getting the break speed off of you. You just throw the ball to get back into the game against soft zone coverages. How many times have we seen that? Michael Penix Jr., what I want to say about him is the arm talent was on full display. The layered throws off the play action was gorgeous. If you don't believe me, you can just go on the X machine. You can go on YouTube. Just Google Michael Penix throws. Have some fun watching that film. But what I was more impressed with Michael Penix Jr. wasn't the high-end elite clips. It was the decision-making, the overall comfort level that he had. His interception was a perfect throw to Kyle Pitts, one of the biggest busts in NFL draft history, the 5th overall pick at the tight end position. I think Kyle Pitts is a first ballot Hall of Famer as a volleyball setter because he caught the perfect throw. He bobbled it, second caught it, and then just give it a nice volleyball set for somebody to just take right from it was laid on a silver platter for a Giants defender. Penix Jr. is going to be a really good pro, and it didn't take him 3 starts to look like he was comfortable.
This rookie class is
awesome.
It's sensational.
All of them are.
And all of this it's going to take so many years to actually figure out can you guys be Elway, Kelly, Marino, O'Brien. It's going to take 10 to 15 years to figure out who those guys are. Luckily for this draft class, though, 5 years into their career, when they start getting into their second contracts and into what should be their primes, that's kind of the end of Patrick Mahomes. So it's setting them up. It's setting this entire draft class up. We're not even talking about J.J. McCarthy because of his season-ending injury at this point, and we could be adding him to that conversation as early as next season. Luckily for them, when they get into their primes, the league is opening for all 6 of those quarterbacks to take the mantle.
You know who's loving this progression of 5 quarterbacks that have played and have had really good moments? All 5. Bo Nix has had, weeks on weeks of good moments.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, the money for Nix and Jaden Daniels was damn near even for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Now it's Jaden Daniels and no one else's. Let's be very clear about that.
His combination of his wow plays plus his impact on the team, and I think that he had the right coordinator for him. I think he had the right surrounding cast. It's not an elite surrounding cast, but it's a good enough surrounding cast for an athlete that can create things on their own. He's amazing. He's absolutely incredible. Caleb Williams, as much shade as people want to throw at Caleb Williams, if you keep watching that dude play,
horrible situation.
He's in a bad situation, and it's not his surrounding cast either. It's the decision makers around him are constantly changing in just 1 year. I mean, the guy that was your quarterback coach at the beginning of the season was then the interim offensive coordinator and is now your head coach. Like, just imagine that as a rookie in Chicago, a place that has just been maligned with bad quarterback play. And all of a sudden, here you go again. They got the adults got to get that thing right for Caleb Williams. I think that Drake May has acquitted himself incredibly well. He's done some really good things, and the team is nowhere near where it needs to be. He's probably going to deal with a coaching change. I'm guessing. It just feels like it. But they're a team, a franchise that's building, and they have the perfect. I think they have the perfect strategy going into this offseason. See some really positive things from Drake May, but don't play yourself out of a good draft pick, which is what the Raiders aren't doing. And then the last one is, I still stand by the fact that J.J. McCarthy ended up being my biggest riser from the combine in terms of what he did as a player on the field. Great decision maker, a winner, gritty, chip on his shoulder type player. And then he goes to the combine and he just unleashed his arm talent. I think that guy's going to be a great player too. I just don't know where it's going to be.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. We'll go through the week that was in the NFL. We know we've got another game tonight. I understand that. It's New Orleans and Green Bay. I think we can probably chalk that up to a Packers win this evening, but we will tell you what happened this weekend, how it affects the Broncos with our NFL recap on the other side. Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. KJ out on holiday. Steve Nelson, Nelly, filling in today. Say hi to the people, my friend.
Yeah, hey, first time, long time. It's my first Morning Sprint official appearance.
God, what a pretender. We got Nelly's NFL Notes. That doesn't
fall off
flow
the
off
tongue.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I love how it went from Nelly's NFL Notes, and now it's KJ's NFL Notes, and now I'm subbing on KJ's NFL Notes. It just, time is a flat circle.
The circle of life. In fact, I saw Mufasa yesterday. Speaking of the circle of life.
And was it just as bad as the trailers make it look, Coach?
It was really good. I liked it.
Okay.
I mean, I was checking NFL scores the whole time, but it was really good.
Typically, we do this on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Typically, we do this on Tuesdays. But as we're off for the Christmas holiday on the 24th and 25th, let's bring you through the week that was in the National Football League. And we start with Baker Mayfield. Yeah, he looked great, but they fell to the Cowboys?
Look at the pressure look. Showing the pressure. Here it comes from the back. Jordan Lewis got there. Mayfield pitches it forward. Somehow he got it to White. Rachaad White gets a gain out of that. The ball taken away by the Cowboys.
303 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick for Baker Mayfield. They fall to the Cowboys 26-24. The Cowboys do get eliminated from postseason contention. The Buccaneers fall to 8-7 right now on the season. They had a real good chance to take a stranglehold on a playoff position with the win there. You fall to the lowly Cowboys?
Yeah, this was just a weird game. And, the Cowboys are playing themselves out of a really good draft spot. They're not going to be in the Shedeur Sanders conversation unless they're willing to trade a bunch of capital, most likely player capital, human capital, if you will, to be able to get into the position to draft Shedeur Sanders. This is a game that 6 months ago, Chris Dempsey and myself probably would have been really competitive, but having Cooper Rush play the game, the Bucs, who knows what their situation is, just a strange football game. And the fact
I want to vomit.
Yes.
I want to vomit.
There he is.
I want to vomit.
But at the end of the day, I thought Dak Prescott looked really good up in the coach's box. He was taking notes up there. And Baker Mayfield, ultimately, Demps, I was right. Baker Mayfield's he's the solution, not Dak Prescott.
The only team with a positive point differential in the NFC South now falls out of a playoff position, right? They're now tied record-wise with Atlanta at 8-7.
And they got the Penix energy right now.
They sure do.
Big
New
Penix
guy,
energy.
They're kind of buzzing right now. Defense looks really good for them. They fall to 8-7. Cowboys 7-8. They get the win, but they do get knocked out of the playoffs as a result of some of the other games that were happening. The Broncos needed the 49ers to stay alive here. 6-9 now, San Francisco, on a season that just feels like it got away from them early. A lot of injuries, a lot of turmoil in that locker room for guys who have had off-field issues with their families that are just
Sad,
devastating.
very sad.
Devastating things.
You have 2 players who lost children.
Yeah, 2 miscarriages.
That's unbelievable.
That's a team that you look at and you go, you know what? Wipe your hands clean, go back into next season. I would.
Do you think they just get healthy and run it back?
I think they do.
I think so too.
I think Lynch looks at Shanahan and goes, dude, you couldn't have done anything this season to help fix that. Go into next year. We'll try it one more time. See what you can do with Purdy. Maybe they get a quarterback. They trade for someone, whether it's Darnold or McCarthy. I don't think there's big changes happening in San Francisco.
But is Purdy going to get the market price? Are they going to give him $50 million per?
No.
I think they will. And I have some boots on the ground there in the San Francisco Bay Area. Listening to KNBR on the daily basis.
Franchise him.
My father-in-law is a big-time Niners fan, Giants fan, and I asked him straight up yesterday after the game. I said, "Do you pay Brock Purdy?" He said yes. He said that's what he believes is going to happen.
Franchise him. You haven't seen enough. You haven't seen enough to make him a $50 million quarterback. $50 million quarterbacks drag their teams to the playoffs.
In this terrible
He's never been that
season,
guy.
He's probably been your best player. He and George Kittle have been your 2 most consistent best players, available and producing yards and touchdowns. Outside of that, Deebo Samuel might be one of the bigger issues there in San Francisco.
Dolphins get a 29-17 win. They improved to 7-8. The Niners out of the playoffs at 6-9. And as you said, Coach, the Raiders, they've been terrible all season until they needed to be, even more terrible than Jacksonville. And then Amir Abdullah screws them.
Abdullah at the 5, still going. Abdullah, touchdown!
19-14 is the final. The Raiders improve to 3-12. They fall out of the number 1 spot in the draft. Aiden O'Connell, 24 of 38, no touchdowns, 257 through the air. But in a toilet bowl that you desperately needed to lose if you're Vegas, if you want Shedeur, you find a way to win at home.
Little Nelly's NFL Notes poll for all 3 of you and myself. So 2 of you and myself. Will Antonio Pierce be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders in 2025?
No.
Nelly? Nellicopter?
If you spell Antonio Pierce DEION space SANDERS, then yes, he'll be the coach next year.
You can't guarantee that you're getting Shedeur next year. Deion's not leaving CU unless he is coaching Shedeur Sanders next season. And you can't guarantee that he's going to coach him because you won a football game you needed to lose.
You know what's going to happen is I think that the Giants are going to, and maybe even the Jets, who, well, they keep winning. No, they lost yesterday, 19-9. There's going to be a lot of poker hands being played about interest in Shedeur Sanders. And I think they're going to the teams that are in front of the Raiders in their draft order are going to play their poker hand to the point where they get future first rounders. I think that the Raiders will trade up to get to the 1 spot.
Bills improved to 12-3, undefeated at home. They beat the Patriots 24-21 in a game that was way closer than what anyone expected. Josh Allen, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Not a great game from Josh Allen. Not a great game. 16 of 29, was not very efficient, 154 yards through the air, only rushes for 30 yards in that game. Yeah, 1 pick.
Any no teeters?
The one, yeah, he had one touchdown through the air, 1 pick. The 1 pick was essentially like a Hail Mary situation.
Okay.
He threw a thing like 55 yards, it gets picked off, and then whoever picked the ball off for New England, I can't remember who it was, tried to run the ball out of the end zone while being tackled and got downed on the 1.
So interceptions are not a quarterback stat as it relates to Josh Allen, but it is when Kyle Pitts volleyball tips
Josh Allen's the MVP of the league this year, so let's pump it on the Michael Penix energy.
I'm not going to, because I think that he's going to play himself into the postseason in just three starts as a rookie quarterback.
James Cook, 11 carries, 100 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. The Vikings improved to 13-2. The Vikings don't know how to lose.
They're good. They're like, people want to say this is like a Cinderella story. They're a good football team. They have a really good defense. Sam Darnold, I was not on the Sam Darnold train to start the year. I was skeptical through the middle of the year, and I'm saying right now that not only is Sam Darnold playing at a elite level, I'll tell you this, Kevin O'Connell he's the best coach in the National Football League, and it's not close.
Are you going to that? It's a huge question in the offseason. You've won 13 games. Justin Jefferson looks comfortable with Sam Darnold. Are you willing to screw up that type of chemistry to upset the apple cart because you took a first-round quarterback last year? I think I'm in your boat right now. They're going to trade J.J. McCarthy in the offseason.
New York Giants.
They're going to trade J.J. McCarthy in the offseason. You have a happy number 1 wideout. You don't want to mess that up.
So J.J. McCarthy's stock not only went up just by virtue of the Giants having wanted him and then clearly missing on Daniel Jones and his extension, it also went up because he's been groomed and frankly developed for a year where he's injured mentally by the quarterback whisperer in the National Football League, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, it's free daycare is what that was. You got free daycare for a year. If you're a quarterback needy team around the league right now, someone took your kid. I'm not going to say kid. Someone took your puppy and trained the puppy for a year, and they're going to hand it back to you, and it's not going to piss in the house. It's not going to bark throughout the night. It's not going to tear your couch to shreds. It's just going to be a nice, cute puppy.
And then the Giants, they end up having Malik Neighbors and J.J. McCarthy, which is, I think, they're by far 1 and 2 rated players in last year's draft.
It's a perfect situation for them. It's a perfect situation.
Maybe
if you
like
can
a
make
weird
that trade.
3-way trade between the Raiders, the Giants, and the Vikings. Like some kind of weird scenario where it gets strange. Somehow the Raiders get into the one.
They often do.
Don't know.
Can't say from experience.
Whoa.
Panthers get a 36-30 win in overtime over the Cardinals. The Panthers move to 4-11. their quarterback situation feels like it's been figured out. Bryce Young, 2 touchdowns in that game. They get 152 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns from Chuba Hubbard. Young punches one in by himself, 5 carries, 68 yards on the ground for Bryce as the Panthers beat the Cards. Kyler Murray just can't find a way to win the big game, can he?
Kyler Murray's not him. It's not him. It's really athletic. Give you a bunch of highlight reel plays. It's a great athlete. It's not it. And on the flip side, I'm really excited for Bryce Young and his development and to feel like he now has the support of the franchise and that franchise can go out and start building. I like that. I like that for the Panthers. I like that for the NFC South because right now, I mean, the NFC South about 2 weeks ago, let's say 4 weeks ago, you're like, who are the quarterbacks of any of these franchises going forward? I mean, Baker Mayfield, probably the only guy that's solidified. Saints, like who the heck's the Saints quarterback for the future? Now the Panthers have Bryce Young. Now you have Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta. NFC South's trending.
NFC North has been a gauntlet this year. 5 touchdowns from Jaden Daniels.
McLaurin to the bottom of the screen. 2nd and goal. 10 seconds. Daniels fires. End zone. Touchdown. Jamison Crowder. Preposterous. 5 turnovers and the lead with seconds remaining.
36-30 is the final for Washington over the Philadelphia Eagles. 10-5 now the Commanders. The Eagles 12-3. Jalen Hurts goes off with an injury.
Not good. And small hands, smells like cabbage, Kenny Pickett.
Did I say NFC North? I meant NFC East.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Sorry. NFC East.
NFC East.
NFC North is still a damn good division, too.
It might be a bigger gauntlet than the NFC East.
Got 3 double-digit win teams.
Yeah, you have 3 teams that are arguably going to be over 12 wins.
I mean, the Bears, who at one point I said should have won like 5 of their last 6 games, and, well, they've lost 9 straight.
Yeah, not good.
Not great.
But
not great.
Usually when they're...
Small hands.
They smell like cabbage, too. Kenny Pickett. I just don't know. Man, if Jalen Hurts is hurt, is there any chance that the Washington Commanders come back into the divisional race? They're down 2 games. They won a head-to-head against the Eagles.
Philly can clinch the NFC East title with a win over the Cowboys this week.
So if they lose that game with Kenny Pickett playing quarterback.
Or a Commanders loss against the Falcons.
So the Commanders are still in this thing.
The Falcons can clinch the NFC South this weekend with a win against the Commanders and a Bucs loss at home against the Panthers.
The game of all games is that Commanders-Falcons game, man. You get Jaden Daniels versus Michael Penix Jr. Those were my 1 and 2 in my quarterback rankings coming out of last year's Combine.
Washington clinches an NFC playoff berth with a win against the Falcons or a Bucs loss against Carolina. It's amazing that at 10-5, they still haven't locked up a playoff spot. Also, just give Jaden Daniels the Rookie of the Year trophy today. Give it to him right now.
What did Brock Bowers do yesterday? I didn't even see.
He reached 1,000 yards.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a hell of a season from a tight end. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Cortland get to 1,000 yet?
I would anticipate
it was like
the answer
right
is
at
no.
It was like he's right at it.
I think I would have seen something about that. I don't think he got to 1,000 yet. He'll get to it by season's end.
Cortland Sutton's at 928.
All right, yeah. He'll get to it by season's end. Rams beat the Jets 19-9. The Rams, don't look now, 9-6, the LA Rams.
Sean McVay's his faux hawk is trending right now. That sucker it's got a little extra product in it. It's crowning at the right time. The McVay faux hawk. It did pause. Crowning at the right time.
What?
Are you guys faux hawk people? Have either?
Oh yeah.
Nell, you had a faux hawk for a while?
Yeah.
I did.
Big time.
I had a faux hawk once when my pop punk band all did an emo get up for a Halloween show, and so I kind of copied Trey Cool, Green Day's drummer from the American Idiot era with the thin red tie and the black shirt. And I had a pretty sick faux hawk. I could actually pull it off.
How long did you rock it for? Just one, like it was a one-timer?
Oh, it was during the show, yeah.
Okay, and Raj, you were a committed faux
Couple
hawker?
years in high school.
How about Sean McVay? Just it shows like maybe Sean Payton's lack of commitment to something like the ground game. Sean McVay has really seen this faux hawk through.
Till he dies.
Yeah, through some really, I would call it some tough eras for the faux hawk.
Colts 38-30 over the Titans, improved to 7-8, 15% chance to make the playoffs. Anthony Richardson, 131 yards on just 11 attempts, but they do get 218 yards on the ground from Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns on 29 touches. Talk about committing to the run game.
Right over your left shoulder, talk about committing to the faux hawk.
It's a solid faux hawk. Why would you ever move away? Sean McVay is an objectively hot-looking dude. Why would you ever move away from that?
Because I don't often call. I get your love for Sean McVay. He's
a good-looking fella. Don't screw that up.
He's a shorter, good-looking fella. So I can see the glazing from you.
Hey, Mike, you're outnumbered by short kings today, brother. You better watch where you step, literally and figuratively.
You cool it.
Yeah, one 6'4" guy can trump 2 5'8"ers. What are you? 5'9"?
5'8".
Hey, Raj and I are scrappy. We got the numbers.
5'8". No, I'm certainly not 5'9".
Are you guys like jiu-jitsu practitioners or wrestlers? Do you have any of that in your background?
No.
I feel pretty good about my matchup 2-on-1.
Coach, I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter.
As long as you don't pull out your saxophone and start using that as a weapon on me.
About to kick some brass, boys. Let's go.
I run the Johnny Depp, Captain Jack Sparrow. We fight so we can run away.
I love it.
I'll just walk up to you, smack you in the face, and then sprint.
It's a great move. It's a great move.
Moving on, Joe Burrow stays alive.
Burrow, pocket collapses. Burrow stumbling and just masterfully gets it to Higgins. Just otherworldly from Burrow.
Joe Burrow, 252 yards, 23 of 33 touchdowns, and a 134.3 rating as the Bengals improved to 7-8, 24-6 win over the Browns, heading into a weekend with the Broncos. Joe Burrow looks like he's making a run at it. I think they're too far out to actually make this thing happen, but holy crap, does this game scare me.
They have the matchup at home in week 17 against the team that currently has the spot. Are they too far out, Raj? And then that same team plays the Kansas City Chiefs that just doesn't know how to lose games.
The Chiefs are going to sit everyone that week, though. That's what's going to happen.
Without question, we know that. Like, we objectively know that they're going to sit everybody. Or is that good that we're hoping for that? And that's how you get into the playoffs?
At this point, I don't care. Just get in.
Yeah.
Just get in. That's all I care about. Just get in. Lions beat the Bears 34-17, 13-2. They have a little fumble Ruski play. That was fun to watch. 3 touchdowns from Goff. Also a dick 6.
It was a pick. It was
just a pick?
Yeah, it was.
Whoa. A dick pick?
It was a dick pick. It was Jared Goff going up to audible, and the center didn't understand what the assignment.
One into his
right
seats.
into his gonads, and then it popped straight up to a Bears defensive lineman for one of the first. I mean, we had the butt fumble, the famous Sanchez butt fumble, and now we have the Goff dick pick.
Oh, good God! Falcons get a 34-7 win over the Giants as well. We've already talked about how much Kyle Pitts screwed up Michael Penix's game there. 34-7 is the final. 2 defensive touchdowns. Bijan Robinson continues to look great.
He's awesome.
On the ground. 94 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground for Bijan Robinson. He would add another 2 receptions and 10 yards through the air. That guy is everything Michael Penix Jr. needs to succeed.
Yeah, and I think actually that everything Bijan Robinson wants to have in place, just like you have with Saquon's got a guy. Well, he did have a guy. We'll see if Jalen Hurts is healthy. Derrick Henry's got a guy. And guess who else has a guy now? Bijan Robinson's got a guy. His name's Michael Penix Jr.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Nuggets are on the second leg of a back-to-back tonight. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Second dick shot.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Where's all the snow? I can tell you where the snow is right now, because if you're down here in the Denver metro, you can't find any of the great powdery white stuff unless you get up to Loveland Ski Area. That's where my family and I are going to be going up to take on the slopes. Loveland Ski Area is going to be our home away from home this holiday season. We love that we can skip the traffic and lift lines and head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. For all you powder seekers, Loveland gets more snow on average than any Front Range or Summit County resort. Give the gift of snow this holiday season. Season passes are still available at skiloveland.com.
Little altitude Christmas scramble tomorrow. All of your favorite altitude hosts mixed up. I'm not necessarily going to tell you who you're going to listen to at the same time tomorrow, but I will not be with you, Coach Sanford.
I'll miss
tell
you,
that.
Raj. I will miss you.
Yeah, we're going to see each other on Thursday.
Okay, we'll be back.
That's okay.
So
see each other soon enough.
Thursday's the 26th?
Thursday is the 26th.
Okay.
And then Friday, right here on Altitude Sports Radio, I believe at 10 a.m. we have a bowl game. Is that correct, Nelly? I think we're hosting a bowl game at 10 a.m. So Mike and I won't be on Friday, but you'll have Mojan Lombardi and Kane on that morning. But there is some sort of bowl. Are you doing a bowl game this weekend? You're going out on the road, right? On the 28th?
So I'll be flying to Arizona for the Arizona Bowl presented by Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre's Gin and Juice. And I'm going to do everything in my power.
Please.
To get Snoop Dogg to take over at least one possession of football in the play-by-play.
Oh, I was asking you for something way different, way more selfish.
You wanted me to bring back some
I
gin
want a
and
box
juice.
of gin and juice.
I will do my best.
By the way,
Santa Sanford, please.
Do you think that Snoop Dogg will give me the green light to do a broadcast where you have a gin and juice drinking game during it?
Is he the purveyor of what you're allowed to do on
Probably
on air?
not. Probably not. But if you get the green light from Snoop, you're probably good.
I think if Snoop has the final say, you're going to have a little bit more than gin and juice on the broadcast.
I'll be on with Brian.
The FCC might not be too thrilled with you.
No, they won't love it. I'll be on with Brian Haney, the voice of the Kansas Jayhawks basketball and football programs.
All right.
So that'll be a lot of fun. Just talk to him on the way into the studio, and we're already scheming ways that we can get Snoop Dogg on the air on that broadcast. And that broadcast will be live here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Okay, yeah, we have the Birmingham Bowl coming up on Friday at 10 a.m., followed immediately after that by the Armed Forces Bowl.
A lot of good bowls.
So 2 bowl games on Friday, then Nuggets in Cleveland on Friday evening, 9:50 a.m. We'll have the first Avs game after the break as they visit the Utah Hockey Club. So the Avs are off from last night up until Friday. They'll be back on the ice at the end of the week looking to make it 9 of their last 11 games with a victory there.
You got any big Christmas plans? Or you guys just
chilling, man?
Staying with the fam?
Chilling, hanging with the fam. Just
Nelly?
Me, the wife, my parents.
You kind of did a pre-funk Christmas, didn't you?
Yeah, I already did my Christmas trip, so I'm just kind of hanging out, laying low.
Did Christmas on a cruise, huh?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it did not feel like Christmas being in 80-degree weather with a tropical drink in my hand.
You feel grinchy? You're grinchy right now? You're a
Is it
very
just
cheery person.
Is it
but
just
you
because
do-
my shirt's green? Is
Yeah,
that why
you're
I'm grinchy?
wearing. I know.
Is that why? Okay.
It is. There's not a lot of snow outside. It's not cold. Doesn't feel like it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah. No, I feel like, absolutely. I feel like Charlie Brown, right? Where I should be in the Christmas spirit, but for some reason I'm not.
Over the weekend, if you guys missed this, Major League Baseball's all-time steals leader, Ricky Henderson, passes away at age 65.
Gone far too soon. One of the heroes of my childhood, and the reason why my dad would take me to baseball games, and my dad took me up to the Oakland Coliseum, and I was physically present for the American League stolen base record being broken by Ricky Henderson, and I'll never forget it. I can't remember. I think it was like early 90s. Bash Brothers were playing. That the Oakland Coliseum was the place to be in the sports world at that time with Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, and Ricky Henderson. And I'll never forget, like, just watching Ricky Henderson like physically rip the bag that he swiped out of the dirt and hold it up. That is a image that will be burned into my memory bank forever.
He broke Lou Brock's record of 938 back on May 1st, 1991. When I looked back, Lou Brock was the...
That was the Major League Baseball, or was that American League?
Major League Baseball's record was 938 by Brock.
And Lou Brock was a National Leaguer, Cardinals, I'm guessing. The American League record was Ty Cobb, a Yankee. And
I don't think Ty Cobb was a Yankee. Wasn't Ty Cobb a Detroit Tiger?
Tiger.
Wait. He's a Tiger.
Whoops.
I'm correct.
I know he was.
It was like 100 years ago.
He was a salad creator. I'm more familiar with his salad than his baseball career, but you know,
salad creator.
He was a Tiger.
Yeah, the crazy things about
the Georgia
Ricky,
Peach.
when I looked back at the history of Ricky Henderson, he did play into the early 2000s. He played for my favorite team, the Mets, for a year. He bounced around a bunch of different teams. So I got to see the back half of the Henderson career. So when I looked over these stats, the next closest active steals leader is more than 1,000 steals behind Henderson. That's Starling Marte, who has 354. 1,000 steals. And Marte's got if Starling Marte's got 4 more seasons of okay baseball left in him, I'd be shocked. He led the American League in steals every single year of the 1980s, outside of 1987 when he got hurt. It was insane. Absolutely insane. He was on base for one of the most famous plays in MLB history. Won a World Series on second base for that Carter home run.
Yeah, that was
nuts.
I just looked back. That was I texted my dad. That was the game I was at when he broke Lou Brock's, not Ty Cobb's, Lou Brock's all-time record, May 1st of 1991.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Which I believe ended up leading to the 1991 Bay Bridge series with the earthquake. What a time in Bay Area sports, Nelly.
That'll do it for us until Thursday. For Coach Sanford, for Steve Nelson, I'm Alex Ryan. Merry Christmas, guys. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Little crossover.
Actually, a little bit of
Christmaka.
You get the first time, I think, in 11 years where they're going to actually cross paths. It's going to be a great divergence of cultures. Happy Kwanzaa. All the things. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, guys. PhD's next.
Welcome to it. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Fun day here at the good old at Altitude as we are doing our scramble format. So tomorrow is going to be kind of all mixed up and fun stuff and just different folks.
Did you do yours?
Different folks. Did.
Who are you with?
I'm with Vic Lombardi. We're supposed to have Chris Dempsey join us, but Chris has some stuff going on, and I just want to send the best to Chris and his family.
Sure. Okay.
And our thoughts and best wishes are with him. I know his dad, Adam, personally, and they're just dealing with a couple things. So Chris wasn't able to make it here, but our thoughts are with Chris and his family. So it was just me and Vic today, a little unexpectedly, but that's fine.
Yeah.
And we just had short guy talk. We just talked about things that matter to people under 5'8".
There you go. Congratulations.
Yeah. It's just like, how great is it to sit on an airplane? It's like
super
stuff like that.
How great is it to not be able to reach the top shelf at the grocery store?
Well, how great is it just to live a little bit longer than most? Short people have that going for them, because when you live in the Shire.
Yeah, but how was your time on the earth when you were here?
It's short. Well, it's not short. It's long.
Right.
But it's limited. It's more difficult.
Yeah.
Can't reach things. You get passed over by women.
You seem to do all right. You seem to do okay.
Well, I stuck with the same one.
I got coach. I got coach. So we'll do ours after the show today.
Coach. All right. Wait, he's coming back, or what's he?
Nah, he'll do it from home.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He's good with that. He's good with that stuff. Yeah, I brought in your presents here. I know you said not to get one.
I did. See, because when you get a present, then then you feel like a jerk because you didn't get a present back.
No need. It's
Well, now I'm curious. Do I get to open it on air?
Go for it if you want to grab it.
It's
sitting in the office. You just didn't. In fact, you and Scott got the same thing.
Okay.
You could just bring it in there. Dan's already opened his up. And there you go. See Scott rolling in here. Dan, did you enjoy the present? I'm glad you opened it.
I did very much. Thank you, D-Mac. I appreciate that. I thought it was from the station.
Oh, okay.
If I knew it was from you, I would have waited till today so we could all just done it together.
Well,
but I thought it was a station thing.
No.
Got me some buffalo jerky.
You could get you
What in the world?
There you go. Scott, you got one in there for you, too.
I think Raj is bringing it in.
Oh, he is?
This thing is big.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
It's got a bow on it.
Yeah, that was
got
up.
A name on
that
it.
was up to my wife. I just wanted to drop them off, and there you go. And I just want to let you know yours are a bit bigger than everybody else. Hold on, what you got to turn your microphone on.
I
hate opening presents in front of people.
I'm immediately feeling stressed because this feels like a legitimate gift here.
Now, mine's like 5 inches. I left mine at home today, but I
left what at home?
I got you guys something.
Oh, that's cool. Whenever you want.
It's literally 5 inches tall.
5 inches tall?
About an inch and a half in diameter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say this is a solid at least 8 to 9 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, open it up. You gone this far, and people are probably curious about what you got and everything, and
Boy, you tied one hell of a bow, though.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with that. Trust me, I just wanted to drop everything off with like sticky notes on it, and I got into a little bit of a debate with the wife about how presentation matters, and I was like, really?
Okay.
These guys really care.
Did you tell her yes?
I finally got the bow off. That took me about 3 or 4 minutes.
Listen,
presentation matters. Well, where's that little red thing I got you last Valentine's?
Wow, look at this.
I think
this is quite the what do we call this? I mean, we got candy, we got beef jerky, we got snacks.
It's ultimately an assortment of meat boxes from the Yellowstone GiftBoxCompany.com.
Well, I love meat.
It's all jerky and meats from Montana. It's from 5 different ranches on Montana. So these are goods from the great state of Montana.
This is a phenomenal gift.
There you go, right?
Yeah.
So do what you want with it. It's like a survival kit for you, Scott. So when everything goes to hell in a handbasket,
yeah, I can have it down in the basement.
You can have this down in the basement.
But we'll talk maturity now.
Okay.
The amount of
he just goes straight to the thing. Open it. I
go to the card.
I read the card.
I already read the card. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I don't know what
read
you're.
it out loud because it was
personal.
Yeah,
of course.
Ooh.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
There's assortments of jams and candies
the
and
amount of meat that I've been given in the last 72 hours.
But isn't meat a great gift?
It is, but it's a lot. It's a lot of meat. But yours is more like I don't have to put yours in the freezer. Like that. That's
no.
Yours will be eaten during the holidays when people come over. Get some of that salami, cut it up.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude,
that was really nice.
You got it, guys.
It was extremely nice. Thank you.
Love you both, and I'm grateful to do the show with you guys as we go through another year.
Just one serious question then on the side on this.
Yeah.
They a new sponsor?
Yeah. they I did pay for it.
But you're trying.
I will tell you this. I definitely paid for it. But,
with a little discount. Yeah.
But I did pay. It was not a freebie.
Hold on.
It was not a
paid
freebie.
for it with the money that they paid you.
No. This one is a little bit different.
Okay.
We don't need to go into all that.
I
But
was given an Xbox 1 year from a quarterback as a gift, which was nice, and we're all fired up about it. It's a pretty solid gift. Got an Xbox One out of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Except for we had to do a commercial with him because he got paid to give us the Xboxes.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing like this. You don't need to do a damn thing. Just enjoy
Well,
it.
at least you got the Xbox instead of saying no, starters only. You didn't,
That's true. Well, I was a starter that year. So
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy got his offensive lineman
a truck,
$85,000 trucks.
Dude.
But he's got a deal with Toyota.
That they all got it. That they all
still,
got.
He's on a.
And now they all got to pay about $20,000 in taxes on that.
They do.
Oh, it won't be that much.
It'd probably be up to 10% or so, something like that, something along those lines. I only know this because gifts are there's no taxes on your meat. The meat's free. The meat's good. You're good on the meat. It's a low level price. Yeah. My wife.
Your wife's fantastic.
She's great. She's responsible for the ribbons.
Tell her I was.
But reminder, presentation is
important.
Important.
Well, it was going to be nothing. Seriously, it was going to be just a box and a sticky note. Here you go.
Well, now I feel kind of bad because what I got was just going to hand you something.
Well, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to be any different. I mean, the fact that a guy gets another guy anything is actually a miracle.
Yeah.
Just let's start there.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But, I had the wines last year. I'm amping it up a little bit.
I still got that bottle of wine.
You do not. Do you
really?
I
do.
You can definitely. I know you don't really drink.
That's a re-gift.
Re-gift it.
Yeah.
Re-gift it.
Is there a better re-gift
than a bottle of wine?
No.
Hell no. Hell no. The only reason it would be bad is if you re-gifted it to the same person that gave it to you. That wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, because then you take it home and your wife goes.
Would drink it. I won't drink it, so maybe that's a good idea.
Or you take it home.
Give that back to you.
You take it home and your wife goes, "This is that stuff we didn't like. Didn't you give this away?" I mean, if it's a nice bottle of whatever, you're probably not.
The funniest part about that, I signed up for this wine. I don't know anything about wine. I really don't. But if you get a wine from Portugal and it looks a little exotic on the label, you're like,
must be good.
Gotta be good.
This has got to be good, right? Good stuff here.
No.
It's good to see you back here, pal. God, it feels like forever since I've seen you in person.
7 days, right? Dude, you know the bad thing about it? I thought I was off today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. What time did you realize?
You had extra work today.
I realized
extra work.
I realized like on Saturday when
you are off coming up though.
When Ditto was passing out emails, make sure you guys get it. I'm like, but I'm off.
You don't even know.
Oh, I don't even know.
You don't even know. We'll have a laugh during the break.
Let's just say I pulled a Hastings.
Really?
Yeah.
Got to look at your emails.
I got to read the emails.
Did you miss your thing?
I didn't miss anything.
No,
I haven't missed anything.
No.
But I'm very aware that I need to open emails now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I opened emails. I looked at it. I saw it.
So why were you surprised that you were working today?
Because I was saying, well, this doesn't pertain. Because the first one didn't have my name on it.
That's exactly what I did.
But my first one didn't have my name in the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, well, I'm off on that day anyway. So, race. And then the second would come back, make sure you're organized. And then it had to Nate, Mosier, and me, and Springer. And I went, oh, okay. So that's the lineup.
Generally speaking, and I'm not saying this is proper etiquette, and this is what gets me in trouble like it just did, but if it's like a group email, generally speaking, I don't think it's that important. if it comes to me specifically, I'm like, oh, I got to pay attention to that.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you're here.
No, I got it done.
I appreciate the Nuggets win last night. I appreciate it.
I kind of appreciate it.
I appreciate it. They need to trade Michael Porter Jr. I appreciate it.
Hey, Jamal made a shot.
Jamal played well.
Yeah.
Period. And hit clutch free throws.
We
and other
missed about
clutch
3
shots.
buckets, 3 opportunities there at the end of regulation, and he drilled that sucker.
He did. And you're down 17 to a 5-win team. Just like, here we go with
Who you've
Washington.
already lost to once.
Yes, you have. Here we go. Washington
Without
part 2.
Zion.
Yeah. It was funny. Like, they lost 5 times, or won 5 times. One of them was to the Nuggets. It did go to overtime. But I respect the win.
Well, at the end of the year, you're looking at the left-hand column.
I understand.
You got to keep adding to the left-hand
But
column.
this is not the way to win a championship.
Nope.
And you got to make a change. And the only guy that's going to move the needle is Michael Porter Jr., unfortunately. And it's nothing. It's not an anti. It's not Ryan Johansson. It's not Georgiev. It's not guys we got to get rid of. It's not Bones Highland. It ain't like that at all. It's different. It's Bo
This is the
Byer.
only guy with talent, or with value.
Nobody
Well, it's
wanted
kinda
to.
like the only option on top of that. I mean,
It's
it's
the
like
only one
you
that's
literally
making a
just
difference.
do deductions here. Like who is feasible to trade?
If you want to trade Saric and Zeke for the next Thomas Bryant, then okay. But that's what that's going to be. It's not going to be nothing. You got to make a difference, and it's got to be Michael Porter Jr. And whatever's going on, when he got sat on the bench and didn't get off of it, didn't really think I'd see those moments this year, but the team was more resilient. They came back. You saw a combination with Jamal and Russ Westbrook that worked. Like I was like, whoa, okay, that works. Good to know. Julian Strother, got to give him room. Peyton Watson, got to keep him on the court. And Russell Westbrook, those are your, and you need that. Who's your next starter?
Well, that big run to start the fourth, or I guess right towards the middle though, was Joker, Russ, Strother, Christian, and Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You need something else. You need, and maybe you can get a couple of guys, frankly. And, Cam Johnson is he on everybody's lips right now. Everybody.
Who told you that name first?
You did. You did. And I'm reading today, there's like 3 teams after him, and the Nuggets got
Because he can really shoot, and this
Yeah.
league has turned into a league of shooting.
And he's the most realistic target. They're not doing anything there in Brooklyn. They're moving on, and let's go. I mean, make a deal before Phoenix makes a deal, or Sacramento makes a deal, or because he's going somewhere. And I'm sorry that this is probably the end for Michael Porter Jr. Nothing bad to say about the dude whatsoever.
Good kid.
But if you want to win this year, you got to make this move. That's it, the end. That's what I learned from the Nuggets. And by the way, 5 games in 7 nights, starting last night, tonight against the Suns. What do you think? It slows down from this point on?
Denver going into New Orleans had played the least amount of games as anybody, although their the travel schedule is weird. But they still only played 25 games. The Knicks was 26, somewhere around 28, 29.
Your travel schedule was stupid.
Yeah.
You had too much downtime. Jokic, postgame.
He said it, right?
Said it. He's right.
Yeah.
It's too much downtime.
I mean, how about it just shows you how in touch he is with everything.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, when we have too many days off, we're not very good.
No.
So tomorrow we'll be fine. He goes, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're better. We're better when we don't have any rest.
I don't know if this is going to solve any problems, but I literally had a dream last night. I was playing for the Denver Nuggets.
How are you doing?
First dream in my life that's ever involved professional basketball.
How are you doing?
I'll tell you that much.
That's cool.
I didn't play. I didn't get on the court. But I was.
So you were me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I had a hell of a post game workout, and Jokic was there, and he took forever, just like he always does.
What were you doing?
I was working out.
You were working out
side by side
with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I had post game press responsibilities.
As a non-player?
As a non-player. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
how'd that go?
Well, it was about as many people as ever showed up for my real job. I had about 1 person. Yeah.
Did you tell everybody they were idiots with their storylines like Sean Payton did yesterday?
Oh no, I was happy to be there.
Did you hear about this with Sean Payton?
No.
Oh yeah. Hey Sean. You don't want people to read things that are on your play sheet? Don't write it on your play sheet.
Sean Payton is saying everybody's an idiot for one particular storyline that he's sick of, and it's not his fault. Details, and you'll hear it coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, it's time to do something about it. With the new year upon us, how about you make a New Year's resolution that you're going to get your hair back? Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. Because when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to be with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. Guys, I'm telling you, you're going to be in an awesome environment. You're going to have awesome results. Matter of fact, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So stop wasting your time and your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Invest in yourself with Advanced Hair Restoration. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Be aggressive at the end of the first half and try to move the ball down the field instead of just run the ball and go into halftime with the lead, with the 2-possession lead?
Well, we had about 45 seconds and 2 timeouts, and I think every offense in the league is trying to go score.
Yeah, Snarky Bo. Snarky Bo. Scott, you were actually traveling on Friday. We haven't even got to talk to you about what you thought about the old Broncos and the Chargers. By the way, real quick. Jaden Daniels has won the Offensive Rookie of the
You
Year.
think?
That's
You think?
That's done.
Yeah, those betting odds fell off a cliff about 3 weeks ago.
What a
that
game.
is officially over.
What a game by Jaden Daniels. beating
I'm
the
surprised
Eagles.
he still does not have the rookie rushing record yet. So that's still held by Robert Griffin, same franchise.
Whatever. That dude just.
You almost don't want him to break that.
I know.
Because of how it turned out for Robert. Have him set some sort of record for rookie quarterbacking through the air. And
exactly.
Not worry about the legs.
Jane Daniels winning, 10 games, throwing walk-off touchdowns
Did you
against.
guys get to watch any of that game?
Yeah.
That was a fun ball game right there.
Crazy. Eagles might be a house of cards, man. They're good, though. They are good. But that might be.
There's a lot of good teams. I'm not sure Buffalo's not a house of cards also.
They could be.
Chiefs are vulnerable. I'm telling you, and we'll find out next Saturday, if they get in, the scariest team to get in that I don't think anybody wants to play is if Cincinnati somehow got in.
Well, let's get there. So, listen, Sean Payne, my man, my guy. For him to come out and say what I'm about to play for you is one of the weirder things that I've heard in defending something that went really bad, which was the end of the first half.
The clock management?
Dude, this is so rudimentary. I'll tell you, and Bo Nix is a little arrogant here too. And I've been pretty praiseworthy of all these guys. But guys, you got 41 seconds to go. You're getting the ball to start the second half. You got an 11-point lead. Should you push it for one play to see? Sure, if a screen.
Yeah, but even that, like, okay, you're just about to mention it, but when you say push it on the first play, it's not what most people think. You don't take a shot down the field in that situation. You call a very simple drive starter, and then you see if you get some crazy yards.
You're on the 20-yard line or whatever. If you can pick up 13 yards, well, maybe we can pick up another 13 yards, and maybe we're talking. But when the play that you start the drive goes for -3, and they don't call a timeout, Harbaugh was fine just going to the half. You know what you do? At that point, you just say, okay, all right, whatever. You don't throw another pass that you drop. And now Harbaugh, now you got my attention. It was an idiotic way to finish the half. And yes, you got burned by one of the more exotic rules in the NFL because you weren't smart enough to stay the hell away on a special teams kick to allow the free kick thing. Did you know that free kick rule? Just be honest.
I have heard it before, but I don't know. That's the first time I've ever seen it.
Were you?
I was like, what? And then I went, I remember someone saying, I didn't know how it worked.
One of the probably the single most obscure rule in the NFL that they talk about every year at the beginning of training camp.
Yeah.
You address it one time as a team, and you move on, and you forget about it.
Yeah. Only reason I know is a couple years ago I went down some really you get into YouTube, right? You just quirky NFL rules. Yeah. I was in that wormhole.
Them damn crazy kitty cats.
Yeah. I'm looking at kitty cats and crazy NFL rules. It's the only reason I knew it. And there's a couple of others. If you field the ball on a kickoff out of bounds, half of you's inbounds, half of you's out of bounds, that goes to the 40. The other one that the Broncos had happen to them, if you don't down the ball on a punt, fully down it, if you just touch it, the other team can pick it up, take it back with no negative ramifications.
If you fumble or anything.
They still get it.
Yeah.
Right.
There's nothing to lose by trying. And the Raiders guy knew it, that guy years ago.
Shout out to the Raiders for getting a win.
Oh, and we'll get to the Raiders and how stupid they are. Holy cow, are they dumb. But for Sean Payton to come out yesterday and say that it's garbage to think the momentum shifted is something else.
No, listen, I think that's a sequence there. That's a great question. You're trying to shift the momentum. So much was made. I thought how do I say it? That one of the dumber storylines was the end of the half in regards to us being aggressive with 41 seconds, 2 timeouts. We punt the ball. The half's over with. I read more stuff that I just looked at and thought, this is garbage. Number one, it didn't shift the momentum. We got the ball back to start the second half, went down the field, kicked a field goal. We were back up 11. But this sequence, this area of the game you're talking about, is the area that, as a coach, you look at and you get frustrated. Just with how do we put a break on the momentum that had shifted, and I feel like we could have done a better job there.
Here's the problem. You may not think it shifted momentum. You may think you got it back. Guess who thought they did have momentum? Jim Harbaugh and the entire Chargers team who spoke
went
about
nuts
it.
after the kick.
Yeah.
They thought, and it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what the people that gain that momentum and what their take is on it, not yours. But he's out there telling everybody who's got this opinion in the media it's a garbage take. And this is like, my man, Sean, I like you, bro. I'm glad you're the coach. But you want to talk about arrogance to the next level.
I mean, he's sitting there thinking, like, what's the worst thing that could happen? And I understand the thought process. Like, we try to go for this thing. All right, we punt the ball. Maybe they get one shot at it, but you don't foresee what happened off the punt. You don't foresee it. And I get it. And nobody's thinking that's going to happen, but it did. And to sit there and be in denial after the fact, it's just denial. That's all it is. But he was fascinating on a lot of levels in that presser. First off, that was a moment that absolutely was a momentum shift for the Chargers. Mm-hmm. He also was acting
which is helped by going 3 out, coming back the other way.
Yep. He also was acting like he was ticked off at the TV cameras. How dare you zoom in on my play sheet? How dare you look at that I wrote run it on my play sheet? Sean, you knew damn well that everybody's going to see that. I mean, you know damn well everybody's going to see it. If you don't want to see it, don't put it there.
You were crushing him on that second. Oh, wait.
Right.
I got that right here.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, number one, I don't like the fact that the network TV cameras feel like they can zoom into our call sheets, but it is what it is. It's just a reminder sometimes. There'll be little notes we'll put at the top of.
Then he goes on and on and on about how they,
Well, why didn't you
run it?
Why didn't you pay attention to your notes?
Hey, you guys called it last show I was on, so Thursday, that Estime you thought it was going to be his big game.
It started.
He was gonna get the book, and
it started that
first
way.
half sure looked like it didn't.
Started that way.
I don't know what his numbers actually say, but I have to guess he was averaging close to 5 per carry.
He was averaging at 6 at halftime.
6?
Ended at 5.6.
Okay, yeah.
It started good, and then it stopped.
But he got like 7 or 8 carries the first half and like 1 or 2 in the second.
He had 9 total carries.
Yeah.
That's it. You went from 3 of the best drives. What a way to open a game. To an absolute epic collapse. And now it gets scary. Because everything the Broncos needed to happen yesterday, none of it happened. Slightly you want the Chiefs to get the number 1 seed so that they don't have anything to play for.
I don't think they're going to play their guys either way, though. I mean, they're playing 3 games in 10 days.
I said slightly.
Yeah.
So you maybe slightly caught yourself a break. But you realize the best you can do right now is play the Bills in Buffalo in the playoffs? That really is the best you can do right now. Because you don't have the tiebreaker over the Chargers.
Well, good thing we flexed that game into Thursday Night Football because we were okay with losing it. So maybe it works out the way you wanted and you get a win against Cincinnati, but do you like the consequences of the tiebreakers now? Do you like the consequences of who you have to play?
They win against Cincinnati and get to the playoffs. I am overjoyed.
Oh, yeah.
I am thrilled because you are staring down the barrel of dropping 3 games in a row and missing the playoffs.
Sure.
And if you can't see how that can happen, you're blind after what happened this week.
And all the other things that could have happened for the Broncos to make the playoffs this weekend, that didn't happen.
The Colts won, the Dolphins won, the Bengals won, the Ravens won. Like, don't forget, it's easier to play the Steelers than Baltimore and Baltimore. Like, everything you needed went against you this weekend. Everything. And now you realize the Bengals are a 3-point favorite on Saturday, right? We're all seeing what Joe Burrow's doing now, right? We understand what Jameis Winston and Jerry Jeudy did to this defense, and now you got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase? Come on, fellas. This is going to be hard to make the playoffs.
Yep. Sure is.
And your best bet is against the Chiefs at home, you got to pray that Andy Reid wants a 2-week break, not just a 1-week break. And I don't even know football-wise.
I think you're going to get real lucky on that game because I don't think it matters what's going on in the Chiefs' world. I think they're going to look at it like we got to protect our guys. The third game in 10 days.
Not worried about being rusty.
I think they're going to worry a whole lot more about injury than about being rust. At least if I'm Andy Reid, dude, that would terrify me. Are you kidding me? As I'm going into the playoffs, about to play my third game in 10 days, I'm not messing with that.
So we're an experienced team. We're in legacy mode. A couple of weeks off for us is fine. No big deal. We'll pick it up.
It's not ideal, but you got to pick which one's more dangerous. And I think it's more dangerous to play your guys.
Okay. Well, maybe that will go the Broncos'
But
way.
it always happens. Not that they played any good this year, but your offensive line's probably going to play.
Maybe.
Well, I think the Broncos' defense right now is spinning.
Yeah, your O-line usually does have to play no matter what.
Yeah, they kill you guys.
Yeah.
The Bengals will have a lot to play for. Not a little to play for, a lot to play for.
It's their season. Because they lose this game, they're done.
Well, that was the case this weekend, and look how they all responded. Look how the Colts, Dolphins, and Bengals all responded with their season on the line. You tell me how they did. Pretty good. And look at the Broncos. And guess what? The Chargers, they wanted that game more than the Broncos too. And I'm sorry to admit that there's a desire effort thing going on here, and it sucks because you had won 4 games in a row. But Sean Payton it's garbage. Momentum is garbage. It's not my fault. That didn't mean anything, Sean.
I've always said
come on, brother.
That momentum is like a fickle girlfriend that you hack her off and send her away. There ain't no guarantee she ever comes back in a game, in a season.
Yeah,
I mean it is a tough thing to have. I heard an interesting thing this over the weekend. I was talking to one of my guys, football guy, and he said, here's what we know about Sean Payton. This guy, been in the league, been around the league. He said, if you can bust his script, if you could either at the beginning of the game or the beginning of the second half, get him to have a 3-and-out or 2 in a row, he goes completely off script and gets lost. And he said, and now you got him. Well, the script worked in the first half, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Pretty good. First 3
times.
times.
It was 3 magnificent drives.
And then you go 3-and-out at the end of the half, and then you go 3-and-out to start the third quarter, don't you?
Well, you got a field goal. They got a field goal to start.
The first drive, right?
First drive, they got a field goal. But that was it. The rest of the game.
Yeah.
No, sorry. They got a field goal late too. They got it within one score. That being said, it was too little, too late. Obviously.
Yeah,
it was 15-3 in the fourth.
There is another angle of it too. That look, that Thursday night game, I can't quite get over it, and I do wonder. You're on that plane ride home. You're one of the guys that's on that field. You're getting banged up. You just lost a game that you feel like you could have won. You feel like you lost momentum. How you feeling about your coach making that decision?
Yeah, that's a good question.
How you feeling about that? You thrilled? Probably not. I mean, I don't know what that means. I'm not trying to insinuate there's going to be something.
Do you feel better because you just got 3 days off and you had well, they did come back for work yesterday, by the way. Yesterday was Monday. Today is Tuesday.
I'm not trying to insinuate there's going to be some sort of mutiny about it or anything like that. And you play the game that's in front of you, and as a player, you don't really have much choice.
Big deal, not big deal. The Broncos are not making special arrangements on Christmas. They are not. It's a Thursday. I was told that they're taking that like it's a regular Thursday.
Mistake.
Or a Wednesday is a Thursday. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, that's just work as usual.
Never once. It did not matter what the situation was. It didn't matter if we were in the playoffs, out of the playoffs. I never once had a normal day on Christmas.
Yeah, that's what I was told, at least. We'll see what happens. But I was told right now the plan is it's just a regular day.
Usually it's get in early, no meetings, have a practice early in the morning, get out of the building by 12 o'clock.
Well, that's definitely not happening for
on Christmas
100%.
Day.
Yeah.
So all the
or you do the opposite and you come in late. Yeah.
Well, I was told that, again, subject to change. We'll see. But I was told the initial plan is it's a work day.
I'd have worked Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, give them Wednesday off.
They're not doing that.
Back in Thursday, Friday.
So
because the game's Saturday now, not Sunday.
The CBA requires that you get X amount of days off after that Thursday night game. I don't remember what it actually is.
Yeah,
but
and they had it.
Yeah,
they had it. They were back to work yesterday. They're off today. Today is their Tuesday. They had a couple days off after the Thursday game.
I would have gone Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, get off Wednesday.
What can I tell you?
A guy that doesn't have kids and staying at home. I will tell you this. We played on before the NBA had this big Christmas Day, whatever, but they still put teams. You still played. And we had a Christmas Day game when I was in Detroit. We had a veteran team. Dude, you talk about some hacked off veterans.
Mhm.
And they all were dads. Well, we get on the plane Christmas Eve evening to fly to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 5 of us on there. All the veterans chartered their own plane and left Christmas morning after the kids got up. And
You were
flew
allowed
on
to
their-
do that?
Let's see. Isaiah Thomas, Hall of Famer. Joe Dumars, Hall of Famer. Bill Lambier should be Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Dennis Rodman, Hall of Fame.
All right.
Mark Aguirre should be.
Okay.
Yeah, they chartered their own flight.
What are the Nuggets doing? Are they traveling on Christmas Eve?
They're going to leave tomorrow evening. I
They
believe.
are, huh? Okay, interesting. Because the game's pretty late on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I believe that, and I think they're going to leave late, like at 6 or 7.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Wow. Why not? It's in Phoenix, bro. Like,
That's still an hour
can't
and a
hop on a flight at noon or something that day?
half. You could if you want to, I guess.
Oh. No?
Well,
Are you allowed to? I don't even know what the NBA rules are.
I don't know if they're allowed to.
Okay.
Now, we know the weather's going to be like 55 degrees here. It's probably going to be 75 there, and everything's going to be fine. But when the league makes a schedule, they're freaking out and saying, well, what if it's Denver 32 degrees and it's 2 feet of snow?
Okay. All right. Because that feels to me like a
Well,
lot of time in
and-
Phoenix
and-
doing nothing.
And that's what I said. There's a whole lot of in my day. There's the league loves it, but the player. It's kind of like the cup. The league loves it,
Mm-hmm.
and a whole lot of players love the cup. But it's about revenue.
Are you flying out with Are you?
No, it's national television.
That's
I remember you've been talking about this one for a while.
Okay.
National televised.
Hey, you were on the sideline yesterday.
Yep, be on the sideline tonight.
Do we have some deep thoughts from the sideline?
Oh, we can probably come deep thoughts.
I hope we get some deep thoughts from the sideline.
Yeah.
Get that going a little bit. This is the deep thought music.
Going straight
Is this
to
for
it?
tonight or from last night?
Let's go last night.
What are you going to go into the future and give us deep thoughts from later tonight?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like the last game before Christmas. Fans, the last time to see him in live before Christmas. There's going to be a Christmas theme tonight.
Okay.
On the sideline. I want you guys to check in. Check in, Scott, doing sidelines.
Elf or Santa?
See my face?
Yep. Got it.
Wow. I mean,
You're bringing in some stuff on the side for it or what?
Well, I was thinking about not shaving.
Okay.
I did shave before yesterday's game, so I don't think I can grow a full
a full beard?
In
No,
like 12 hours?
I don't
12
think,
hours. Not even that.
No,
6 hours.
it's less.
I don't think I can.
I'm not good at math.
What do you think? The game's going off at midnight?
Yeah, math.
I don't think I can get it done. Deep thoughts from the sideline.
From last night.
And here we go again. What is up with this? Are those people in front of me got to stand up? It's New Orleans.
Stop eating, Zion.
Gotta smoke.
What?
Where's Michael?
Oh, all right. We'll get to that coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. He was there. Only good vibes today. It's a quirky one today, no doubt about it. Because you get tomorrow off for the most part. Christmas, of course. Maybe even the day after, but 2 days before Christmas, you may have to work on that day.
But you're checked out.
Well,
you're definitely checked out. You might be at work.
I come in here and the TV's usually got sports, and I've got shrimp eating other little fishies making holes in the sea.
I wonder who sits in one of these seats wants to watch crustaceans in the ocean. It's the Odyssey Channel. Like, if you were to name somebody that would sit on this side of the table that's into the Odyssey network, who would that be?
Raj.
Really?
They didn't know anything about sports.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
And it does look a little fascinating, though, actually.
No, it's been pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, what's this?
It needs to be in like 4K or something.
What's this crab up to? He's going to eat
Showing
something.
all the different ones, though. Crab, starfish, little shrimp.
That's somebody who's not into sports that wanted to watch the Odyssey Channel. Unless there was...
Now they got the thing, two crabs wrestling.
Is that what they're doing?
Oh.
That's what you tell the kids.
Putting that on live TV, huh?
Appreciate you guys watching. God bless Scotty and his deep thoughts is hilarious. We got a new little thing here.
There you go.
Deep thought. Whenever you're on the sidelines again tonight, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, we should do a special show tomorrow just to get your deep thoughts.
Well, you can call me and see if I pick up the phone. We'll have the scrambles.
You know what'd be funny is if you actually did your deep thoughts like in real time. Like it's somehow
just you got he's got the app, he's got the microphone button.
Yeah. That would be funny as hell. If you did Voice of the People and you just, you got nothing else going on, you're doing sidelines, probably another 20 minutes before they're even coming to you.
When are they going to talk to me again? It's going to be a while.
They turned my microphone off yesterday, so I mean,
I think that was an accident?
Dude, that would be pretty freaking funny if you just hit up the Voice of the People with your own deep thoughts as they were literally happening during the game. Something to keep in mind.
I'll think about that.
I mean, something just not required. Just, it'd be a fun thing to do. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. That's fun. They have everything you need to create a holiday menu for your whole family that they'll love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Fellas, I laughed so hard watching the Las Vegas Raiders torpedo their future by winning a game yesterday. And then to see Mark Davis. Did you see and hear about what was going on? Mark Davis is pumped. He's going around getting everybody fired up. He's yelling and screaming about how awesome it is. He's going in, shaking all the players' hands. Nobody deserves loserdom more than the Las Vegas Raiders.
Well,
they went from, just real quick, they went from the second draft pick to the 6th draft pick. 2nd to 6th.
Hello, Aaron Rodgers.
I told you, man.
Maybe.
I told
that
you.
Maybe. That might be their best option.
Or Sam Darnold?
Oh, not Sam. Oh, he ain't going nowhere. I think you got to pay him. I was on the fence with this a little bit. Like, what are you doing? Give me a break. I mean, you'd be idiots not to pay Sam Darnold and just whatever with J.J. McCarthy.
Dude, you're having that kind of season.
Are you nuts?
It's tough, though. I mean, that happened to the Jags with Blake Bortles. They had a magical year, and they're like, what do we do? What do we do? Well, I guess we're going to commit to Blake Bortles long term. They did that. But Vikings have no choice. I mean, you don't have a year like that. The Raiders, though, man, I told you, everybody talks about tanking and, why they try. Dude, do you guys understand how hard it is to not accidentally win a game or two in the NFL?
It's such a beautiful thing.
It is so hard to not win a game or two. As dumb as that sounds, you will fall into a victory. The other team will have 12 interceptions, whatever.
The problem is when you don't need to fall into a victory and you fall into the victory.
The way
Antonio Pierce is happy. He was happy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they are delusional over there. It is and also, look how many other bad teams there are. Look at the jump just by losing. And for whatever reason, which made me laugh because I didn't realize it, The Raiders win like 3 tiebreakers on their 3 stupid wins over like 3 other teams. Like, I don't even know why they have the tiebreaker or Tennessee. No, they have the tiebreaker. We're losing. I'm in a weird world here. Like, Tennessee.
Well, there's 5 teams with 3 wins right now.
And for whatever
one
reason.
One team with 2 wins.
For whatever reason, the Raiders are the best of all those 3-win teams.
Yeah, they're at the bottom of the 3-win teams.
Why? I don't know. Who cares? But they are.
As it sits today, number 1, Giants, 2, New England, and then all the 3-win teams. Here's how it unfolds. I don't know why, but here's how it is. Jacksonville is got 3, Tennessee 4, Cleveland 5, Vegas 6.
Unbelievable.
Who's 4 and 5?
4 is Tennessee, 5 is Cleveland.
Both needing quarterbacks.
4 needs a quarterback for sure. 5 should.
Oh,
Jacksonville has a decision when they just paid what's his name. So
Trevor Lawrence.
They just paid him.
Wow, you know what? That is kind of interesting the way it's unfolding. So Giants would select
QB.
Of course.
Keep going.
New England will not.
Drake May is pretty good. By the way, that's how you lose. You're competitive, and then you just give it away to prove, like, we could be in this if we wanted to. That's a good quarterback for them. They don't need him.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Jacksonville.
We'll see.
Interesting
question.
It's a toss-up that would require a really, really difficult decision. My gut tells me they will stay put. Probably. And then now
or try to have somebody trade up to him.
But what's fascinating about that is
we'll get to that.
Out of the top 3 teams, we've really only got 1 team that you're like, yeah, they're definitely going to select a QB.
But number 4
is Tennessee. They'll
definitely.
Select one.
Number 5.
Cleveland is definite in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's definite. That's definite. And then Vegas.
That's enough. You got 3 teams ahead of you that all need a quarterback.
Who's the guy that the other quarterback at Shedeur and what's the other?
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward.
You better hope that the Giants like you better than Cam Ward. Otherwise, Shedeur's going to find himself in Cleveland.
Now, here's what's a little tricky for New England. Shedeur ain't going to Cleveland, brother.
Yeah, he's going to New York.
He's probably because New England has a really tough call to make because obviously somebody will want to move up to them. But if Jacksonville's right behind them, that means Jacksonville's not going to move up. That means Jacksonville will get Travis Hunter, not you. So New England has a tough choice to make. Do they stockpile up, or do they really take Travis at 2? Because you're going to lose him to Jacksonville if you trade down to 4, 5, or 6.
Mm-hmm.
Tricky call for New England.
The reason I was just reading over the weekend.
Oh my God!
A mock draft.
Can we do this on the other side? Can we?
Sure.
Please? So, Scott, you want to go into a mock draft?
I don't have it in front of me, but I read it.
It's Christmas time, baby.
We'll get to it coming up next.
Here's your Christmas present.
Thank you very much. That's next here on PhD. Wait, what's going on? It's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, gift giving is a blast and fun, but one of the best gifts you could give to your partner if you suffer from erectile dysfunction is a visit to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, this is intimacy. This is love. This is something that connects you together. And if it's not happening, well, what else could possibly be falling apart? Don't settle for a mediocre love life. Get the best that you can from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. Some treatments can have you go longer than an hour. Success rates well over 90%. Okay, here you go. The initial visit's $99, a medical consult, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. They've got the expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. There's 5 locations, so there's one near you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. This is easy. 720-440-7900. Get the love back in your life. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You want to sing along to this?
Last Christmas. The
You want to dress like her?
first thing.
Sean Payton was
in the Christmas spirit.
Oh my God.
Is this the Broncos or the Broncos team song right now?
You are right there, bro. You have 3 games to win 1. You haven't done it since 2015. Got a winning record. You're over that hump. And I think Broncos fans are probably freaking out. You know, our guy Mike Sanford was so cocky. It's kind of cute, actually, because he was just so hoping that the Broncos would wrap up a playoff spot after, this weekend. And he was
Well,
really
he went from curmudgeon to all in, and there's nothing worse than going from curmudgeon to all in, and then last Christmas I gave you, and then you break. So last week I gave you my heart. This week you threw it away.
And like when you dress like a 13-year-old that gets his entire wardrobe at Dick's Sporting Goods,
it was a hell of a get-up he's got on today, though. He's got the Griswold hockey jersey, not quite the Blackhawks, but he's got some reindeer on the front.
He's he dresses in themes, and there he was Thursday night after the Broncos loss, and had his little cute, Broncos orange hoodie on, all sad. We were laughing at it because it's like, yeah, bro, we've been here before. Like, it's, but it really was like somebody broke his heart.
Well, seriously, he's been the doubter. You think I have been? He's been the doubter as much as I have all year. So he finally went all in going into this week.
Sean Payton personally told him to pound sand about Bo Nix's arm strength. He was talking to him directly.
Yeah, he's pulling the typical young guy in the radio business overcorrection. Yeah.
Well, some people just deny and project.
Sure.
That's what some people
I don't know who would do that.
No,
me neither.
Some people do.
But here we are.
Some people just stay steady with what you say and what you believe.
Well, for them to get this close and not make it would really suck. It would be so difficult.
Oh, listen, they were 5.5 Vegas. I mean, they've already exceeded. Man, we should be happy going to the going to the post, going to the draft, and
you're not though.
Get ready to draft 21. I mean, come on.
There's definitely fans out there, and I get it. And then, you know what? That was kind of me with CU. If I'm going to be honest, I kind of felt that way. Like, hey, just get me to the magic 6 number. That's all I really cared about. Get me to 6, and I'm going to be happy. But then things change, and it feels tangible, and it's there, and you can taste it, you can see it, you can feel it. And it will 100% be an outright disappointment if the Broncos don't make the playoffs.
Yeah. Especially because you look at the little moments that, you look at an 11-point lead that could have been 14 or 18 had you played things out the way you should have at the end of the first half against the Chargers. You look at the blocked field goal against the Chiefs. You sort of forget where you sort of dodged a bullet, right? And you don't think about that. You just think everything's going to go your way, and look what we missed out on. But the truth is, this is not going to be easy against the Bengals and the Chiefs. Maybe the Chiefs will give you a break. Who knows?
Well, you should be fortunate maybe that you're playing the Bengals. They're 8-0 against sub 500 teams and 1-6 against winning teams.
And they suck at home for some reason. I have no idea. I mean, we can dig into it this week and try to figure out why the Bengals stink at home.
Because it's Cincinnati, not Cleveland. Oh, wait a minute.
I have no idea why they started so slow. I don't get it. I know Joe Burrow's the truth, though. I know that cat's a real QB.
Lambos and Camrys.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see on Saturday. What a day on Saturday. Did you see that CU did something kind of quirky? Something kind of fun?
The basketball deal?
Yeah. What? Do you know anything about that?
Not really. I mean,
do you know what we're talking about, Scott?
Where they brought Shedeur and Hunter in?
Yeah, just
was it like a shoot around practice?
It was
before the game.
It was like it was like the pre-game warm-ups, when you're out there just doing a shoot around or whatever. Travis is having a dunk contest by himself, and Shedeur's hanging out in the background like, yeah, I can't do that. So I'm gonna let Travis have his own half of the court and go do his little dunk highlight reels.
But in full Buffs uniform.
Yeah.
Like we're on the team uniform.
Some of the dunks that Travis Hunter was doing was just out of this world.
It's crazy.
Like the craziest things I've ever seen. Like the dude could win a dunk contest.
What was behind having them do that? What was the point?
Some of the popularity. He just won the Heisman. Fans should have been packed in to see that.
But they weren't.
I was laughing, though, when you were seeing Travis Hunter put on an absolute show. And then you can see Shedeur's like, yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, that ain't his thing.
I'm not going to try to do that.
You know what Shedeur's thing is going to be? Going first in the draft is going to be his thing. He's going to figure that one. Oh, Dan? You want to put something on that?
Dan?
Oh, you got something?
Hit it.
Scott Hastings with his mock draft.
The latest mock draft from 24/7 Sports.
All right, not StickyOrangeFingers.com.
Not Sticky Orange Fingers. This
good
is,
though. Good though.
These are people you guys follow, right?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Number one.
Well, I contribute.
to the New York Giants, quarterback out of Miami, Cam Ward.
All right.
Number 2 to the New England Patriots.
Got to be Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Number 3 to the
Jacksonville.
Jaguars.
Oh, hold on. Let me think about this for a second. I got to go a little deeper here, Tyler. Like, if it's.
I'm like, I don't know. I know the. I know
name
the
a
QBs.
position. I'll go cornerback.
Let me finish, and then you can decide.
All right, go ahead.
The Jacksonville's pick at number 3, traded to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, you got trades in your mock.
Yep, Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
There you
go.
Number 4 to Tennessee Titans, Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle.
Whatever.
Will Campbell, offensive tackle. Those are 2 good offensive
Do they
tackles.
explain why they like Cam Ward more than Shedeur at number 1? By the way, that would be a dream
We checked to be a top
scenario for the
quarterback
Raiders.
last year. Draft Cam Ward played for Miami of transfer from Washington State. He nearly led the Hurricanes to college football playoff. The ACC Player of the Year delivered a record-setting season. Miami could be the program's first round pick at quarterback since Vinny Testaverde.
Well,
number 1.
Shedeur would probably be fired up about that because.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Dion has said he'll play for the Giants. He said that. Not as enthusiastic as he's been about playing for the Raiders, but he said it, right? So if that situation unfolded, maybe it's because something's going on behind the closed doors. Maybe it's because Dion and Shedeur, despite saying they'd play for him, they put their foot down.
You know what? All right. So let me ask you this. Is it worth it to go where you want to go, even if that means for your legacy, you're not a number 1 overall guy?
Oh, yeah.
No big deal?
Yes, absolutely.
It's a little bit less money, too. Guaranteed.
Now, people will be talking about your Super Bowls and the career's done, not where you were drafted.
I don't know. Number 1 overall is the thing that does, you get that for your entire career being number 1 overall. There's something to it. And Prime has gone on record saying Shedeur is going to be number 1 overall. I think that's something.
I honestly believe with all of my heart, Shedeur Sanders would rather be on the right team that he prefers than be the number 1 pick. I believe that with all my heart.
Now, this means if you are doing this and it involves a trade, you got to make it clear to Tennessee and to Cleveland, you ain't coming there. You got to do that too, because the deal has to be with Jacksonville and the Raiders at 6, meaning Jacksonville has to be okay drafting at 6, not at 4 or 5. What's the benefit there to Jacksonville?
Well, if they get their second round pick and maybe a first round down the line 2 years from now.
Okay, but you got to scare off Cleveland and Tennessee if you're the
what's
Sanders family.
You kind of lost me on that. I didn't understand that.
All right, so you're Jacksonville, and you're going to trade out of that pick.
Number 3.
Would you rather trade to 4, 5, or 6?
Oh, I'd rather go to 5 or 4. I'd rather go to 4.
Right. That's with Tennessee right now.
Yeah.
You think Shedeur and the Sanders family want to go to Tennessee?
Oh.
If the answer is yes, the answer is yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
You think they want to go to Cleveland?
I don't know I don't know how they decide which bad team is a good situation.
It's
like,
simple.
like it's the weirdest concept
Do you
of
want
all
to go?
time.
Do you want to go to Nashville? Maybe. Do you want to go to Cleveland? Hell no. Do you want to go to the Raiders? Of course. That's their number 1 choice. There's no doubt about it that the Raiders are their number 1 choice. No doubt about it. It makes the most sense.
The good news, though, Denver on this mock draft by 24/7.
Yeah.
And number 22 takes Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State.
Okay. We're starting to get to know these names a little bit.
I thought we were a Michigan guy.
No, we aren't.
We don't like Michigan guys.
Tyler Warren won the.
I want a Penn State guy.
Okay. He won the tight end award, whatever the hell that's named after.
Doak Campbell.
Is it Doak Campbell? Well, you got a cookie if you got that right. I was going to call it the Kellen Winslow. Is it really the Doak Campbell?
I'm going to look that up.
you get I'll give you a free cookie that Marky brought in if you got that.
It's Doak Walker, and that's.
It's Doak Walker, right?
Yep.
Is it Doak Walker?
Doak Walker.
You were damn close. And that was Tyler Warren.
No. Doak Walker is top running back.
Oh, so what's tight end?
I don't know.
All right. Anyways, he won that. Whatever the tight end thing, he won that over the other tight end guy, Loveland from Michigan.
Oh yes, I do know. I'm an idiot.
John
Mackey.
John Mackey. This is going to be so much fun to draft this year, man. It really is going to be fun. It's going to be fun because it's going to be the last thing that we really get out of Travis and Shedeur. This game, I couldn't care less about this game on
I
Saturday.
feel the same way, but once the game starts, I think I'll feel different. I do.
I think
I'll be interested specifically because the guys are playing. Now, I do wonder, what does that mean? They're
Right.
playing. What does that mean?
Not much, bro.
We got the game in hand. We're done in the second quarter. We're done in the third quarter.
I don't think the result of the game matters one damn bit. I think you get out there, you run around a little bit, you play some
No, I think the result matters a lot, D-Mac. It's the whole reason why they're playing in the game.
What are you talking about?
Deion Sanders has made it clear. The reason why they're playing in this game is because he thinks that the last game of the year affects the next season.
Uh-huh.
And
So
that's why they're playing the dudes. They're playing to win. I promise you that much.
this is all the hype that goes into the game.
You might not care, but that's the entire reason why they're
You'll
playing.
see halfway through the first quarter, it'll be pretty obvious what's going on. It'll look like an NBA All-Star game about
Then why
halfway
would they
through
play
the
at all?
Because it's hype.
I mean,
Tyler.
if that's the case, then why would they play?
Because they're selling hoodies for Christmas and they're getting
shut
excitement.
up. As if Deion cares about that.
I think he cares about hoodies for Christmas.
Yeah. I think his 25 he's already made on it. He's doing okay.
No. You can, hey man. Every year we hear about how that All-Star game is going to be different.
I think the Colorado really cares about the bowl game. You might not, but they do.
I think if there's 90 players on the team, 88 of them are really into it. And I think the other two are just like
trying to get to New York
right.
in February.
And the coaches, of course, are going to have energy and enthusiasm for it. They're down there today. By the way, all that starts. They're down there been getting Alamoed. Whatever that means.
Doesn't sound clean.
Mm-mm. Usually it's just like a little ice cream on your pie. You get Alamoed.
They got to. When's the Travis Hunter social media post from the Alamo and stuff?
There's some details with Travis Hunter in social media. Did you guys hear this?
Yeah, he quit Instagram.
Yeah. Well, the girlfriend thing is.
It's getting out of control.
The fiance thing.
It ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, it's not good.
I won't play that game. You want to play that game? That's fine.
I'm just telling him it's not a positive influence in his life. The social media, not the girlfriend. The social media. He is so deep into the social media stuff. It's going to be hard for him to get out of because he got so much into it.
I thought he just quit it.
He quit Instagram. And that probably was difficult. That probably was a difficult decision. But he is sunk into, I don't know of another college athlete who is as deep into social media.
Well, he's got heavy NIL money tied into a few of those podcasts he does.
He's deep into it.
Well, the only
It's
other
not
one
good
is
for him,
the
though.
gymnast from LSU. She's probably
Okay. But like his life kind of centers around the feedback and the vibe that he gets off of it. It's not like he just does it and ignore it. He consumes it. It's really a big part of his life. I would advise him just to, if he wants to do it, fine. Don't pay attention to it. Just do it and step away from it. But it's hard to do that. It's hard to combine that. Thank you for bringing up the mock draft, though, bro. That was awesome.
Well, I did that for you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
That was fantastic.
We got our tight end.
I think you're going to get into the draft this year.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
I think it's going to happen.
I'll sit here.
It's already happened.
Yeah, I like this.
Look at what you just did today.
It was pretty
Well,
good.
I'm just saying, for everybody who thinks that Shedur's going number one, there's people out there now saying maybe number two.
Dude, keep going.
I'm done.
Oh, that's it till April?
1, 2,
When's the
3,
draft?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looked at the top 10 mock drafts. 7 of the 10 have got Shedeur, 3 have got Cam Ward.
I love it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun run. Something else kind of cool happens. Very good vibes on this show. Something really cool to happen. Kind of sports, not sports. That you might have missed, but it's pretty special. Details next. All right, Beach Boys. You guys have any Christmas music requests here today? Last show together before the holiday. Tomorrow is the Scramble. Tyler, you're on with Coacher and who?
I'm on with Coach and Rob Trigilio.
Oh, fantastic. Great combo there. Who were you and Moj and Crexter?
Yeah, the Natester.
All right. I was on with Vic. Thoughts to Chris Dempsey and his fam who are just a little something going on. Just want to know that we love you guys and wish the best for you. So
wish you the best. Yep.
Me and Vic were just kind of our third person wasn't available today, but we love Chris Dempsey and his family. So just want to put that out there. Speaking of family, you like golf with your kid?
Oh, that was fun.
Like, it's not just cute.
Did you watch it?
I did.
Yeah, me too.
It's not just cute anymore. Like, Charlie Woods
can
play.
Mm-hmm.
He is 15, not quite as big as his dad, but
the dude's only 15.
15.
He's got his mom's size.
He looks like he's about 18.
He's a little broad in the shoulders. He's 15. No handicaps now. We're just playing off the real tees with dad these days. And here we go.
Swings like
the swing looks exactly like his dad.
Set up. It's $175 par 3.
He didn't even know. He walked away. He had no clue. Just hears the crowd roaring. Wait, did that go in?
Yeah. The PNC father, well, it's a champion,
One of an Oregon,
a major champion, and their kid, or whatever, family member. But it used to be cute when he was just like 10 playing in this thing.
Did John Daly's kid hit a hole-in-one also?
There were other holes in ones.
I think John Daly's kid did also.
Well, I don't know, but there were other holes in one. He wasn't the only one. They did not win the tournament. They lost to, some other family. But where do you think things are going for Charlie Woods?
I think there's a whole lot of colleges saying, "Hey, please come see us."
I'm pretty sure he could pick his college, right?
You would think.
I mean, I have no idea how good the kid really is. He's been playing this specific tournament now for feels like 4 years now, and you've seen him growing up in real time. I look at that swing. I look at how talented he is. I mean, golly.
Can I tell you something insane? When Tiger Woods started, we were waiting for the next Tiger Woods. I think the next Tiger Woods, or at least from an interest level, I'm not saying accomplishment. I think the next Tiger Woods from interest level is Charlie Woods.
So I always feel bad for like sons of legends that try to follow them, especially in the same sport. Like the same sport. You're trying to be your dad. You're trying to be Ronaldo. You're trying to be Tiger Woods, whatever, right? But golf's a pretty unique one because there are a million ways to make a living playing golf. Like if he becomes Tiger Woods, awesome. If he doesn't, he could just travel the world making money playing golf for the rest of his life.
He's gonna be, and it's about interest level. Because remember the hype on Tiger Woods when he was around this age?
Yeah.
We all knew who Tiger Woods was when he was 16. We all did.
He was on Johnny Carson like at 8 or 9, wasn't he?
He's on like Johnny Carson was like 2.
Is that what he
making little putts, yeah. I mean, he was, first of all, you got to understand, Tiger won the U.S. Amateur 3 years in a row. Okay, and I'm not exactly sure what age that started, but it was around his age.
But at this age, Tiger Woods was the best golfer in the world. He was
best amateur in the world?
Best amateur in the world.
Within the next 2 years.
He won you got to look it up, but he won the U.S. Amateur 3 years in a row.
Okay. As it stands today, Charlie Woods is a very respectable golfer. Very respectable. Not elite. He stands in world rankings according to Rolex AJGA rankings. He is 1,017.
Okay.
So, good, respectable golfer.
But I'm not saying the best golfer. I'm saying the level of interest. Who, since Tiger Woods has come along, who's been a young player that has caught the world by storm, interest level?
Oh, there's been some guys, man, but a lot of them have like Fowler faded out. Young kid, although playing really good golf of late.
Mm-hmm.
I think golf has actually never been stronger in the kind of 25 to 35-year-old range. There's a lot of guys, but in terms of young talent, I don't know the answer to that. Tiger was 19 when he participated in the PGA in his first Masters.
As an amateur.
Yeah, he won it in
because he was at Stanford, right?
94, 95, and 96 was Tiger won it.
Yeah, but that was before he won the
was
amateur.
He an amateur when he won it?
He won the U.S. Amateur as an amateur.
No, I'm talking about the Masters.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
He did not win the Masters as an amateur.
Right, that's what I was talking about.
So he was 19 when he won his first one.
19 when he won his first U.S. Amateur?
He actually, most guys come out and have to qualify for the tour. Because he'd won his 3 amateurs, he decided to turn pro, and he got 2 or 3 exemptions. And he went on, and it was only like 5 or 6, I think, tournaments left in that year. He won like 2 of them and placed top 10 in like the rest, or at least 2 more of them. Qualified money winner wise, so he never had to qualify for the tour the next year. He'd won enough money. And then I think it was I don't know if his first full years in the Masters or not, that he might have won it.
Do you find it intriguing to watch Charlie Woods play golf?
Hell yeah.
Would you find it intriguing to watch him play golf by himself, not with his dad?
Yes. Well, what are you getting at?
His last amateur was 96. His first Masters was 97.
He's not there where he's going to be able to sell it like his dad.
Yeah, I know.
He's not good enough.
I wonder how.
But he's got 4 years to be as good.
I guess so.
Yeah, he's got 4
I
years.
wonder how sustainable it is if he doesn't play at a, if he's not kind of winning.
Here's what
in the
I've said,
mix.
but listen, not many sons actually want to listen to their dad.
Mm-hmm.
Bronny James may be different. But if Tiger give him the do nots, like Tiger Woods' health problems came when he started changing his swing and kept going for more and more and more power, ended up hurting his knee, started training with Navy SEALs and stuff like that, and his knee and back just basically blown out. And then the car wreck, obviously, but that was kind of the pitfall.
It started with the Navy
injuries.
SEALs. Yeah, that's true.
So with all the injuries. So he can talk to Charlie and get him in there. Listen, you need to be fit, but you don't need to be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can guide him that way, and it already looks like mindset-wise, he's already there. He don't seem real stressed when he plays golf.
He does not.
No.
It's amazing to watch. All right, I just thought that was a fun.
So who bought the round?
I did see a cool meme.
Good question.
I saw a cool meme, and it was a dude lurking behind a tree with a big smile on his face. And he goes, John Daly realizes the Tiger's got to pick up the bar tab for Charlie's hole-in-one.
Did you guys see the video floating around of John Daly's warm-up? So somebody did like one of those like TikTok reels getting ready for golf. They got John Daly pulling in at like 9:12 a.m., walks out to the practice range. He busts out the driver, takes one swing, says, yeah, I'm good. I got everything popped. Walks over, hits the tee box, boom, off and rolling.
Can you imagine if John Daly took things more seriously, though? How good he is and what he could have done.
He's still pretty good, but yeah.
Of course. He's unbelievably talented.
He probably didn't have a drinking problem.
Yeah.
Dude, let alone drinking 25 Diet Cokes in the middle of a round.
How good would Allen Iverson have really been if he took things a little bit more seriously? The talent that some of these athletes have.
The natural talent.
It is incredible when you can succeed at the highest level just because you're that talented. But you know what? Your legacy will always have a big question mark about what it would be like if you were that great. I mean, okay, fine. But what if? What if you could really dial it in?
I would have taken it more serious too. And now when I was on the court, I took it serious, but in between court.
You think you left things on the table because of that?
Oh, yeah. Guaranteed.
Really? Yeah. What do you think it cost? It's kind of a serious question. What do you think it cost?
$27 billion.
Do you think you cost yourself millions of dollars?
Listen, and I'll go best case scenario. I think I went into a pity party for 2 or 3 years when I realized, hey, they're not going to let me. They're not directing the ball this way, and I flipped about 3 or 4 years. Oh, they want tough guys, so I became a tough guy. And if you look at my history at Arkansas, I mean, I was told by Johnny Bach, you're awful finesse for us.
Funny.
And so yeah, if I would have just stuck with it, not played it safe. Always want to be on a team, have a job, have a career.
Yeah.
You know, although you need a tough guy that wants to fight. Okay, I'll be that tough guy who wants to fight. I was a hell of a player for a while.
Yeah.
Then it was like, back then they didn't like guys 6'11" shooting jump shots.
Oh boy, has things changed.
There's change.
It is a way different world now. Time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago. OldChicago.com. Order online. Find a location near you.
Are you just dumb, weak, or stubborn to start a diet during the holiday season?
Well, you're very proud. There's a certain level of proudness to be like, I'm going to do this right now. Like, hey, all you other people that are eating right now, look at me. I'm starting my diet.
What day are you talking about? Give me the day. Give me the specific day.
Well, it's Christmas from Thanksgiving to now.
Okay. Okay.
November 1st to like.
If you think about it, though, it might be a good idea because it's certainly going to create a lot of willpower to survive the next few days. There might be a little good. Hey, as we talk about momentum, might be good momentum for Sean Payton.
Why do you even bring
this
up?
Well, because I've been trying to watch what I eat and doing this, lost some weight, doing this, I'm feeling good. And then I'm realizing, dude, everybody's enjoying peanut butter cookies and oatmeal raisins and, and
Chubby loves that.
Gingerbread snaps with the chocolate thing on it. And
Are you trying to avoid these things right now?
I initially was. You know, I did. At this road trip, I said, screw it.
But don't worry about it.
That's good. That's why we have January 1st.
Yeah.
Right?
Scotty.
That's why we have New Year's.
Hey, can I tell you something, bro? You're doing good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're better than most. Hey, eat smart when it makes sense to be smart. Work out most days that you can. It's just a good thing to do. Probably makes you feel better. Get outside. Breathe in the air. Look at the sun. Other than that, enjoy your life, bro. Seriously. That's it. If y'all want a cookie on Christmas, have a cookie.
I don't look at you like you're fat at all. You look like you're strong. You're just like.
I am strong.
Yeah.
I think you could
For
kick.
me.
I don't know how much ass you want to be
I'm
able
sorry?
to kick. Uh-huh. But whatever ass you desire to kick.
No.
Well, I don't know what else is there.
Here's the thing. I'm as strong as I've been. That being said, the endurance of ass whooping, it's got to be done in about 40 seconds. 43. That number keeps popping up into my life.
Hey.
That 43-second window.
That sounds like pretty healthy amount of
put
time
it
to
all
me.
out there, yeah. Other than that, I have no inclination to do that.
D-Mac give you a pill that lasts an hour or more.
Sure. Well,
the thing where they hold the tip and they put
I'm
the
sorry,
needle
what?
in there.
Well, you know. Brr. Is that really your question? No, it's stupid to start. It is dumb to start a diet right now.
You're not weak.
That's not a
But
smart thing to
what
do.
if you started 2 weeks ago and then all of a sudden everybody's bringing baked goods over every?
It's not a great time to start.
I
No.
think you're actually kind of annoying and arrogant if you do that.
I agree. Nobody wants to hear about you doing that.
We don't have to tell anybody.
And by the way, there's no shame if it's Jan 1st and you're in the gym because this is when you're going to start. Go for it. I say go for it anytime you damn please. Don't worry about it. And you're not weaker or softer or whatever. Enjoy your life out there. But do smart things more than dumb things. How about that?
I got in last night and the family while I was gone to fix cookies. And I've been, trying to eat well, doing some fasting, intermittent fasting stuff here and there.
Intermittent fasting's great.
Trying to drink more water, although I left mine outside today.
That's a great idea too.
But then I got home like at 12:30, 12:45, and there's those cookies, plate of cookies.
That's
there,
a
and
bad idea.
I do, man.
That's different. That's not a diet. That's just being dumb.
I do
holiday
like.
cookies
I really love
sitting on the counter.
Okay.
Like going, I can
Two
hear,
different conversations.
Like I walk in the door and I hear from around the corner.
What is it
It's
about
like Seymour? Feed me, Seymour.
What is it about a frosted Christmas cookie that is so much better than just any other time of the year with a frosted cookie?
See, this is funny. Nothing. It's great.
See, even the fat guy's grabbing cookies over there. Look, I mean, you see him?
Who's the fat guy?
You'll see him later.
There's a big difference about being on a diet and being disciplined at midnight to walk away from it. It's not the same thing. A diet is much. You're an idiot for eating cookies at 12.
I just had one.
You're a dummy for doing that.
You just had one.
I just had one.
You're going to tell the truth?
That's honest truth.
You need to not do that.
What's the difference if I have one a
Big
day?
difference.
No. I'm kind of with Scott.
Huge
What the hell's the difference?
Humongo
You're
difference.
eating the cookie. You're eating the cookie.
You eat the cookie when it makes more sense the next day. If you're chomping down,
Hold on. What really?
Go
What part of the day is the best time to eat a cookie?
Not right before you go to bed.
What's the best time,
That's
D-Mac?
the best time.
That's okay. But that's not being on a diet. That's just that's like the smallest amount of eating discipline you can have. That is such a small part of discipline. That is teeny tiny.
They say that's when you burn the most calories. That actually seems like the best time to eat.
Yeah, it's not.
You burn the most calories when you sleep.
Yeah.
You'll burn it off before you wake up.
See, we knew there was another story here. This is not about being on a diet.
Well, I did have a cookie at about, actually probably closer to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just drink a big glass of water before you eat that cookie, and then, then we'll see what's what.
With a whole bunch of sugar in it?
Hey, nobody knows more about diets than D-Mac.
There's no doubt about it. I'm speaking for experience. I'm saying it's a holiday party. Don't be a bummer on everybody else. Enjoy yourself at the party. You're talking about sneaking a bag of Oreos at 1 a.m.
But the holiday party, at least you can go and have the Swedish meatballs or the little weenies.
Yeah. We had a holiday party without you here.
Teeny weenies are good.
Teeny weenies are best.
You're
got to bag them at the house.
That's not a diet. That's just being a dummy.
Okay, so that was dummy.
Don't be a dummy. That's the question. Am I a dummy?
No.
For eating a cookie?
I did break
look,
my
I
fast
say if you're going to enjoy a cookie.
Having a chocolate chip cookie. And then here's the thing.
Did you have a nice thick glass of milk with it?
No. Had that. Got up, a little water, some coffee this morning.
Uh-huh.
And then about 1 o'clock I had another cookie.
That's fine.
So, but I got 12 hours in.
Sure.
All
See,
right,
intermittent
okay.
fasting of the cookies.
12, yeah.
Now, what could go wrong?
So maybe I just eat cookies every 12 hours.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, now is the time to go shop, and there are always deals to be had at the end of the year. But when you go to Phil Long, you're not going to have to haggle or you're not going to have to negotiate for it. You're just going to be given the best price possible. At Phil Long, they guarantee they'll beat any car dealer by $500. Guys, you will find the vehicle of your dreams because the inventory's never been stronger. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles. All at Phil Long Ford. One-stop shopping, the best prices, and you're going to be a customer for life. You'll be making deals with Phil Long for a long, long time because you'll value the relationship there just like I do. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep that vehicle serviced with Phil Long, and you'll have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
Best Christmas present you guys ever got as a kid?
And children listen.
Big Wheeled.
Is this the Whispers?
This is
best rendition
Dean,
of
this
it.
is Dean Martin, isn't it? Is this not Dean Martin?
Drifters?
The Drifters, that's right. The Drifters.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
This is the best one. The guy about ready to wail here in a second. Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Doop, doop, doop. And I think this is the one that was
Anytime. It's going to wail anytime.
I thought this was Dean Martin.
Listen, Scrooge, settle down. Settle down, Scrooge. Get ready.
Mm-hmm.
Hit it.
Here we go.
Of a white Christmas.
A little Smokey Robinson sort of.
It's like that guy from the Eagles, right? That this is the part he sang, remember?
Timothy B. Schmidt in My Life or whatever.
That is a very unique voice, actually.
Oh, yeah, right? Falsetto, man. Hi. Yeah.
Sleigh bells in the snow.
Justin Timberlake could do this. Oh, that's like Frankie Valli. Frankie Valli could do this.
This is the Drifters, baby.
Okay. And it influenced.
But do you remember that Christmas songs they did? The Eagles did it. That one dude
yeah.
came out and sang that part and went high like that, and everybody's like, "Oh
it's
my God!"
Timothy B. Schmidt. That's exactly who it is. That's
his name.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But he was
He's the bass player. They were ridiculous. Everybody on the Eagles could sing. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, they were
stupid good band. Best Christmas present was what?
Big wheeled off-road go-kart. By far, best gift ever. It wasn't even my gift. It was my brother's. When he was probably 12, I was just a little pup.
Mm-hmm.
We used that thing probably till I was like 18 years old.
That's awesome.
Best Christmas gift. You know what? It was so good. You put the nice like off-road tires on there.
Mm-hmm.
That when we got snow down, we tied an inner tube to the back of it, and we put someone down on the street to just pull them around on the tube. Dangerous as hell.
Mean streets of Greenwood Village. Look
out!
out!
Yeah.
What streets would you be riding on? I'm serious about Greenwood Village. Where
was this? Bellevue and Orchard.
Bellevue and Orchard.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Lakeview.
That's a huge hill right there. Right by the high school, going down. I mean, in that area, that's right there. Those are some steep, pretty steep hills down there.
Yeah, try to get up there in the wintertime, too. That was the way I used to go to KOA.
Be a challenge.
Down Orchard.
Yeah.
Best one you ever got? Slingshot?
No.
Good piece of wood and a rope? I don't mean to put dates on anything.
Well, last time we did this, Scott started talking about digging through dumpsters for food. So that's probably the path we're going.
I don't want to do that. Just lie then and just say you got a G.I. Joe that you liked.
Glock 17.
I'm sorry, huh?
Wow.
What's best Christmas present? I got the best lesson that turned into one of my great Christmas presents.
What I tell you?
I'm about to get here.
What did I tell you?
Do we have inspirational music, Dan? Okay, go ahead. What's the best
We
lesson?
had this little convenient type store, like box type store in our town called Gibson's. Had everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything but food. Well, I have maybe a little food, but big. So this is when you're a kid and you could ride your bike anywhere and you thought it was cool. My mom and grandma was down at Gibson, so I thought I'd just ride my bike down there and surprise them. Look, I rode my bike all the way from the house, 7 blocks, to Gibson's.
Still.
Walked in, and there was this glider / plane-like thing that fit the mini G.I. Joes the ones you could stretch and move them. And there it was, sitting in the shopping cart. And I went, oh, that's good. And my mom got so mad at me. What are you doing? You're spying on me. Blah, blah, blah. It's like a week before Christmas. Christmas comes.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing under the tree. No Santa present. We would go to my grandmother's house after we opened ours. We'd open some gifts over there. No gift. And I went, man, I screwed up the only thing I wanted, and they were going to get it for me.
And
I'm like, was like almost, as I remember, like crying or almost crying.
Mm.
And we were done. Everybody's having their coffee, and we were just sitting around the house. And all of a sudden, my mom said something like, Scott, come here. Look behind the couch. Grabbed it, boom, and boom, and there was the gift. What did you learn?
Oh, wow.
I'm never going to sneak around ever again.
Damn.
I never look for another Christmas present.
That'll teach you.
Damn. Wow.
Because I thought I got shut out.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought I got shut out.
So she was willing to like torpedo your morning
to teach a lesson.
To teach you a lesson.
Yeah.
Oof.
Spoiled ass little kid.
Oh,
Be happy
man.
with what you do have. What's the matter, Scott? Don't you like your presents? Yeah.
Oh, I could never do that as a parent.
They're fine.
Oh, I had a bad moment last year. I told this story on air. I don't know if you guys remember it, but we were at the Gaylord Christmas show, which is an incredible deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. Did you guys do the ice thing and all that?
Yeah, really, really, really cool.
We're doing that the 26th.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
You guys love it. You doing the show and everything?
What show?
They do like a Cirque du Soleil type of show.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we're going down the sleds and stuff.
Anyways, one of my kids is being a little jerk. I'm like, you better knock this off. We got Christmas tomorrow. You got to knock it off, right?
Okay.
Continues. Behavior's not getting any better. So listen, if you don't fix this right now,
Oh, dear.
not only am I going to take your present away, I'm going to tell you exactly what your present was, and I'm going to take it away.
That is a strong threat.
Well, now what do you do?
You're
because
stuck.
now you
You're
threaten
in
something.
big trouble.
Now
Yeah,
you
you don't
threaten
threaten unless
something
you're
you
gonna
should
do it.
exactly
Yeah.
right.
Big trouble.
Behavior didn't get fixed.
Oh, man. I
Pulled that kid out of the show.
Oh,
I lost my
man.
mind. I did what I said, and then I gave her the gift anyways.
Yeah, of course. I got a pinball machine. Lasted for about 12 hours.
One of them little ones?
No,
Like a real pinball?
it was insane.
Like a real pinball machine.
How Santa.
right there by his wooden boat and the
right.
the clay tennis courts. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Santa.
Private dock.
How Santa got that thing to work for 12 straight hours to this day, it broke eventually because Santa didn't know how to assemble the whole thing.
Completely.
Not really, as it turned out, but the effort.
But did they ever try to get it fixed? Have a professional elf come in?
Santa's got warranties.
Santa fell a little short on that one, but the moment of walking downstairs and seeing that bad boy right there was, I just will never, ever, ever forget it. I can't believe I wanted a pinball machine so bad. But you're a little kid, you don't know what you want. Yeah. Pinball machine. Why? I don't know. And it broke. Moved in the garage and never got played with again. But, it's just one of those moments.
Try to get it fixed.
The ingenuity of Santa in the 70s was somewhat limited. Some things, hey, Scotty, some things in the 70s, they just broke.
Yeah.
They stayed broke.
I was going to say, you guys have a phone in your house? You go down the local Westie that has the little garage down there?
I mean, a week later, I just got on my banana seat Schwinn and just drove around with the little hoodlums of the neighborhood.
Which were great bikes.
That's what we did.
Great bikes.
We had that Norman Rockwell from for elementary school until I moved to Steamboat back in Massachusetts, Hingham, Massachusetts. We lived that Norman Rockwell existence. It was just kids. We were like one of them TV shows out of the 50s. It really was like that. Nobody locked their bikes up. No parents had any idea where their kids were at any time.
Right.
They would literally yell. There wasn't a dinner bell, but it was just kind of like,
yeah, because you knew you're in the neighborhood somewhere.
Yep. That's how I grew up.
Summertime, drink from hoses.
All the, you name it. You name it. That's how I grew up as a little kid. Then we got to Steamboat, and Steamboat was kind of crazy too. Steamboat was pretty wild, man. I'm like in third grade, and my parents are just like, go on that lift with no arm things whatsoever all day, whatever. We'll see you later. When I'm 8.
Yeah, they didn't even have the safety bars back then.
I had no safety bars. I was 8 years old. I had to pass. It was just like, we'll see you for lunch.
Oh my gosh, you guys see what happened at
Winter Park?
Winter Park.
Unbelievable.
Rappelling
Nightmare.
out of the gondola.
Took hours for them to get over 100 people off.
Every single cart, or whatever they call those things.
Yeah.
They had to repel out of every single one of them.
Yep. Gondola cart. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, crazy.
Wow.
Insane. That'll teach you.
Hey, at least they were in a gondola, though. That's a whole lot better than being in one of the open ones.
That is for sure. But I've actually never seen that for like everybody that was on that lift.
Jeez.
That looked terrible.
How do they do that?
I saw how they did it. It's crazy. You basically rappel down with a rope. It's wild how you set it up. Just rope yourself. You drop your skis, you tie the rope around yourself, and they lower you down.
Wow.
Insanity, right?
Wow.
Could have had fun and a little spirit. At least bring a bungee jump up or a giant and hook it up there. How much you weigh? Okay, right there. Go, jump. Ding, ding.
The Broncos needed things to go their way, and they didn't. The Nuggets have a big decision to make with Michael Porter Jr., and the Avalanche have figured things out. Numbers that matter and stories to ask you questions about. Stick around. It's PHT on 92.5. The Broncos will do what when it comes to the playoffs? Now that we see how things have shaped out this weekend, the Broncos will do what when it comes to the playoffs?
The Broncos are going to limp into the playoffs with a win in the last week against the season because the Kansas City Chiefs are going to sit a bunch of their starters because they're playing their third game in 10 days.
So the Chiefs will allow the Broncos to win, basically.
Sure. They're okay. They're okay with whatever happens because they don't want to risk injury for their third game in 10 days.
Would you consider that backing in?
Yeah, I would. Absolutely. It's not a great feeling, but it's not the worst. I mean, there's a worse feeling. You could back in without winning it. Although, is that even a possibility anymore? Now that
Yes.
this weekend went by?
Yeah, because the same scenario exists. It's must win out for the Bengals, the Dolphins, and the Colts. They have to win their final 2 games. All those teams do.
And the Bengals could if they win this week.
They'd have a chance. They'd be 8-8. They'd have a chance. They're all still in it, but they have to win out.
That's the worst possible way to feel going into the playoffs.
And it's not enough just for the Dolphins to lose. The Broncos can only secure themselves in if, well, actually it can't happen that way because they play the Bengals. So either it's going to happen or, I mean, the Bengals are either going to keep going.
So they got to win.
The Broncos or the Bengals?
Broncos.
No. They can. They had 3 games to win 1. Now they have 2 games to win 1, and they're in. All those teams have 8 losses. The teams that I just mentioned, the Bengals, Dolphins, and Colts, all have 8 losses. Broncos have 6 losses.
Well, you can never make up the losses, and that's the benefit of the Broncos because everybody else already has 8. So that benefits Denver as long as you don't add anything to the right side of the column.
Well, the crazy part is I feel like we're all sitting here already accepting a defeat to the Bengals. Is that where we all are?
That's where I am today, yes. That is where I am today. I do not think you can beat the way they are playing right now.
You look at
I do not think they can beat the Bengals.
Last 4 games for the Bengals. So they played Cleveland, won that game 24-6. They put up 37 points against the Titans. They put up 27 against the Cowboys. They put up 38 against the Steelers. 27 the week before that. 34 the week before that. You got to score 30 points to beat the Bengals.
No doubt about it. I mean, they may let you do it because their defense sucks, but their offense is something else, man. They are a juggernaut.
They lost a game in which they scored 38 points. They lost to the Steelers 44-38.
Now, they only scored 24 against the Browns. So, I mean, I guess there's hope there. But in that game, they kind of were in control of things. Joe Burrow still had 3 touchdown passes.
Yeah. You got to count on them putting up 27-plus points.
I totally agree.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, this is laser show time. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like in Cincinnati on Saturday, but if this ain't laser show, you ain't winning. You think you're winning running the ball against the Bengals? Stop. You got to put points up. You got to throw the ball.
Well, it doesn't matter what you write on your play sheet. You're not going to run the ball anyways.
Chris Bianchi giving me a text. Thank you, Chris.
That was quick.
I love you, Chris. Rain on Saturday in Cincy.
What kind of rain?
Check my... Is it rain?
I mean, come on.
Chris, is it rain? It says, check my tweet. Oh, okay. Jeez,
how about you just tell us?
Could have sent a link. I'm going to look you up.
Well, since he doesn't like this.
10-day forecast. Because we all know the weather.com is probably better than Chris Bianchi, right?
12 minutes ago. Heads up Broncos from Chris Bianchi. 9 News. Boy, they promote the hell out of him, by the way, too. It's come a long way. Heads up at Broncos. Saturday game in Cincy looks pretty soggy. Heavy rain possible. Chris is saying rain. Heavy rain possible, though some modeling keeps the heaviest rain post-game Saturday night. 15 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts. Looks like weather will be a factor. Ooh, I think this is good.
That's a great thing.
Don't you think?
Sure, they're a finesse football team. They like to throw the ball all the way around.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know that it's a huge advantage for us because we can't run the football. If we had a running game, I'd feel like that's an advantage.
Well, we had a running game for most of the first half against the Chargers. What happened to it?
What was the game here?
You wrote it on the wrong side.
That was a windy game, and Bo kind of struggled.
Here?
Yeah, just recently.
We just
Indy.
Yeah.
Indy. Yeah, they couldn't have the Colorado flag because they didn't have enough flag handlers to cover 2 flags because of how windy it was. So you only had the American flag, not the Colorado flag as well. That was the Indy game. They probably could have had 2 flags. So if it flops around,
I'm trying to do the logic on that. Like, how many people does it take to hold the flag?
So we're out at the rehearsal. I'm there early enough. I'm seeing the rehearsal. I don't know. It's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people holding the flag. And then it's game.
Oh, it's one of them big.
Are you talking about the giant one?
Big giant flag. Yeah, the big humongo flags.
Yeah, that's like 30 people.
You realize they practice that before the anthem. They practice all of that. They practice running out there and holding the flag and the anthem itself. They practice that before they let the crowd in. And it's the Colorado flag was flopping around so much. Game time, they just said, forget it. We're not doing that flag. We're just all hands on deck on the American flag. I mean, because if you got to keep a flag, just
doubled up. They doubled up.
I mean, you picked the right flag, right? At the end of the day,
they doubled up on Old Glory. There's nothing wrong with that.
No skydivers, no skydiving, no flyover, none of that stuff. Too windy. Speaking about running the ball, here's Sean Payton, man. He's a smart cookie.
Yeah, fair enough. I think number one, I don't like the fact that the network TV cameras feel like they can zoom into our call sheets. But it is what it is.
$1 billion a
it's
year.
Just a reminder sometimes. There'll be little notes I'll put at the top of a section. Thought we ran it real well early in the game, first half. Second half, there's 2 series. I kind of kicked myself where even when we did run it, it was the type of run we ran that wasn't as effective. But we had ample opportunities in that second half, and I thought our third down numbers obviously weren't where we wanted them to be.
Good first half.
We couldn't get off the field defensively, and therefore we weren't able to keep the lead we had going in at halftime or coming out to start the second half.
Is it arrogance or is it pride? It's one of the 2 things. Like, he's either so arrogant about Bo Nix that he's blind that he's still a rookie. And, it's been a great year, but he's not ready to just have a game where there's no running game. Or is it pride in which he's so determined to make Bo Nix look so good that he's willing to abandon the running game? Because it's one of those 2 things.
Hard to say.
I think he is just so blindly – he believes in Bo Nix so much that he does not think he needs to run the football.
Then why did they run it so well in the first half?
By the way, let's not forget also, they were up 24-19 going into the fourth quarter. So the lead was there.
Sure.
Going into the fourth, and Bo Nix still ran 40 times, or threw it 40 times.
I don't know. We're still trying to unravel the mysteries of the Chargers game. It could stick with you a little bit. It might stick with you. And now it gets a little scary because, guys, this ain't the first time the Broncos have lost, or it wouldn't be the first time they've lost 3 games at the end of the season when they just need to win 1.
Done it multiple times.
Multiple times. Done it in back-to-back years.
And that's what got Shanahan fired.
That's what got Shanahan fired. That's right. That's what got Shanny fired. Losing 3 games. You had 1 game.
There, man. I was on the team.
How'd it feel?
I can't remember the first 2 games. I remember the last game. The last game was the
Chargers.
It was in San Diego. Last game of the year. We had a home crowd. I think we got smashed in that game, too, if I remember correctly. Had to win 1 of final 3 games. I mean, it was a done deal. It was a done deal. We were going to the playoffs.
Right? It was identical to this. I don't know what your odds were. Right now, the Broncos are over 80%, but it was done. Happened 2 years in a row.
Well, the other year we started out the season 8-0.
McDaniels?
Yeah.
Started 6-0.
6-0.
Yeah. The only reason I'm being nitpicky, and I remember that, is you were the only team ever in NFL history to start 6-0 and not make the playoffs.
Right.
That one just kind of stands out.
Well, and then was the last time they were above 500, Simeon's year, they had a chance to win just 1 game in their last 2 or 3.
They had to win the Kansas City game, the second to last game of the year. They had to win that, though.
I'm looking at the schedule from the 2008 season. That was my rookie year. Final 3 games of the year. We had Carolina, in Carolina, lost that one 30-10. We had Buffalo at home, and that game was freezing. I don't know if you guys remember that game. Probably not. Lost that 30-23. Final game of the year, which is what ends up getting Mike Shanahan fired. Last game he ever coached with the Denver Broncos. We lost 52-21.
You guys didn't even try. What happened? How could you lose that bad?
I don't know, man. I can barely remember yesterday. If you think I can remember that game, you're out of your mind.
Cost Mike his job.
Yep.
I bet you,
I will
Mike.
never forget, man. I was so blind to the possibility of Mike Shanahan getting fired. It wasn't even on my radar that he could possibly get fired. I mean, he's a freaking legend. He's Mike. We had a pretty good year, we thought. And then, it didn't finish the way we wanted it to. We flew home from that game, and my family was staying out there in San Diego because we had family friends out there. So I flew home with the team. Very next day, I got on a plane. I went back to San Diego because my whole family was still there.
Was that the Plummer Greasy year?
No,
No.
that was Cutler. It was prime Cutler, Phillip Rivers drama. Get off that plane. I had like 15 missed calls. Mike Shanahan got fired. My heart dropped. What? Mike got fired? How could this happen?
Because you lost 3 games in a row.
And it was 52-21.
And it was 52-21. Sometimes how you lose does matter. Hackett lost his job because things were falling apart, and they were embarrassed on Christmas by the Rams. And Baker Mayfield. Embarrassed. Like, when it gets to that degree and you're not competitive, it's time to go. I think they made a mistake firing Mike. But then you go down some really, really weird wormholes. For example, if you stay with Mike, you probably keep Cutler. And it probably is that for a long time. If you keep Mike, you probably don't get Peyton Manning. So is firing Mike the right thing?
Unless you think that he can make Cutler a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And do you think he could have made Cutler a Super Bowl winning quarterback?
I don't know. Cutler had some demons back then, too, though.
It'd been interesting.
We would have been a really, really good football team every year.
I agree.
I doubt if Jay Cutler would have ever won a Super Bowl. I highly doubt it.
And then we begged the biggest question.
Just didn't have the right mentality for it.
You wouldn't have had Tebow either. And whether you like Tebow or not, you can't deny how exciting that time was. So was it worth it to fire Mike Shanahan to have the excitement of Tebow and then the success of Manning?
I don't know, man.
Despite a decade of losing afterwards.
I mean, you're talking about one hell of a butterfly effect there. That it's kind of hard to follow all of that. Losing Mike to get to Peyton Manning, however many years later that was. Sure, I guess, but I mean, that's one hell of a butterfly effect that you're trying to follow.
It was such a magical, crazy time after Mike was fired. But what's happened, unfortunately, is this crazy stretch of not making the playoffs up until these next 2 weeks, guys.
Was it a mistake then we'll go there? Then after Gary stepped down, because he was not fired, he stepped down, so I just can't do this anymore, health issues, whatever.
Yeah.
Was it a mistake there to just not go back to the well and hire Mike Shanahan?
That's another amazing question.
It wasn't
I'd
Mike.
say
It wasn't Mike. It was Kyle.
Well, but you bring Kyle in as your assistant head coach, offensive coordinator, and then you turn the reins over to Kyle in a couple of years.
Yeah, it would have been a hell of a plan. I mean, it's like the Belichick UNC deal.
I think yes. I think the answer to your question is yes. It would have been more successful and would have turned things around quicker had they gone back to Shanahan. But Elway didn't want to do that. Elway wanted to hire coaches he could control, and that's what he did. He hired VJ. He hired the offensive coaches. Elway was in charge.
See, I disagree with that one.
You think VJ was in charge?
No, I think when he hired VJ, somebody else put that bee in the bonnet.
Well,
what I was told.
Kubiak certainly advised for VJ. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but
no, somebody above them.
Who do you think was pulling the strings when VJ and Mike McCoy were running the show here?
Well, I was told that it was somebody above them all said we need VJ.
Yeah, I got that. But what autonomy did VJ have here when he was the head coach?
He had none.
Well, that's what I was saying.
But see, there you go. But that's the GM forced to hire a guy he doesn't want. Now all of a sudden he's going to control the hell out of everything he does.
You don't think Elway wanted VJ?
No.
You know, VJ was a highly recommended guy from Kubiak to John. You know
Yeah,
that, right?
Well, Kubiak tried to hire him as a defensive coordinator just the year beforehand, and Miami blocked it because it was a lateral move.
Who do you think was wanted VJ so bad then?
Well, there's only so many people left in the building here, folks.
Yeah, it's the holiday season. I'm not going to throw people under the bus on the holiday season. I was told that Elway wanted Kyle, and he was kiboshed because he said, if you do that, then that would bring Mike Shanahan back in this building, and I will not have Mike Shanahan back in this building.
Okay.
That's
a story.
It is so hard to understand, and there was definitely something there. So I don't know the accuracy of that specific story, although I've heard different variations of it for sure. It is so hard to comprehend. What the hell went sideways with Mike Shanahan and Joe Ellis? What the hell went sideways?
That's a good question.
What took a decade for him to be honored to coming back around here?
That's a good question.
Title not respected.
The bad blood was real, though, obviously. I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the nature of that aside from the fact it existed. And from everything I heard, Kyle Shanahan came in here and blew the doors off the room with his interview. But John was the general manager and the president of football. Are you telling me that John was that handcuffed in that role that he couldn't make the call?
I was told.
Well, then that's a problem. Because why the hell do you have a president and general manager if they can't make that call? What's the point of that person?
Are we positive that Elway wanted Kyle?
I am not.
I am.
Okay. I am not. But you are.
I mean, I understand human nature. And human nature is like, okay, I was around your dad forever. I know what he was. I know what he did for my career. But you're the son. You're the son, right? Are you really going to be dad? You know what I mean? Like I think it's hard to look past the son deal and think that he's going to be as successful.
Well, but here, no matter what, that is in the past. And here we are. It is here, guys. It is here. And it did not work out this weekend because things did not fall your way. And it didn't work out for you, even though you controlled it by your own choice. You chose a short week. And you blew an 11-point lead in the second half. Okay, here you go. So what do you got? And in all honesty, I'm siding with you a little bit. This season is a much more successful year than we anticipated. But now that we're at this
It's different.
point,
You can feel it. You can taste it. It's there.
It'd be devastating at this point today for the Broncos to not squeeze out one win out of three possibilities.
And quite frankly, that could go as far as your overall vibe on Bo Nix. As good of a year as it's been, if Bo doesn't find a way to win one of these next two games, God forbid he's got a bad game or two in there.
Yeah.
It could change everything that you feel about all the positives. It can all go away.
Let's football go. Dan Tanner's got that next. Hey, what's going on? C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Premier, my guy, Reed. What's going on? My guy, Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. I love hosting the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning every Saturday morning at 7:30. And what's phenomenal right now is they are going to pick out a needy family to win a free furnace and installation January 2nd. So you have until January 2nd to go to premieraircolorado.com and register and submit your entry. That's premieraircolorado.com. Phone number, put this in your phone, 720-547-8009. Because you're listening to me, throw my name in there, and an $89 furnace tune-up becomes $49. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, all sorts of great deals. And yes, helping you out this holiday season or a needy family out. That's the heart and soul of Premier Heating and Air. It's 720-547-8009. premieraircolorado.com. Throw my name in for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yes, you were.
Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Man, you know what I just realized? It is going to be salty Sean if they actually lose 3 games in a row and not make it.
You think?
It is not going to be.
Hey, good thing the ice cream comes before that.
Ooh, tell you what. All right. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, hit it.
All right, fellas. Speaking of salty Sean, he was asked by Mike Kliss the initial goal was you need 1 win over your last 3 games. Well, they lose on Thursday Night Football to the Chargers. So now the pressure adds up just a little bit. You need 1 in 2 games. Mike Kliss asked Sean Payton, is there more pressure on him? Is there more pressure on the team now that there's 1 less game to get a win?
Mike, there's each week we play, there's always pressure. I guarantee you none of our players said there's going to be more pressure. There's going to be a sense of urgency always. There's a lot of different scenarios. I think the focal point always is on the game you're playing. That's the one thing that you can control. But yeah, I look forward to having a good week. We'll have a full week. Today will be much like a Monday. Tomorrow, for us and our players, will be like a Tuesday, and then we get ready and go to work. So it's the next challenge. There'll be a number of things you learn from this game, and then you move on.
Okay, do you believe Coach there saying that the players don't feel more pressure with just 2 games to go having to get a win?
More or less, yeah. I actually do. They're aware of the situation, but I've never played in a football game. I guess that's not entirely true. You certainly feel different in the playoffs. I guess it feels different, but I don't know, man. Football's football, and these guys know what's on the line. So I don't know that there's necessarily more pressure, but it just starts to ramp up. Yeah, I guess you get a little bit more tight if that's what you're talking about. I do love, though, like my favorite phrase in football is it's a Tuesday, but it's really a Monday.
Yeah.
It's a Wednesday, but actually today's Thursday.
Today's actually Tuesday.
It's like, what? It's just Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
Today's Friday. Today's a Tuesday.
But it's
day off is Tuesday.
No, I'm not fighting with you.
No, I understand the foolishness of it. But I did ask the question because Wednesday's a Thursday. How important are Thursdays in the cycle of football preparation?
Well, this week we got the extra time because we got what we wanted.
Okay. I'm just asking, how important is it? Like,
how important is Thursday?
How important is a Thursday this late in the season? You tell us.
It depends on what team you're on. I mean, most teams really aren't hitting at all at this point of the season. If you put your pads on at all, most teams put them on Thursdays. But it might be a period or two.
Well, I assume they're done with pads. You only get X amount of weeks. I'm guessing they're done with it.
You have 1 day per week that you're allowed but you only have so many. They're allowed to if they want to.
What about film or studying or game planning?
I don't really know what the question is. I mean, it's a normal day of the week.
Well, I just kind of question how important practice is, period. like
is that what you're getting at? Do you need practice?
Well, what do you do? Like, what's the importance of every day to get ready for the game?
Every day's got different purposes.
Like, how are they?
Some days you do red zone. Some days you do third down. Some days you do it's the running game.
So how you try to limit game slippage.
Okay, so how are these teams playing on Wednesday then that they just played on Sunday? How's that happen?
They don't practice those weeks. They just do walkthroughs.
I mean, you're playing on Wednesday. These NBA and hockey teams, you realize they don't really practice. Not really. Sort of, kind of, but not like really. See Malone had him doing a rebound drill the other day just to, because they just weren't rebounding?
They did a transition drill. They did one-on-one drills. He said in the pregame presser they gave him 19 blow-bys in Portland, which was a.
So we're going back to the basics, baby.
We're going to high school practice this
So they went high school practice in New Orleans.
But that is really rare. But in football, it's nothing but practice. And I'm not even lying. I do wonder, this is so late in the year.
What are you getting at?
I don't know how important practice really is. I don't get it. I don't know how these teams play on Sunday and play on Wednesday all of a sudden. I don't understand how that works. I can't believe they're actually doing it. Where's the rest? Where's the safety? What's the preparation? And Thursday's hard enough.
You know what you're doing to me? You're doing the the how. You were doing the how question.
Yeah,
how important is the I don't know what's important. It's practice. It's important.
What's the question?
Well, they're going all out on Christmas Day because Wednesday's a Thursday. I mean, that was the question. You don't
Which
like
I
the
think
days.
is stupid.
We'll see if
I'd
they
gave
change.
Wednesday off and come back out on Thursday, and then you got Friday, Saturday. You don't do anything.
We'll see. We'll see if they change it.
You certainly can build resentment by doing that. That's for sure.
Next up, Dan.
All right, let's talk about the college football playoff a little bit here, guys.
Yeah,
so
that sucked.
The first 12-team college football playoff debuted over the weekend, and DMAC's sentiment there was shared by a lot of people, at least that I saw on Twitter, saying too many blowouts. They need to change. The selection committee needs to change how they select what 12 teams are going into the tournament. Let's hear from Kirk Herbstreit on it's not about the wins, it's about getting the best 12 teams in.
That I hope next year the committee won't get caught up in what the social media and a lot of people who are fringe fans get caught up in, which is wins. They had 11 wins. They must be good. Who did they beat? I think is much more important than how many wins you have. That's old school way of approaching it. Indiana having 11 wins and beating nobody, that doesn't mean they're one of the 12 best teams. Remember, I know, Linda, I'm not taking this out on you, but there's a big difference between deserving and best.
Yeah.
What this is all about is giving us the best 12 teams. Now, it's subjective. How you want to figure out the best 12 is up to you. But that's what I want to see. I don't want to hear about wins. How many winning's obviously important, but just because you have 11 wins doesn't mean you're better than a team that maybe had a tougher road that had 9 wins. So I think we get too caught up in how many wins you have. It's really more about who are the best 12 teams, and we need to get the best 12 teams in this tournament every year.
Okay, so do you guys agree with Kirk there? And if so, how do you decide who the best 12 teams are?
I vehemently disagree with him because my biggest beef about CSU in the past is there was no path to win a national championship, and now there is. You have a team from the Mountain West that got a bye.
Yeah, which is insanely dumb, which is like all the argument you need. Like the record is overvalued.
You know what, then? Change it all.
Like, no way Boise State should have a bye. Come on.
Okay. Make the top 30 schools their own division, and it can be just like the NFL, and that's that. And then you can have relegation whether you get in or not, and you can run it just like the NFL. If not, it's like college basketball. And there's blowouts, Kirk, every year in the college basketball playoff. But it's something that you earn via winning and winning in your conference that gets you into the tournament. Kirk Herbstreit just wants a minor league professional system rather than a college system at all. So I disagree with what he's saying. The wins do matter. And if you don't like it, just change it for the top 30 teams and forget these conferences.
I strongly agree with them, but I also agree with getting rid of the current formula and just have an overall seeding system that has nothing to do with winning your conference or anything like that. Just the best teams are going to be the highest seeded teams. But I do
the
think
problem is the analytics to decide what are the best teams.
It's tough. It's tough.
That's where it gets tough. Is a 3-loss Alabama team better than SMU?
Yeah, the team who finished.
Well, and that's where strength of schedule does come into play.
Yeah, who finished third to last in the SEC? They're probably better than Boise State.
Well, then they should be in.
Well, then you go to my model. Then you just take the 30 best programs, and that's that.
If you're telling me there's a team that's better than Boise State, they should be in.
But if you are against this system and against wins, you literally just want another pro football league completely. You don't care about college at all. It doesn't matter to you at all. Because I guarantee you, the third worst team in the SEC would probably beat the pants off of Boise State. I don't even know who that is. Was it Vanderbilt? Ole Miss?
Maybe Arkansas.
What
Don't
is
say
it? Arkansas? What do you think Arkansas
the third worst or third best?
Third worst.
Yeah, that might be Arkansas.
Okay, what do you think Arkansas would... Oh, hold on. What do you think Arkansas would do to Boise State?
Yeah, we have no coach. Our coach stinks.
You don't think you would kill Boise State?
I'd like to think we would. But
I bet you would.
Our quarterback transferred from Boise State. Been a hell of a story.
Well, that's ironic, I guess. But,
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, you know.
You got an old school meathead offensive line coach. That's what you got.
Yeah.
All right, one more, Dan.
No run.
All right, just real quick here. I wanted to bring this story up because it was a big point of discussion on this radio station before the NFL draft. So yesterday, Brock Bowers became only the third rookie tight end in NFL history to record 1,000 receiving yards, accomplishing that feat during their 19-14 win over the Jags in Vegas yesterday. In the fourth quarter, Bowers caught his 10th pass of the game, which was his 100th reception on the season. He's the first rookie tight end to reach that mark. So I know D-Mac's answer, but any buyer's remorse here from you guys with Bo Nix over Brock Bowers?
Scotty?
Not unless you're not gonna you're gonna try to work it out with Russ. The only way you take Brock Bowers is if you don't trade, cut, whatever it was with Russell and eat the $135 million. If you don't do that, then Brock Bowers was your selection. But by doing that, you had to take a quarterback.
Look, there was a scenario that I was intrigued by in trying to get both of them, and that was intriguing. But I don't think it was worth the gamble, nor was it worth the risk. And it was one hell of a risk to try to get them both. So you got the guy you needed, you got a quarterback, and it seems to be a quarterback that we all kind of like. So I got zero buyer's remorse.
The I Told You So patrol is starting at 3 o'clock at Hofbrau with Andy and Nate. You should ask them that question, because they would be. I'd be more curious what they have to say about it than me. Are you kidding me? See, is that really?
Well, I will say this: by getting Brock Bowers this year and stinking, if you can some way pull a Shedeur Sanders, you've at least given Shedeur a hell of a target going into his rookie year.
What's the big difference, anyways? Neither team's going to be in the playoffs.
Wow.
Wow. 6-game separation.
Ye of little faith.
What's the difference?
Ye of
Are you in the little playoffs faith. or not?
Well, we'll see, won't we?
I want winners.
Today is a very interesting anniversary. And I bet you guys don't even know what it is.
I do because we talked about it on our little shenanigans.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get to that coming up next. What is this? This is Christmas in the Holler? Oh, I know this one. Oh, sorry. This goes back a little bit. Are you playing this for a reason, Dan, or?
That's my favorite Christmas song.
This is your favorite Christmas song?
Yeah.
Really? Seriously?
It's about Colorado.
This is
in
not
Colorado?
No, it's he's yearning for Colorado.
Got it. Yeah, nobody wants to be in palm trees.
No.
Except Jimmy.
Tonight it's the Suns against the Nuggets. Scotty's on the sideline having deep thoughts. And
2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
4.
Thanks for watching.
Well, I watched last night.
Gets a little confusing, Scott, in all honesty, with who's doing what when. It's hard to keep track sometimes.
Back 27th.
Okay. It's an anniversary. What is today the anniversary of?
You want Tyler to guess, or?
No, go ahead. Do you know? Sports anniversary.
D-Mac's arrival.
And association with D-Mac's kind of home team.
That's right. You're on it.
So we talk about
a year ago today.
Year ago.
Oh, 2 years.
I'm talking,
no, year ago today.
I'm talking 35 years ago today.
Oh, we got different anniversaries.
Oh, we got different anniversaries.
Oh, we got different anniversaries, my friends.
Well, give me yours, and I'll give you.
Well, my anniversary is this.
Show
is when
me yours, I'll show you mine.
This is when Russ got benched a year ago at this time.
Okay.
They had just lost to the Patriots, and it was over for Russ. This is the end of Russ.
Got it.
And that was quite the drama. The Broncos were eliminated from the playoffs a year ago today.
They had tried to up that anniversary about 6 weeks before that.
Yeah, that's right.
But
They did.
But Russ, he did everything in his power to ruin their plans by winning football games.
So it's a year ago today that Russ basically got benched. And I'll get to your anniversary. We're on 2 different anniversaries. But how would you rate this year since that happened a year ago today? How would you rate the year? What it's been?
It's been an unbelievable year in terms of Colorado sports. Are you kidding me? Between what we've gotten, and I know that we're probably focusing in on the Broncos.
I was just thinking the Broncos, yeah.
Yeah, I know. But you look at everything that's going on in Colorado between CU, CSU, 2 great years.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like you hit on Bo Nix. You're starting to not yet. You're not there yet. No. Okay. I like Bo Nix. I got a lot of belief in the young man. I've got no reason to not believe in him. I'd say it's been a tremendous success, but it changes if you don't make the playoffs, and it changes radically if you don't make the playoffs.
Let me put this up for debate just real quick.
I don't know how to answer that without knowing how the season ends.
All right, fair enough. Just as an overall Colorado sports year, this year overall is going to be tough to beat. NBA MVP.
Is it though?
Oh yeah.
What championships are we getting?
Oh wow. NHL MVP, Heisman Trophy, all in 1 year.
A great year for individual performances.
But it pales in comparison to a champion.
You also got didn't McCarr-McKinnon win? Well, McKinnon won the MVP for NHL, but McCarr was best defenseman.
Not this year, but he was a couple years ago. He won the Norris. I think he came in second this past year. Still pretty good. What's your anniversary?
35 years ago today, December 23rd.
I got to think about that for a second.
The Boston Bruins and the New York Rangers.
Was it that date?
That day today.
Peter McNabb beating the crap out of a guy with a shoe.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That is. Are you sure that's 35 years ago?
Well, December 23rd.
I think it's longer than that. Oh yeah, I think it's that happened.
Today's the anniversary.
But it was today's the day.
Okay, I think I was a kid back then. It was one of the best sporting experiences of my life. Watching that, the glass at Madison Square Garden was like 3 feet high.
Yeah, it was real
tiny. It was easy to climb over.
Mosier showed me the film. I watched the film, and what happened is they stoned the Rangers late. Esposito comes in basically wide open, and the goalie stones him. So the Bruins hold on to win. Skating over, there's a little scuffle on the ice between Rangers and Bruins players, blah, 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 and moves over to the side, and some fan snatches a hockey stick out of.
Well, Mike Milbury was part of it.
It snatched the hockey stick out of a Bruins hand, started hitting him, and Milbury goes in. Well, I guess at the time, Milbury's known as one of the toughest dudes in the NHL.
He was. He turned out to be a GM, coach, the whole thing. You know, respectful
But he's
guy.
like one of the toughest, like guys you don't really want to mess with.
The Bruins then, McNabb, Peter was a tough guy.
So
Milbury, Terry O'Reilly, it was awesome watching the Bruins beat the crap
O'Reilly's
out of people.
nickname was Bloody O'Reilly. So it's O'Reilly, Milbury, and McNabb. But anyway, Milbury goes in, I think, first, grabs the guy that grabs the stick. He's kind of getting on him.
Yeah.
Some other guy comes over and pounds Milbury in the back of the head, and Peter comes over the top of
It's
his leg.
awesome.
He grabs a hold of this guy, throws him down, and you can see him talk to him. And Moser said when he's sitting there screaming at his face, says, "You're lucky it's me and not Milbury. He'd kill you," like that. Well, O'Reilly, I believe it was O'Reilly. It might have O'Reilly and Milburn flipped. Grabs this guy that McNabb is holding down, rips his shoe off his leg. I mean, yanks it off. The guy spins.
Awesome.
And then comes over and starts whacking the dude in the face.
It's unbelievable.
With his own shoe.
Whacks the guy with his own shoe.
With his own shoe right in the face.
By the way, it's the 45th year anniversary. 1979. Looking it up. One of the best.
We got to see if we get the video.
One of the
I
best.
don't know if I've ever seen the video, and I got to see it.
Dan, put it up YouTube. It's easy to find. Shoe beating Madison Square Garden should pop right up. It's fantastic.
See, I thought that was the one you were talking about.
No, that's a good one though. I was just talking about Russ getting
we
benched.
did like a whole segment on it, and so Moses telling what Peter used to talk about it. And
it's one of the greatest.
Melee at MSG.
It's one of the greatest memories of my childhood. Being a hockey fan.
Really?
I was a hardcore Bruins fan at the time. No, 79. I'm like 10 years old. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. Dude, at 10 years of age, I was into every sport. Are you watching it?
Yeah, this is hysterical.
It's fantastic. Look how short the glass is.
So this is after they stoned Esposito.
That's Esposito, no helmet.
That thing.
The game's over, by the way. The game's done.
Smash.
He's P.O., so he just goes back to the locker room. What they're talking about.
Oh, this is like a documentary.
I'm watching the same thing.
Oh, Rick Middleton.
You got to fast forward a minute or two there.
Yeah, you got Mike Milbury, Rick Middleton, Peter McNabb. I don't know if Jerry Cheevers was the goalie there. Maybe he might have been. Oh yeah, this is the long version.
I'm on the shoe smashing now, though.
There's O'Reilly going after that. Look how short the ice is. There's nothing. There's nothing.
And look at the fan coming over.
Where's Peter? Oh, you got
the guy that's hitting O'Reilly is who I think McNabb grabs.
Yeah, O'Reilly's in first, of course. Terry, awesome. It's gonna take that guy.
That guy's got the stick
in the stands. And this guy
comes over. Brad McCrimmon.
The guys come over.
Love Brad McCrimmon. Oh, I don't know some of these guys. Yeah, happy holidays right here. Through the shoe beating incident at Madison Square Garden is one of the greatest sporting events of all time. And our dearly departed Peter McNabb was there he is. There's Peter.
He's grabbed the guy
that
hit from the top.
Take away Mosher.
Look at him. He's yelling at the guy. He's like yelling at the guy right in his face.
That's our pal Peter McNabb right there. Isn't that great? Look at Peter take this guy down like Mosher eating a meat stick. Boom.
He's just having a nice little conversation.
He's sitting there telling him, "You're lucky."
He actually doesn't lay into the dude. He was being kind of nice about it.
Well, you forget for a hockey player how big Peter was. I mean, Peter's huge. There's Mike Milbury, yeah. This is great stuff, man. All right, so we're going to hear this on the Scramble. You guys talk about this tomorrow?
Yeah. We talk about it. If you can just see the video of the
I'm going to go back and watch this whole documentary now. I mean, I've seen it 10,000 times. What's
awesome. The documentary?
Right there, I guess. It's like a...
It's called The Melee at MSG.
Yeah, I guess it's like a 30-minute little documentary on it. The video itself is like 7 minutes long if you just want to watch the fight.
The fight's awesome.
It's like 7 minutes. It's awesome. Those were the days.
The late, great Peter McNabb.
I knew about the Malice at the Palace. Didn't know about that one.
The Malice at the Palace. I didn't like that one, man. It was...
What's the difference?
Oh, that's so much more fun.
Yeah, there were sticks and shoes involved in this one.
Yeah.
The other was just haymakers and punches.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays,
Merry
boys.
Christmas.
Thank you
Merry
very much.
Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Dan. The Scramble's on tomorrow, and Nate and Andy are at Hofbrau to continue for Monday Night Football on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we are out at the Hofbrau today, 92nd and Wadsworth, lovely Westminster, Colorado. Hope everybody is doing well. A happy Festivus to one and all. Andy Lindahl is my co-host. I am Nate Kreckman, Springs back at the shop. Oh, we got so much to do with you today on this fine radio program. We have got one game to go. Yes, one game to go in Week 16 of the NFL season. If you're looking for a great spot to watch Monday Night Football, well, Hofbrau is here for you. Saints packed tonight. Yeah, Andy. We also got a Nuggets matchup this evening against the Phoenix Suns over at Ball Arena. Second night of a back-to-back. Here's the question, Andy. Will the Nuggets care tonight?
How did you feel about that game? That game was so tough. I was angry, and then I wasn't. Like, again, they got the win.
Yeah.
You know, Nikola said something after the game.
You heard that, did you? I know what you're going to say.
Yeah. We don't need this much time off.
Yeah.
I think he might be right.
Yeah. He also said we need to have more hunger. Yeah, it was yet another one of those Nuggets games last night, Andy, where it was like, they played like crap, and then they won.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, are we supposed to be panicking right now? On the road trip, Andy, the Nuggets scored 129 points per game. Great.
Take it.
They allowed 128 points per game. They went 2-1. Okay, they win in Sacramento. They won in New Orleans. But last night it was 3 quarters of just absolute dreck. Jokic was not engaged for 3 quarters of that game last night. You look up at the end of the night, and he 27, 13, and 10. And it's almost like they hit the fourth quarter. And, Andy, tell me if you ever experienced this where you watch this team. I have small children. Your children are older. You accomplished that, but they were small at one time. And when you're trying to help a young child learn to do something, they can sometimes get frustrated, and they'll look at you and they'll go, "Can't you just do it?" That's the Nuggets with Jokic. It's fourth quarter, crunch time. Can you just do it? And Nikola, who right now, Andy, is averaging a career-high 30 points per game, I don't think he wants to be doing this.
No.
And not even just like the physical exhaustion of how much they're asking him to take on and the load that he's carrying with this team. I also think he just doesn't like playing basketball like this. I think he's having a bad time having to shoot as much as he does, being solely responsible for the creation of every offensive set, watching teammates pass up on open shots or stagnate and not move or not give effort on the defensive end of the floor. Like, I just think he's having a bad time playing basketball on this team right now. The irony being he's having, once again, the best season of his career. I don't think he wants to be doing this anymore.
Yeah, but there's no way this feels like his best season to him. I promise you that.
Right.
He's scoring too much. We all know that.
Yeah.
Right?
Because for him, and you're right about that, for him, his best season feels like his team is clicking.
Yeah, and everybody's getting to touch the basketball, and
Yep.
everybody's getting a chance to score. He does not want to be put you on my back guy all the time. You know, look, I think every athlete down deep is happy competitively to stand up and answer the bell when they need to.
Sure.
But think about it. I mean, Nikola's coming off a summer or late, early fall, whatever, in the Olympics where I just did that with Serbia, okay? Yeah. I just did that in the Olympics. Can I get a little time? Can I get you to come back?
I just did that with you last year in the playoffs.
And it didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work out well. We got eliminated in Game 7. Nobody can find a way to hit a shot. We can't have any of that going on again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think this is something Nikola is saying. Look, man, what happened last year, we can't do that again. And you guys rely. And whether it's him, at least Murray did come along with him a little bit late in the game.
Jamal played well
last night. Got some points. It looks like he's starting to get his legs back. We can only hope.
Jamal has gone for 20-plus in 4 straight games.
And that's what they need.
Quietly, I think he's rounding back into form.
Yeah, and they need that.
Yeah.
They need that. And then, I don't know, now we got to figure out the trade stuff, right?
Did you notice Porter not
closing
the game
that's
last night?
That's why I bring it up.
And by the way, I don't think that has anything to do with trade or anything else like that. I think Michael Malone was just like, you suck tonight. I can't keep playing you.
Right.
You're killing me. So I have to go with this Westbrook lineup because you are death. You can't defend anybody. Now, some of it was matchup stuff. New Orleans was hitting them with a bunch of guards last night. Okay, fine. But also, like, he was 2 of 8. He played miserably in that game. I saw Nuggets fans on Twitter last night, like, put MPJ back in. Why? What was he doing? What was he contributing for you? Westbrook played well. He gets to close the game. And that's right now. But that's the other thing about Porter that is problematic for me, Andy, is like if you are a max contract player, shouldn't it just be default you finish every game? You are a part of every closing lineup that we have, and yet there are numerous lineups that the Nuggets can play where they are better off without Michael Porter Jr. on the floor.
Yeah, there's 4 big contracts on the team. They should be closing the game every time.
Every time.
You know? And
Yeah.
it doesn't always happen.
And then it's like if you want to go CB or Peyton Watson or Russ or whatever, you pick and choose at the very end whatever you need to do. But Porter ain't it right now. And And I say this in the midst of him having played a very good season, but very clearly, like, something is wrong, something is stale on this team, and that's the only dude that can get moved, and that's why they're kicking the tires on that whole thing. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but it's why his name is getting brought up.
But you got to play better than that if you're going to get moved. Yeah. Why did we say that he might get moved? Because he's actually producing.
Right.
He's playing. He's scoring. And he's got a movable contract. Well, of all the big contracts, he's the most movable and the only one allowed, really, other than Jokic. But yeah, I don't know, man. Look, they got to just they now have 5 games, 7 nights. All right, let's get into it.
Let's
Time
go.
to get into it.
Suns have been playing
Stop
like crap.
all the stuff. It's Christmas.
Yeah.
All the excuses are gone. The IST is done.
Yep.
The weird scheduling hopefully is going to be done for the most part. Let's get back to playing some basketball. Sooner or later, they got to look like themselves. You know, the Avalanche, who had a couple games over the weekend, looked pretty good.
They look pretty good.
They look like they're back to themselves since they got the goalie room figured out. There's no magic elixir like that for the Nuggets, though.
It's also a hell of a thing when Valeri Nichushkin plays, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
Different hockey team.
If Valeri needs some friends, I'm happy to just be the Oscar, the Grouch guy in
Sleep
your life
on his
or
couch.
whatever. Yeah, whatever, man. Because here's the deal. Cup team when you're there, not a cup team when you're gone. It's kind of that simple.
Cale Makar's goal last night was all Val. It was just.
Oh, yeah, I
and
can't
Makar's-
see around your huge body.
Right, and Makar said he said that as much after the game of just like, I'm a different player when that guy's out there.
Yeah, if this team's going to make a run at the cup, either Val or Gabe, if not both, need to be involved. And that's how it's got to go. So,
would you have thrown actually, I don't think you ever would this. You value hats. But imagine a world where you were a willing and able participant in hat throwing. Do you throw a hat for a guy that got a hat trick on 2 empty netters?
No.
That
doesn't
feels-
count.
No.
I'm with you. No, you haven't earned my hat.
I mean, good on.
You've not earned my hat.
Good on Kivy. You did your job.
Yeah, and I still love him.
Yeah, that's great.
No. High fives.
Yeah.
I'll buy you a beverage at the establishment
Absolutely.
after. I'm happy you're on our team.
Yeah.
But no,
I'm
that's
keeping
not.
my hat.
I'm not throwing the chapeau. You know what happened at the Mammoth game Saturday, don't you?
I don't.
My
What's happening?
least favorite thing ever.
What's that?
The old sock trick came into play.
Oh, yeah. What's the deal with that?
6 goals. A guy named Will Malcolm for our team got 6 goals, and we openly discussed it on the broadcast where our sideline guy, our guy who's between the benches, John Gallant stands where Mark Rycroft is for the hockey broadcast.
Sure.
And John openly campaigned, please don't throw your socks down on me if he gets this 6th goal. But it happened, and then they had to go clean him up. So, yeah. It's both is awesome and isn't at the same time.
I find other people's hats gross.
Yeah, but now imagine a sock.
Yeah, no, that's...
Now, here's the good news. We're at least inside. I told you when I had to be the sideline, the field guy, I was at an Outlaws game at Mile High in July when it had been a very, very hot, sweaty day.
Real sweaty
I
socks.
really don't want your socks coming then.
Ew. Ugh.
It was beach night, though, so I guess it all fits.
So are people in sandals?
No, but...
If you're not wearing socks, but you are wearing flip-flops, are you allowed to throw a sandal onto the field?
Sure, I guess. But here's the thing.
If you want, you can throw anything on the
Here's the deal.
field.
Like, the Mammoth went off for the most goals I ever got a call calling these games.
Cool.
So we almost had another guy get close to the sock trick, and I started asking, well, now what are you going to throw? Because I saw people had done the thing where they put their socks together and then rolled them up and threw them both.
Made a ball.
So if you threw them both, what's for the next guy? The next guy doesn't get your socks?
No, he doesn't get anything.
Is it like the ref when now don't throw a top?
Do lacrosse fans? I know nothing about lacrosse culture. Everything I know,
I don't know where this sock came from, to be honest with you.
But if you're like a hardcore Lax Bro fan,
yeah,
and you're going to the game, do you bring an extra pair of socks?
No.
In the event?
Not anybody I've known.
Okay.
Can ask our guy Matty Bicknell. Maybe he does, but I don't know.
If there's anybody that shows up fully
if anybody
prepared,
goes with a pair of socks,
to a lacrosse game,
the ones with holes in them that you don't need. I'm going to throw them away anyway, so here's my socks, pal.
It's our guy, Matty B.
And then it was funny because it wasn't funny for the dancers. Ladies, I'm not laughing at your predicament, but they had to come out with the old blue gloves on to get the socks. That's the other thing. Cleaning up a hat is gross enough, but at least you can grab the bill.
Yeah, they have the shovel.
Yeah.
They have the shovel to take it off.
No, the whole crew, they were all, and they were the bright blue gloves. And I get it. I ain't grabbing your socks, man. Sorry.
Were they wearing like Tyvek suits?
I would have.
They're like the scientists at E.T.
I can't tell you this. Some of my lacrosse buddies are not the cleanest people I've ever known.
I wouldn't think so.
So, yeah,
No.
I ain't touching your socks.
Okay.
There's not a teammate on the team I would have gone to pick up the socks of.
No, that's no good.
Matter of fact, I wouldn't pick up your socks, Nate Kreckman. By the way, we're mustache. You moved to the mustache portion of your beard growth.
I'm wearing clean socks.
When are we
today.
getting cleared? When do we go clean shaven again? Will we return from the holidays with a freshly shorn Nate Kreckman, or will you be on the new beard growth by then?
Andy, I will quote you to you.
We'll see.
We'll see. Even I can't predict these things, okay? This was all the result of a shaving mishap gone terribly wrong. So this was merely how do I save it and make it look semi-presentable. That's why I am here in front of you looking like Pirates first baseman Sid Bream.
So real quick, my buddy, that's Steve Thorson over there. Shout out to him. I've known him since college. That's my lawyer.
Okay.
Luckily, I haven't needed him.
You brought your attorney out here
My lawyer's
today?
drinking here in a bar at 3, so thank God nobody sue me. He's not a good lawyer. But he had one of the all-time funny stories when we were in a bar one time. We, one of our guys, who was it? One of the guys used to, ask, who's your daddy? To the young ladies, who's your daddy?
That was his line?
Well, I didn't tell you it was creative. Again, my lawyer's drinking in a bar. What group do you think you're going to get? One of them fired back Newt, and he's like, what? She goes, that's my dad. My dad is Newt. So that's Newt Thorson over there.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
You've never had a question answered like that?
I've never asked.
Literally, her dad was Newt.
I've never asked that question.
What questions do you ask in a bar back during your? He actually used to go to the Hofbrauer that was over there. You and I have never been there. What questions would you ask in a bar when you approach? Did you do that?
I would go with.
I don't have any feel for Kreckman. Single guy looking for a good time. I only know married Kreckman.
I would go.
Have I known you while you were single?
Many years ago. Yeah, many years ago.
I mean, not just hello at the facility.
I would go with the old standby. There's 206 bones in the human body, don't you?
Oh God. I see where you're going with this.
You know the next part of the line?
Sure.
I don't even have to say
it.
I
can guess.
I don't even have to say it. By the way, I've had this sent to me by multiple people now today.
You are. Now I kind of wish we'd have been around you.
It's not a bad line, right?
How did that go?
It's not a bad line.
How many times did you get struck?
Today is
hit.
I was very charming. Andy.
Festivus.
Your famous Idaho Potato Bowl today.
Oh, what happened?
Oh man, Fresno State NIU, and there was a typo on one of the chyrons. The Bulldogs of Fresno State Bulldogs.
Okay.
They put an N in the word in an unfortunate place. Think about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we added a letter.
And
now it's a big home run.
Told you a lot about that dog.
Sure.
Real Nick Foles.
Well, you can find out. Yeah, Drew Lock. How come all the guys seem to throw picks that have that?
I don't know.
Wait.
What do you have, 2 pick sixes yesterday?
Yeah. At one point, I saw a tweet from Rappaport where he said Drew Lock's day today, and I thought, oh, Drew's going off. I guess good for him. I popped it open. It said touchdowns for his team, touchdowns for Atlanta. I was like, okay, it's not going.
He went off.
Hey, by the way,
in very Drew Lock fashion.
You know, the boss is out of town. Nate, let's do what the hell we want.
Okay.
And I don't want to go to break yet.
Let's have it.
How did Russ fumble that football? Like, Russ went from wide open grass to a turnover. I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Except for.
Not like that.
No, it was.
Like, there was nobody there.
There was no.
And then he went from, are you going to juke the guy, to not only not juking the guy, he now took your candy.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Threw a pick six, too.
Yeah, but we saw that here.
Yeah.
No, normally when a guy loses the football, it's like White last night in the Tampa Bay game where someone comes up and there's ripping it out of your
great
hand.
play by
There's,
Bland.
there's an angry on angry guy trying to keep the football. Russ just like he's running, and then he doesn't really dodge the guy. The next thing I know, the football's 5 yards away from all of you. What happened?
You want to take that with you, is what you want to do.
Well,
You want to have that accompany
See
you.
all that green grass, it needs to.
5 major football games on Saturday, Andy. The 3 playoff games, the 2 NFL games. Favorites covered in every single one of those games.
We got to come back and talk more about that, man. Is that good or bad? That's my simple question. Is that good or because you already know what's going on. You already know what's going on. I love the expanded football playoff because I like the existence of underdogs.
It's great.
We keep going chalk, man.
There's corrections that are going to need to be made.
How about your guy Lane
forward.
Kiffin just immediately coming out and blasting everybody that he wasn't in?
Yeah, but did you notice what happened once Tennessee got their ass kicked? Radio silence from Lane Kiffin. I didn't hear a word from him
He was
after
more
that.
than happy to fire it off. Was it Indiana, right? He popped off about after they got blown out by Notre Dame.
I was going on and on about SMU. He was going after everybody after they got their butts kicked all weekend long. And then as soon as an SEC team got trounced, by the way, all the Alabama people, you could shut the hell up. Last time I checked, Tennessee beat you guys this year, and they got destroyed by Ohio State. How about Ohio State, by the way, man? Finally showed up and played angry. They're favored against Oregon coming up
Really?
here. Yeah. There's some interesting stuff coming up here in this next round. Yeah, college football, it was blowouts. It wasn't boring, though, this weekend. God bless that sport. NFL stuff to dive into, plus Sean Payton's mad.
Oh,
Andy,
we got to get into this.
Sean's mad.
Is he mad at you?
Do
you write a blog I don't know about?
He's
Is
mad.
that where he read it?
He's mad at a lot of people.
I feel like he came after you.
Let's dive into Sean Payton's rage.
And
coming
you know
up
what?
next.
Now I'm on your side.
Good. You got to the right spot. Keep it here. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We call it the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Happy holidays to everybody. We join you live today from the Hofbrau, Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. Nuggets and the Phoenix Suns this evening. Great place to watch the game right here at Hofbrau, plus Monday Night Football, Saints and Packers. So you got your sports viewing aplenty. Hofbrau is a perfect place to be able to watch it. Avalanche off until Friday when they will take on Hockey Club in Utah. That's an ESPN game. Nuggets open up a back-to-back against the Suns. Suns have been riding the struggle bus here of late. Devin Booker's got a groin, so he won't be able to go tonight. He was out for their last game as well. They lost at home to the Pistons. That's pretty bad, okay? Like, losing to the Washington Wizards in any context is bad. Losing to the Pistons at home, that's troubling if you're the Phoenix Suns. So,
what about going for number 2 against the Pels?
Yeah.
Anyway, we already kind of covered
They
that.
really tried, didn't they?
And then they decided they didn't want to.
And then they figured it out.
We're all good.
So
We're all
slightly.
good.
Yeah, no problem. Everything is great. Yeah, not to worry in the slightest bit. Okay, so nothing went the Broncos' way this weekend, Andy, at all. Well, let me take that back for 1 second. The Chiefs did win, which then puts the Chiefs a Christmas Day win over the Steelers away from clinching the 1 seed in the AFC, meaning they could bench everybody for Week 18 against the Broncos.
But don't. Guess you're to cover.
No,
it.
I don't
Never
want to
mind.
watch
I know, I
it,
wanna ask you.
obviously, but
No. I mean, don't you want? I'd like to see the Broncos win their way in this thing.
Yeah,
I'll take it the other way. I mean, playoffs are playoffs. But
oh no! I
I'd
wanted
like to-
I wanted everybody to lose so the Broncos could just go to the playoffs.
no, I just want to see them win one, and get in.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah. I'm not going to get greedy with this whole thing. That
Probably
feels-
shouldn't, but right now I will. If it turns out we need help when it's all said and done, then I'll take the help too.
Bengals absolutely cooked DTR and the Browns yesterday. Destroyed those guys. Burrow threw 3 tutties in that game. Jamar Chase, 6 catches for 97 yards and a touchdown. So that's the team the Broncos will see coming up here on Saturday when they go out to Cincinnati. By the way, the Bengals defense held DTR and the Browns to 273 total yards. I know it's DTR, but in the very least, a better defensive performance out of Cincinnati's awful and leaky defense.
Now he's hurt, by the way. DTR's hurt, and
That
so
makes
is
sense.
David Njoku.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, Andy, what's our latest weather update now for
Lots
Saturday?
of rain for my guy Chris Bianchi. He's
Okay.
all over it, but yeah, it's looking like the old. Let me get real weather guy on you, or I'll just look up the tweet. We're going to get a southern trough. It's going to blow through the northern part of the country.
Okay.
And then we're going to
Say
have
trough?
lots of rain. Yeah.
Like a large tub that we could all pee in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, but it looks soggy, heavy rain possible, though some modeling keeps the heaviest rain post-game Saturday night, 15 to 25 mile an hour gusts are possible. It looks like weather will be a factor on Saturday.
What happened the
says
last time
Chris.
Bo Nix played in rain?
Well, and remember, it was a little bit windy, the Indy game.
Yeah.
So, we'll
Yeah,
see.
We'll see.
Guess what? You're going to have to do it.
Big we'll see.
Hey, we'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see, pal.
But, yeah, everybody won. Bengals won. Colts won. By the way, shout out Jonathan Taylor. Hung on to the ball for all 3 of his touchdowns in that game. They ran
Boy, he ran angry.
They ran for 335 in that game.
Yeah, he
they blasted the Titans. I know it looked closer. It really wasn't. And then the Dolphins won last night as well, beating the Niners. Niners are on their way to losing 11 games. That's wild.
They're out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
How about that?
They're done.
Okay, what does that do to your Brock Purdy deal? You still got to pay him? Pay him a little less? Look, he's a good quarterback.
Good
but,
quarterback.
I mean, you've had all your weapons hurt, and we don't make the playoffs.
He's a good quarterback. I don't know about great quarterback.
20 mil, 25 mil, 30 mil? What's not insulting for a quarterback?
40.
If top guy, oh my gosh, doesn't that hurt you?
Not
like.
really.
I mean,
40's
40
not-
for Brock Purdy?
It's not that bad. It's not. That
That hits me funny.
I don't even think that would put him at top 12 highest paid quarterback in football.
I had some rough chicken salad yesterday that
Yeah?
made me regret things. That's
Oh,
how
okay.
that 40 hit me.
Okay. Yeah. It's not that bad. They make a lot of money.
I know
those quarterbacks.
I know they do, but
they make a
I
sickening
know
amount
they
of
do.
money.
I know. But my gosh.
35? Is 35 touch any better?
You're probably right. It's
Okay.
probably 40. 35 better not be touching me at all. I don't know you 35. Stay on your side of the room.
Don't worry, 35's good.
You know how many bones are in the human body? 35.
206. That's the answer. 206.
My lawyer's getting tired. He's getting ready to get out of here.
Of what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
Yeah, he's like, now I know why you might get sued. I'm leaving.
Yeah, there's problems going on. Objection, Your Honor, please. So Sean Payton.
Shawnee.
Let's talk about Sean Payton a little bit, okay? So Sean Payton, in a game in which the Broncos ran the ball 7 times on the opening drive and then 14 times for the rest of the game, Sean Payton, if you recall, Andy, it was seen on the Amazon telecast that he had written 2 clear words at the top of his play sheet. He wrote, "Run it. Run it." Now, look, all of us from time to time had to remember something at work that we don't always necessarily remember off the top of our heads. You know, sometimes I have to write like do the live read and stuff like that. So I'll remember to do it, and then I still forget, and then Spring has to remind me. But I'm trying.
I'll give you 900 clues as to who I'm thinking of till somebody gets the name.
Until finally somebody
will get it.
If I can't be there for you, somebody is going to do it. It's a part of this radio show. So Sean Payton was asked about his play sheet saying, "Run it."
Run it.
Which, again, we cannot overstate this enough. He did not.
Right.
He actively ignored that it said "run it" on his play sheet. He
really
ran the ball
after the first drive, right?
Pretty much.
Most of the runs came on the first drive, did they not?
I think it was 8 carries in the second half.
Man.
That's not
I
enough.
think they had that many on the like 7 on the first drive.
In a game you had a double-figure lead in the second half, you ran the ball 8 times, okay? Sean Payton, he's had things spotted on play sheets before in the past. He was asked about that yesterday. Here was his answer.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, number one, I don't like the fact that the network TV cameras feel like they can zoom into our call sheets, but it is what it is. It's just a reminder sometimes that there'll be little notes I'll put at the top of a section. Thought we ran it real well early in the game, first half. Second half, there's 2 series I kind of kicked myself where even when we did run it, it was the type of run we ran that wasn't as effective. But we had ample opportunities in that second half, and I thought our third down numbers obviously weren't where we wanted them to be. We couldn't get off the field defensively, and therefore we weren't able to keep the lead we had going in at halftime or coming out to start the second half.
Doesn't like that the network TV cameras feel like they can zoom in on his call sheet.
Buddy, it's why you guys all started talking with the sheet over your mouths to cover that up.
Yeah.
So
you wrote the words "run it" largely so it could easily be seen. Also, you are a starring character on America's favorite television show, the NFL.
Football.
You are going to be on screen a lot. You are a critical part of the storytelling aspect of the TV show. So they're going to show you, you're the play caller, you have a giant Cheesecake Factory menu of a play sheet in front of you, and when you write certain words larger than everything else on the sheet, people are going to see it. But ultimately, Sean knows all of that, and he's just griping for the sake of griping. What's really at play here, Andy, is the fact that they showed something that then could be used against him because he actively ignored his own words that he wrote on this sheet. If they had run the ball 35 times in that game, Sean wouldn't give a crap that everybody saw a sheet that said run it. Instead, he's humiliated by the fact that his awful play calling was called out for everybody to see, including contradicting himself.
Let's be fair to the situation, though. We don't know what the "it" was. Maybe "run it" was under a section of plays of, run these plays. Run it. Run it ZY Banana or whatever that thing was.
The it section.
Yeah, the it. This is it.
Yes.
Like, I would guess if I had to, let's take that theory for a minute. Let's say that the run it meant no matter what, we're running it. The flea flicker felt like you're running it. Because when you did it, I don't know why you stuck it there.
You tried it twice.
Yeah, you were hell-bent on running that. So maybe that's all the run it meant, and we're being unfair.
So is that the name of that play? Is it it?
Could be. Run it.
Or, Andy, is it
Run
possible?
Pennywise.
Perhaps, okay? Again, let's think a little bit further about this.
Outside the box, Nate.
It. IT. Every football team has an IT department. It's late in the season. These guys haven't necessarily been getting a ton of good sleep. I'm sure their diets are crap. I'm downing caffeine all the time, sugary snacks, salty snacks to stay up late while they're trying to make sure that the professional football team and everything technologically wise is running properly.
They look like Jim Nedry from Jurassic Park.
Good call. They're getting a little soft in the midsection, and Sean needs those guys do some sprints. Tighten it up a little bit. Run IT.
When you get back.
Yeah, IT department. Get those guys. They got to do some ladder drills. It's time to get back into shape. Get back in your fighting weight. Oh, on the plane even.
Could have.
Are the IT guys allowed on the plane?
For this trip.
Okay, they
running
probably
them.
were. You got to run those guys. Okay, there we go. See?
It's all fixed. He's right. Stay off my play sheet. You don't know what it is.
Stop asking questions, jerks.
Right.
Or he just ignored his own words and was like, "Ooh, but I have another cool passing play. We need to run a flea flicker that's going to result in a check down to a tight end. I got to run that play."
Did you ever? I meant to go back. Did you ever see the All-22? I mean, did it just not fool anybody? Bo wanted to throw that. There's a couple where I feel like Bo has looked deep and then changed his mind. I feel like Bo was excited to get ice cream only to find out all his favorite flavors were gone.
Let's pull it up in the break.
He wanted to throw it so deep.
All right, I'm going to pull it up in the break. We're going to watch the All-22. We'll break this down. I had not gone All-22 on this game, mostly because I hated it. So we'll do that coming up here in just a moment. Plus, for years and years, we had established the ideal football lineup of 22 Andy Janoviches. However,
new metric.
We have now found a lineup that could even best 22 Janos. We'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'll tell you what, nothing like when you got a buddy in town to have a read about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, Steve, more guys suffer from erectile dysfunction than you probably realize. And if you're one of those guys, I can only point you towards the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It is the holiday season, and the holiday season is going to go on for the next couple of weeks. So if you need to give yourself a gift once you get through all the hustle and bustle of the next couple of days, give the gift of going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and maybe getting that old confidence back that you had when you were in your 20s. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. That's right, an hour or more. A lot of happy holidays could be had in that hour. So if you want to go on by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, here's how your first visit's going to go. It's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, it's free. Their expert staff have helped a lot of men just like you see what they can do for you. 5 locations throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jano, love Jano. He's Jano to me. If we had 22 Janos, we would be all right.
Andy, I would venture to guess a football team with 22 Janos would go 0-17.
Yeah, well, What if they played the Browns or the Lions of winless fame?
I still like those guys.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
They'd have a quarterback. You're right.
I think Jano might struggle in coverage.
Well, and he'd be being undersized on the defensive line.
I don't know how well he flips his hips.
Would Sean Payton run it against 22 Janos?
God, no. He would call another flea flicker.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I could argue with him. I don't know that 22 Janos is getting the coverage done.
By the way, we did the film study. We grinded the tape.
We did. You did a great job. You got it on your NFL Plus account.
Yep.
No, it was never open.
It was not
Bo
open.
Nix made the best decision he could.
Yeah, he really did. Bo did what he could with that god-awful play call.
Do you think Bo's heart sank as he was like, come on, man, come on.
As they're in too deep and he's just looking out there going, there's nobody bit.
Yeah.
Also, the play prior to that was the same toss back to Mims. I think in order to set up the flea flicker. I know why he fumbled now, having looked at it on the All-22. He fumbled it because he was looking up and going, oh, crap, I'm about to lose 3 yards on this play.
Yeah, the Chargers seem to have shifted their whole defense to that side of the field by the time he got the toss.
Yeah,
that wasn't going anywhere.
Look, I trust Garrett Bowles and Ben Powers as much as the next guy, but there's such a thing as
too many men,
too many guys to have to block.
Yeah,
and I don't think they were going to win on that play. So that was what went down right there. Brock Olivo, former Broncos special teams coordinator, Brock Olivo, Andy. Who, by the way, currently is a special team. According to Wikipedia, he's a special teams analyst at Missouri. That's where he's currently working. The assorted jobs he has had since he was the Broncos special teams coordinator back in 2017 on VJ's staff. He spent 2 years with the Bears as the assistant special teams coach. He then went to Italy for a year. During COVID, he was the running backs coach for the Philadelphia Stars in 2022 of the USFL. He then came back into, now he's back in college football. Let's see. He was at Washington University, where he was the tight ends coach for Division III Wash U in St. Louis, and now he's at Missouri. So Brock Olivo, that's where he's been since he was the special teams coordinator for the Broncos back in 2017. He wanted 22 Janos.
He loved them. But it turns out that love could be topped.
Yeah. I think also probably – do you think that quote came up in further job interviews where they were like –
Let's dive into this 22 Janos.
Tell us what your plan would have been there.
First off, what would you do with 22 on a special teams coverage? That's 11 too many.
That's too many Janos.
You know that, right? Yeah.
That's too many men on the field.
Yeah, you're only allowed 11.
The Eagles tried that yesterday. It didn't work out for them.
No,
it really didn't. So today we have a piece of audio come across that warmed our cold, dead hearts. So Luke Kuechly,
the old linebacker from the Panthers.
Yeah. Really looks like Kuechly, but it's pronounced Kuechly.
It bothers you, I can tell.
It always has.
You're editing your disdain for the name.
But Luke Kuechly is talking to Kay Adams. He's up and at 'em with Kay Adams. And, he's a Panthers guy through and through. Andy, the Panthers, big overtime victory yesterday over Arizona. Carolina's up to 4 wins on the year now. Chuba Hubbard, the former Oklahoma State running back who got paid this year. Dave Tepper likes him. Yesterday goes for a season-high second highest total of the year, $152 with 2 tutties in that game. And today, Luke Kuechly goes on with Kay Adams, and they're talking Panthers, they're talking Chuba Hubbard, and Luke Kuechly, he's got something even better than 22 Janos. Let's go.
It's just so fitting that Chuba's the guy that goes and does that. And I say it all the time. I wish we had 53 Chubas. If we had 53 of those guys, it'd be a really good football team.
Oh, he doubled them up. He more than doubled them up.
53.
53 Chubas.
That means you're even going to have to leave some Chubai. You're going to have to leave them inactive.
Yeah, they don't get a uniform.
You cannot suit up.
How do you decide which Chubas don't get a uniform? It's like that weird Boba Fett thing where they're all just Boba Fett guys and that whoever the other guy,
the Clone Army
Fett or whatever, it's just a ton of him. Which guy do you go, and how do you explain you don't get it today?
Sorry.
You don't get a uniform, but I'm literally a clone of him. Yeah, but I don't like you.
Other Chuba are outperforming you, who is also Chuba.
I don't care for your attitude, but we're all the same. Yeah, but I got a problem with you.
Your performance is not as good. I'm the exact same height, weight, with the complete total athletic skill set as all of these guys. Sorry, you don't get a jersey today.
Does the Chuba who cuts in line first for the food, is he the one out?
He's not a team player.
Hey, man, you took my meatloaf. I had a special order meatloaf at the thing.
That's
and now,
a selfish Chuba.
Look, pal.
If only Luke Kuechly had
53 Chubas.
53 of those guys.
Which team do you like better, the 22 Janos or 53 Chubas? Who's getting it done? They line up.
Yeah. I mean,
how about 22 Ditkas? Huh? All Ditkas.
Speaking of Ditka.
Yeah.
Your guy, Brock Bowers.
Sure.
He's 10 yards away.
Oh, Ditka's going down.
He's going to break Ditka's record, the rookie tight end receiving yardage record in a season.
All
right.
My guy Bowers is good for 99. He hates 100.
Also,
every time I look at his stats, it's 99.
Also,
couldn't get one more yard, huh?
I mean, if we're being honest here, and I'm not just saying this to have my partner's back, because God knows I would never do that. But
yeah, people like it when we fight better.
I know that Jaden Daniels threw 5 touchdown passes yesterday.
That last one was pretty sick. The game winner was sick.
He threw some darts yesterday.
He did.
That guy's something.
Oh,
okay?
He also did a little bit of running. Did you see the one where he gave him a little cha-cha slide? And
81
then boom,
yards,
5
Andy.
more yards?
81 yards on the ground yesterday. They also, my God, they turned the ball over 5 times. There were the stats floating around yesterday of like teams that scored like 30-plus and rushed for over 200 yards and forced 5 turnovers. Like, it's only ever happened once before in NFL history that a team played like that and lost. And yet the Eagles managed to be able to do it yesterday. Unbelievable.
That's Nick Sirianni special.
Let's give Jaden the credit, though. I mean, yeah, he was good in that game. But Brock Bowers, right now, Andy, is the best tight end in football.
Yes. Yeah, already. He's going to be all-pro.
Yeah. If we were being objective about this and you were just giving Offensive Rookie of the Year to the rookie who is the best at his job, Brock Bowers should win it going away.
He should.
He's not going to because it's going to go to Jaden Daniels. We know that. And Bo's going to finish second in the voting and Bowers will finish third. But Brock Bowers is the best offensive rookie in the NFL.
He is.
That doesn't make you the rookie of the year.
No.
But he is the best offensive rookie in football.
Yeah, he's setting records. I will say, though,
he's also doing it with, my God.
With nobody.
Who has played quarterback?
Nobody.
And that guy's put up
Hunter
numbers.
Renfro guy around him.
Right.
Like, I don't know who he's playing with. Who is the quarterback? No, he's back with Desmond Ridder, isn't he?
Oh, it's terrible.
That's all right. How good was Jaden Daniels' game, though, yesterday? Did you watch
Phenomenal.
that? See, you're a red zone guy.
Phenomenal.
I'm stuck with the one game they give me,
No,
so
he was
I
phenomenal.
watched a lot of that. Although I guess I did watch some of the Pittsburgh game.
First Washington quarterback, by the way, Andy, to throw 5 tutties in a game since our friend Mark Rippon back in 91.
Good old Mark Rippon joined us on the show.
Friend
Fan
of the program.
his nephew he thought was good.
Yep.
Was he a friend? Or was he just accommodating
I
us?
think he liked us.
Sure.
I think he had a
didn't
good
wish us
time.
luck or anything.
Yeah. No, I think he enjoyed us. Yeah. I think he'd return our calls.
What about Dan Hyatt? Do you think Dan Hyatt's trying to get some more money out of the deal before we get to the new year? He's had a couple weeks to
We're negotiating.
really think about things.
We're negotiating right now.
Somebody wanted to know about 15 mellows. What would 15 mellows do?
They would take a lot of mid-range jump shots.
All right, what about 22 Travis Hunters?
22 Travis Hunters. Well, 22 Travis Hunters is really, if you think about it, 44 football players.
It is.
Yeah.
But, again, stopping the run could be tough. He's slight.
You might struggle there. Pass pro could be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of Hunters behind him.
Did you see him throwing down dunks?
Yeah, I don't. In the future NFL team, like, can you stop? Do you mind not doing that? By the way, there's so much to talk about. We got to talk about the Raiders losing it, winning. They can't win it losing.
Nope. Don't know how to not screw the whole thing up. Yeah, looks like Shedeur is going to – oh, by the way, it was Aiden O'Connell yesterday, but it looks like Shedeur is going to be off to the Giants, where I don't think he'll be teammates with Drew Lock. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That is coming up next. We're live at the Hofbrau here at 92nd and Wadsworth. I was going to say 22nd because I got 22 Janos on the mind.
And you could have gotten us to 53rd in Wadsworth, but no, that doesn't work.
Can you get 92 Chuba Hubbards? Does that exist?
All right, yeah.
Spring call Luke Kuechly. Find out. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Saints-Packers tonight is the Monday Night Football matchup. Nuggets will be in action against the Phoenix Suns.
What time, like 9:30?
8 o'clock.
Oh, that's right.
It's an 8 p.m. affair this evening over there at Ball Arena, Andy. Plus, we have a final score now in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Northern Illinois knocking off Fresno State 28-20.
What's that mascot?
In double overtime. NIU is the Huskies. The Fresno State team, they are the Bulldogs. However, if you add an N after the O and before the G, it suggests something very different.
It does, and yet somehow that made it to the network television
It sure
so
did.
all could read.
It
And now it's all over Twitter.
did. Uh-huh.
What's your team's name?
That's what Fresno State will henceforth be known now. By the way, that was a battle of two backup quarterbacks today. Both Fresno and NIU's quarterback jumped into the portal.
All right, real quick, what do you think it's going to do for future matchups? Like, again, how's college football going to figure this all out? Because, look, you can't deny teams like Indiana and SMU when they have great seasons and good records and try to, and I think we all know.
They deserved.
Yeah, but I think we all know the Big 12 and the ACC. And what's Indiana? Are they?
Big 10.
Big 10. So Indiana's kind of an outlier, but look, they're a surprise Big 10 team.
Well, they had a softer section of the Big 10 schedule.
They didn't have to play the big boys.
And when they
too
played
much.
Ohio State, they got their ass kicked.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my point being, like, here's what I don't want this to fall into. What I love about the expanded playoff is I just want there to be a chance at a Cinderella again. It doesn't have to be full of Cinderellas. There don't have to be 6 or 7 of them. But,
there really can't be.
No, but look, how did I fall in love with college football? I mean, blatantly, it's the year of Darian Hagan, 1989. They go to the Orange Bowl. Nothing in college football really got me on board with it to that point. I was a sophomore in high school. We didn't watch a lot. We watched pro, not college. We were a Bronco household. Didn't worry about anything else.
Yeah.
But that little Cinderella run of the Buffs got me into it, right? Like, I don't want to see those moments taken away. And I'm just worried with everybody griping about the uncompetitive games we had that they're going to start to pound the table. I don't need an expanded playoff field that includes just more SEC Big Ten.
First off, when we had a 4-team playoff, the games weren't competitive.
Fair enough. That's a good call.
They weren't.
Cincinnati that one year, how'd that go?
Exactly. Like we had a national title game where TCU lost by 1,000 to Georgia. And those are just the outliers. Like, basically half of the games in the 4-team playoff were decided by double figures. Those weren't close games either. The simple solution to what we saw happen this year, and this year was a trial balloon, and it was the first time that it was ever done, and I understand what the networks and what the committee was trying to do of rewarding conference champions, but I think what we learned is we should probably, knock that crap off. Arizona State and Boise should have been playing this past weekend. Texas didn't need to be playing on Saturday. Ohio State didn't need to be playing this weekend. I know Ohio State was all the way down to number 8, but basically because of the seeding issue, those teams didn't need to be on the field this weekend, and we should have started it off with the way that it was broken down by the rankings and not worrying about the seeding. That was what I think led to some of this, and also it's just the very nature of college football is it's a lopsided sport in that way.
Yeah, but you do understand where I'm coming
I
from,
do.
though, right? Because, again, I get it. The committee's job is to give us good television.
But it's not a sport
Just
that
cut it
lends
down
itself
like
to Cinderellas.
Right. No, you're right.
It just and it never has been. College football really hasn't. And again, the closest thing that we've seen in recent years was TCU, and they beat Michigan in that semifinal game, and that was an awful lot of fun. And then they got frickin' annihilated. So that's ultimately, this will eliminate that. By the time hopefully we get to a national championship game, we'll get something good. But yeah, the games were largely a letdown. Over the weekend, Saturday, I was ready to be watching college football all day, and I ended up watching the NFL because I was like, I don't need to watch this. Also, our guys SMU, I don't think Penn State's that good. I just think Jennings made a couple of early mistakes in that game. They were huge mistakes. He threw 2 pick sixes right away in that game, and they were just out of it.
Well, and I also think the weather factors in. If you're not used to playing in cold temperatures like that, it's a little bit of a shock to the body.
I agree.
The hits hurt a little more.
Yep.
Your hands don't feel the same. We all know that.
Let's get NFL news. Let's go, Spring. Back at the shop. Here we go. Time for the high five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Why are we doing it at 4 o'clock? Because at 5 o'clock today, drop of the year. You've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for it. We don't even remember what is on the list. It's going to be a gigantic pile of fun. But right now, let's do NFL news. Spring.
Let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Sean Payton talked to the media yesterday on this weird schedule the Broncos are on right now. Last playing on Thursday, they will play on Saturday.
Real quick aside, is everybody else completely screwed up by the NFL schedule right now?
Oh, yeah. Because it's like always going, man.
Football's on a Wednesday. I know it's Christmas, but it's
even
a
this past
Wednesday.
Weekend, it's like the Broncos are Thursday, and then like I told you, I watched I forgot the Steelers and whoever who did the Steelers play? I can't even
Baltimore.
remember. Yeah, that's right. They were on Saturday, right?
They were. Yeah, and now they're going to be on Wednesday, and then we're going to have football on Thursday, and then again on Saturday, and then again on Sunday.
Yeah, knock it off, NFL. Calm down.
Go ahead, Spring.
Sean Payton was asked about the fair catch free kick at the end of the first half of the Chargers game and how that may have shifted momentum. Well, Sean Payton does not like that narrative. Here is Sean.
You're trying to shift the momentum. So much was made. I thought well, how do I say it? But one of the dumber storylines was the end of the half in regards to us being aggressive with 41 seconds, 2 timeouts. We punt the ball. The half's over with. I read more stuff that I just looked at and thought, this is garbage. Number one, it didn't shift the momentum. We got the ball back to start the second half, went down the field, kicked a field goal. We were back up 11. But this sequence, this area of the game you're talking about is the area that, as a coach, you look at and you get frustrated just, with, how do we put a break on the momentum that it shifted? And I feel like we could have done a better job there.
All right, so he claims because the Broncos had a field goal drive and they got the 3 points back on the opening drive of the third quarter that was not a momentum shifter. And I just don't agree with him, Andy, because after Herbert threw that pick to Chris Abrams' drain, they showed footage of the Chargers sideline. Daubers were down all over the place. You did give them life going into the break, and sure, you got those 3 points back. Like, I get mathematically what he's saying because they gave up back-to-back touchdown drives after all that nonsense went down, but still, that is a Chargers team that if you make them go into the locker room without, first off,
much going right, period.
Much going right, and it wasn't just a standard field goal. It was a, what the hell was that?
Right.
Kind of play, where even numerous Chargers players admitted, I had no idea what was going on, but somehow we got 3 points because Dicker the kicker blasted that thing from 57 yards on a weird, obscure football rule right there. So Sean can tell me all that he wants, that didn't flip the momentum in the game, and I'm going to tell him, sorry, pal, I disagree.
Yeah, and look, I don't know, full momentum shift, fine. I'll give you that there. But guess what? Like you just laid out right there, we saw how the Chargers bench looked.
Yeah.
They actually had something to kind of go in and feel good about and maybe erase some of the nasty taste in their mouth.
Yep.
And they came out and they played 10 times better once they got back out there.
Yep.
So, and here's my problem, too. Again, you and I talked about this the other day. It's where we got in our back and forth about things. I don't totally disagree with the thought about going for it, but you had a bad first play.
Yeah.
So guess what? That's where you just call it off. Just call it off and go to the half. You didn't. Everybody knows if you get the big first play, then of course you keep going for it. You got momentum off first down. That didn't happen.
No, you lost 3 yards.
And again, when we look at how they had played that entire first half, they had a very efficient first half. They had how the offense at its optimum has looked this year, but that wasn't full of a 50-yard bomb, a 60. Like, I just don't know what you thought you were going to get the way that game was going.
You weren't getting
that was
chunks
my problem. No,
of yardage outside of a bubble screen to
The
Marvin
Chargers
Mims.
they were going to test your patience to see if you take everything short, and ultimately you didn't.
Yeah. I'm not with Sean on this one. I mean, fire back at everybody. I get it. You're defensive. You had a bad game. You took a lot of heat. for the way that game went, deservedly so. I mean, shoot your arrows back in return, but I don't buy it. I just disagree with him. You gave them an oxygen tank to take into the locker room with that fair catch free kick. It did have a serious impact on the game. And, oh, by the way, again, you can make the argument, yeah, well, we got the field goal back, but really the Charger defense have been struggling to that point in the game. The fact that they got off the field holding you to a 41-yard field goal on the opening drive of the third quarter, again, that's momentum for a football team right there. Then they take over and go back-to-back touchdown drives. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so now the Broncos will play Saturday at 2:30 on NFL Network in Cincinnati against the Bengals. The Bengals are 3-point home favorites. So Joe Burrow needed to get gifts for his offensive linemen. He went to them and said, hey, what do you guys want? We'll hear that in a second. He ended up getting them authentic, genuine samurai swords.
Okay.
Wait
Each
till
offensive.
you hear what they asked for. I've heard this quote.
Yeah. Each lineman picked from an array of ancient Japanese swords that Burrow got them. Some
Did you say swords?
Swords. Pronounce that W. Some of those have been around as dating back to the year 1550. Okay. Here's Joe Burrow explaining how this went down.
Well, they wanted guns. And I was like, I don't know about guns, guys. And so I was in the weapon mindset, and I was like, what's a cool weapon? And samurai swords, I think, are pretty dang cool. And Nicole, she works for me, and she was able to go and find them for me, so she did a great job finding the best ones out there, so I think guys were excited about it.
Top of the line samurai swords.
All right.
Are these Hattori Hanzo swords?
First off, did he pull up in his Batmobile that he got from the Christian Bale movies and then roll the swords out like the back in one of the secret compartments?
Load in the swords.
Secondly, here's what I try to figure out. We got to ask Columbus this one day. Is that cool? Is that cool?
A sword?
Yeah, man. I mean, some of these guys, I don't know the income status of all the guys on the offensive line.
No, I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
So, years ago,
bro, you can just hook me up with cash and I'll love you just the same.
Maybe,
and I'll block.
Andy, arguably the funniest segment of sports radio that I've ever been a part of and witnessed. So years ago, CJ and I, we would do Thursdays with Terrell Davis. And TD was explaining how the year where he won MVP, where he had the 2,000-yard season, because one of these stories popped up, and he had explained, oh, yeah, I bought all my linemen golf clubs. And we were then told in our ear about a minute later from our producer, Nayland's called in. He'd like to get on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And Tommy proceeded to tell Terrell Davis, I don't play golf. Those golf clubs are still sitting in my garage. They're still taking up space. They're still collecting dust. And it was very Tom Nayland. He let TD have it. I mean, he just unloaded on him.
Just aired. Hey, on Festivus, he aired grievances.
He aired his grievances.
It challenged TD to feats of strength.
Just explaining how the other guys don't play golf. Nobody wanted these things. We were all looking at each other like, what the hell? Also, there was a rumor that maybe TD knew somebody and had gotten a good deal.
Which is always, right?
On the sporting equipment. And Nayland unloaded on him. I, of course, just sat there and was laughing until I cried. CJ and I were doubled over in tears because TD was trying to explain to us what a kind and generous, benevolent gesture he had done for his offensive linemen, only to have arguably the best of his offensive linemen call up and tell him, hey, thanks but no thanks, you bleeping cheapskate.
Yeah.
It was one of the funniest things I have ever heard in my life, and it made me think about that right there. Do these guys really want swords?
Tyler confirmed, no, they don't. He said, what am I doing with a sword?
That's just
right?
It's like...
You can't go, what are you going to go have? You're going to reenact like Joel Joe Klatt had the famous rant of when you go to Comic-Con, do you reenact the Star Wars? What are you doing with the sword?
Do you go Belushi?
Right.
And then just like if you got to chop up a cucumber or something, just take it into the kitchen and just start dicing up veggies.
Go full Benihana? I don't think so. It feels
dangerous.
Know me. Look, I've taken small knives and put them into my skin.
You would hack a hand
Yeah,
off.
I would know. A full limb would be gone. The full limb would be gone, and that would be that. I'd be stubby from here forward.
It's the classic example because again, unless you're into displays of weaponry
Right.
in your home, which some people are, and that's fine.
Did we get the story, by the way, of what with Purdy? There's no way Purdy paid full price for 5 or 10 Toyota trucks.
He bought him trucks?
Yeah, man, $85,000 each is the ticket price.
Damn, dude.
But apparently he's got some partnership. Now, look, you get me a truck, I'd
He's
be
got
fine.
the commercial, yeah.
But again, you got to remember, have you ever sat in a Toyota vehicle? I love a lot of Toyota vehicles, but when I used to get in the old
I'm a Toyota guy through and through.
Tacomas,
Yeah.
the old Tacomas, man,
Yeah.
they sat a little flat for me. So if you're tall, I think you need a bigger, you need the Tundra or something. You can't go, hey, man, can I have a Tundra? It is technology and stuff.
Flat ass Lindahl can't sit
No,
in
I'm just talking
in a
about.
Tacoma.
I think some other guys know what I'm talking about. They didn't have quite the wells that an F-150 or a Chevy has.
Okay.
You know what the moral of the story is? Buy damn American there, Nate. Actually, I like Toyota. I like 4Runners. But I just found the Toyotas, I sat a little flat.
Oh, man.
My flat bottom in that flat car was a whole lot of flat.
I think this is more of an indictment of your lack of derriere than the make and model of the car. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're going to talk to Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. Don't buy people swords. That's the lesson. Keep it here. Andy, I got a feeling Jeff is going to have a strong showing coming up in Drop of the Year today at 5 o'clock. The enjoyment that we got out of Sean Payton's disappointment in our next guest. I don't know if disappointment's the word. Annoyance, perhaps. Jeff Legwold joins us right now here on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, the Broncos got no help at all over the weekend, save for one little item. The Chiefs winning and beating Houston. If they win on Wednesday, which we have NFL football on Wednesday, let's just all pretend that's totally normal for a moment. But if the Chiefs win on Wednesday, history has told us that Andy Reid has no problem just benching everybody and getting them out of there, meaning even if the Broncos go out to Cincinnati and lose in possibly inclement conditions coming up here on Saturday, well, they could be playing the Chiefs B team coming up in Week 18.
Well, I don't know if you want to leave it up to somebody else. I guess that would be my issue with all of that. And, yes, they do have 2 to win 1, but they didn't get any favors. They didn't do themselves any favors. And I don't, one thing I would wonder after Thursday was that was really the first big moment test for this team. And do you want to put it all on the regular season finale against the team, backups or not, that has a whole lot of more big moments on its resume than you do? And that would be my concern against the Chiefs B team throughout, is that they've just been around this type of thing more than the Broncos have. And, maybe inclement weather's okay if, the Bengals can't pass the ball all over the place, but history has also shown us passing offenses often do okay on a snowy, non-windy day.
Well, that's just it, too, is Burrow, he plays in those conditions all the time.
Yeah. He's used to it. He grew up in Ohio.
Yeah.
Started at Ohio State before going to LSU.
Yeah.
So,
again, you just, don't leave it up to somebody else. And, even if you get the Chiefs B team and that's how it all works out, you didn't exactly come down the stretch ready for the postseason in that scenario. So the Broncos could just do themselves a favor and just, handle their own business and approach it like they have to handle their own business. And I think it's very telling. The head coach feels the same way, because Sean Payton did not adjust the schedule in any fashion, really, a little bit, but not in terms of practice times and what time they're going to be on the field, this week for Christmas. He just didn't. They're treating it like this is a normal game week, and for them, tomorrow is Wednesday in a normal game week. Their schedule, Christmas will be what Thursday would look like on a normal week. So he didn't do any fantastical adjustments for the holiday week, really, because I think he knows this is an important week for them just to handle their business.
I got to say, my guy Kreckman's one of the more journalistic-based talk show hosts I've ever seen. So I'm a little surprised he buried the lead in this whole thing. Jeff Legwold, was yours nonsense that Sean Payton was reading that he did not like as far as the narrative about the end of the half or whatever?
Yeah, I thought the word garbage was what gave it away, what he really
Garbage.
thought of it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not sure you could sweep it under the rug with a field goal on your next possession and what turned out to almost be your last score of the game. But, I think the end of the half had something to do with how the rest of the game went. But that's just, I have worked on a garbage truck, so I know it when I see it, I guess.
Wow. Well, Nate kind of asked it. I mean, look, I understand Sean likes to let people, most coaches like to let the media know they're reading the stories, but why this, why now, do you think? Just wanted to get it off his chest? Was he?
Probably a little frustrated,
Yeah.
He wants to get the win. He has said all along he believes this is a playoff team, and he doesn't lose double-digit games, and he has bristled against the preseason expectations of this team, all along. So, not a shock.
No, and to me, it almost felt personal, Leggy, because so much of the critique came of his work, and being mad at Amazon and Thursday Night Football for showing his play sheet and everything else like that. The embarrassment only stems from the fact that he didn't run the football, and that's why it looked bad that he had written "run it" on his play sheet and then yet seemed to ignore his own advice right there. So I think what you got was some frustration out of Sean Payton right there. As for the rest of this team, Leggy, where are their heads at right now before going to play a tough road game against a pretty hot team in the Bengals?
I don't know that we know that yet, Nate. We'll see them on the practice field tomorrow, and you can kind of get a rhythm of things then. And then, I think, as odd as it sounds, seeing how they do their work tomorrow and Christmas Day will be an indication of where, how dialed in they are, really. Because it's easy to look choppy this week. Players are like the rest of us. They got family in town. Everybody wants to know when you're going to be home. When can we do this? When can we do that? When are we going to do all this? Where's everybody going to stay? They're like us in that regard. And, that's often difficult for them to collate when their workplace is so focused on something else and is a very public place to do your business, So I think it's an important week for them to sort of show a little more maturity overall as a group than they did last week. Because, again, to have the success you did on the first drive of the game and never revisit it that seriously in the offense, that's on the play caller. And he has expressed frustration with how they run the ball all season. And I still contend, he's got the play card in his hand.
Yeah.
He's in charge of how much they run it, when they run it, how committed they are to it. And he's obviously having some difficulty in fitting Bo Nix into the run schemes that have the kind of success they have. And I think that's really why they get away from him. And he doesn't want to say that out loud. That's just my opinion, but I think that's what's going on.
All right, Legs. There's weather in the forecast. A little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. Maybe, I don't know up there. Rain can turn to snow pretty quickly. How big a deal is that, do you think, for how they've handled the last 2 days like that? Or is it a big deal? Do they just got to put it out of their mind and go deal with it?
Well, you got to deal with it. Welcome to the NFL. You're going to have bad weather games. But the worst weather game this team played this year was the Jets. And tell me how that looked on offense for everybody all around. So that, in what little weather they've had to play in this year, they have not been spectacular.
No, it has not been the case for this team so far. And again, like we talked about, Cincinnati, they're more conditioned to be able to deal with this kind of thing, and they got a quarterback that has won a lot of games in poor weather before. So, Leggy, let's talk a little bit about the strength of the Broncos team, which is their defense. Do we believe it will have the services of Riley Moss back this week?
It still looks to me like they're hoping and targeting that. But, again, I think the Wednesday, Thursday practice double dip for them. We won't see them Thursday because they, that would traditionally be the Saturday type of, or we will see them Thursday, not Friday, rather. But so what he does Thursday and Friday this week, I think, are the big things. How does he recover? What does he feel like? But he was doing more and more this past week. So I think that's the target. And, just we've seen how important he is to the defense over the last few weeks. I mean, one game they had a failing sort of technique, against the Browns, and Thursday night they had a failing in assignments. We had just dropping coverage on the quarterback's favorite receiver. That's just botched passovers and carryovers in the zone defense and losing a guy at the line of scrimmage.
By the way, Leggy, Mike Sando had a graphic today in his column on The Athletic, and it was specifically related to Detroit. And the fact that the Lions had 22 dudes either on IR, PUP, or out this week. The Broncos, scroll down, 4 is their total as we go into Week 17 of the NFL season. What's at play here, Leggy? Strength and conditioning staff, dumb luck, overwhelming pressure from the organization to get guys on the field. What's going on that Denver right now is this healthy at this time of year?
I would say all of the above. That there's always the luck component, and it's dangerous for anybody in the league to pretend it's not. And I've often, Detroit is an anomaly because usually the best teams with the best records are often the healthiest, this time of year. But they, I think, other than on defense where they've been decimated, offensively they've stayed away from the injuries that would crush them the most. Except the Montgomery thing may turn out to be big in the postseason, but otherwise they've kept very, very important players offensively in the lineup, and that's been big. But yeah, it's conditioning and all of it plays a part, but good fortune is the biggest component, and no matter what anybody says, that will always be true.
That's going to do it for Jeff Legwold here on a lovely Monday edition of the show. Leggy, beautiful work as always. Have a great holiday. Hope you enjoyed an Illini victory yesterday. Have yourself a good Christmas, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
Happy holidays to everybody. Thanks, man. See you.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there from ESPN. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Andy? I was looking at this. Right now, Buffalo's had 3 this week. Broncos with 4. That's players on IR, PUP, or out. Packers and Vikings each with 5. And Leggy's dead right about that. I mean, when you're looking at the lower numbers on this, there's Philadelphia, there's Washington, there's Baltimore, and then there's Detroit with 22 dudes. Now, they had the good fortune of, getting to play the Bears yesterday, and they absolutely trounced those dudes. It makes it all the more impressive what Dan Campbell's been able to do this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, that defense especially is beat up. That's what cost them the Buffalo game. They'll be lamenting that for a long time if that's ultimately somehow, although with the Eagles losing it, well, they got Minnesota breathing down their necks too. But
they do.
If they were to lose that top seed, it'll be that kind of injury luck that they'll lament. But you're right. They just keep going.
Do you realize, by the way, the Lions have not lost a road game this year?
That's crazy.
Incredible.
You know what it does? That stat you gave right there, it shows the depth that the top teams have.
Yes.
That we need to remind ourselves the Broncos are still trying to build.
Very much so. When you see the Riley Moss injury have the domino effect that it has, and I think Chris Abrams-Drain really has played well. In that spot. But it's something completely different when you don't have 2 lockdown man guys on the edge the way that the Broncos had all year long. It's the bread and butter of this defense. As good as Benito and Cooper have been, as good as Allen and John Franklin Myers have been down in the trenches, DJ Jones and Malcolm Roach, all those guys are playing really well. I take nothing away from anybody on the Denver defense, but it's what they are at their outside corner. Andy, that's the thing that makes this defense elite. It's why they're special. And when you take away one of those dudes, they're still good, but it's not the same.
Yeah, you got to have Riley Moss for this one, man.
Yeah.
You can't be messing around with your looks. You're not going to fool Joe Burrow.
Well, and that's just it. Surtain could follow Jamar Chase around all day long. T. Higgins is productive and good. So it's going to make your life hard, and Yoshi Voss will make plays, and Joe Burrow will throw darts, and this is a tough game coming up here for the Broncos, especially if the weather is going to be bad as it is. Cincinnati's defense stinks. You're going to have to put an awful lot of points on the board, but it gives you very little margin for error.
But it may not be throw the ball weather.
It might not be.
If it's true, if it's rainy and soggy and windy, you're going to have to commit to that run game.
Do you think Sean Payton would actually run it then?
I don't think he's going to have a choice.
He might not. Well,
I don't think Bo loves it I just don't think Bo loves those conditions, and it's fine.
I think Sean Payton may spit in all of our faces at the I don't have a choice declaration right there. We'll see what he's capable of coming up here this week. How many bubble screens could be thrown in a single game, Andy? We're going to find out in this one. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we lost an all-time great this weekend in sports. We got to take a moment to just acknowledge the absolute brilliance and how freaking cool Ricky Henderson was. We'll do that next. Yeah, and Miami's not even in Ohio. Hey, it is Nate Kreckman, and I am here for Sport Trade. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. You can use the code NATE. Just remember, what is the best first name I've ever heard in my life? It's Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week with Sport Trade. Terms, of course, do apply. Guys, Sport Trade is where the big bets happen. If you are stuck in a rut on your app, you'll want to check out Sport Trade. You can get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. What does that mean exactly? Well, on your typical sports betting app, your main lines are minus 110. Well, guess what? On Sport Trade, they're offering you minus 106. You may hear that and think, that's not all that much of a difference. It's more earnings when you win, and that will accumulate over time. I promise you that. You are going to go ahead and watch that bankroll go up the more you win on Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Again, that's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
The A's having come from behind a 1-0 deficit. Ricky goes, a pitch taken, he's going to have it. He does! Ricky Henderson, no contest, steals third base, jerks the bag from its moorings, and holds it aloft, representing number 939. Ricky pounds it with his left fist, hands it to equipment manager Frank Sinchek, who gives him a big hug. As Ricky's mom.
Luke Brock was a symbol of great base stealing. But today, I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
He was just that. Ricky Henderson, 1991, he broke Lou Brock's all-time stolen base record. Andy, by the time he was done, not only did he break Lou Brock's record, 1,406 for Ricky in the career, 468 more than Lou Brock, who was number 2 all-time. That's how dominant Ricky was. Passed away over the weekend at the age of 65, just days shy of his 66th birthday, which actually is on Christmas Day. But Andy, top 5 baseball player of our lifetime. You can make a compelling argument he was a top 5 baseball player of all time. Look at the numbers when it was all said and done. All-time stolen base record, all-time runs scored record, had the walks record till it was broken by Bonds. Greatest leadoff hitter to ever live, top 15 all-time, wins above replacement. If you're looking at guys post-integration, he was top 5. I believe trailing, let's see, on the list, he only would have been trailing Mays, Hank Aaron, A-Rod, and Bonds. That would have been it. That's what we're talking about with the greatness of Ricky Henderson.
25 seasons.
25.
He's kind of like Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah.
Just loving to play the game.
He kept going.
I'll go play for whoever. I don't care. I'm not going to be too, uppity about what league it's in or whatever.
He led the majors in stolen bases at the age of 39.
What my favorite, like when I think of Ricky Henderson, if you say it to me, I'm always going to think he went and stole the base, I want to say, and then got up and was fanning himself off.
Yeah.
So hot or stuff like that. He was brash. He was he was a fun player. He one of those true personalities of his time, right? The 90s, fair enough to say the 90s.
Oh,
was
without
a great
a doubt.
baseball personality.
80s,
in the 90s.
90s. I mean, he played forever. Yeah. Once stole 5 bases in a game with 0 at-bats. That's right. He walked all 4 times, and then he stole 5 bases while he was on. 89 postseason, one of the great postseasons ever for a player. He reached base 25 times in that 89 postseason, 15 hits, 9 walks, and 1 hit by pitch. A's won the World Series that season in 1989. He was on that Toronto team. In fact, he was on second base when Joe Carter hit the bomb off of Mitch Williams for the Toronto Blue Jays. I mean, Andy, just one of the coolest baseball players to have ever lived. Like you said, he was brash. He was cocky. He also completely backed it up. And why shouldn't you? If you were that good. I've read so many tributes to Ricky over the weekend. I watched so many Ricky highlight videos. All my buddies that I grew up with, and we were baseball card dorks and all of that. Ricky Henderson was the coolest player in baseball. And passing away at the age of 65. But, man, for those of you that were too young to have watched Ricky Henderson play baseball, all I can tell you is he basically played the game like a football player, which he was, and his mom only wanted him to play baseball so he wouldn't get hurt. And so Ricky's way of playing the game was just to be as aggressive as humanly possible. Ricky Henderson kicked ass.
Was Ricky the one who was Willie Mays Hayes in Major League? Was that character kind of an ode to Ricky, if you will?
I think there was some serious Ricky in there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ricky was well known for only referring to himself in the third person
right.
in every interview that he ever did, which is just great. The funny thing about Ricky was there's so many legends about him, some of which are true and some of them not so much. I read the story of over the weekend because Ricky always had the green light. And in the early 90s, with all the power that Oakland had, Tony La Russa didn't want him. He didn't want him stealing as many bases. It was just you get on and you wait for one of those guys to hit the ball over the wall. Well, Ricky, he never knew the signs because he could just do whatever he wanted. And so the story, as the story went, they were explaining to him, like, okay, like, you know, like this is hit and this is bunt, and if you know, if the coach wipes, that means take off, meaning take off the signs.
Wipes the chest.
Yeah, exactly. Wipes the chest, take off the signs. Well, Ricky gets on base, and the first time the takeoff sign is given, Ricky steals. Takeoff sign given again, Ricky steals third. Scores, he gets back in the dugout. They're like, what the hell? And he said, you said that means take off.
Take off. Yeah, I knew it.
Means I'm running.
Second time you said it, all I heard was take off. Sorry, Coach.
But that was Ricky, man, and you give that guy the green light. 130 stolen bases in 1982, by the way, a major league record by a long shot. Guy was absolutely incredible. The great Ricky Henderson. Sad news to say that he passed away. So many teammates came out. They had great things to say about him over the years. My old buddy Joel Klatt. Ricky was on a rehab assignment with the Padres organization. Joel had a chance to play with him. Said Ricky was just as much of a character as you could possibly imagine. But the all-time leader in stolen bases and runs scored and leadoff home runs, by the way, Andy. 81 leadoff home runs. 81 times Ricky Henderson started a game with a home run. Just gave his team a 1-0 lead. Boom, just like that.
Was there a bigger team of personalities in those Oakland A's teams
right?
in the 80s and early 90s?
I know.
I mean, you talk about almost anti-baseball the way that it's done.
Those Bash Brothers team, yeah.
McGuire and
Canseco. And Dave Stewart on the hill. Don't forget Carney Lansford over there at third base.
Yeah.
Terry Steinbach behind the plate. Ricky Henderson, R.I.P. Sad news to see that he passed away. One of the coolest baseball players, one of the coolest athletes, really, of our lifetime. Andy, last night Jokic had to play 42 minutes. Jamal had to play 41 in order for the Nuggets to beat a team with 5 wins on the year. It keeps happening, man. The degree of difficulty for this team is just, it's too damn high. You can't survive this way, can you?
No, we know that. We saw last year. We saw what this turns into. Now, Jokic can. Jokic is like basketball robot, basketball Terminator. Pick your favorite whatever. Cyborg. I don't know. Pick your Schwarzenegger movie and put Jokic in it. But Jamal can't. Jamal couldn't last year, you know?
Right.
And again, Russ probably going to be okay. I don't know, though. Remember, it wore Reggie Jackson out having to play all that. Now, listen, Russ is in much better condition, I think, than Reggie Jackson was a year ago for this Nuggets team. But, no, this is a losing proposition.
Well, here's one of the other things that
you shouldn't have to. You need some semblance of a bench.
Somewhat to me, what is getting lost in some of the trade discussion is there is the sense of, well, why would you trade and acquire Zach LaVine for MPJ and Zeke? The offense is fine. And I would say statistically, you're right. You look up at the end of the night and total points scored, offensive rating, all of that, it's phenomenal. But why is that the case? Because Nikola Jokic is Serbian Superman times Spider-Man times every one of the Avengers. Like, he's incredible. And that's the thing that I keep going back to is, yes, the offensive numbers are ridiculous, but wouldn't it be cool if you could do that, or maybe even less? Like you could do a little bit less than that, and Nikola Jokic doesn't have to carry every single damn possession for this team. That maybe there's a world where it isn't just all two-man game, that you could actually have possessions where, I don't know, Nikola Jokic could rest on offense?
Yeah, look, to the bigger point that you talk about there, don't you worry at some point Nikola's going to maybe get sick of this?
He said last night this team doesn't have a hunger. He said it. He was talking to Hastings after the game right there on altitude. He brought up the word hunger. And that's just it. Like, I don't think he wants to play this kind of basketball. I don't think he's a big message sender. I don't think he's an outright griper. That's not in his personality. But the guy that played the first 3 quarters of that game last night, did he look like he was having a real good time?
No.
Not really.
I do feel like, and again, we can all have our theories for it. I don't know what ultimately brings it on. I do feel like there's a little of him going, hey, just for once.
Anyone.
Can I not have to do everything tonight?
Right.
And I think, again, and it comes through where he's trying to let other guys get into the game, get your touches, watch it go through the hoop, feel good about yourself. Please help me out tonight. And, especially when it happens against, like, the Pelicans, the Wizards, the Trailblazers. Can't keep doing this, man. Cannot keep doing this.
Even the games you're winning are brutal.
Yeah, you're white-knuckling it.
Yeah.
Look, the Avs, we all got tired of you getting down 2 to 4 goals to start things. Can't do it. Well, the Nuggets are basically doing the basketball version of that.
Yeah.
You can't be down 15 points at some point every game
not
and think you're always going to come back and win.
No, you got a red line
Especially
every
when
single
you don't
night.
have the rest that you've had. They've not. Hastings told me this last night. I didn't realize this. The Nuggets have played. They're among the teams that have played some of the least games so far to this point in the season. So you can't even. The travel has been whacked. They've been back and forth and this and that. Haven't stayed home for a lot of games, but you've had time to rest and recover to get ready for the games.
Yeah. Here
You've
comes
not
the
played a ton of basketball.
condensed schedule starting up here this week. They got Phoenix tonight. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live at the Hofbrau, 92nd at Wadsworth in Westminster. Mexican Monday Night Football tonight. Plus the Nuggets game will be on. We'll take a break when we return. Oh, you've been waiting all year for it. Since last December. Drop of the year. Who gave us the best content here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show? We'll determine that next. All right, it is hour number 3 of the show. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are out here at the Hofbrau today on a Mexican Monday. Saints-Packers. By the way, apparently, Andy, Spencer Rattler, he conditioned himself for the cold weather at Lambeau tonight.
Bye.
He and the quarterbacks hung out in the freezer at the Saints facility this week.
Yeah, that'll do it.
They went into the cooler.
Literally saw, didn't they, like sitcoms have done episodes of that. I can't remember which one now, but, we'll just go hang in the freezer.
Yeah, just get trapped in the cooler.
Yeah, I've been told, I've always wanted to go to Lambeau. That's my one regret of my sideline career.
You never got that gig, huh?
Oh, I would have, I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Packers came here a couple of times,
Okay.
but we never went there. I did want to go there. I did want to see the place, but people have told me, including our buddy David Bakhtiari, that it is just a different deal. You can't prepare for that, right? That's like trying to prepare for heat in Arizona by keeping your face by the oven or something.
Wisconsin cold is, upper Midwest cold.
I was about to say Chicago cold's probably not too much different.
It's miserable. Yeah.
The Minnesota cold, where you feel like your body parts are just going to shatter if contacted.
You just turn to ice. It's not a good time. No. Saints are in for a tough one tonight. No wonder the Packers are a 14-point favorite. Nuggets tonight take on the Suns. We'll have that for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But come out and watch the games here at the Hofbrau. All right, Andy. Everybody's favorite time of the year. Here we go. It is time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show for the drop of the year. Now, some of you may have heard this. Yeah, we're using kind of buzzy industry terms here. A drop is one of the small pieces of audio that we will use here on our show, or other radio shows will do the same, in order to accompany and accent, add to any topic that they may be doing, oftentimes aimed at humorous purposes.
Sure, to get a laugh, to be the punchline.
So this, by the way, this is the 3rd annual drop of the year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
What happened to the other 2? We got lazy?
It took us a few years to remember to do it.
There was a hiatus?
2 years ago, the 1st annual drop of the year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And we had a treasure trove that year because of the Avalanche Stanley Cup parade. But ultimately, congratulations to Eric Johnson. The Condor was the original drop of the year winner here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Roll it, Spring.
Denver. His name's Nathan
still
McKinnon. Heard of him?
Yeah, EJ came strong with 2 that year, but him puking out the word Denver is an all-timer.
Denver.
Yeah.
Denver.
Took a 2-syllable word and added to it.
And it echoes through the crowd. It's awesome. You feel like you're at Woodstock or something as he says it.
Puke the word out. So good. Last year, and Andy, I got to stay humble on this one.
No, you had the drop of the year.
Last year I brought home drop of the year.
And you weren't even trying. That's why it was so great. You weren't trying.
Unexpectedly
You were just
so.
trying to get through a shift that you didn't ask for.
I was just being me. That's all I was doing.
You were having to be a team player. You drew the short straw of in the paint on the one game that the Nuggets actually lost during the finals, and so you got to talk to this guy.
Yeah, so we took a call from a guy that
we
said
thought it was Carl.
Name was Carl. And
hi, Carl.
Turned out that Carl was a huge Heat fan, and we later found out, he was one of the producers on Dan Le Batard's show, and then they played the bit the next day on Le Batard. I had completely forgotten about it, to be honest with you. I was just zipping through callers on a post-game show after the Nuggets lost Game 2 of the NBA Finals, but I got pissed off at Carl, and this is what I said to him. Cool, Carl.
I don't have any idea what you said.
Yep, that was it. Again, I said it. I didn't remember it. It lived on
and
in
you
lore.
literally went to the next caller. I remember walking my dog, listening to your post-game show, and I was like, all right, there it is.
There it was.
Yeah,
See you, Carl. Cool, Carl.
Idiots out already.
I don't understand anything that you said. He was yelling at me in Spanish. That was why.
Yeah, something about the Heat.
I didn't remember from sophomore year of high school.
And that's what you all, because we do get asked this a lot. What you're hearing in the that was part of him going Heat as he trailed off and you guys were done with him.
It cool, really. Carl. You know what it turned out to be? It was radio on radio crime.
Yeah, it was
all it was.
We found out Dan Le Batard thought he was funny.
Yeah.
And then we decided not to return the favor after the 3-1, the 3 other games that ended that series.
Nah, we never bothered. I don't even think they did a post-game show. All right, so it is time for the 2024 Drop of the Year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I've gone over the list right here. Sean Payton is heavily represented, as is Deion Sanders here. Jerry Jones gets into it quite a bit. We've got a lot
Get
to
your damn
delve
act
through.
together.
Good to hear from you, Jer. Our first drop of the year candidate, March 25th. Took us a couple of months to remember we were doing this, Andy.
I don't remember anything being real special those first 2 months, if you think about it. Broncos were eliminated. Sean Payton was already hired.
Yeah.
We just had to endure January. The Nuggets were still kind of messing around like this last year, if you remember. So are the Avs. Nothing came to life till March. We were fine.
We mail in Q1 anyway, let's be honest. Okay.
I know. So the businesses, from what I'm seeing.
All right. Sean Payton was asked if it was difficult to cut Russell Wilson given what the dead cap hit would be. Roll it, Spring.
No.
The pause for dramatic effect was longer than the cut.
Would that have been Combine?
Yeah.
I think that was
Because
Combine.
That was the coach's breakfast.
Yeah, Combine. Mm-hmm. Again,
No.
was it difficult to cut Russ given what the dead cap hit would be? We use that drop a lot.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of Spring's favorite. April 22nd, Game 2, the shot at 52-80. Anthony Davis didn't close out in time. What do you have to say after the game?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Bang. Man, that's a mic drop. That's like a spike.
The clang of the microphone is what makes that one.
And it just sounds violent. Like, I don't think he dropped it as violently as it sounds, but it sounds like he thunder-gronked that thing to the table.
Good reverb in the room. Nice acoustics in the Nuggets press room right there. Yeah, Jamal Murray made a shot. Too bad, AD. What was Chris? Ooh, here we go. Same game, same shot, same play. Chris Marlowe, his call of Jamal Murray's game winner.
That also has become very popular.
Yeah, it's a versatile drop right there. That's got a Wilhelm scream effect to it right there.
Yeah. It almost sounds like he's singing some kind of Men at Work song or something. Yeah. Ole, ole, ole. Yeah.
Start of a good chorus right there. Marlowe is multi-talented. 1 week later, Andy, 1 week later, Val Nichushkin gets the hat trick, empty netter, makes it 5-1 Avalanche. Remember when Val Nichushkin was playing in the playoffs? God, it was a good time. Connor McGahee's call of that goal.
Yeah!
It's another one we use a lot of.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what, we could put these together, we'd have a concert, it sounded like.
How many notes did Connor hit on that one?
Oh, that was, he went up and down.
It was a roller coaster. Yeah. It's pretty much all downhill after that goal right there. And postseason did not end well. May the 23rd, the Broncos have selected Bo Nix, number 12 overall in the draft. OTAs have commenced, and a local reporter wants to ask Sean Payton how Bo Nix has done picking up the offense as he is starting to work with the veteran players.
Good.
But that wasn't all.
That wasn't all, because Sean Payton also was asked his first impressions of quarterback Zach Wilson, who they acquired from the Jets. Sean Payton got a look at Zach Wilson on the practice field. How was Zach Wilson doing?
Good.
Yeah, a little different. Good. Little rise in the voice there.
Various inflections.
Yeah. That one was just get out of my face. It was all right. Yeah.
June the 11th, Sean Payton, on if he has a personal middle finger feeling about the season, and given the 5.5 win total and the near universal pick of the Broncos to finish near the bottom of the AFC, if Sean Payton is out to prove the haters wrong, does he have a personal middle finger towards that sentiment? Sean?
I have two middle fingers.
Well, there it is.
Sure does.
It does.
Sure does. He's been pointing them at
been able to use them this year.
A lot of different people.
He'd used them this year because he was happy, and then he used them again yesterday because he doesn't like the questioning of his game management.
Okay. Well, we've gotten through the spring. On to the summer months. We thought things were slowing down, but they were just picking up here on the Craigman and Lindahl show, including, I got to be honest with you, Andy, this next one.
Personal favorite?
It's a personal favorite of mine. We'll hear it after the break. Craigman and Lindahl, drop of the year on a Monday afternoon, pre-Christmas. Keep it here. Yeah, we're at Hofbrau today. Great to see so many of you out here. It's Mexican Monday at the Hofbrau.
Early crowd.
I know, right? People got out early. We're the only ones working here, apparently, Andy. By the way, tomorrow we have the holiday scramble all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So if you're out and about, we will be on with you. There will be content. It will not be the usual thing that you will hear. You will catch myself with Moj and Scott Hastings. Andy, you were with
Berto and Raj
today. So you will hear a wide array of assorted combinations of Altitude Sports Radio hosts tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Did you feel like doing an hour with Berto and Raj? Did it make you miss me?
I mean, nothing's us. I think we all felt the same about it.
Nothing is this magic,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. No,
yes.
I think the entire lineup was like, oh, I got to drive in here and do an hour, as then we do another 3 hours, and then But okay, yeah, sure.
Well, we were the only ones that had to turn around and drive to Westminster.
You know what I did love is, yeah, there was that too. I did love that Raj was kind of like, wow, we just kind of talked. I'm like, yeah, have you heard me and Nate's show? I don't do anything else, Raj.
It's kind of what we do.
Raj's like, I don't think I want to prep. I go, I prefer you didn't.
More of
and then Berto, man, there is no more. I mean, anywhere you want to go, Berto will go. I walked in asking him about my haircut, and then we got into. We will start our show with greatest haircuts in sports, period. Because Berto, I think, is in there. Berto's got the best hair in the building.
Amazing lettuce. Yeah. The silver flow of Mark Burton.
Now, you're pushing for best mustache. Have you ever thought about an extended run with that thing?
I don't even know if there's a contest.
Or would it
right
smell
there.
like pea soup too quickly and you couldn't deal with it?
You know what's funny? I literally made pea soup yesterday. It's literally
I know you're a soup guy.
what I'll be having for dinner tonight.
A little ham in that?
I had a ham bone in that sucker, picked it up at the butcher.
Listen, I'd like to tell you I'm a genius. You're
Yeah.
just a typical Midwesterner.
It's an elite split pea, and
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it all
you
afternoon.
come from a land of the food needs to warm me up.
Very much so. Stick to the ribs, folks. All right, drop of the year. We've had a strong start.
We have.
But we've got
But
some
the best is yet to come.
Some heavy hitters still on deck for you. We take you to July the 10th. It just so happened on this very day, and Andy, I wish you could have been a part of this. You were on your summer vacation. How was your summer vacation?
Not good.
Okay.
Not good. One dog tried to play with the other dog, and a jaw was broken, and Andy was tube feeding a dog all summer
Good.
break. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, went great.
And it started with me shoving a knife into my thumb trying to cut a brisket.
Other than that, though, he had a
Other than
great
that,
great break
yeah.
this summer.
Lost a dog in March. What other highlights you want of this craptastic year that's been 2024? Hey, you know what I'm down for? I'm down for January 1st, like I've never been before.
So Sanford and we're at Mountain West Media Day in Las Vegas, and Petros Papadakis, Fox Sports college football announcer and LA
Fox Sports
talk radio host, host of Petros and Money. Petros stopped by the table, okay?
Your buddy.
Yeah. And we chatted with Petros for a while, and it was a lot of college football talk. But this was in the midst of the LeBron and Bronny saga as it was beginning at that time. And Petros is an L.A. guy. And so I had to ask him what the hell is going on with the Lakers right now. By the way, they're still a mess. JJ can't figure it out. They're a disaster. This was Petros Papadakis on our show, and he gave us a comp for what was happening with LeBron and the Lakers at that time, and he channeled the cinematic classic, might have even been an Oscar winner now that I think about it, Kevin Spacey in American Beauty. Roll it, Spring.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Forgot about that part of the movie.
Uh-huh.
That one was early.
It was the
yeah. The wife was enjoying herself, but
yeah, she
not
was
with the right guy.
Annette Bening.
Yeah.
With the Real Estate King.
Sure.
And if you've ever seen that particular movie scene, there's some serious physical comedy involved in it.
Right.
And Petros did the entire bit for us
in Vegas. Amongst the media people.
At Media Day.
Yeah.
There's like stuffy people in suits everywhere, and he put his ankles in the air.
Wow.
On the chair.
Oh, I didn't know which role he played, but now I do.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sure.
He did the Annette
Got it.
Bening thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
right
theater.
He decided to go Joe Girardi instead of Randy Johnson.
Give that to me one more time, Spring.
You like getting nailed by the king?
If anybody hasn't ever seen American Beauty before, check it out. It's a great movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
It gets dark.
Gets real dark.
Not real ready for the end.
Yeah.
But welcome to suburban life. Neighbor comes over, you're shocked.
Tell you what, Andy, your summer wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Didn't have that going on. You got me there.
Thank you, Petros. That was good. Let's go to August now, Andy. And Nikola Jokic is guiding Team Serbia through the Olympic Games. They had already lost in the round robin against Team USA when they were a net 0 when Jokic was on the floor and minus 26 when he was off the floor. Then Jokic took Team Serbia, put him on his back, sound familiar to anybody, and took Serbia all the way to the bronze medal in the Olympic Games. They came back to beat Australia in the quarterfinals, and Nikola Jokic got it done with his signature shot. Spring?
Samba shuffle, baby!
I love that Serbian broadcaster so much. When you hear that guy, does anybody else see a gold chain and a gigantic bushy mustache?
Yeah, I imagine he goes about $3
Yeah.
Rotund man. Doesn't like the salad any more than I do.
Is there chest hair popping out of the top of the collar? Yeah.
Yeah, probably,
It's strong.
Right.
Yeah.
A coat, but an unbuttoned collared shirt, no tie.
And he followed up the Sombor Shuffle Baby, which is good, with a laugh that has now taken on a bizarre life of its own here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Spring?
That was, at the time, drunk joy.
Yeah, he was
Just
joyous.
Nutty over watching the Serbian basketball god
Right.
do his thing.
And now we use
and
this.
now Spring mocks us with it.
Yeah, now anytime I tell what is not my A-level material, and hey, they can't all be zingers, folks. Spring thinks that he's got to play that just to make fun of me.
Yeah. Anytime we do anything that is off-putting to Spring, the Serbian shows up.
We got to hear from that jerk.
It's like, there are Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, just, forced laughing at our jokes.
I loved the original drop so much. I'll be honest, I kind of hate that guy now.
Because he's mocked you. He's mocked you into submission.
Over and over again.
Yeah. Well, you know what this maybe tells you?
Pick it up.
Yeah, maybe bring out the A stuff more often.
Hey, you know what? If you don't want to hear it,
Yeah.
don't
You know
give
what?
him reason.
Here's the deal. For a while there, you were a home run hitter. Are you going down to singles? Are you
Maybe.
going to your doubles career, your Todd Helton dad jokes?
I'm Ricky Henderson in my 40s now.
Well, I'll try harder in 25.
Playing independent league for the San Diego Surf Dogs now.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best, okay?
The Omaha Beef.
I'm just so tired. You don't understand. I'm so tired.
So's Jokic.
August 7th, no kidding. Here we go. Sean Payton was asked, this is during training camp, Sean Payton was asked if he'd like the NFL to get rid of having teams making them release a depth chart on a specific date because he was real mad about the depth chart. Remember?
Right. He didn't want anybody reading anything into it as Bo Nix was third.
Exactly. So now people are like, well, do you want to get rid of releasing the depth chart after you've complained about it for 3 days? This is how Sean responded.
No. Come on. No.
The end of that one is so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's just apoplectic father of how many times are you going to screw up this test?
Also, how many times do you want to complain about something and then have people press you on it, and then you realize I should probably shut up about this whole thing?
Yeah, he realized he's got an already interesting relationship with the NFL. I don't think he wanted to make it any more interesting.
Have they ever suspended you for an entire year, Sean? Yeah.
Good.
No.
Yeah, then you made a movie.
Oh, my God. We got a trio from the same day.
Dion was on a heater at the beginning of the year.
Here we go. This is the initial, this is Prime's first press conference
of summer
ball, and he's taken a number of questions that have bothered him. We start with our friend Arnie Stapleton.
Asking a very simple question.
Professional reporter through and through, the AP's own Arnie Stapleton, friend of the program, asking Deion about Colorado bolstering their offensive line. Again, he asked them about bolstering their offensive line. Deion Sanders does not believe in context clues.
What does bolstered mean?
Means they made it better, Deion.
Yeah, and a word that I was told that he used to Arnie once upon a time.
But now he
But he wasn't here for that.
to know what it means. Later in the same press conference, Andy, local reporter Eric Christensen of Channel 4, that's CBS 4. That's local affiliate CBS 4.
And the man asking the question is a proud CU alum.
CU alum, CBS 4.
Right there in downtown Denver.
Would like to ask Deion Sanders a question. However, when you're given the microphone, you have to identify yourself and your media outlet, and this is how that went.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yeah.
And then Eric tried to explain, what?
I'm sorry, huh?
Yeah. Come again?
What? Yeah.
Was not aware of this.
Also, a whole bunch of Deion's games were on CBS this year. I noticed him talking to reporters every single time.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, he does the coaches shows on CBS.
Yeah, it seems to.
With Romy.
However, Eric Christensen was the victim of that one. We get a lot of mileage on that one in the power rankings every single week. Yeah, Spring kept that one alive. We stay on the 9th of August. Anybody remember this? This is how the CU football season started. The old back and forth with Sean Keeler from the Post. And Sean and Deion are not necessarily on the same page. Deion is dissatisfied with the perceived negative coverage that he has received from Sean in the Denver Post, and that led Deion to say this.
What happened to get you like this?
See, that's another drop that I feel has been weaponized against me.
Both of us have suffered from this. Yeah. I think I don't know that one's been overblown.
Maybe I just feel as though I'm being attacked. Need to get over my own victim complex.
Maybe.
September the 24th.
We had on Alan Roach.
Alan Roach was on
Thanks
the show.
to Bidet.
we had to discuss Bidet with Alan Roach and whether or not he had to then
re-record with EA.
Because he was no longer Beatty. He's suddenly Bidet.
Was he big enough to get the name re-recorded? Then I think he unfortunately got hurt literally the Sunday after we talked to Alan.
Yeah.
It was no longer an issue. During this interview, Alan said, they can't afford me about the NFL.
Exactly. We can't afford him either. However, Roach said it on our show, so technically it becomes our property. Here we go. Alan Roach saying one of your favorite Avalanche names. Here we go.
Logan O'Connor.
See, that one's okay because I don't think he does it that way when he scores.
I don't think he does, no.
So we're all right.
No.
God, are we going to get a letter from him?
It's like he was test driving something else right there.
My
Logan
lawyer's gone.
O'Connor.
We're going to need a new lawyer for this one.
Do you guys remember when John Elway was on The Masked Singer?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Nobody needs
You throwing
anymore.
the football and highlights in your prime?
That's great.
All day. That?
Yeah.
No. We're good. We are good. We are good.
You know, enough silver bullets. You can yell the words of any song. It works just fine.
But what are you hearing?
October 18th. This one's apropos for today.
Oh, a lot of people, too.
Yeah.
A lot of people were wondering about this one.
I had my struggles with this particular roadway just today.
You did.
So on October 18th, we had a look, guys. We don't pick the traffic reporters. It's a local service. They provide traffic reports to our radio stations. We don't screen these. We put them on the air. Honestly, we don't even really pay attention to them. We just go on with our life and do our radio show.
This person,
they're meant for you.
This person caught everyone's attention.
He sure did, because our traffic guy on the 18th of October, and we can't remember the guy's name, had an interesting pronunciation of a prominent roadway, thoroughfare, if you will. Well done, Andy, here on the west side of town. And that was, Spring?
Some stop and go from Wadsworth.
Yeah. And he did it like over and over again.
He said it multiple times.
Till we all kept going, Wadsworth?
We thought maybe, like you say it once, you can all mispronounce a word once.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy wouldn't stop. Yeah.
Some
How did he
stop
say
and go from Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Wadsworth.
And that went on for like weeks.
Yeah.
And now we don't know where he is.
Wadsworth.
Because of the pronunciation of the name? I don't know.
We don't know. We don't know what happened to the guy. We hope he's okay. He's lost somewhere on Wadsworth. That's my concern. Yeah. He's been asking around. People keep telling him about Wadsworth. He's like, that's not what I'm looking for. November 5th. Oh, we got a lot of Jerry Jones on here. Let's start. Oh, this is when Jerry Jones, he was mad at his dudes on the Fan in Dallas about not being aggressive in the offseason.
He was going to change the personnel of a station he did know.
Yeah. He threatened to fire these guys over this. Spring?
What's your point? What's your point?
That's another one that gets weaponized against us a lot. Following day, Stanford Notre Dame soccer, Andy, college soccer. We've never played college soccer audio on our show until that very day, the 6th of November, when Stanford beat Notre Dame 3-2 on a last-second shot from midfield. Here was play-by-play guy on the call. Here we go, Spring.
Now, it's the end of that. We've all had
lasts.
big moments, and maybe we were caught up in the emotion. That sounded like he was caught up in a different emotion.
That one kept going.
Yeah, that one was wow, bro. Yeah.
It wouldn't stop.
Now, good for you. I mean, you're
Sound like you
holding
had a
on.
great time.
You've been to the men's
Good
conference,
for you,
what I would
bud.
assume by that, because that sucker trails.
Kept going.
Yeah, but I'm telling you.
November 11th, Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, we didn't think we'd go here for a drop.
Clearly, the answer to the puzzle was give yourself a round of applause. Again, give yourself a round of applause.
But some people get nervous.
This guy decided he wanted to try to solve the puzzle. What did he say, Spring?
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
it wasn't that.
Nobody knew what to say.
Yeah.
I don't even know what a round of sausage, like a meter worst, a liter worst.
Like one of those.
What do you want to do?
One of those kielbasa's that's like in the big circle in the package.
Yeah, you could hang it up on the wall, throw darts at it if you wanted to.
It's like a hula hoop.
Yeah.
Of encased meat. A round of sausage. Not give yourself a round of applause. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Now here comes one of the higher seeds in this tournament.
Ooh, yeah. 14th of November. Mike Tyson is being interviewed by a child before the Jake Paul fight. Remember that disaster?
Oh, yeah.
That didn't go well. They're letting Mike talk to the kid interviewer.
This is a child.
A child.
Not like an 18-year-old.
No.
Literally a child who maybe was 12.
Yeah. Like 12, 13 tops.
Tops.
Just a cute kid.
Yeah.
Wanting to talk
Trying to do the cute kid thing.
Boxing legend Mike Tyson. And she was asking Mike about his legacy that he wants to leave. And this is what Mike said.
We're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Yeah. To which the child said, well, I haven't thought about that. You're 12.
Hadn't thought about it
Hope
that
you're
way.
not thinking about that.
Nope. I've got a
That
long
man's
life
in a
ahead
dark
of me.
place.
December 17th. Patrick Surtain has an ankle injury. Our friend Jeff Legwold has questions about Patrick Surtain's ankle injury. Sean Payton does not answer questions about injuries. However, it is the reporter's duty to try and ascertain information about the best player on the team. I would say that that's something that the fans would like to know. Jeff Legwold is trying to get this information from Sean Payton. Sean Payton is frustrated, I would say, and growing impatient with the line of questioning he was getting from Jeff Legwold. Here we go.
Jeff.
Yeah. Don't ask me about that. So that was just 2 weeks ago. A week ago.
that was recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we finished the year strong. Legwold was then forced to reframe the question of, how do you feel about Pat?
I like Pat.
Yeah. We all agree. We
We do.
Now we get into the nitty-gritty.
Okay. Jerry Jones. This is just a week ago. Again, this is Jerry Jones just a week ago. After Xavier Legette of the Panthers had revealed on a podcast that his favorite food, or I suppose his favorite obscure food.
Yeah. No, just food.
That he likes to eat raccoon. The guys in Dallas, tip of the cap to them, asked Jerry about what his experience has been eating raccoon. Spring?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Yeah. Matter of fact, he had more thoughts on the raccoon.
He sure did, and he likes other rodents too. Spring?
One of my favorites is squirrel.
It's one of his favorites. Uh-huh.
What's your point? What's your point?
He couldn't declare the favorite.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Get your damn act together.
One more before we get to today's our buddy Darren McKee.
Oh, yes.
D-Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, D-Mac got an entry.
Can't remember what this. Oh, yeah, he got to talk to Michael Malone for the first time.
Yeah, they were talking to Michael Malone, and Malone was mid-answer
when he found something interesting.
May have even 3-point volume. I don't remember exactly the topic, but I do remember D-Mac's response when he was, I would say, Andy, genuinely surprised by something that Michael Malone had to say. Spring?
Oh.
Yeah. Very loud in the middle of the answer.
Uh-huh.
So, and that leads to today.
Because
Sean couldn't go out without getting one more entry in.
One late entry from Sean Payton onto Drop of the Year. He is upset with some of the coverage that his in-game decision-making got during the Charger game last week, which then led Sean Payton to refer to said coverage as what, Spring?
This is garbage.
Which he put I'm positive it was directed at Jeff. And so the love affair continues.
I'm also concerned that that's yet another drop that is going to end up being used against us.
It will be.
Yeah.
But we ask for it. So what are you going to do?
That's the menu, folks. Those are all of the contenders. Get your votes in now, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Before 6 o'clock, we will name the drop of the year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
So coming up, we're going to talk to a guy that could have had a drop of the year.
Yeah.
When we put it together in succession.
That's right.
And then we'll talk to Ken, who that drop might have been described.
We got a lot to cram in before we're done. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, and they just want to wish you a Merry Christmas to Jerry and Wendy Jones. Now, you know, you probably got your shopping done. At least I hope for your sake that you have when you get past the holidays, get past this week, whatever it may be. If you're still looking for the bed cover, you're still looking for the step rails, if you're still looking for floor mats or a remote start or anything like that, then you know what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to head on over to Colorado Off-Road so that they can get you taken care of. Jerry's a great guy. It's a Colorado business. I've been working with him for 5 years. He'll do what he says. He's got fair pricing, and he'll direct you in the right direction. That's a repeat, but oh well. He'll get you what you want. And I always bring up the bed cover. Something I would have bought the wrong kind of had I not gone over to see Jerry. I was looking at one that was just kind of like a lid. This one that I ended up getting, it folds up in threes. Go and talk to them. Let the experts help you out there. They are the experts. If you're a contractor, you can upfit and do custom work on your vehicle. It is Colorado Off-Road. You can find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call, 303-761-1264. CO Off-Road, Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road. What is this? What is this song?
That's from the Gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a game show.
It does.
It's got some Herb Alpert, Tijuana Brass to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of sound like a dating game or something.
Yeah.
Well, we brought 2 new contestants on.
No. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Let's not go
Treat
there.
yourself to a round of sausage.
That's right, folks.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, has stopped by, as has our friend Ken Harrell here at the Hofbrau. It's a Mexican Monday, Ken. All right, what do we got coming up here in the holiday season? Obviously, we got Monday Night Football and the Nuggets tonight. I'm assuming you guys won't be here on Christmas Day.
We will not.
But New Year's is when it's popping, right?
Well, even before that, we've got a bunch of football this weekend. I mean, with the Broncos and the Buffs and CSU and hockey. I mean, we got 42 TVs. They'll all have something on them. So, don't worry about not being able to see it because we'll have it all on.
And you'll have Broncos